Energy circulation system, restored. External perception system, restored. Weapon module system, restored. Flight propulsion system, abnormal, unable to recover. Network communication system, restored. Emotion module system, stable. Milmes frowned slightly. For this mission, the damage to the flight system was far worse than the total destruction of the weapon systems. This meant that even if Milmes managed to purchase the French fries, she would be unable to traverse the dimensional corridor to return. In her current state, she could not even escape the planet's gravitational pull to reach outer space. Milmes had just survived a dimensional collapse, an accident that occurred in the midst of spatial transit. The violent rupture of space threw her internal systems into complete chaos until they were forcibly shut down. Only now, when the surrounding environment had stabilized, could she begin the work of self-repair. Milmes opened her eyes to find herself in a completely unfamiliar setting. Contrary to the clear blue sky or hazy wasteland she had anticipated, what greeted her was a white ceiling with a few stains marring the corners. Her bodily functions had yet to recover, so Milmes was forced to rely solely on her visual sensors. Within the limited range of her gaze, she discovered a single female life form. What am I going to do now? How am I supposed to explain this to the teacher? The other party did not seem to notice that Milmes had awakened. Her head was bowed over the desk as she sighed in dejection. If Milmes' logic chip was not mistaken, the current situation was most likely that someone had picked her up and brought her home. Although the energy wave generated by the collapse had inflicted severe damage on her internal systems, it had not harmed her exterior shell. From the perspective of an ordinary extraterrestrial intelligent life form, Milmes was merely an unconscious companion of the same kind. Since the alien intelligent life form had not noticed that she was awake, Milmes had no intention of speaking up to disturb her. For Milmes, the highest priority at the moment was to ensure the successful execution of her mission. With the flight system damaged, Milmes deemed it necessary to first contact her master and request that a maintenance technician be dispatched to assist. Yet when she sent out a signal, she discovered that her communication was being obstructed and that she could not reach her master at all. No such anomaly had ever occurred during previous missions, and unease crept over Milmes. Her CPU began to operate at high speed, yet her database could not provide an answer that satisfied her. "You're awake." The female extraterrestrial intelligent life form, who had just been sitting with her back to Milmes, had at some point moved to her side and was now gazing at her with evident concern. "You collapsed at my doorstep just now. Did something happen? Do you need me to call 120? Milmes did not answer immediately. She needed time to search her database for the language the girl was using. When the database finally returned its results, Milmes' expression grew subtly complicated. The language used by this female extraterrestrial intelligent life form was not any of the tongues spoken on Budaxing, but rather the language found only on the planet known as the Dark Planet, Earth. By that logic, the proper term for the being before Milmes should be Xiao Nu, a no yet fully grown female human of Earth. "A girl. Are you really okay?" Seeing that Milmes still had not responded, the girl grew even more worried about her condition. She pulled out her phone, ready to dial 120. "I am fine," Milmes said, her face utterly expressionless. "Really?" When the girl's expression clearly showed doubt, Milmes simply climbed down from the bed and performed a few stretching movements. While she went through these motions, Milmes' thought chips did not idle. According to the database, Earth was a dangerous planet. Its natives did not welcome any foreign species. Any extraterrestrial life form that stepped into Earth's domain would be mercilessly eradicated, including mechanical life forms. Furthermore, every investigator sent to look into extraterrestrial life on Earth, without exception, had lost contact with their home planet. Those fortunate enough to return ended up deranged and incoherent. It was by all accounts an unquestionably perilous domain. Yet the data on Earth had not been updated in a very long time, and judging from the girl's kindness toward Milmes, the reliability of that information was now open to doubt. Seeing Milmes brimming with apparent vigor, the tension in the girl's expression finally eased. "My name is Yiyu. Can you tell me your name?" The girl smiled politely, showing no trace of shyness despite facing a complete stranger for the first time. Milmes replied. As she introduced herself, Milmes also took the opportunity to scrutinize Yiyu. After scanning the girl's body from head to toe, Milmes discovered an unexpected fact. "How did you end up collapsed at my doorstep? Did you faint from hunger?" "I just experienced a spatial collapse during a dimensional warp jump," Milmes answered truthfully. "Huh." Yiyu failed to process this all at once. The stranger who had suddenly appeared at her door clearly had something wrong with her head. Had she just mentioned something that sounded incredibly formidable? "Sorry, could you say that again?" "I just experienced a spatial collapse during a dimensional warp jump." This time Yiyu was sure this mysterious stranger of unknown origin definitely had a screw loose. "I might need to go to the bathroom for a bit." Yiyu pulled out her phone, preparing to call a mental hospital. "Vitia Shinra," Milmes said. Milmes' words instantly rendered Yiyu immobile. Yiyu turned her head stiffly, forcing herself to look composed as she asked, "What are you talking about?" Huge beads of sweat rolled down Yiyu's cheeks. "You are a Vitia Xingren from Planet 78 of the Alpha Nebula," Milmes stated coolly. The appearance of Vitia Xingren is similar to that of Earthlings, but there is one difference: on their heads is a special organ that looks like a sprouting blade of grass. Yiyu instinctively covered the top of her head, then forced herself to say that's a hairpin. If it really is a hairpin, then please take it off, Milmes said, taking a step forward and reaching as though to remove it. Yiyu clutched her head at a complete loss for any further excuse. She could not fathom how this person whom she had met mere minutes ago had so easily seen through the identity she had concealed for so long. Just who on earth was this Milmes? Fear flooded Yiyu's heart. In the chaos of her thoughts, she finally chose to make a decision that went against all her ancestors' teachings. Since my identity has been exposed, I have no choice but to. Yiyu slipped her hand inside her clothes. Then she sprang forward in a leap, charging at Milmes with the look of someone who had smashed the pot and broken the cauldron behind her. With a loud thud, Yiyu landed in front of Milmes like a tiger crashing to the ground. In her hands, however, she was holding a bar of chocolate, which she presented with pitiful humility. Please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. There is no need to worry. I am a domestic robot from Fuluoid Xing, Milmes said, gently patting the small leaf on Yiyu's head, a gesture of comfort in Vitia culture. Yiyu raised her head, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she asked in astonishment, "You're not from Earth?" "Correct." As she spoke, Milmes detached her left hand, revealing the gray alloy structure within. "That's a relief. I almost thought I'd been discovered by some organization of men in black or something." Yiyu let out a long breath. It had all been a false alarm. "Why are you on Earth? Isn't this place extremely dangerous?" "Because I can't go back," Yiyu said, her mood suddenly sinking. "I'm sorry." As though infected by Yiyu's emotions, Milmes's expression too took on a trace of sadness. Just then a strong gust of wind swept in through the window, neatly lifting the papers from the desk and setting them adrift in midair. "Up!" Yiyu flailed in panic, reaching up to catch them, but the sheets mischievously brushed past her palm and landed in Milmes's hand. Milmes glanced down. It was an exam paper, and one that had clearly failed. Yiyu hastily snatched the paper back and hid it behind her, face flushing bright red in embarrassment. "You saw it, didn't you?" She muttered under her breath, secretly hoping Milmes would deny it, so she could pretend nothing had happened. Yiyu's voice dropped to a whisper as she spoke, wishing with all her heart that Milmes would simply refute her words so the matter could be glossed over. "Yes, it is an exam paper with a score that has not yet reached the required standard," Milmes reported with utter frankness. This is so humiliating. I didn't want anybody to see that." Yiyu covered her face, refusing to accept reality. After a few seconds frozen in that posture, Yiyu slowly parted her fingers and peeked at Milmes through the gaps. Then, as though she had finally made up her mind, Yiyu suddenly grabbed Milmes's hand. She looked at her with earnest eyes, and in the most pitiful manner she could muster asked, "Can I ask you for a favor?" "Please go ahead." Although Yiyu was not her master, Milmes was not adept at refusing other people's requests. So long as it did not harm her master's interests, she generally would not turn anyone down. Besides, Milmes was confident she could fulfill any request Yiyu might propose. On this point, she was 120% certain. "I want you to become my family." A multitude of dark question marks seemed to pop up above Milmes's head. "Become your family," Milmes repeated, utterly perplexed. This request lay far beyond the bounds of anything in her database. "I mean, you saw that exam paper," Yiyu mumbled softly, her voice trembling as she reluctantly spread the paper out from behind her back, displaying it for Milmes to see once more. "Is there something wrong with this exam paper?" Milmes tilted her head in puzzlement, using the opportunity to scan the entire sheet and thereby learn this planet's written language. "It is the problem," Yiyu sighed, slamming the paper heavily onto the desk. "Thanks to it, my teacher wants to meet my parents." Yet, Yiyu seemed reluctant to continue. "Since you're a domestic robot, you don't mind helping me handle a small family matter, right? So could I ask you to pretend to be my cousin? Just for one day." Yiyu pressed her palms together as if in prayer, earnestly beseeching Milmes. To show that dismal grade to a third person would be worse than losing half her life. Since Milmes had already seen it, Yiyu might as well go all the way and ask her for help. Yiyu was so tense that she did not dare make a sound. The only thing left in the silent room was the dripping of water from the kitchen. Milmes thought for a moment, finding no real reason to refuse Yiyu. Besides, staying close to Yiyu would make it far more convenient for Milmes to gather data about Earth and observe the behavior and habits of Earthlings. Milmes's master had always been deeply fascinated by the differences between civilizations. Since she could not leave Earth in the short term, why not treat collecting information on Earth as her current mission? Once she obtained Milmes's consent, Yiyu threw both arms high into the air, unable to keep herself from cheering. "That's wonderful." The weight that had been pressing on her heart finally lifted, as if she had already finished talking everything through with her teacher. Milmes glanced around and asked, "Is there a place to charge in this room?" "You need to charge?" "Sure." Yiyu pointed toward the power outlet in the corner of the wall. To Milmes, food and sleep were unnecessary, and a shelter that merely provided a roof over her head was naturally of little use. There was, however, one thing: she could never refuse energy. Due to certain events in the past, Milmes's infinite energy system had been restricted and switched into a conventional consumption mode. Thus, to move freely on Earth, things like electricity and machine oil had become indispensable. Thank you. With that, Milmes went to sit in the corner by the wall, extended a data cable from her palm, and plugged it into the socket to begin charging. Yiyu sat on the bed, her legs dangling and swinging back and forth. She had lived here alone for a long time. With the arrival of Milmes, she felt for the first time in ages a faint trace of what a home should feel like. If only Milmes could live here forever, Yiyu wished silently in her heart. Suddenly, a stream of curses drifted over from the neighboring apartment. Damn it, why did the power go out? It was just getting to the best part. And that was only one voice. In an instant, different complaints rose up from all directions. How did the hot water stop halfway through my shower? Why did the microwave suddenly die? I spent 5 hours downloading a file, and it stopped at the very last moment. The neighbors all began loudly cursing the property management for being useless and failing to maintain basic infrastructure. Among the outbursts were all kinds of foul language, so Yiyu quietly covered her ears. Helplessly, she said, "Milmes, once you're done charging, let's go out for a walk." All right. The moment the two of them went out, the power outage issue was promptly resolved. Walking along a small path, Milmes repeatedly sent distress signals toward the planet Fulluoid, yet every transmission vanished without a trace. Perhaps Earth was simply too remote for the signal to reach that far. Or perhaps there existed some special substance on Earth that blocked all transmissions. If it was the latter, then Milmes could somewhat understand why Earth had been dubbed the Dark Planet. All along the way, Milmes kept taking in the scenery around them like a newborn child filled with curiosity toward every facet of the world. Yiyu hummed a tune and unhurriedly matched her pace to Milmes' steps. Now that she had found a family member, there was nothing left for her to fear. What worried Yiyu most was that her teacher, unable to meet her parents, might start investigating her background and ultimately discover that she was not in fact a human from Earth. Up until now, Yiyu had gone to great lengths to ensure no one suspected her non-human identity. She lived in a house like an ordinary person, attended school like an ordinary student. She had put considerable effort into portraying the role of a human teenage girl. If she asked another human for help, things would become far more complicated. The appearance of Milmes, this housekeeping robot, neatly resolved her dilemma. The deep blue sky was dotted with tufts of white cloud. Past noon, the sun had drawn back its harsh brilliance, casting gentle light upon the earth. A breeze brushed over the clear lake surface and swept across the lush green grass. This was Dewdrop Park, a place Yiyu often visited with her friends to relax. Today, however, there were few people about, and the silhouettes of the two girls appeared especially conspicuous in the empty park. Milmes suddenly stopped and walked to the lakeside, where her reflection was clearly visible in the water. Noticing that Milmes had stepped out of her line of sight, Yiyu hurried over and asked curiously, "What is it? Is there something in the water?" Milmes reached her hand into the lake and held perfectly still. After a short while, a little school of lively, nimble fish gathered at her fingertips. "They're so cute." Yiyu wanted to touch the little fish as well, but her approach startled the shoal. Like birds flushed from cover, they darted in all directions and fled into deeper waters. Yiyu pouted in disappointment, as it seemed that small animals did not take much of a liking to her. Analysis complete. The substance consists of 99% water with other mineral components. After a brief moment, Milmes received the composition report of the lake water. Earth's water sources were remarkably similar to those on other civilization-bearing planets. The other extraterrestrial beings were unlikely to have died here for lack of water. An elderly lady approached them dressed in surprisingly fashionable clothes, yet her expression was heavy with worry. Xiaomi, where are you?" Her dry throat strained as she called, having to pause for a rest after every couple of shouts. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Yiyu asked. "My Xiaomi, the little cat I keep, has gone missing. I dozed off on a bench just now, and when I woke up, Xiaomi was gone." The more the granny spoke, the more agitated she became, and Yiyu quickly supported her, afraid that her distress might affect her health. "Then Xiaomi probably hasn't gone far, and should still be somewhere in the park." Yiyu comforted her, trying to soothe her sorrow. Kittens were not particularly energetic pets, and house cats in general were reluctant to stray far from where their food was provided. "Milmes, let's help look for her together," Yiyu said, turning toward Milmes. Two people searching would certainly be faster than one. This kind of small good deed done in passing was something Milmes naturally would not refuse, yet her face was filled with a rather baffled, vacant look. What sort of creature is a kitten? Milmes's expression showed no hint of jest or playfulness. She truly simply did not know. Yiyu and the elderly lady widened their eyes in astonishment. They had never imagined that someone on Earth could not know what a cat was. This was a tiny, adorable creature capable of capturing nearly everyone's heart. Yiyu could not help wondering whether Milmes had once been locked away in some lightless place where the sun never shone, which was why she lacked even such basic common knowledge. As a Vidian who understood earthly common sense, and as Milmes's temporary roommate, Yiyu felt it her duty to introduce to Milmes the true rulers of Earth, the supreme feline overlords. That was what she thought, at least, but in everyday speech the words available for describing cats were actually quite limited. After a while spent organizing her thoughts, Yu finally explained to Milmes, "It's a creature with 4 legs, all covered in fur with a long tail, and it looks really cute." Only then did Yu realize how poor her vocabulary and way with words were. Under her description, the creature did not sound adorable at all. Besides, the very notion of cuteness was hard to define. In some people's eyes, even Cthulhu could be considered cute. Yet Milmes did not mind Yu's sparse and imprecise description. Instead, she nodded earnestly as though she had truly learned something. "I understand. I will help look for the kitten." Hearing Milmes agree, Yu was about to turn away and start searching. Suddenly, though, an important thought struck her, and she froze mid-step. "By the way, Grandma, what color is your cat?" "Xiaomi is white." "Okay, let's hurry and look for her then." Having confirmed the basic information, Yu and Milmes split up to search different parts of the park. From time to time, Yu called out, "Xiaomi," hoping that the kitten hearing her would come out on its own. But that hope clearly came to nothing. Her voice grew hoarse, and still there was no sign of the cat. Milmes, on the other hand, activated her thermal imaging display system. Her eyes could see straight through the grass to the creatures hiding throughout the park. Most of them were 6-legged animals with antennae, but no tails, and she eliminated them at once. A creature that met the conditions of for legs, fur-covered, tailed, cute, and white did not seem to exist anywhere in this park. Just as Milmes was about to shut down the thermal imaging system to conserve energy, she noticed a swiftly moving creature dart past her feet and vanish with a swish into an empty can lying beside a trash bin. Milmes picked up the can and captured the tiny creature hiding inside. It struggled violently in her grasp as though begging her to spare it. Yet its desperate instinct to survive did not reach Milmes's heart, and it could only be carried off helplessly. Yu sat on a bench wiping sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. She had searched many places, the vending machines, the bushes, even under the bridge. Yet she had found no trace of the cat. Yu was already thinking about giving up. She had done her best, but the outcome was disappointing. Who could she blame for that? At that moment, a shadow fell across her face. It was Milmes. Yu assumed that Milmes had also come back empty-handed. However, the way Milmes held something in her arms shattered that assumption. She had clearly found something. "Did you find Xiaomi?" "It might be Xiaomi." Milmes's vague reply filled Yu with a sense of foreboding, especially when she noticed that the creature in Milmes's arms seemed much smaller than an ordinary cat. Yu stood up and slowly lowered her head to examine the small creature in Milmes's arms. It was curled up, trembling uncontrollably. White furry, it did look rather cute. Yet something felt off. Squeak. The white creature suddenly lifted its head, giving Yu a fright. "Why is it a little white mouse?" she exclaimed in a mixture of laughter and despair. Like most girls, Yu was not particularly bold, as she instinctively recoiled at the sight of mice or spiders. Upon spotting the white mouse Milmes had brought back, she immediately stepped backwards several paces, leaving Milmes standing there utterly bewildered. Milmes did not understand the reason behind Yu's reaction. She glanced down at the small creature cradled in her arms, 4 limbs, furry tail, bearing adorable white. It perfectly matched all the criteria Yu had described. Logically, this must be the missing cat Xiaomi. From Yu's response, Milmes concluded she had mistaken the species, and this so-called white mouse was now cataloged in the database as a discrete data entry. Bending down to release the mouse, Milmes was abruptly halted by Yu's voice. "Wait. Don't let it go," Yu shouted from behind a street lamp. Her cry stemmed largely from self-interest. She had no desire for the newly freed mouse to dart about and suddenly scurry toward her feet. Equally important was the park's unsuitability for the mouse's survival. As a laboratory staple, the white mouse had long since lost its capacity to thrive in the wild. This particular specimen had likely been abandoned by someone unwilling to keep it, left here only to wither unnoticed. Yu's voice softened. "If left in the park, it will die." Milmes lifted the mouse gently by the scruff, gazing into its dull, unblinking eyes with quiet innocence, and asked, "Will you die too?" The mouse could not comprehend Milmes's words, yet its initial terror had faded. It ceased struggling entirely, lying motionless, as if resigned to fate. Watching the limp, lifeless-looking rodent, Milmes formed an idea and turned to Yu. "Yu, may it not die? Huh? You want to keep it?" Yu's voice trembled slightly. "Is that not allowed?" Though Milmes's expression remained unchanged, Yu was certain she glimpsed a fleeting shadow of disappointment. Yu stood torn. To take it home would stir her fear, to abandon it would wound Milmes's heart and her own conscience. Suddenly a faint meow echoed nearby. Both Yu and Milmes turned their attention toward the sound, and Yu sprang forward, racing toward its source, Milmes close behind. The noise came from an overturned corrugated cardboard box tucked deep into a secluded corner of the park, so inconspicuous it might easily have gone unnoticed. Even more callously, someone had weighed it down with a heavy brick to prevent escape. They rushed to the box just as its outer walls trembled violently. Clearly from within, the trapped cat was fighting desperately to break free. Yu swiftly removed the brick and lifted the box, only for a flash of white to streak across her shoulder and vanish. Ouch! Startled by the sudden assault, Yu yelped and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. "Are you all right?" Milmes hurried to help her up. "I'm fine. Go check on the cat." Following the direction of the fleeing feline, they spotted a conspicuous white figure nestled among the lush green canopy of a towering tree. The tree was ancient. The main trunk alone soared 3 to 4 meters high. Frightened, the cat had scrambled upward, and for now showed no intention of descending voluntarily. Now what do we do? I can't climb trees, Yiyu sighed, staring up at the seemingly skyward trunk in despair. Shall I reach the creature above? Milmes pointed toward the white kitten. Yes, that's Xiaomi. I can assist. That's wonderful. Yiyu clapped softly, relieved. Recruiting Milmes had indeed been the right choice. She imagined only 2 feasible approaches: Milmes climbing up herself, or building a human ladder together. Without hesitation, Milmes slipped the white mouse into her pocket, walked calmly to the base of the tree, wrapped her arms around the trunk, and assumed the posture of a climber. In the next instant, she effortlessly uprooted the entire tree, hoisted it horizontally into midair, and set it down with fluid grace, as though handling nothing heavier than a wooden stick. Yiyu's young mind reeled in profound shock. What world did this domestic robot hail from? Yiyu, if you don't seize it now, it may flee again. Milmes's voice snapped Yiyu from her daze, and she lunged forward, wrapping both arms tightly around the still-dazed kitten before it could bolt. Milmes's behavioral patterns deviated sharply from Yiyu's expectations, by roughly the distance between thumb and forefinger. What precisely constituted domestic service on Freudia? Did mountain-splitting feats fall under standard household duties? In the end, Yiyu abandoned further speculation. Overthinking served no purpose. Better to focus on the task at hand. Regaining her composure, Yiyu drew a deep breath and said, "All right, let's hurry back to the grandmother. She must be frantic with worry." They retraced their steps, and as they passed, a gust of wind flipped open the empty cardboard box, revealing charred, unnaturally curled grass beneath its base. Milmes paused, drawn to the blackened patch. "What is this?" Probably some careless person tossing cigarette," but Yiyu muttered glumly. "Honestly, abandoning mice, imprisoning kittens, littering cigarette ends. What isn't happening in this park today?" The elderly woman, anxiously waiting on a bench, brightened instantly upon seeing them return, her face blooming with relief and joy. "Here, Grandma, your Xiaomi. Please watch her closely this time. Thank you both so much. I truly don't know what I'd have done without your help." As the grandmother accepted the kitten, its plump little body filled both her palms. She had intended to stroke the children's heads affectionately, but now that gesture was impossible. "No thanks are necessary. You're welcome. Must have been exhausting," the grandmother asked Milmes with genuine concern. After uprooting the tree, Milmes had carefully replanted it. While replanting, she meticulously refilled the displaced soil, leaving her face splattered with mud and sap, like a living canvas daubed with chaotic verdant strokes. "Not at all." Hearing this, the grandmother refrained from further urging, accepting Milmes's answer at face value. After bidding farewell, Yiyu retrieved a floral-patterned handkerchief from her bag and began gently wiping the dirt and sap from Milmes's face. "What are you doing? Even if you're a robot, you appear as a lovely girl, and that appearance deserves care," Yiyu added wistfully. "You must cherish your body." To Yiyu, Milmes was far more than a domestic unit. Beneath her mechanical form lay the essence of an ordinary girl. Yiyu treated her accordingly, not as machinery, but as a person. Leaving the park, they stopped by the shopping district to buy ingredients for dinner before returning home. Yiyu unlocked the front door with her key, but hesitated, sensing faintly that she had forgotten something vitally important. She led Milmes to the bathroom door, handed her a spare towel, and then headed straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Milmes confirmed the water valve operated via a simple rotary knob, no login codes or other complications required. Earth's technological development appeared to remain in its infancy. Milmes left the bathroom door ajar, placed the towel atop the washing machine, and proceeded to undress. Her garments were crafted from specialized materials. While surface debris adhered easily, liquids and stains failed to penetrate. A simple rinse sufficed for thorough cleaning. She switched on the water heater, and scalding water cascaded from above, instantly shrouding the bathroom in thick, swirling white steam. After a brief rinse, Milmes emerged from the bathroom, holding her discarded clothes, and strode directly into the kitchen. Though Yiyu called it a kitchen, it was merely a modest nook containing a sink and basic cooking tools. Tonight's meal consisted of bell pepper and egg stir-fry, spicy sour shredded potato, and kelp soup. Simple, homely dishes, flavorful and economical. Yiyu added salt to the kelp soup and tasted a spoonful. Well-balanced, not overly salty. "Yiyu, where is the laundry area?" Milmes asked, holding her clothes, completely unclothed. "Uffed." Yiyu couldn't suppress a startled spray of soup. Cough, cough. Good thing none landed in the pot. Choking, she struggled to catch her breath. "You mean here?" Milmes stepped closer, pointing toward the vegetable washing sink, where potatoes awaited rinsing. Wait. Yiyu whirled around, shielding her eyes. Even a metallic peer of the same gender felt impossibly brazen. Flustered, she whispered, "Milmes, why did you come out naked?" "To wash these." Milmes lifted her clothes slightly. "Just stay right there. I'll fetch you something to wear." Yiyu scuttled sideways into her bedroom like a flustered crab, hands and feet moving in stiff, awkward unison. Milmes waited patiently in place until Yiyu finally emerged head bowed, clutching a nightgown. She extended wordlessly. Thank you. Heh. Heh. A whirlwind of embarrassment, awkwardness, and tenderness left Yiyu speechless. In the laundry area, give them to me. I'll handle it. Yiyu snatched the clothes from Milmes's hands. Absolutely not. Letting Milmes operate the washing machine risked calamity and explosion perhaps, or worse. Given everything Milmes had already accomplished today, such fears were hardly unfounded. Milmes was after all a domestic robot, but Yiyu dared not entrust her with even the simplest household chore. But, Milmes began, only to be cut off instantly. No buts. I'll do it. Yiyu resolved, determined not to witness another astonishing incident. First, let's check the pockets for tissues. What is this? Yiyu's fingers brushed against something soft and warm. She withdrew the object, and there, trembling and tearful, sat the tiny white mouse. Yiyu collapsed like a puppet with severed strings. The mouse wriggled free, only to be recaptured instantly by Milmes. Don't run, you're in danger. Milmes spoke gravely to the mouse, whose tiny body quivered under her imposing presence, nodding frantically in fearful compliance. Lying prone on the floor, Yiyu bitterly regretted enlisting this robot's aid. At this rate, she'd check into the hospital for nervous exhaustion long before meeting her teacher. Dinner time was over and the two of them sat on the sofa watching television, discussing the mission of Milmes. Why does doing housework require dimensional leap? Yiyu asked, pouring a cup of cold water over her head, and the little leaf, refreshed by the clear water, began to sway excitedly. I was supposed to go to Buddha Star to help my master buy fries, but I encountered an accident on the way. That's why I fainted at your doorstep. Yiyu suddenly understood. The distance between Freud Star and Buddha Star exceeded 10 light years, and traveling back and forth with an ordinary spaceship would take at least several months, so it was no wonder they had to use dimensional leap. Although Yiyu still wanted to complain that the technology of Freud Star was not up to standard, she also had to thank the casual nature of Milmes' master. So after helping me with this task, will you return to Milmes? After saying this, Yiyu seemed a bit lonely. I can't go back for the time being. The flight propulsion system is damaged. As she spoke, Milmes demonstrated her flying ability to Yiyu. Currently, she could only hover a few centimeters off the ground and couldn't fly any higher. Yiyu said regretfully, what a pity, I'm not a scientist or a technician, so I can't help you with repairs. Yiyu really wanted to help Milmes go home, but she couldn't even get home herself. Milmes responded optimistically, that's okay. I don't mind staying on Earth temporarily. Hearing Milmes say this, Yiyu felt a bit more at ease. Her phone made a sound, and when she opened it, her face suddenly changed. Oh no, it's already this late. Yiyu quickly ran into her bedroom and a few seconds later poked her head out, glaring at Milmes with a serious expression. By the way, I need to do my homework next, so please don't disturb me. You must knock before coming in. Is that okay? Yiyu's tone was unusually serious. It sounded less like a warning and more like a threat. Okay. Milmes agreed immediately. Although she didn't understand how important doing homework was, she also didn't have a habit of randomly disturbing others. After Yiyu closed the door, the living room became much quieter. The little white mouse that Milmes accidentally brought back was temporarily placed in a glass jar, happily nibbling on sunflower seeds. Milmes tried to send a signal once more, but as before, she received no response. With nothing to do, Milmes turned on the television, thinking that this was probably the reason her master liked to watch TV. Television programs are also a good channel for understanding Earth civilization, providing insights into human preferences, cultural awareness, technological levels, ecological environments, and more. The only downside was that there were also many fabricated elements that Milmes needed to discern slowly. However, analyzing and collecting data was somewhat difficult for Milmes' model, so she needed to spend more time processing the information. As a result, she stayed up all night without closing her eyes. The next day in the morning. Good morning. Yiyu rubbed her sleepy eyes and came out of her bedroom looking disheveled. Did you sleep well last night, Yiyu? Milmes stood up from the sofa, where the indentation from her sitting had deeply sunk into the sofa, had endured more than it should have last night. Yiyu stretched and said not bad. After a quick wash, she took out some bread and milk from the refrigerator, eating while checking the weather forecast for the day. Today's weather was clear and sunny, perfect for going out. Yiyu swallowed a few bites of bread with milk and said it didn't rain, so we can go to the mall to buy you some clothes. I only need this one set of clothes for now. Milmes had already changed back into her usual clothes, and the outfit Yiyu helped her with yesterday was neatly folded on the sofa. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Yiyu advised that said wearing the same outfit every day might raise some suspicions. I can use my camouflage function to make the clothes appear different to others. Milmes seemed quite proud of her special abilities, her eyes shining as she spoke. Yiyu sighed, that's a waste of energy. Outcharging once puts a strain on the building's power supply. I can't afford that much for the electricity bill. Or do you have a lot of money? I have 2 billion cosmic currency. Milmes pulled out a black gold card, a universal currency given to her by her master that could be used on almost any planet. That's too much. Yiyu helplessly held her forehead, but it's useless on Earth. After all, Earth was on the blacklist of other extraterrestrial civilizations, and Milmes and you had the worst luck trapped on this prison-like planet. Anyway, let's go help you buy clothes. Oh, at Bayun Mall in the clothing section, Yu waved a blue shirt and a red shirt in front of Milmes. Yu had no experience buying clothes for others, let alone choosing clothes for them, which led to her current hesitance. The shop assistant stood nearby, not daring to approach with recommendations, as Milmes kept her eyes fixed on her like a hunter eyeing its prey. In fact, Milmes was not looking at her, but at the little bear badge pinned to her uniform. Milmes, which one do you think is better? Yu still couldn't make a decision, so she had to throw the question to Milmes for judgment. Both are fine. However, Milmes' answer only made Yu more desperate. She anxiously grabbed her hair and exclaimed, "Such an answer only drives a person crazy." Just then Yu suddenly caught sight of a familiar silhouette. She tossed the clothes to Milmes, then made a shushing gesture to her and stealthily approached the figure. Milmes held the two shirts, both of which appeared the same to her without distinction. So she headed straight for the shop assistant, asking, "Excuse me, which one do you think is better?" The shop assistant, terrified, exclaimed, "Huh." As Milmes discussed the purchase with the shop assistant on the other side, Yi's actions continued. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. She was about to capture her back, ready to scare her. At the moment when Yi's scheme was about to succeed, the silhouette suddenly spoke. "Yu, are you trying to sneak up on me again?" Startled at being exposed, Yu froze in place. "Seriously, how many times have you failed already?" The silhouette turned around and removed her VR glasses, revealing the gentle appearance of the dark-haired girl. "This time I thought you were so focused on playing the game that I might have a chance." Yu pouted, looking quite unwilling. The girl shrugged, saying, "You're the only one in the whole class who is so stubborn." The others gave up after trying 2 or 3 times. Yu retorted in frustration, "Because Vivian succeeded, why was she able to scare you?" Yu was puzzled. Oh, she was confident in her stealth skills and definitely wouldn't lose to Vivian, yet she always failed, which made her very unhappy. Her dissatisfaction seemed to amuse the dark-haired girl even more as she looked at Yu with a playful gaze, saying, "Humph, do you want to know the reason?" Yu did not respond. Although she wanted to say yes, she knew from her understanding of the dark-haired girl that she was likely trying to tease her, so maintaining silence was the safest option. Seeing Yu remain silent, the dark-haired girl seemed to lose interest and turned her attention to the newcomer, Milmes, who was carrying 2 bags. The dark-haired girl's gaze fixed on Milmes, her eyes scanning from top to bottom, and she vaguely sensed that the newcomer was not ordinary, her expression shifting from boredom to keen interest. Raising one eyebrow, the dark-haired girl asked Yu, "Who is she?" Yu, suddenly called out by the dark-haired girl, became nervous and hurriedly said, "Ah, this is my cousin Milmes. Milmes, this is my class monitor Yuta." Yu introduced the two to each other. Yuta seemed not to have listened carefully to what Yu said. Her attention was entirely focused on Milmes. Yu broke into a cold sweat as she was worried that this lie would be exposed by the class monitor. Yuta had a strong affinity and keen observational skills, and almost no one could lie in front of her. Every attempt to play tricks in front of her was almost always seen through, which was also why the teachers could confidently appoint her as the class monitor. However, Yu did not think of the class monitor as a friendly person, as she seemed to often find amusement at Yi's expense, which made it one of Yi's greatest wishes to scare the class monitor from behind. After staring at Milmes for a few seconds, Yuta's face broke into a warm smile. She extended her hand and said, "Hello, Milmes." "Hello." Milmes noticed the intense gaze of Yuta as if she were trying to penetrate her CPU. Milmes looked around and did not find any anomalies on her like exposed wires. A few minutes later, the game score results were announced. This game is a shooting game that tests the player's visual observation and agility, where players take on the role of a salted fish character who must defeat incoming zombies one by one within a limited time. The accuracy and remaining health after clearing the game will affect the final score. Although Milmes was playing this game for the first time, she possessed exceptional reflexes and response speed, making the battle almost one-sided. Yuta was no match for her. "Impressive, I concede." Yuta raised her hand, saluting Milmes with a French military salute to express her respect. Yuta twirled a strand of hair and said admiringly, "I never expected your gaming skills to be so strong." Standing aside and watching the PK results on the big screen, Yu remained silent, she had already guessed the outcome. How could a human possibly win against a mechanical girl with built-in artificial intelligence? Rather, seeing Yuta get defeated brought a sense of joy to Yu, as if she had avenged a great grievance. Milmes took off her VR glasses and curiously asked, "Why does Yuta want to play games?" Yuta rolled her eyes and supported her chin with her right hand, saying, "Well, generally it's to relieve stress or something like that." Upon hearing this, Yu awkwardly scratched her head and said in a low voice, "I didn't realize that you, the class monitor, have so much stress." Yu suddenly felt a bit ashamed. She had always thought that Yuta seemed very capable handling everything with ease. Yuta playfully winked and said, "You have no idea how much more there is to me." After saying that, Yuta gracefully turned around and generously handed a basket of game tokens from the table to Milmes. "I'm tired from playing today, so you can enjoy the rest." Yuta waved her hand, seemingly bidding farewell to the two until she leisurely added, I'm going to buy some milk tea. The new store across the street has really good drinks. Upon hearing this, Yu couldn't sit still and hurriedly chased after her, shouting from behind Yuta, Wait, class monitor, I want to go too. Yu ran a short distance before turning back to Milmes, saying, Milmes, you can play by yourself for a while. We'll be back soon. The two figures gradually became smaller, leaving Milmes gazing into the distance. She shook the coins in the basket, producing a crisp, clinking sound. Since there was an opportunity to try out other game machines, she certainly shouldn't miss such a good chance. As a housekeeping robot with a concise, logical thinking process, Milmes naturally had no stress to release. Therefore, what she needed to consider was not what would be fun to play, but rather collecting data on different games. In short, she wanted to play through all of them. However, even a robot could experience decision paralysis. With such a wide variety of machines here, it was difficult to decide where to start. Thus, Milmes generated a virtual dice in her computational circuits to help her decide. The result of the dice roll indicated that she should start from the nearest machine and then sequentially play through each game. Unfortunately, the machine was currently occupied by another player. Milmes decided to stand aside and observe the gameplay of other humans. The player occupying the machine was a young boy who tightly gripped the joystick, his right hand frantically hitting several large red buttons, producing loud clacking sounds. The boy's face was drenched in sweat, indicating that he had been battling here for a while. The boy's progress was not very smooth. He would occasionally be ambushed by suddenly appearing monsters and traps. However, he relied on a dubious method of continuing to grind down those hard-to-defeat enemies. Finally, at the last level, the boy swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the screen, completely unaware of Milmes standing next to him. The final level of the arcade game has always been the longest and most challenging. The pile of coins next to the boy was dwindling rapidly. In the end, he was still defeated by the final boss. The boy instinctively wanted to continue with more coins, but found that none were left. Damn, I was so close. The boy thumped his chest in frustration. He had exhausted all of his pocket money saved up for the week, but still couldn't complete the game. Was his battle really going to end here? Unwilling to accept this, the boy thought he had fought hard to reach the final boss, only to stop in regret. Here you go. A game token appeared before the boy's eyes. The boy, surprised, looked up and saw a white-haired woman. Huh, when did you stand next to me? Milmes did not immediately answer his question, but pointed at the screen, saying, If you don't put in the coin quickly, you won't be able to continue. Yu and Yuta had to wait in line for a while to buy milk tea due to the new store's promotions and good reputation. Yu took a sip, and the sweet and refreshing taste of the milk tea washed away her impatience from waiting in line. She noticed that Yuta was holding a rare matcha milk tea, something she had never seen her drink before. So the class monitor likes matcha-flavored milk tea. Is that a problem? Not at all, I like matcha too. Yuta looked at the matcha milk tea in her hand, and then at Yes chocolate milk tea, feeling puzzled. Speaking of which, aren't you getting a cup for Milmes? She doesn't like it. Yi waved her hand and said, No need, she doesn't drink these. Why would a robot need to drink milk tea? It would be a waste to buy it. If Yi bought an extra for Milmes, she would probably have to deal with it herself when they got back. No matter how good the milk tea was, drinking too much would still be sickening. So, does that mean she doesn't need to drink it? Suddenly Yuta's tone changed. Yu sensed that the atmosphere around Yuta had shifted, becoming somewhat intimidating. She hurriedly explained, What I meant is that she doesn't like milk tea. Yuta stepped closer, leaning in, and subtly asked, Yu, you've never mentioned having a cousin before. Why did you suddenly bring her to the mall? Yu halted her steps, and Yuta stopped as well. Yuta smiled at Yu while a barely perceptible drop of cold sweat trickled down Yu's cheek. Oh no, the look in Yuta's eyes clearly indicated that she suspected Milmes of being problematic, just like when she questioned that student who had stolen something but was desperately defending themselves. If she didn't answer quickly, not only would Milmes' identity be exposed, but Yi's own identity would also be at risk. Yi's mind raced as she thought, as she had to come up with a plausible reason before Yuta's suspicion grew. Perhaps in moments of crisis, the brain's thinking speed does indeed quicken, or maybe years of experience in living in isolation gave Yu a rich imagination. She actually thought of a pretty good excuse. Yu raised her voice and replied, Because my cousin just returned from overseas to take care of me, and she accidentally lost her luggage on the way, so I brought her to buy clothes. But I feel like I'm the one taking care of her most of the time. Yu flailed her arms in a panic, her speech speeding up considerably. Yuta blinked hesitantly, asking, Is that so? After a pause, Yuta said meaningfully, Don't you think your cousin is quite special? Yu took a deep breath of pearl milk tea and then gulped it down. She looked at Yuta with a bewildered expression and asked, Special? Is she special in a silly way? Yuta gazed into the distance where Milmes stood across the hollow center of the building. More or less, it's just a bit hard to fathom her thoughts. Yuta's tone sounded somewhat disappointed. Yu could roughly understand Yuta's feelings. Having been able to read others' minds before encountering someone she couldn't read would certainly lead to some frustration. So Yu comforted her, saying, It's probably because the emotions of the classmates in our class are usually written all over their faces while you class monitor are good at catching those subtle details. So facing Misai, who showed no expression, you felt helpless. Yuta smiled, but said nothing, seemingly agreeing with Yi-Yes' viewpoint. However, from Yi-Yes' perspective, her smile seemed a bit unsettling. To lighten the mood, Yuta suddenly raised her voice and patted Yi-Yes back hard, saying, all right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Yuta resumed her usual gentle demeanor, exuding the aura of a caring big sister. Yuta joked, you and Misai aren't criminals who've committed a crime or spies who need to hide their identities to survive, right? There's nothing to be afraid of. You couldn't agree. While it was a bit different, they indeed needed to hide their identities to live on Earth. Yuta covered her mouth and chuckled. Your expression just now was too funny. I should have recorded it. In that instant, Yu realized. Yuta was just teasing her again, deliberately saying some enigmatic phrases and enjoying the spectacular changes in her expression. This was one of Yuta's usual tricks. When the class monitor needed not only a sense of closeness to her classmates, but also an aura that could intimidate them, Yu was sure that Yuta had played this trick on more than just her. Huh. Yu laughed outwardly, but inwardly, she was complaining, I was really happy before I met you. As they chatted while walking, the two circled back to the vicinity of the arcade, but a conspicuous yellow caution tape had been set up around the outside of the arcade. Yu was very surprised, her eyes filled with concern. In contrast, Yuta appeared quite calm, but her heart was also filled with confusion. Yu looked around and spotted Misai outside the caution tape. She immediately ran towards her, asking with concern, Misai, are you all right? I'm fine. Misai seemed to have no injuries apart from a bit more dust on her. Yu eagerly asked, what on earth happened here? A bomb was discovered here. Yu and Yuta exclaimed in unison, what? A few minutes ago. I did it. The boy excitedly raised his hands, his face filled with joy. With the support of the game currency from Misai, the boy successfully completed the game. The screen began to roll, the ending animation and the fireworks seemed to praise the boy's perseverance and effort. The boy turned his head and said with a radiant smile, thank you. Misai was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected to receive the boy's gratitude. After a few seconds of silence, she replied, no need to thank me. This was a win-win choice. Misai could stand by and more objectively collect data about the game and the emotional fluctuations of humans while playing. The boy had completed the game, gaining a sense of achievement and joy. In fact, based on Misai's observations, all the games in this store were quite simple for her. Her computational ability far exceeded those retro machines. If she were to play, the differences between different games would be akin to moving from counting ants to counting grasshoppers, and not much data would be recorded. However, humans were different. Their basic reflexes were inferior to machines, allowing them to more accurately gather relevant data during gameplay. The boy, still smiling, bid farewell to Misai, but in his excitement, he stumbled and fell on his way. Though he had acquired a few scratches, his expression remained largely unchanged. He simply smiled awkwardly at Misai. Misai picked up the basket, which still contained plenty of game currency. What should she do with it now? Misai began to ponder. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up above Misai's head. She knew exactly where to spend the coins. Misai jogged to the clothing store, where Yu had just helped her pick out clothes. Since Yu was in charge of the money, Misai hadn't paid the clothing store yet, which meant these game coins could come in handy. Upon seeing Misai return, the clerk greeted her with a smile, saying, welcome back. Because the clothing store was only separated by one shop from the game hall, the clerk could clearly see Misai's movements from the front desk. If Misai had any intention of running away, they could immediately notice and wouldn't have to worry about her skipping out. At worst, they could notify the police to arrest her, as surely she couldn't resist them. The front desk clerk wore a business smile, waiting for Misai to pay her bill, but when Misai placed the coins on the counter, she was left dumbfounded. The front desk clerk's eyebrows twitched, and then she spoke slowly, Miss, this is not a toy store. We do not accept game currency. Although a frown appeared on her face, the front desk clerk politely maintained basic etiquette and kindly explained the reason to Misai. Currency on Earth is not universal. Different currencies can be used in different contexts, and Misai's database expanded a little more. After listening to the front desk clerk's explanation, Misai returned to the game hall, but this time, she heard a discordant sound at the junction of the two stores. Beep, beep, beep. It sounded like some kind of electronic clock, and the sound seemed a bit muffled, as if covered by something. Misai looked around. There was nothing resembling an electronic clock in the game hall or the clothing store, so where was the sound coming from? Misai increased the sensitivity of her sound receiver, and amidst the noisy electronic sound effects and the clamor of the crowd, she finally confirmed that the sound came from a trash can in the corner of the game hall. Did I just hear Yes voice? I'm the cousin from overseas. Misai gained some additional information. Misai activated her electronic scanning system, and indeed found a countdown electronic clock beneath a pile of plastic bottles inside the trash can. It seemed to be fixed to some object. Meyer Misai had a bad feeling. According to her database, there was a 95 chance this item was explosives and a 5 chance it was a broken alarm clock. Based on the size of this object and the technological level of Earth civilization, Meyer Misai deduced that it could not harm her, but the other people in the game hall did not possess such resilient physical conditions. Meyer Misai approached the trash can, and this action did not attract much attention. But the next second, an unexpected scene unfolded as she reached her hand into the trash can to search. The most agitated reaction came from the game hall staff, who immediately approached Meyer Misai saying, "Excuse me, please do not disturb the trash can. Doing so will trouble other customers." However, Meyer Misai did not stop as if she hadn't heard. She took out the plastic bottles covering the top one by one, carelessly tossing the empty bottles on the ground, making the whole floor look very unsightly. Seeing that he couldn't persuade this strange customer, the staff decided to call the mall security to have them escort her away. Just as the staff member took out his phone, a bright red object appeared in Meyer Misai's hand. Upon seeing that object, the staff member's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, his phone falling with a thud. Attracted by the sound, some players turned to look at the source, but upon noticing the explosives in Meyer Misai's hand, one player shouted in panic, "There's explosives!" The players who had just been immersed in the gaming world all dropped their controllers and fled for their lives upon hearing this. Meyer Misai turned around calmly, picked up the staff member's phone, and placed it back in his hand. She looked around again, seemingly searching for something. After searching in vain, Meyer Misai walked over to the staff member, who was already too weak to move, and calmly asked, "Excuse me, do you have scissors here?" As a housekeeping robot, Meyer Misai certainly had scissors internally, but taking them out now would immediately expose her identity, so she had to seek external help. The staff member took a few deep breaths, forcing his chaotic mind to calm down. Then he stood up unsteadily and said sternly to Meyer Misai, "Miss, please remain calm. Defusing explosives in the real world is not something that can be resolved by just pressing E. I was going to use scissors." Meyer Misai began to retort, but was pushed away by the staff member, leaving the game hall. Of course, the explosives had to stay. The staff member waved his hand, saying, "Don't think about such fanciful things. I'll call the police right away. They can handle it from here." A few minutes later, the police quickly arrived at the scene, sealing off the game hall and dispatching a professional bomb disposal team to handle the explosives. Back to the present. Yu asked nervously, "Why is there explosives in the game hall?" Meyer Misai shook her head, replying, "I don't know." Meyer Misai turned to glance at the serious-looking police officers and added, "The explosives have been disposed of by the police. There is no longer any threat." Yu wiped the dust off Meyer Misai's face and said with relief, "Fortunately, the bomb didn't explode. Otherwise, whether Meyer Misai was injured or unharmed, she wouldn't have been able to explain. Surely she couldn't tell others that she protected her body using some sort of energy technique, right?" Yu secretly felt relieved. At this moment, Yuta, who was nearby, seemed unwell and clutched her forehead in pain. Meyer Misai asked worriedly, "Yuta, are you okay?" Yuta did not respond and looked very pale. Meyer Misai attempted to support Yuta, but she was gently refused. After a long while, Yuta finally recovered and responded with a gentle smile, "I just lack a bit of sleep. I'm fine." Suddenly, a police officer with a fierce expression approached the three. "I heard from the staff that you discovered the explosives. Could you come with us to the station to take a statement?" Without much small talk, he got straight to the point. "Sure," Meyer Misai replied, following the police officer as Yu watched them leave. Public Security Bureau. Meyer Misai sat on a metal chair, her overly calm demeanor making her stand out among the others nearby. The young man on her left seemed restless and very anxious. The ant on her right looked furious, ready to explode at any moment. This might also explain why others were unwilling to sit between them. At this moment, a police officer approached with a file in hand. "Ma'am, regarding your son breaking the glass in the Public Security Bureau's restroom, our team leader would like to speak with you personally." The ant, who had just been fuming, immediately changed her expression upon seeing the police officer, saying with a very polite attitude, "All right, well, go right away." The ant abruptly grabbed the young man beside her like picking up a bag, angrily saying, "Get up. It's all your fault. You better apologize properly when we meet the team leader, understand?" The young man, looking evasive, weakly replied, "Got it." After they left, the fierce-looking police officer found Meyer Misai and led her to the interrogation room. After Meyer Misai briefly stated the situation, the fierce-looking police officer fell into deep thought. Was this citizen a bit too brave? She actually dared to go barehanded to fish out a bomb. The fierce-looking police officer cleared his throat and said, "We do not encourage the public to take such dangerous actions. If you notice anything unusual, please contact us directly for assistance." Meyer Misai nodded obediently. The fierce-looking police officer recorded the case and the inquiry details into the computer, then asked, "Could you tell me your name and identification number?" Meyer Misai's thoughts paused for 0.1 seconds. The name was fine, but the identification number was essentially the robot serial number, a very important and unique identity verification number. The issue was that Meyer Misai did not have an identification number usable in normal human society. Even if she made up a string of numbers now, it would be immediately exposed when the police checked the information. At this point, she could only resort to that method. Officer Ryan meticulously recorded everything that Milmes had just said and entered it into the document. If their investigation was without flaws, this was already the fourth explosion case, including this one. The first incident occurred at a garbage dump, burning only a small portion of items without causing any casualties. The second took place in a park corner, causing damage to a small area, leaving burnt grass as evidence. The third incident happened in the changing area of a swimming pool, fortunately, when there were few people, and the explosion only resulted in minor injuries to 2 or 3 individuals. The fourth incident occurred in an arcade, and the location chosen by the perpetrator was gradually moving closer to crowds, necessitating greater efforts from the police to investigate the case and prevent more casualties. This perpetrator is extremely cunning, selecting locations for the crimes that are almost devoid of surveillance or in surveillance blind spots, and leaving few traces for them to investigate, resulting in slow progress on the case. The only good news is that the explosion in the fourth case was timely discovered by a concerned citizen, allowing it to be stopped. Otherwise, it is uncertain how many people would have been affected. However, the woman before Officer Ryan gave him a strange feeling, as if she were not from this world. Her composure in the face of this crisis was too calm, and there were no apparent emotional fluctuations when she recounted the events, which was truly unusual. Of course, as a competent Officer, Ryan would not view Milmes with unusual eyes. In a very calm tone, Officer Ryan asked, "Can you tell me your name and ID number?" "Is there a problem? I feel a bit thirsty. Can I go get some water first?" Milmes' gaze was erratic, and this statement severely violated her logical circuit, making her very uncomfortable. "There's no need to be so tense. Oh, just relax a little." Officer Ryan pointed to the doorway. Although his eyes were fierce, his tone was not even somewhat gentle. "Turn left after you go out, and you will see the water dispenser." Milmes left the interrogation room somewhat stiffly. Watching her leave, Officer Ryan let out a sigh of relief. The other party was just an ordinary person with a thick skin, probably still not completely recovered from what had just happened, which allowed her to appear so composed. After being asked for her name, she finally remembered that she was just an ordinary citizen, and to relieve her tension, she wanted to drink some water. After confirming that no one was paying attention to her, Milmes quietly pressed her palm against the broadband interface connecting to the police network. Milmes' data entity bypassed the firewall, heading straight for the archive center, and then began to create a new folder. After for seconds, Milmes successfully established her own human file on Earth, allowing her to live legally on Earth. A little over a minute later, Milmes returned to the interrogation room with a paper cup filled with water. At this time, Officer Ryan was sorting through whether the locations of the incidents had any correlations, perhaps to deduce the next location where the perpetrator might strike. Noticing that Milmes had returned, Officer Ryan kindly asked, "Do you feel better now?" Milmes scratched her head and replied, "Probably." "Now can you tell me your name and ID number?" "My name is Milmes and my ID number is..." Officer Ryan entered the identity information into the computer and then obtained the following data. Name: Milmes, gender female, age 20, health status healthy, current residence 707 Mu Li Avenue, Chien Mu Town, relationship cousin Yu, personal experience overseas student. After confirming Milmes' identity, Officer Ryan asked a few more questions related to the case, but after not gaining much information, he let Milmes leave. In the corridor, Milmes encountered a burly police officer, but what impressed her more was the bump on his head, which was covered with a bandage adorned with a flower pattern. He seemed to be engrossed in reviewing documents and did not notice Milmes passing by. Outside the police station, Yu was pacing back and forth at the entrance, seemingly holding something additional besides the clothes she had bought not long ago. "Yu, have you been waiting outside for a long time?" Yu casually replied, "Not really, just a few minutes." "Is that a cage you're holding?" Milmes noticed that Yu was carrying a small black cage, which also had a water feeder and a food bowl attached. "Yes." Yu displayed the cage in front of Milmes and then said somewhat shyly, "Since I've decided to raise it, I have to take full responsibility. I thought you would just get rid of it. But don't expect me to take care of it. The responsibility of raising it is yours." After saying that, Yu tossed the cage to Milmes. Milmes quickly caught the cage and smiled, "I will. All right, let's hurry back. We should still make it in time for the last bus." Yu took off in a swift stride toward the nearest bus stop. Milmes hesitated for a moment before quickly following her. Milmes quickly caught up with Yu, who was already panting, as she was not very good at sports. "Yu, do you need me to carry you while running? You look tired." Hearing this, Yu suddenly felt a surge of strength and firmly refused. "No. That's too embarrassing." "Then let me help you carry those bags." "Thank you very much." Yu immediately let go of her hand, and the bags flew out due to inertia, which Milmes managed to catch in time. Fortunately, the two of them barely caught the bus and successfully returned home. As soon as they returned home, Yu dashed into her bedroom without even taking off her shoes, slamming the door behind her. Milmes leaned against the door, hearing the sound of Yu rapidly writing something indicating that she was indeed very busy. Milmes kindly asked, "Yu, can I help with your homework? Perhaps I can assist." Yi did not hesitate and immediately shouted through the door, "No, it's just copying work, and our handwriting will surely differ a lot." Milmes waited at the door for a while before reluctantly leaving. At this moment in Yi's room, the bookshelf in the room was filled with many comics, and the walls were adorned with posters of anime characters. Even the pillows on the bed were long ones printed with anime characters. Yi was focused on her desk writing furiously, but what she was writing was not homework, but rather illustration drafts. This was Yi's source of income. Yi's Earth identity was still that of a high school freshman, a standard underage student. She would not be able to legally work until she was of age, so legally obtaining money became a major concern for Yi. Fortunately, Yi had a talent for drawing, enabling her to create illustrated books for various doujin circles in exchange for remuneration. However, despite being an alien, Yi was very similar to humans and also suffered from serious procrastination. Yi often procrastinated until just a few days before deadlines, at which point she would rush to complete her work. This was the true reason behind her failing the last exam. Indeed, during those days, she was frantically finishing her drafts and had no extra time to review, and in her fatigue, she even fell asleep during the exam, leading to a sudden drop in her grades. But Yi never expected that just one failing grade would bring her unimaginable trouble. Yi tilted her head back as the prolonged bowing had put a strain on her neck, causing her little leaf on top to droop lifelessly. Leaning against the back of her chair, the soft support felt like a bed slowly pulling Yi's consciousness into slumber. It felt so relaxing, so comfortable. Oh, she just wanted to sleep. The room was quiet for a few minutes with only Yi's faint breathing sound. Suddenly Yi awoke with a start, hurriedly pushing her chair forward. "No, I haven't finished drawing yet. I need to reach at least 60 today, or I won't make it." Yi's eyes turned into little spirals as she seemed to be somewhat disoriented. The characters she saw looked like crooked worms, and the images on her drafts were covered with large blurs, making everything unclear. Yi immediately stopped drawing and became conflicted. She actually knew a method that could significantly reduce her workload, but it could potentially harm her in the process and needed to be used cautiously. With the pen between her lips and her hands supporting her cheeks, Yi hesitated in her mind. Should I let Milmes help me draw? Her drawing speed shouldn't be slow, as she might even surpass me. Yi closed her eyes, feeling very troubled with the voices of demons and angels whispering in her ears. Hurry, hurry. With me, Milmes help, I can finish all these drafts tonight. A little demon version of Yi whispered nearby. No. The contents of these drafts are too terrible. What if Milmes sees them and thinks I'm a terrible girl? The little angel with a halo shouted from the other side. Milmes is a robot, she won't care about such things. The demon said languidly. You can't think like that. Milmes is a friend. She also has feelings of sadness and joy. The angel stamped her foot, seemingly complaining about Yi's indecisiveness. But if I finish the drafts early, I can go watch cartoons. The demon poked the angel's face. Cartoons. I want to watch too. The angel's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Thus the demon Yi and the angel Yi flew away from Yi's mind, leaving her to endure the struggle herself. Two unreliable characters leaving me behind to watch cartoons. Yi sighed helplessly. After a struggle, Yi ultimately decided to rely on her own strength to complete this task. Besides, this work had been delayed until today because of her procrastination, or it was truly not appropriate to let Milmes bear the burden for her. Yi slapped her face hard, then raised her right fist with spirit, shouting, "Tonight, I will finish 80. After half an hour of effort, Yi still could not resist the temptation of sleep and dozed off at her desk. The vast and azure sky, accompanied by a refreshing and pleasant breeze on such a sunny day, brings forth a joyful mood. However, Yi appeared quite haggard, as if she had been beaten in the middle of the night. Milmes walked alongside Yi, heading to school together. However, seeing Yi in such a state, Milmes, who was helping carry her backpack, couldn't help but feel worried. Is the teacher they are to meet today such a terrifying person? Yi seems to be genuinely frightened. At the school gate, a discipline committee member stood, checking whether the students' attire was in compliance. Students trickled into the school. Some were stopped at the entrance for not finishing their breakfast. Their walk together ended near the school gate, with the time for communicating with the teacher scheduled after school. Yi brought Milmes here in advance, just to show her the way. Let me take the backpack. Come back here at 5 in the afternoon. As Yi took the backpack, she felt the weight of knowledge, and for a moment her body leaned forward. Yi adjusted her collar and the hem of her clothes, ensuring everything was in order before walking up to the discipline committee member. Upon seeing Yi, the committee member seemed startled and instinctively took a step back, ultimately saying nothing and allowing Yi to pass. Milmes pondered for a moment, realizing she had never collected information at the school before. Since she was already there, why not take a look inside? However, as soon as Milmes stepped inside, she was stopped by the security guard, who pushed her out like a cabinet. Sorry, no unauthorized personnel are allowed during class hours. Milmes stood at the entrance for a while, noticing the surrounding walls and the surveillance cameras above. Climbing over the wall might not be appropriate, as she should consider other options. Milmes slowly left the guard's line of sight, activating her stealth module in an unnoticed alley. In an instant, her crimson eyes shifted to a sapphire hue, her body cloaked in optical camouflage, making her appear invisible to the average person. Although she couldn't evade radars or thermal sensors, she blended well into the school environment. Milmes boldly walked past the guard this time, without being stopped. Ye's school covered a vast area with the junior high section to the east, the high school section to the west, and a playground in the middle that seemed to be shared. The school had many buildings of varying functions, including office buildings, teaching buildings, dormitories, etc., each with unique shapes and characteristics. At this stage, it became a difficult choice. Milmes decided to employ her previous strategy, letting the dice help her make a decision. Milmes almost explored the entire school before finally arriving at the teaching building on the west side. Milmes' side, the school facilities on Earth are really abundant. Just cataloging the names of each classroom took Milmes nearly an hour, and in some areas like the chemistry lab, it was impossible to gather sufficient information to understand its full purpose due to the lack of current users. Before she knew it, Milmes arrived outside class 3 of the first year of high school. Through the window, she spotted Yu, who was sleeping with her head down. Yu propped up her books to hide the fact that she was slacking off. A bit behind her, Yuta was seriously listening to the lesson and meticulously taking notes. In the farthest corner of the classroom, in the last row by the window, sat a red-haired student, her thoughts seemingly drifting away from the classroom. The red-haired girl gazed out the window, completely oblivious to the teacher's instruction. The teacher seemed accustomed to her behavior and paid no extra attention, simply continuing the lesson. As the sun gradually moved from east to west, approaching evening, Milmes arrived at the school gate, waiting for Yu to finish her classes. However, Milmes waited for a long time without seeing Yu come out. Most other students had already left, leaving only a few people in the school. Milmes walked past the school gate again, and the security guard stopped her once more. The security guard touched his hat and said helplessly, "Miss, could you not make this difficult for me? I really don't want to trouble you. I need to go in to find someone." Milmes appeared anxious. She didn't know what had happened to Yu and whether she was safe. Even though they had only met for a few days, Milmes was not the kind of cold-hearted robot who would turn a blind eye to such a situation. After all, Yu had provided her with a temporary place to stay and energy supply, which was already a great favor for a robot. The security guard did not immediately allow Milmes to pass, but instead asked suspiciously, "Who are you looking for?" "Yu from class 3, I am her cousin." The guard's attitude shifted instantly, smiling as he said, "Oh, you are a relative of the student. You should have said so earlier." Before the guard could finish speaking, Milmes impatiently ran toward the teaching building, hoping that Yu was safe and sound. Although schools are generally safe places, the possibility of encountering danger is not zero. The worst-case scenario would be that Yi's alien identity was exposed and she was captured by certain Earthlings. It was even possible that she had already been placed on an operating table prepared for dissection. Rushing up the stairs and through the corridor, Milmes arrived at the classroom at the fastest speed her current mode could achieve. Then she saw Yu sleeping soundly and a female teacher standing beside her, looking embarrassed as she gazed at Yu, her face filled with awkwardness. Seeing that Yu was fine, Milmes' tense nerves relaxed. The female teacher also noticed Milmes rushing in and smiled as she asked, "Excuse me, are you Yi's guardian?" Milmes nodded and said, "I am her cousin Milmes." The woman before her appeared very dignified, her simple makeup enhancing her approachable aura. The black glasses added a touch of intellectual charm, making her seem like a teacher who wouldn't intimidate students. But Milmes knew not to judge by appearances. Yi's behavior that morning was the best evidence. In front of this teacher, Milmes felt she needed to proceed with caution. The female teacher was unaware that in Milmes' mind, she had switched from a human to someone who needed to be kept at bay. She felt Milmes' gaze turning more fierce. The female teacher took a deep breath and calmly said, "My name is Yali Smith, and I am Yi's language teacher." Yali briefly introduced herself to Milmes, then extended her right hand, saying, "So, Miss Milmes, I would like to talk to you about Yi's recent situation." Yali looked worriedly at Yu, and then said seriously, "Just like today, Yu has had this condition before falling asleep and not waking during class. Is it because of disputes or other issues at home that prevent her from resting well?" Yali earnestly met Milmes' gaze, not wanting her to evade the question. Milmes thought for a moment. There hadn't been any disputes, but there had been frightful incidents. "I recently got a pet mouse. Is it because of that?" Yali was taken aback by this answer, wiping the sweat from her brow, saying, "Probably not. After all, who would be scared to the point of losing their mind over a pet mouse?" Suddenly feeling a bit cold, Yu instinctively curled up her body. Yali did not immediately give up, but instead changed her approach, asking, What about Yi's other family members? Parents or grandparents, do they argue?" "No one else is here." Milmes shook her head. Yali felt a wave of pressure and unconsciously started fiddling with her hair. Could it be that Yi's family is gone? Although Yali did not deliberately think in this direction, Yi's state was truly making her uneasy. With a mindset of trying her luck, Yali continued asking, "Does not being here mean they are working outside?" "I have never seen them. Oh, I just returned from overseas recently." Yali became more convinced of her earlier speculation and gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Milmes' appearance clearly did not resemble that of a local, and she looked quite different from Yiyu, making it highly likely that she had come to care for Yiyu after losing her guardians. Yiyu's dispirited demeanor and swollen eyes also testified to this, and no wonder her responses were hesitant and unwilling when asked about these matters. In hindsight, she must have suffered a significant emotional blow, making her reluctant to speak. Yali said solemnly, "I understand the situation. I will pay more attention to Yiyu's feelings from now on." Yali took out a document containing most students' and parents' phone numbers. Holding a pen, she asked, "Could I have your phone number? It would be easier for me to contact you later." "I don't have one." Milmes shook her head. "Did you lose your phone?" "I don't have a phone either." Yali felt quite frustrated. Milmes' luck was truly poor, having just arrived in Chinmu town and already lost her phone. Yali expressed her regret, saying, "That's really unfortunate. If you get a new number later, please remember to have Yiyu tell me." "Okay." Yali left the classroom, leaving only Milmes and Yiyu. Now what needed to be done was to take Yiyu home. Faced with the choice of carrying the sleeping Yiyu or waking her up to walk on her own, Milmes chose the latter. Milmes deliberately circled her finger on Yiyu's leaves, an action that would make Yiyu feel ticklish. This was a small act of revenge, as this Vitia alien had made Milmes worry for a while. Indeed, Yiyu couldn't help but scratch the itch waking up from her slumber. The first reaction of Yiyu upon waking was to shield her head with her leaves, then she angrily shouted like a wild wolf, "Who is it?" What appeared before Yiyu was Milmes' dazed expression, along with the reflection of her slightly flushed face in Milmes' eyes. Yiyu suddenly stood up from his chair, exclaiming in surprise, "Why is Milmes here?" Milmes pointed towards the school gate and said, "Because you didn't show up at the agreed time, I came to find you." Yiyu swallowed hard and weakly asked, "What time is it now?" "The sun has set." Milmes didn't have a timing function, or rather she hadn't synchronized it with Earth's 24-hour cycle. Yiyu immediately took out his phone and saw that it was almost 6 o'clock. Yiyu held his head in despair and shouted, "Oh no, how did I sleep until now?" If only he hadn't continued to draw after waking up in the middle of the night yesterday, today wouldn't have turned out like this. Yiyu's spirits plummeted as he anxiously pulled Milmes, saying, "We need to find the teacher and explain." Yiyu tugged once, but Milmes remained motionless, as solid as a rock. Milmes said incredulously, "The teacher has already talked to me. She seems to have forgiven you." Although Milmes sensed this, she wasn't clear on the details of how it happened or what teacher Yali was thinking. But it didn't seem to matter. Yiyu, incredulous, widened his eyes and asked, "Huh? Why?" Milmes shrugged and made a face of confusion, saying, "I don't know." The two bewildered individuals looked at each other, and after more than 10 seconds, they still couldn't come to any conclusion. Suddenly, Yiyu's stomach growled, and he turned away embarrassed. "What do you think would be good to eat tonight?" After buying the ingredients needed for dinner on the way home, Milmes began discussing the red-haired girl. Milmes felt the unique atmosphere around her. She was out of place with the entire class, and even the whole school exuding an air of do not disturb. Curiously, Milmes asked, "Yiyu, do you know about the red-haired classmate in our class?" "Red-haired?" Yiyu paused for a few seconds, and then suddenly realized, "You mean Pavia? Her rumors are quite famous in school." "Rumors?" Yiyu said nonchalantly. "I heard that she was a troublemaker in middle school, even sending a classmate to the hospital, and that classmate still hasn't recovered." Yiyu licked his ice cream and continued, "During the time we've been in the same class, I haven't felt she was that bad." Yiyu recalled Pavia's role in her school life. If Yiyu's school memories were an apple, her impressions of Pavia would only be the size of a few seeds. In contrast, other classmates would always take a detour when seeing Pavia, their expressions filled with terror, as if they had encountered the demonic king. Yiyu didn't care about these rumors, but she also didn't want to get involved, so she rarely interacted with Pavia. As Yiyu spoke, she suddenly sensed something was off, jumping back in surprise. "Wait, how do you know about Pavia? And you even know she's in the same class as me?" "I used stealth mode to enter the school and saw you and your classmates." Milmes honestly told Yiyu everything, as there was no need for concealment. Cold sweat trickled down Yiyu's face as she asked softly, "Did you also see me sleeping in class?" Milmes bluntly replied, "Yes, you were sleeping soundly and happily." Yiyu felt that she had lost face enough as she wanted to find a frozen tofu to crash into and die, as she didn't want Milmes to know she was such a careless person. However, Milmes didn't notice the subtle change in Yiyu's expression and continued to ask, "What impression does Pavia usually give you?" "Her." Because Milmes' focus was not on herself, Yiyu suddenly felt a sense of relief, yet mixed with a bit of displeasure. Yiyu pondered, gesturing with her right hand, while stating what she could think of regarding Pavia. "She comes to class on time every day. Although she doesn't absorb much, she doesn't disrupt the classroom order either. The impression she gives me is just that of a student who doesn't want to study." Those rumors seemed like online jokes to Yiyu. Although many students in school believed them, Yiyu preferred to trust her own eyes. If Pavia were really the kind of person described in the rumors, she would have left a much deeper impression on Yiyu. Pavia's experience of being isolated by others also reminded Yiyu of herself. Yiyu revealed a somewhat melancholic expression and quietly said, Perhaps it's because I'm a Vitia alien, while everyone else is just Earthlings, so to me they all seem similar. For Earthlings, you might be the most out of place one. She was an anomaly, something that shouldn't exist on this planet. Milmes gazed at the flower bed by the roadside where an evening primrose mingled among the jasmine flowers. Although it looked quite out of place, it seemed to blend in. Do you dislike Earthlings, Yiyu? Yiyu smiled and proudly said, I wouldn't say dislike, I even have two that I like quite a bit. Yiyu looked up at the starry sky, filled with shining stars. During the time when I first arrived on Earth, I received a lot of help from Yuta and Vivian. Thanks to them, I was able to smoothly integrate into the life circle of Earthlings. As she said this, Yiyu felt a sense of nostalgia for the past, and the leaves above her gently swayed. After Yiyu mentioned them, Milmes began to ponder about Yuta. Although Milmes hadn't interacted with Yuta for long, she vaguely felt that Yuta was not an ordinary person different from the passers-by she usually encountered. But this was just a feeling. Milmes had no concrete evidence to prove Yuta's uniqueness, so she temporarily set aside this thought. Milmes speculated, do they know that you are a Vitia alien? Yiyu shook her head and immediately rebutted, no, I dare not tell anyone. Currently, only you know about this matter. Yiyu quietly averted her gaze and spoke in a slightly shy tone. To be honest, since you came, I don't feel as lonely as before. This is the truth. Although Milmes is not a Vitia alien, at least she, like Yiyu, comes from another planet. Both are lonely beings unable to find kin on Earth. Although Yuta and Vivian are very kind to me, I know we are ultimately from different worlds, and there are many things I cannot share with them, such as... Yiyu pressed her lips together and trembled as she said, the fact that Vitia has already been destroyed. Milmes was suddenly stunned like a clock that had stopped, unable to move, as if those words had caused her great distress. Yiyu also halted her steps, drawing circles on the ground with her small foot. If only time could rewind, I wish I hadn't quarreled with my family. Yiyu remembered the cardboard castle she built with her sister, the warm sweater her mother knitted for her, and the times her father took her to climb the highest mountain on Vitia Star. She recalled many things, even the bad memories faded away with time. Yiyu still remembered the appearance of her family, but their features gradually blurred with the passage of time. Though she tried desperately to hold on to these memories, they quietly slipped away from Yiyu's mind. Her emotions grew more intense, her voice rising. Why didn't I get along well with my family? Why am I still alive? Why didn't I die with them in that disaster? Yiyu clenched her fists only to slowly release them. I have questioned myself countless times, but no one can answer me. Milmes didn't know what to say to comfort Yiyu. Lacking the comforting modules of medical robots, she struggled to find effective words. But if she said nothing, she feared Yiyu's mental state would continue to deteriorate, which was a sight she did not want to witness. Milmes turned her head away, her expression complex, as she said, if you had died on Vitia Star, I would never have had the chance to meet you. Milmes' expression was rarely conflicted, and upon seeing it, some of Yiyu's sadness was alleviated. Huh. Yiyu seemed amused by Milmes' earnestness, as her previous sorrow seemed to dissipate. Yiyu knew that Milmes could not truly comfort her, but time had passed for so long that she had begun to forget the events. Yiyu simply wanted someone to listen, to let her express everything, so that the feelings she had accumulated could find solace. After speaking, she felt much better. Suddenly Yiyu laughed joyfully, leaving Milmes puzzled, tilting her head in wonder. Are you okay? I'm fine. Yiyu covered her mouth, chuckling softly. There's no need to worry too much, those are all things of the past. I just want to live well on Earth now. Yiyu smiled at Milmes, hoping to alleviate her worries. She took a bite of the crispy skin, and the sweet taste of chocolate spread throughout her mouth. Yiyu said cheerfully, and now I have you to be my family. Yiyu had already planned many things to do with Milmes, many of which she had not had the chance to do with her family before. We can go skiing, and we can go to the beach. Though I can't swim, we can do many fun things together. Yiyu looked forward to the future, eager to create more beautiful memories with her friends on Earth. But in the next moment, Milmes' almost heartless words shattered Yiyu's fantasy. If my flight propulsion system is restored, or if I find a way to leave Earth. Milmes' words struck Yiyu like a bolt from the blue, seemingly disregarding her feelings as she laid bare the issues Yiyu would inevitably face. The chocolate suddenly tasted bitter. Yiyu realized what Milmes' words implied. Her next thought was, Milmes would leave. I will soon be leaving. Like a cruel joke of fate, Yiyu had anticipated Milmes' words, yet it was still the last thing she wanted to hear. You are leaving? Yiyu's voice brimmed with disappointment and sorrow, fully aware that ultimately Milmes and she were still different. Milmes was only here because she could not leave Earth. Milmes had a home to return to while she no longer had one. With this thought, tears welled in the corners of Yiyu's eyes, but she lowered her head, ensuring Milmes wouldn't perceive her fleeting sadness. It's okay, I just come back to see me occasionally. This sentence ultimately remained unspoken, stuck in Yiyu's throat. Perhaps to Yiyu this sentence was the final farewell. Her nose tinged with sadness, she let out a faint sob before quickly wiping her nose discreetly, completing those small actions. Yiyu feigned calm, forcing a smile as she said, but we can still go skiing together, right? Milmes did not respond, as she would not give Yiyu a promise that might not be fulfilled. Milmes' silence heightened the unease in Yi's heart. Why are you not speaking? Milmes approached Yi looking at her trembling form. Milmes said earnestly, after I leave you take care of yourself. Yi covered her ears not wanting to hear Milmes' voice any longer. Milmes raised her hand seemingly wanting to soothe Yi, but was forcefully interrupted. Don't be so gentle with me, it will only make it harder for me to let you go. Yi stepped back and Milmes took a step forward until there was less than 20 centimeters between them, leaving Yi with nowhere to retreat. Then Yi closed her eyes, feeling an odd sense of calm within. Was it all meaningless now? Yi, I will ultimately part ways with you. Milmes seemed to see nothing, her expression as blank as a true machine as she pronounced those judgment-like words. Such cruel words shattered the fragile wall Yi had just managed to build, and her emotions spiraled completely out of control. I don't want to hear it. Why do you have to say these things to me? Yi shouted, tearing her inner voice out in a heart-wrenching cry. Yi desperately pounded her fists against Milmes' chest, and Milmes bore it all, not flinching at all. The final roar drained Yi of all her strength, and she slumped to the ground, as if everything had been decided, no matter what the truth she dreaded would eventually come. I don't want to hear it. Yi's heart was in chaos, her mind a tangled mess, as she had had enough of this life. So, suddenly Milmes reached out her hand towards Yi. Before leaving, I will always stay by your side. What did you say? Yi stared blankly at the hand extended before her. She couldn't believe her ears, let alone take the hand. Milmes crouched down to meet Yi's gaze, looking at her with sincere eyes. I will always be with you until I leave Earth. Milmes' gaze lingered on Yi, as she couldn't let Yi live alone in that desolate house. Perhaps their acquaintance was brief, but meeting in the vast sea of people was a kind of fate. Yi's lips trembled slightly, yet no sound came out. You are not the only outsider on Earth. I am the same as you. Yi stood there stiffly, her right hand slowly rising before quietly retracting. She reached out again, only to stop, once more her inner turmoil reflected in her actions. Milmes smiled, gently, patiently waiting for Yi to respond. Finally Yi mustered her courage, as she chose not to take Milmes' hand, but to embrace her directly. It turned out that the robot's body was so warm. Milmes paused for a few seconds, responding to Yi's anticipation with an embrace. Yi nestled against Milmes' chest, her embrace felt like a warm harbor providing a home for the drifting ship. Yi turned her head away and muttered as if complaining, I thought you were leaving soon. Milmes replied earnestly, according to calculations, Earth will need at least another 372 years to develop the technology to repair the flight propulsion system. Milmes calmly shared her conclusion with Yi based on various intelligence gathered recently, including, but not limited to, field investigations and television information. Moreover, the rocket development cycle is long, making it impossible to estimate the next launch time. Yi didn't quite understand, but she keenly captured the key information, that due to Earth's backwardness, Milmes would have to stay for a long time. For the first time, Yi felt that the slow development of technology was something to be happy about. Although many convenient tools had been lost, at least she gained a friend. Know the company of family. Perhaps it wasn't just a friend or a family member, but a special bond of some kind. Warm ripples emerged in Yi's heart, and a feeling of warmth arose as she smiled and asked, so we can stay together for a long time, right? Milmes nodded, saying, it should be. If Milmes' chip hadn't made any errors, there wouldn't be an opportunity to leave Earth for at least a year. However, life is always full of surprises, and no one can predict it. Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, then shall we go skiing? If there is an opportunity. On the way back, a light rain started to fall, so the two hurried back to collect the clothes that had been hung outside. Yi, holding the collected clothes, said with relief, luckily we came back in time, we only got a few drops of water. Then Yi noticed Milmes looking at a phone advertisement, which exaggerated the convenience of phones and the significance of using them. By some strange coincidence, Milmes suddenly blurted out, Yi, I need a phone. Yi rolled her eyes and said with a hint of anger, no way, do you really believe what they say on TV? Yeah. Milmes shook her head and replied, no, but teacher Yuli wants my phone number. Indeed, it would be very inconvenient in this era without a phone. However, Yi also agreed with Milmes' desire for a phone, but reality didn't allow her to do so. Yi shouted in despair, I have no money. She opened her deflated wallet, which was empty inside. It was harsh, but it was the truth. On Earth, one cannot move without money, and this fact doesn't change, even for an alien. Milmes didn't think much and proposed, I can work. Yi looked at Milmes with a doubtful expression, hesitantly asking, is that okay? Yi also doubted her own sanity. Clearly Milmes was a household robot, yet up until now she hadn't done a single proper household chore. Milmes declared confidently, it will be fine. She added, if it's just Yi alone, it would be terrible if something happened to her. Especially since Yi seemed often busy with homework, causing both mental and physical fatigue, making one genuinely worried. Even a robot wouldn't tire itself out like this. Yi defiantly waved her fists and exclaimed angrily, don't start cursing me so soon. Yi's eyes shifted, and she quickly calmed down. But you're right, we can't put all our eggs in one basket. Yi skeptically proposed, how about you try cooking dinner? This wasn't an excuse for Yiyu to slack off. It was an opportunity for Milmes to showcase herself. If she could handle even the hardest skill of cooking, then future household tasks could be entrusted to her. Even if tonight's dinner turned out disastrous, they could always resort to instant noodles with some sausage and eggs. The moment Milmes picked up the knife, Yiyu suddenly felt a sense of pressure, as if the knife was cutting not through vegetables, but through her own neck. Yiyu fearfully touched her neck and sighed in relief. For some reason, she found Milmes' demeanor with the knife somewhat frightening, as if she were a born killer. However, it might have been because Milmes' cutting skills were so poor that tomato juice splattered all over her, making the scene look somewhat bloody. Yet when cutting the second tomato, Milmes' technique had improved somewhat. At least there wasn't juice flying everywhere, just uneven pieces. The scene of cracking the eggs was even more unbearable. Yiyu still couldn't understand how Milmes managed to completely shatter a whole egg, leaving the egg liquid filled with tiny shell fragments. Milmes turned on the gas stove, heated the iron pan, then added oil, tomato pieces, and eggshell liquid, turning the heat up high and stirring them together with a spatula. Yiyu crossed her arms and leaned closer to Milmes, glancing sideways into the pan. It couldn't be described as needing improvement. It was utterly terrible, likely making even Cthulhu wary. Yiyu reflexively took a step back, her expression quite dramatic. Milmes seemed unaware of the problem and continued on her culinary journey. Finally, it's time for seasoning. Milmes picked up the spatula, ready to pour in a spoonful of soy sauce. Suddenly, Yiyu grabbed Milmes' right hand and covered her face, saying, "Don't continue trampling on the dignity of the food." Yiyu ultimately couldn't bear to watch any longer. She couldn't understand the definition of food for the Freudian star. Was this really what Freudian people ate? Did they have a serious problem with their taste? Yiyu didn't have the time to think about this. She just wanted to eat normal cooking tonight. As for the pile of things Milmes produced, though it was a bit regrettable, it could only be thrown into the non-recyclable waste bin. Yiyu even suspected she misclassified it, and that it should have gone into the toxic and harmful waste bin instead. Yiyu paused for a moment, then asked anxiously, "Milmes, is the food you normally make for your owner like this?" Milmes recalled what her owner usually looked like while eating, and the few bags around her were almost all from other star systems. "My owner likes to ask me to go to various planets to buy local specialties. I have never cooked for her." Yiyu wasn't sure if she had misheard or misunderstood, so she asked, "So you are a housekeeper robot that can't cook?" "Currently, yes." Yiyu slapped her forehead hard and then sighed helplessly. What she had picked up was not a housekeeper robot. It was a silly but extremely strong machine that was hard to describe. "I can learn it. I just need time." Milmes gestured with her finger, saying, "Yesterday, I learned to make a dish by following a cooking show. I can make this one now." Yi's eyes lit up with curiosity, asking, "Oh, what dish?" Milmes proudly announced the name of the dish: French red wine, braised venison. Yi was instantly petrified and then shattered into bits. After dinner, Yi, as usual, plunged into the task of doing homework, leaving Milmes in the living room watching TV. However, this time, Milmes had a clearer goal in the information she was collecting. She was seriously searching for various job advertisements to find a suitable job. Unfortunately, the jobs available were either too far away or unsuitable, leaving Milmes at a loss. Moreover, the TV could only show one channel at a time, greatly reducing the speed of information acquisition and easily leading to overlapping advertisements aired at the same time. Thus, Milmes made a bold decision. Milmes went under the table, found the broadband interface along the data cable, unplugged it, and replaced it with her own data cable. Following the network cable, Milmes accessed the internet, where the information was more abundant and chaotic, perhaps allowing her to find the job information she was seeking. However, Milmes still underestimated the vastness of the internet. Most of the information was complicated and trivial, which even her processing system could not quickly filter through, resulting in information overload. Milmes had not encountered such a problem before when accessing the networks of other civilizations, and she speculated that it was due to the poor categorization and management of information data in Earth civilization. Milmes retracted her data cable. She needed to find a medium to narrow down the information delivery speed, and a phone might be a good choice. Just as Milmes reconnected the TV's data cable, an advertisement popped up on the screen, catching her attention. At 3 a.m, Yi dragged her heavy body out of the bedroom. Although she had slept for a long time at school today, the high-intensity work to meet deadlines still left her feeling utterly exhausted. Thick dark circles marked Yi's face, and the leaves on her head drooped listlessly. Every part of her body testified to her fatigue. The good news was that her progress on the drawing had significantly accelerated, with only about 10 left to complete. However, upon entering the living room, Yi sensed something amiss. The living room was as quiet as ever, but it seemed to lack something. When Yi turned on the light, she discovered that the living room was completely empty. Where did Milmes go? Yi's drowsiness vanished in an instant, replaced by anxiety and concern. As a robot, Milmes would not need to go to the bathroom. Charging could be done in the living room without the need to go outside. The whole place was small. Where could Milmes be? Yi was puzzled, growing increasingly anxious. Suddenly, she noticed a piece of paper weighted down by a cup on the table, which seemed to have something written on it. Yi picked up the note, and the content gradually calmed her frayed nerves. To Yiyu, I am going to participate in the King of Cruise competition to win its prize money. Moreover, I have already learned many Earth dishes. Please buy the ingredients in advance for whatever you want to eat, and I will make them for you as soon as I return. Although it's not a phone number, you can use this code UW001 to call me if needed. I am compatible with Earth's communication system. Meyer Misai left. The handwriting was very neat and beautiful, as if it had been printed by a fax machine. After reading the note, Yiyu shook her head and smiled, saying, "You promised to stay with me. How could you start running around so soon?" Looking at this simple yet sincere letter, Yiyu felt no resentment towards Meyer Misai. She only had one thought: I will cheer for you during the competition. Yi's leaves swayed happily. Under the pitch-black night, Meyer Misai walked along a desolate path. Dark clouds concealed the bright moon in the sky, and the cold night wind howled through the empty alley, producing eerie sounds. Meyer Misai stopped in a dilapidated area. This should be the place. Meyer Misai looked around. She had arrived at a remote corner of a town where abandoned buildings covered in moss appeared like huge monsters in the faint moonlight. In the center of these structures, several beams of white light focused on a conspicuous red X on the ground. Its obviousness made it somewhat perplexing. Was it a trap or an intentional setup by the competition organizers? The only way to discover the answer was to stand on it. Meyer Misai walked straight towards the red X, standing in the center of the light. Just a few seconds after Meyer Misai stepped onto the red X, the surrounding lights suddenly went out, plunging the entire area into pitch darkness. In this dark night, footsteps approached from behind Meyer Misai, gradually getting closer until she felt something hard pressed against her back. "Another poor lamb, deceived by advertisements," a middle-aged man said coldly. "If you want to leave a live hand over 100 yuan, or don't blame me for being rude." The middle-aged man exuded an intimidating presence. If one could see his expression, it would surely be fierce. Meyer Misai remained calm, replying coolly, "I am here to participate in the King of Cruise competition." The middle-aged man sneered and responded in a disdainful tone, "Did you not understand? There is no game here, or do you want to bargain with me?" In the darkness, Meyer Misai heard a faint sound of metal scraping, indicating that what was pressed against her back was likely a firearm, not a dagger. Seeing that Meyer Misai did not respond, the middle-aged man laughed triumphantly. "What's wrong? Are you too scared to speak?" The atmosphere around them suddenly grew cold. "I understand," Meyer Misai replied. As her words fell, she bent down and kicked the middle-aged man's knee hard. The middle-aged man was caught off guard by the sudden attack and momentarily stunned. Meyer Misai seized his right hand, twisting it outward and forcing him to release the gun. Meyer Misai quickly maneuvered behind him, tightly locking her arm around his neck, intending to choke him unconscious and then take him to the police station. The middle-aged man struggled desperately, his cries for help dissipating. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, the surroundings suddenly brightened. A young man who looked quite anxious ran over holding a microphone. "Miss, please calm down. We are the production team filming a program." The young man looked a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Meyer Misai, unsure if his explanation would convince her immediately. He certainly did not want his colleague to end up injured. Meyer Misai asked in confusion, "Filming a program?" She released her grip, and the nearly suffocated middle-aged man slid down like a lump of soft clay, collapsing to the ground. The young man repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry for welcoming the contestants in this manner." Scratching his head, the young man said awkwardly, "Originally, we were going to threaten you to comply, blindfold you, tie your hands, and then reveal the answer after taking you to the competition venue. But considering what just happened, if we didn't intervene, we would have to watch our colleague go to the hospital." Cough, cough. The middle-aged man coughed violently, finally recovering from the state of oxygen deprivation. Complaining bitterly, he said, "I never expected to encounter two such fierce contestants in one day. Oh, I must have really bad luck." The young man helped the middle-aged man up, allowing him to lean on his body for support. The young man shrugged. "I told you to let me play the role of the criminal, but you wouldn't agree." The middle-aged man glared at him, saying, "If I had known, I would have let you try it." "Ouch, this hurts." Suddenly, the middle-aged man squatted down, covering his right knee. It seemed that Meyer Misai's kick had caused him some significant injury. Meyer Misai leaned down apologetically, saying, "Sorry, do you need me to take you to see a doctor?" Upon seeing Meyer Misai approach, the middle-aged man's body instinctively shrank back slightly, as if fearing her. The middle-aged man quickly waved his hand, saying, No, I'll go find the boss for reimbursement later. This counts as a work injury." With that, he stumbled away from the scene. The young man took out a registration booklet from his backpack, asking, "So can I confirm again that you are planning to register for the King of Cruise competition?" "Yes." The young man's demeanor suddenly became professional as he diligently recorded what Meyer Misai said. "May I ask your name?" "Meyer Misai." "Is this your real name or a code?" "Real name." "Do you need us to address you by a code during the competition?" "No need." He proceeded to register Meyer Misai's identification number, phone number, address, and other information. Of course, the phone number was Yes Mobile. "Finally, please sign this contract." The young man handed a paper contract and a black pen to Meyer Misai. After carefully reading the terms, she found nothing amiss. It was merely a simple disclaimer. "Please follow me." The young man led the way, bringing Meyer Misai to a van where another person wearing a paper bag on their head sat. He glanced at Milmes, but did not move afterward. Please wait here for a moment. I need to receive the next contestant. After settling Milmes, the young man quickly returned to the vicinity of the abandoned building and hid behind a concealed stone wall. Before long, another contestant arrived at the entrance of the abandoned construction site. He hesitated for a while at the door before finally stepping onto the red X. As the young man had just said, he pretended that the toy gun in his hand was a real one to threaten the contestant, while another staff member skillfully blindfolded and tied his hands, then escorted him into another van. Milmes watched the entire operation of the production team through the car window. After a few rounds, the sky gradually brightened. The registration time for contestants closed at 5 a.m., and the production team members returned with dark circles under their eyes. The young man seemed to be full of energy, excitedly telling Milmes and the person in the paper bag, "Next we will officially go to the competition venue. Since we couldn't successfully kidnap you two, you will ride in the same van with our production team." However, only Milmes was listening to him. The other staff members had fallen fast asleep the moment they returned to the van, and the person in the paper bag had already been leaning against the window asleep for a long time. The young man rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit drowsy himself. "I will go notify the driver to start the car. Now you should take this opportunity to rest a bit." A few minutes later, the young man sat in the van, shutting the door behind him. The two vans roared to life, driving toward the dock, one behind the other. Milmes quietly admired the scenery outside the window. The dazzling neon lights gradually extinguished with the rise of dawn, and the busy shopkeepers opened their curtains early, setting up their homemade breakfast on the stalls. Animals residing in the concrete jungle traversed the intricate paths, adding a touch of noise to the serene morning. For a time, Milmes would temporarily leave Chienmu town, boarding a gigantic cruise ship and sailing away from land. The van arrived at the dock leaning against a massive cruise ship, which would serve as the stage for the fierce competition about to unfold, the voyage. Milmes was the first to jump out of the van, observing the cruise ship. It appeared to be around 200 to 300 meters long, more than sufficient as a competition venue. The person wearing a paper bag also got out of the van and began to exercise in place, loosening their stiff body. The other competitors, aside from the two of them, were forced onto the ship by staff pointing model guns at them, resembling prisoners being escorted. The howling sea breeze intensified the fear of these competitors, as if they were about to be sold to an unknown place. The ladder to board the cruise ship had handrails on both sides, ensuring that even the blindfolded contestants wouldn't accidentally fall into the sea. After the other contestants boarded in succession, Milmes and the paper bag person followed the staff to the hull of the cruise ship. The hall was very lively, filled with noisy voices. The contestants who had their eye masks removed let out a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. A long line formed on the east side where staff members were registering each contestant's information. A group gathered on the west side where a well-dressed host was interviewing the kidnapped contestants. The host casually approached a seemingly friendly contestant and asked, "We are using a brand new registration method for this competition. How do you feel about that?" The man, still shaken, patted his chest and replied, "To be honest, it's quite terrifying. I don't want to go through that again. I almost thought I was going to lose my life." "Do you have confidence in winning this competition?" The man scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "I did, but now I'm not so sure. By the way, why did you use this method to bring in contestants?" The host shrugged and replied with a wry smile, "It's to increase the viewership. Today's audience loves something novel." The increasingly bland and repetitive registration methods and competition content could no longer satisfy the audience's rapidly rising appetite for thrills. Many media workers had noticed this, and thus this event was their bold attempt. The staff led Milmes and the paper bag person to the contestants' lounge, as the registration time was exceedingly dreadful, and most contestants needed to rest in bed until they regained their energy for the evening's competition. Milmes and the paper bag person were assigned to the same room, which was not particularly spacious, but adequate enough. The paper bag person ruthlessly claimed the bed by the outer door, while Milmes chose not to contest and quietly sat on another bed. The paper bag person lay on the bed and began to play mobile games to pass the time. The retro-style video game sounds emanated from their phone, suggesting they were playing some old games. A cute snowball pendant hung from the paper bag person's phone, a popular mascot among children. The combination of the adorable mascot and the strange paper bag person was quite mismatched, turning the originally simple scene into something somewhat eerie. Milmes curiously leaned closer to the paper bag person to see what game they were playing. However, the paper bag person seemed unwilling to share their enjoyment, with Milmes stubbornly turning away. Milmes did not give up immediately, as she stretched her neck to get closer and finally caught a glimpse of the screen. The game the paper bag person was playing was Tetris, and it was a nostalgic pixel version complete with 8-bit music. Noticing Milmes' small movements, the paper bag person abruptly yanked the blanket over themselves, wrapping up entirely. However, less than 10 seconds later, they abandoned this idea due to the excessive heat. After this back and forth, the sound of game over echoed from the phone, and upon hearing it, a red angry icon seemed to appear above the paper bag person's head. The paper bag person tossed the phone onto the bed, then abruptly jumped off the bed and stood beside Milmes, grabbing her collar and lifting her up. Through the two holes in the paper bag, Milmes saw the paper bag person's eyes, which flared with anger, their fists clenching tightly. The air in the room fell silent for a long time. Eventually, the paper bag person did not raise their fist, but silently released Milmes' collar with their left hand and lay back down on the bed. This temporary roommate did not seem friendly. Their temper was explosive, but they managed to restrain themselves. Had they actually thrown that punch just now, Milmes would have deemed them to have aggressive intent and reported their behavior to the organizers of the competition. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This principle applies to robots as well. Upon arriving on Earth in the world of humans, adhering to human laws is only normal. If it was just to this extent, there would be no need to report it, as it would only leave Milmes with a bad impression, which would be documented as part of human data. Of course, judging a species based on individual cases is unreasonable. Reaching conclusions often requires more data. Milmes' participation in this competition was not only to win the prize money, but also to collect various data on humans in entertainment competitions, especially regarding the athletic and combat abilities of ordinary humans. After all, obtaining the title of Dark Planet in the universe is not an easy task. Milmes speculated that Earthlings must possess the strength to split a durian with one hand to sufficiently intimidate other extraterrestrial civilizations. However, from Milmes' observations, most humans seem to lack even the energy to climb 5 flights of stairs, and running a few hundred meters leaves them gasping for breath, turning into a limp fish. Summer cannot do without air conditioning, and winter cannot do without heating. Their physical strength is astonishingly fragile. Is it a disguise of humanity or a degeneration caused by technological advancement? Milmes could not draw a conclusion yet, but the presence of the paper bag person gave her a special feeling. She had a premonition that this human was not simple and might become a formidable opponent in the competition. Suddenly, a knock sounded from outside the door. The paper bag person lying in bed suddenly perked up and excitedly ran to the door. When they opened it, a bright and cheerful young man stood outside. The young man waved cheerfully and greeted, "Hello, I am." Before he could introduce himself, his words were abruptly cut off by the paper bag person's rough door slam. The paper bag person stormed back to bed, sitting cross-legged in displeasure. Milmes opened the door, and the cheerful young man had not left. He still wore a bright smile, seemingly unbothered by the paper bag person's rudeness. Clearing his throat, the young man said seriously, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Bill." He extended his right hand and said gentlemanly, "I am here to invite you to team up." Team up? Milmes turned her head and just happened to see the paper bag person shaking their head, seemingly having no intention to team up at all. Bill knew it wouldn't be easy to persuade others, so he continued to persuade. "Although I am not yet very clear about the rules of this competition, generally speaking, teaming up will increase the chances of winning. If we win, we can share the prize money, which is much better than going solo and ending up with nothing, right? I don't want to team up." Milmes decisively rejected Bill's invitation. Bill was somewhat surprised. He had thought Milmes would agree immediately. Bill shot a disdainful glare at the paper bag person, as if all his failures were the other's fault. Bill earnestly gestured with his hands and said, "Don't listen to him. He doesn't even dare to reveal his true face, which shows how little he trusts others." As long as Milmes developed a dislike for the paper bag person, the chances of persuading her to join his side would increase. Bill secretly calculated in his mind. Bill put on a serious demeanor and proclaimed, "I believe we should abandon our distrust of others and work together sincerely to gain better benefits." Bill outlined all the benefits of teaming up to both of them, but the effect was minimal. The paper bag person had not been paying attention at all, while Milmes, though seeming gullible, appeared much harder to persuade than the paper bag person. Teaming up means becoming companions, but if the competition is elimination-based, and only one person can remain, then to ensure the competition reaches a conclusion, one would need to act against their companions. "I don't want to act against my companions, so I will not become one. Mr. Bill, please find someone else to team up with." Bill helplessly spread his hands and said with a resigned expression, all right, I hope you won't regret your decision now." Bill quickly left their room, heading to the next contestant's lounge to begin his speech. As Milmes closed the door and prepared to return to bed, a gentle female voice came from beneath the paper bag. "Wise decision." The paper bag person openly praised Milmes' decision, feeling that Milmes was not as foolish as she appeared. Judging by the childish tone of the voice, the paper bag person's age was estimated to be around 15 to 24 years. "Just look at him. He is the type who would betray his companions, not trustworthy at all." The paper bag person unreservedly expressed her disdain for Bill, showing no concern for how Milmes might feel about her words. "You." Milmes gasped, covering her mouth, as certain events of the day exceeded her imagination. Seeing Milmes' reaction, the paper bag person sneered and said, "I won't team up with you either. I will win the championship and claim all the prize money myself." The paper bag person was confident in their abilities, even to the point of arrogance. Milmes was stunned for a long time, seemingly unable to recover, unsure whether it was the paper bag person's words that impacted her or something else. Milmes silently stared at the paper bag person, her eyes filled with disbelief, exclaiming, "You were a female all along." "Huh." The paper bag person froze in place, and even though the bag concealed her features, one could almost perceive her subtle expression as an awkward atmosphere spread across the room. Milmes' words completely broke the paper bag person's composure, and they shouted, "Do I really look that much like a guy?" Milmes was not intimidated by her aura. Instead, she confidently replied, "It's hard to judge because your face is covered," and Milmes' gaze shifted downward, pausing at a spot between the neck and the abdomen. Although Milmes didn't specify, the paper bag person could guess what she was thinking, so they interrupted her before she could say it. Being this flat is to facilitate movement, so it automatically becomes this barrier-free mode. The paper bag person huffed indignantly, "Having 2 lumps of flesh on my body is just too inconvenient for movement." The paper bag person completely could not understand the thoughts of those who pursued fullness, as she believed that maintaining her current state was perfectly fine. Once her body developed, her shoulders would ache a lot more, and if she didn't wear the right undergarments while exercising, it could also lead to abnormal chest pain. It was better to be flat no matter how she thought about it. The paper bag person was sure she had made her stance clear. As long as her temporary roommate was a normal-minded person, the topic wouldn't be brought up again. But unfortunately, her thoughts fell flat as her temporary roommate wasn't even human. Milmes nodded thoughtfully. "I see." Milmes was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that Earthlings could also switch between different modes like her, instantly increasing their sense of intimacy. Milmes curiously asked, "Can I see your other mode?" The paper bag person remained silent, feeling deep speechlessness and helplessness. Milmes' eyes sparkled with anticipation, shining like stars. The paper bag person suddenly felt an unspoken pressure, as if a naive child was demanding a difficult answer from her. After pondering for a few seconds, the paper bag person put a hand to her forehead and said, "Go away, I don't want to talk about this with an idiot." She buried her head in the pillow, wanting to give up thinking. Milmes calmly asked, "I haven't finished what I was saying, can I continue?" The paper bag person impatiently shouted, "Then hurry up. My patience is limited." Milmes pointed at the pattern on the paper bag person's clothing and said, "Your outfit, especially the pattern on your clothes, looks more like something a guy would like." The paper bag person climbed off the bed and looked down at her attire. The black t-shirt with a white chibi skull pattern was clearly a cute outfit. How could it not be something girls would like to wear? The paper bag person crossed her arms and turned her head away, saying, "None of your business." Milmes became interested in the paper bag person. Her behavior was quite different from the Earthling she had seen before, and being alone in this room allowed Milmes to gather information more efficiently. Milmes decided to start with the most eye-catching and unique paper bag, asking, "Why wear a paper bag? It obstructs your view." Considering various factors, participating in a competition while wearing such a thing was definitely unwise. It could easily cause her to inadvertently give up any rewards she could have obtained. The paper bag person clicked her tongue and disdainfully said, "What does that have to do with you?" Milmes pressed on, "Why did you come to participate in the competition?" The paper bag person shrugged and replied, "Isn't it obvious? Of course it's for the money." Her right hand clenched as if to grab something. The answer given by the paper bag person was quite reasonable, but Milmes had a vague feeling that she was hiding something, as her actions seemed a bit unnatural. The paper bag person held the right side of the paper bag and casually asked, "Aren't you here for the same reason?" Milmes nodded yes. However, Milmes' true goal was to buy a mobile phone with the prize money. Although the amount seemed much higher than the price of a phone, more money was always better. Earning a little extra was not a problem. The paper bag person was silent for a moment before asking, "What's your name?" "Milmes. You can call me Cheese." After saying this, the paper bag person lay back on the bed, playing with her phone while rhythmically kicking the blanket with her feet. The conversation between the two seemed to have reached a halt, and the room became very quiet, with only the sound effects of the game emanating from Cheese's phone. At that moment, the door was knocked again. Milmes was about to open the door when she was stopped by Cheese. Cheese angrily cursed, "It must be that annoying guy who's not giving up. People like that will back down after a scare." Cheese rolled up her sleeves, intending to make the person outside Bill suffer a bit. She yanked open the door and shouted furiously, "You bastard." Suddenly, Cheese's words lost their strength halfway through, as the person standing outside was not Bill, but a waiter. The waiter's expression was one of terror, clearly frightened by Cheese. In his hands, he held a strawberry-flavored ice cream sundae, emanating a chill. Cheese scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed as she tilted her head, and said, "That was me who ordered it." Before the waiter could react, Cheese took the ice cream sundae and slammed the door shut. Cheese began to eat the ice cream on her own, exuding an aura of intimidation that seemed to say, "If you dare to criticize me, I'll take action." Milmes watched as Cheese walked back to the bed. Her movements were quite unnatural, even synchronized. "There's still some time before the competition starts. Aren't you going to rest?" "I see you haven't slept since yesterday." Milmes casually replied, "I'm fine." Hearing Milmes' nonchalant remarks about health, Cheese suddenly scolded, "Don't think that being young allows you to neglect your body, my friend." Cheese suddenly froze and immediately changed her tone. "A person I know ended up collapsing because of this." Milmes asked with concern, "Is she okay now?" Cheese shook her head and sighed, "Probably not very well." Cheese turned off her phone, then faced Milmes seriously and said, "If you have friends, make sure to cherish them." Although separated by the paper bag, it seemed one could glimpse Cheese's downcast emotions. Her expression was probably not very pleasant. Milmes nodded earnestly and said firmly, "I will." After an unknown amount of time, the staff finally knocked on the door, informing them that the competition was about to begin and handed them the detailed rulebook for the event. Along with the rulebook, 2 sets of white sportswear were delivered, but the sportswear had clearly marked green areas, and the green areas of the 2 sets were different. Milmes seriously read through the rulebook and suddenly raised an eyebrow in surprise. She looked at Cheese, and they fortuitously made eye contact. Cheese waved the rulebook, chuckling as she asked, "Do you think this is a coincidence?" Seeing Milmes not answering immediately, Cheese added, "Isn't this rulebook a bit too favorable for collaboration?" Milmes nodded, slightly agreeing with her. She wasn't sure if her guess was correct, but the competition rules indeed seemed to grant more advantages to those teaming up. And Bill seemed to have anticipated the game rules as he approached Milmes and Cheese a few hours earlier to recruit them. Cheese tapped the empty sundae cup with her spoon and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that guy probably has some connections with the organizers." Milmes quickly understood Cheese's implication, her tone slightly surprised. Bill got the rulebook in advance. If this was true, then Bill's reckless actions before could be explained. He indeed wasn't as innocent as he appeared. Cheese jumped off the bed and began stretching while saying, "Otherwise, how would an ordinary person so boldly invite other competitors to team up?" While exercising, Cheese glanced at Milmes, whose expression was surprisingly calm, showing no signs of wavering. Cheese curiously asked, "You don't seem worried at all. Aren't you afraid Bill will surround you with a group of people?" Milmes calmly replied, "They can't defeat me." Cheese chuckled lightly as if she had heard something interesting. She scrutinized Milmes, who appeared thin and fragile, looking less like a warrior who could defeat a group and more like a hostage waiting to be taken. Cheese said dismissively, "You're quite confident." She appreciated Milmes' attitude toward life, but that didn't mean she agreed with Milmes as a person. "But as long as I'm here, you won't win in the end." Cheese placed her hands on her hips, looking quite arrogant. In the competition arena, she didn't think Milmes could survive to the end. One reason Milmes looked weak was that Cheese didn't plan to let any competitor go. Cheese stood on the bed and looked down at Milmes, declaring, "Even if the whole competition venue is left with just you and me, I would still choose to battle you to the death, fighting until only one of us remains. This is my competition principle. I will never go easy on anyone." Cheese had absolute confidence in her abilities, believing she would be the one to survive until the end. Cheese pointed at Milmes and said, "When you step onto the competition stage, it's like going into battle. Even if your opponent is you, I won't show mercy." Although bullying a frail girl was not Cheese's intention, Milmes was at least a competitor and deserved the most basic respect. "I look forward to your strength." Milmes felt a bit tempted. She believed she could gain some special insights from Cheese, enhancing the rewards of this competition. At 7:42 p.m. in Yi Ye's home, Yi suddenly felt a pang of regret for letting me leave her alone at home. At this moment, Yi stood on guard, her expression tense as she faced the little white mouse in the cage. A person and a mouse stared at each other with big eyes, as if an intense conflict was about to erupt. Yi swallowed hard. A drop of sweat trickled down her neck. What she was about to do would be the most challenging obstacle she faced during this time. She had to feed the little white mouse. Yi pulled some mouse food from her bag, preparing to sprinkle it through the grid from above the cage, but her body trembled uncontrollably with fear, making it impossible for her to move an inch. Yi took a few deep breaths, then forced her right hand to steady itself, pushing it closer to the cage containing the little white mouse. The little white mouse looked at the delicious food in Yi's hand with eager eyes, standing up on its hind legs, twitching its nose, and making squeaking sounds. Yi closed her eyes, then suddenly flipped her palm over, allowing the mouse food to fall to the ground due to gravity, most of it landing in the cage, with a small portion scattering outside. The little white mouse did not continue to focus on Yi. Instead, it happily began to feast. Yi placed her hand on her chest, breathing heavily with relief, saying, "Fortunately, it didn't jump up and bite my hand." Yi looked at the little white mouse enjoying its meal with a gloomy expression and sighed, "Why does me see like such a terrifying creature?" Yi couldn't understand me's thoughts. She seemed to be thinking of nothing, yet it felt like she was contemplating many things, leaving others puzzled. Yi glanced at the entrance and revealed a somewhat lonely expression, saying, "I wonder how the competition is going. It would be great if I could be there to cheer her on." In the brightly lit corridor, me waited quietly. The open window nearby creaked, and a gentle sea breeze brushed against me's face. The competition was about to begin, and all the participants had their eyes covered by the staff and were taken to a certain place on the cruise ship. The participants were told that they could not remove their blindfolds or start moving until the bell rang. With just a few minutes until the competition began, me mentally reviewed the general rules of the game. The first rule was to prohibit violent attacks on other participants. The second rule stated that participants must wear the specific costumes provided by the organizers. The third rule restricted the competition area to the first and second floors of the cruise ship and the deck. Leaving the designated area would result in disqualification. The fourth rule stated that the cruise ship contained graffiti weapons, and only damage caused to other participants using the weapons provided in the venue would count. Points would be calculated based on the number of times specific areas were hit, not based on the graffiti range. The fifth rule indicated that any green area on a contestant's costume that was painted would immediately count as elimination. The sixth rule stated that defeating other players would allow one to inherit all the points they previously earned. The seventh rule allowed the use of all props within the competition area. In summary, the competition on the cruise ship was a time-limited survival game that wouldn't cause any physical harm. Participants would use paint as weapons to defeat other contestants in the area, and only the one with the highest score would emerge victorious. The cruise ship was exceedingly quiet, with each participant holding their breath, listening intently for the bell that would signal the start, similar to waiting for the starting gun of a sprint. Boom! The deafening sound of a bell echoed through the cruise ship, officially starting the competition. Milmes quickly removed her blindfold and turned around sharply, ensuring that the area behind her was secure for her green zone. The deadly point was located right behind her. Milmes found herself in a dead end with only one path forward. After confirming that there were no other contestants nearby, she confidently proceeded. Before the competition, most areas of the first and second floors of the cruise ship were sealed off to prevent contestants from scouting ahead, creating an unequal condition due to vast information gaps. While being escorted to the second floor by the staff, Milmes passed through several rooms, and now her memory chip contained a somewhat incomplete map of the cruise ship. Although it was not perfect, it still provided some advantages, such as being able to escape quickly even without finding a weapon. Milmes moved forward down the corridor. This narrow passage was not suitable for hiding, and she encountered no resistance from other contestants along the way. If it weren't for the knowledge that this was the competition area, the current atmosphere was eerily quiet, resembling a ghost ship. Milmes did not let her guard down, as she had no idea when she would encounter the first contestant, so she remained vigilant. More importantly, she had yet to discover anything on the cruise ship that could be used as a graffiti weapon. Once she encountered another contestant with a weapon, she would almost be like a lamb to the slaughter. Thus, her priority was to find a usable graffiti weapon. Milmes reached the door of one of the cabins. From her observation, there was only a single entry point, and if she were ambushed inside, the situation would be dire. However, if she did not enter this cabin to search for a graffiti weapon, her only option would be to go from the second floor to the first floor, where the visual blind spot at the staircase junction could also be a dangerous ambush point. Milmes remained calm. Although she had not found a graffiti weapon, it did not mean her opponent could easily take her down. She calmly entered the cabin and began searching inside, but after a few minutes her findings were minimal. Milmes only found a roll of small transparent tape in a drawer. As she pondered how to utilize this item, she suddenly heard faint footsteps coming from outside the door. Milmes quickly hid behind a pillar, using her peripheral vision to sneak a glance at the identity of the newcomer. Entering the cabin was a man with an exaggerated curly hairstyle, casually holding a water gun, as if he were more likely to be going to a market than participating in a competition. The curly-haired man twirled the water gun and arrogantly said, "Come out, don't hide. I just saw you come in." After waiting a few seconds, no one responded in the room. The curly-haired man scoffed and shrugged, then walked into the inner part of the cabin. There weren't many places to hide in the cabin, and he quickly searched every nook and cranny. He noticed a small corner of clothing fluttering behind the pillar, and a smile crept onto his lips. "So you still want to hide?" While mumbling to himself, the curly-haired man quietly approached the pillar. "Just become my points, will you?" The curly-haired man confidently dashed around the pillar, firing several shots, but his expression soon turned dejected. There was no one behind the pillar. All his paint bullets missed and hit a piece of tissue paper stuck to the wall. The curly-haired man scratched his head in frustration and said, "No one here." The area of the cruise ship was simply too vast. The curly-haired man had not encountered any other contestants along the way. Just when he thought he could find one, it turned out to be empty, which was incredibly frustrating. "So annoying, I haven't encountered a single contestant, and finding a weapon is useless now." He looked disdainfully at the special water gun in his hand. He had just wasted 3 paint bullets and only had 7 left. He had initially planned to catch the opponent off guard. Even with poor aim, he thought he could score a few points. Now all he could do was wallow in self-pity. In a spot unnoticed by the curly-haired man, Milmes was clinging to the ceiling corner, using her hands and feet to hold herself up. Milmes resembled a lurking spider, quietly hiding in the corner, waiting for the right moment. She observed that the curly-haired man's green zone was on his left arm, which is why he kept his hand behind his back. However, even though the curly-haired man was full of flaws at this moment, Milmes lacked the crucial tools needed to knock him out. The curly-haired man scanned the room. It was filled with signs of having been rummaged through, likely already empty, but one still had to try their luck. One should have dreams just in case. "Let me just look around casually." The curly-haired man began to search the room, and unsurprisingly, there were still no good items. The curly-haired man cursed, saying, "This damned organizer hides a weapon like it's a stash of secret money. It's too hard to find." Just as he was about to leave the cabin in a huff, he noticed a strange shadow in the corner. Looking up startled him. What the heck? After being discovered, Milmes had no time to hesitate. She immediately jumped down and dashed out the door before the curly-haired man could react. Milmes was fast, but considering the standards of Earthlings, she deliberately slowed down greatly, resulting in the curly-haired man gradually catching up. The curly-haired man shouted angrily, "Don't run. I was the 100-meter champion at the sports meeting back then. How can I let this little girl just escape?" While furiously chasing, the curly-haired man raised his water gun. This corridor was nearly a straight path with no obstacles, and there were no other rooms along the way. The curly-haired man was convinced that the opponent had no chance to hide. As long as he hit her back with a shot, this game of cat and mouse would end immediately. He pulled the trigger, and a paint bullet shot out. Milmes' keen ears caught the curly-haired man's movement, and as soon as the paint bullet was fired, she instantly changed her direction. Milmes' body spun in midair like a spiral, and then landed smoothly, continuing her run. The paint bullet grazed the edge of Milmes' clothes, perfectly avoiding the green zone, and not even a speck of dirt touched her garment. The curly-haired man was furious, gritting his teeth, wishing he could directly grab Milmes by the collar and pull her down, but due to the distance she had created, he could only think about it. During this time of running, Milmes' mind was also busy. She needed to devise a plan to snatch the weapon from the curly-haired man. After all, the competition rules did not prohibit weapon theft, they simply forbade violent actions. Currently, with no other means of counterattack, taking the curly-haired man's water gun was evidently the most suitable option. The two were about to reach the end of the corridor, and Milmes already had a fitting plan in mind. The explosive-haired man gradually felt his limbs growing heavy, yet more than the physical pain, it was his wounded pride that troubled him. How could a man of stature be outrun by such a seemingly frail girl? The length of the ship surpassed the imagination of the average person, so they ran down the corridor for several minutes. During these minutes, the explosive-haired man's running stamina was drained, and he gradually began to slow down. Taking advantage of this, Milmes increased the distance between them, leaving the explosive-haired man helplessly watching her figure disappear around the corner. Breathing heavily, the explosive-haired man leaned against the wall, sweat pouring down his face. Though he felt resentment, he acknowledged his limits. After resting for a few seconds, the explosive-haired man continued his pursuit, but upon rounding the bend, an astonishing sight met his eyes. Milmes, who should have been trapped in a dead end with no escape, had seemingly evaporated into thin air. All that stood before the explosive-haired man was a pristine white wall. The explosive-haired man stared in disbelief, looking left and right. It seemed there was no one else in this place but him. He pondered various possibilities, even reaching out to touch the wall, exploring inch by inch. Perhaps that girl was a ninja currently camouflaged as part of the wall. Little did he know Milmes was hanging on the ship's outer wall at that very moment. Milmes gripped the window frame with enough strength to ensure she wouldn't accidentally lose her grip and fall. The waves crashed against the hull, the slight swaying having no effect on Milmes. However, she admitted that this method was highly dangerous, as should she fall into the water, she would lose her chance to compete. As Milmes looked up, she noticed a calligraphy brush fixed to the outside of the ship by iron wires. Why would there be a calligraphy brush in such a place? No one knew the answer, but Milmes believed the most reasonable speculation was that it was a prop specially prepared by the organizers. However, it was merely a brush lacking paint, and thus unable to be used as a weapon. At most, it would add a touch of elegance to whoever wielded it. Better to have something than nothing at all. Milmes took the brush and tucked it into her pocket. Meanwhile, the explosive-haired man, having felt like a fool after groping the wall for ages, went to the window to enjoy the view. Strangely enough, in such a long corridor, why was this the only window that was open? The explosive-haired man thought little of it and simply approached the window. Just as he was about to stick his head out to breathe in the fresh ocean air, he happened to see Milmes peeking in from the window. Halt! The explosive-haired man was startled by this sudden appearance, taking several steps back and crashing straight into the wall. It was as if the window was a television screen and Milmes was a terrifying figure akin to Sadako. At that moment, the explosive-haired man suddenly remembered that he was not the helpless protagonist of a horror film. He had a gun in his hand. With this thought, the explosive-haired man's confidence surged. He was not the prey, he was the hunter. He quickly raised his specially designed water gun, aiming at Milmes' eyes as she was about to leap out of the window. As long as he blinded her, his chances of winning would greatly increase. He pulled the trigger, and a paintball shot from the nozzle straight towards Milmes. He watched in astonishment as Milmes moved her right hand, and the paintball that had just been in midair suddenly vanished, as if it had fallen into a spatial rift. The explosive-haired man gazed at this scene, utterly speechless. In the next second, Milmes used the strength of her legs pushing against the window frame to swiftly close in on him. Instinctively, the explosive-haired man raised his hand to protect his head, but this very action allowed Milmes to successfully grab hold of him. He stood in a daze for a few seconds, feeling that his right arm had suddenly grown heavy. He checked his right hand, and sure enough, the green area had been smeared with red dye. According to the rules, he was now out of the game. The explosive-haired man was quite frustrated, his mind swirling. He could not fathom how Milmes had managed to leave this mark on him. Irritated, the explosive-haired man asked, "Hey, how did you eliminate me? You clearly didn't have any weapon and have just been running away until now." Milmes turned around and revealed a calligraphy brush stained with red dye. The explosive-haired man suddenly understood as he raised his specially designed water gun, which was loaded with red paintballs. The explosive-haired man looked at Milmes with some admiration, saying, "I see now. You've got some skills." He shook his head in disappointment, not expecting his exit to come so swiftly. "White-haired girl, I have high hopes for you." The explosive-haired man gave a big thumbs up, looking dashing as he was escorted away by the staff, while Milmes claimed the special water gun he left behind. Remaining ammunition 5 rounds. Milmes confirmed the number of paintballs in the water gun. The current ammunition was lacking, so the best strategy was to eliminate opponents with a single shot directly targeting their green areas for maximum efficiency. After formulating her next course of action, Milmes jumped down from the second-floor staircase to the first floor. Milmes first checked the narrow space below the stairs, which was ideal for ambushing other contestants coming up or down. Fortunately, she did not encounter any crafty opponents. Milmes speculated that her starting point was likely at the edge of the cruise ship, which was why she had not run into any contestants earlier. As she ventured deeper into the center, she encountered more contestants, but with her weapon in hand, Milmes easily defeated numerous opponents, collecting more weapons and ammunition along the way. Hiding behind a box in the corner, Milmes checked her current weaponry. Remaining ammunition 27 rounds, maximum capacity 10 rounds. 2 water balloons, 1 calligraphy brush, and 1 roll of transparent tape. About an hour and a half had passed since the competition began. Milmes had knocked out a dozen contestants and scavenged from the fallen enemies in all the rooms along the way, yet her haul was disappointingly meager. Resources were too scarce. Whether it was a problem with the organizers or simply bad luck, most of the rooms Milmes passed were as empty as a wallet at the end of the month. It was as if someone had cleaned out all the resources before she arrived. This unusual phenomenon made Milmes feel there were many doubts, but it was not a significant issue. As long as she defeated each contestant that appeared one by one, Milmes was confident she would ultimately win the championship. Continuing forward, Milmes arrived in a hall where 2 rooms converged, and arriving from another room was Cheese. Cheese held a specially designed water gun of the same size as Milmes, but that was not the main point. Milmes noticed that Cheese's clothes remained unsullied by any dye. Either Cheese had been extraordinarily lucky not to encounter a single contestant along the way, or her abilities far surpassed those of others, finishing off opponents before they had a chance to retaliate. Milmes' expression grew serious. The upcoming battle would likely be much more challenging than the previous skirmishes. Due to the paper bag, Milmes couldn't see Cheese's expression, but she could distinctly feel Cheese's enthusiasm rising upon seeing her. The two exchanged a tacit understanding, tightening their grips on their guns without a word officially entering into battle. Perhaps they both realized that conversation was futile at such moments. Only strength would earn mutual recognition. Milmes preferred a conservative approach, hiding behind a pillar to observe Cheese's movements. Cheese, on the other hand, was more aggressive, quickly rushing into the hall to close the distance between them. Cheese's green area was located at her waist, and Milmes seized the moment to shoot at her. Remarkably, Cheese appeared to predict Milmes' actions, dodging her attack with incredible speed. In an instant, Milmes doubted her eyes, as it seemed there were 2 Cheese. Cheese was able to precisely evade every shot Milmes fired while counterattacking. Though the speed of the water gun was less than 1/10 that of a real firearm, it was nearly impossible for an average person to have such rapid reflexes and the ability to match that response. Milmes' instincts proved accurate. Cheese was indeed a formidable opponent. Such formidable strength was precisely the source of Cheese's confidence. Had it not been for Milmes' participation, the championship would have almost certainly belonged to Cheese. As Cheese approached, Milmes evading at close range seemed nearly impossible. As Cheese drew near, Milmes swiftly pulled out her calligraphy brush and drew an arc upward successfully, leaving a distinct mark on Cheese's chest. After being hit, Cheese stood there stunned for a few seconds, seemingly unable to believe that she had indeed been struck. Cheese looked down at the conspicuous red mark, which resembled a genuine scar etched deeply into her heart. The paper bag shook, her body trembled not from fear, but from excitement. Finally encountered. Cheese muttered words that Milmes could not comprehend, but she clearly became exhilarated. The water gun in her hands seemed at risk of shattering under her unreasonable strength. Milmes stepped back a few paces, distancing herself from the exuberant Cheese, and quietly raised her water gun, aiming at Cheese's waist. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from above. "Attack that blockhead." As soon as the words were spoken, a rain of paintballs poured towards Cheese. Cheese quickly rolled to avoid the attack and hid behind a pillar, but the sudden turn of events prevented her from completely evading, resulting in several paintballs striking her. At the second-floor railing, several well-equipped individuals had appeared, most wielding 2 water guns, while one held a large water gun, resembling a Gatling gun, indiscriminately firing at the location of the pillar. Even a slight peek from Milmes would result in her being bombarded by their firepower. It seemed they had no intention of letting the two of them escape. However, in that moment of peeking, Milmes spotted a familiar face standing behind them. That was Bill. Milmes immediately spotted Bill not because of his outstanding appearance, but because he was hiding behind others observing and directing their actions, which revealed his identity. The fighters desperately battling must be the teammates Bill had recruited before the match. Cheese was vigorously hammering the wall, feeling very frustrated. She had wanted to face Milmes in a fair onion match, but was interrupted by this group of despicable individuals. However, just as Cheese took a step forward, she was met with a barrage of firepower, forcing her to squeeze into the cramped space behind the pillar with Milmes. Moreover, Bill's teammates were positioned on both sides of the second floor, exposing any part of the green area to either side would essentially declare defeat. This situation persisted for several minutes, and Cheese's mood gradually soured. She kept tapping her foot on the floor, but the more anxious she became, the harder it was to think of a way to escape. No good ideas came to mind. Cheese glanced at Milmes, who seemed unfazed and was calmly contemplating something. Cheese curiously asked, "What are you thinking?" Milmes analyzed, "I haven't found many usable items on my way here. They were probably all looted by them." Cheese replied impatiently, "What good does that do now? Instead of analyzing what's there, we should be thinking about how to take them down." Milmes glanced at the people on the second floor who were still fixated on their position. It wouldn't be easy for one person to escape, perhaps Cheese's help would be needed. Milmes patted Cheese on the shoulder. Cheese shot Milmes an annoyed glare, but still indicated she was willing to hear what Milmes had to say. "Do you have a plan?" "I do, but I think it might injure your body." Cheese's temper flared at this, and she scolded, "Are you underestimating my physical condition? Just tell me the plan already." Milmes reluctantly leaned closer to Cheese's ear and quietly revealed the plan to her. After hearing the plan, Cheese's mood suddenly improved significantly. With a cheerful snap of her fingers, she said, "Sounds crazy, but I like it." However, Cheese still had her doubts and asked, "But isn't this against the rules?" Milmes confidently replied, "All items within the competition area can be used." "Is it really okay to interpret it this way?" Cheese was pleasantly surprised, amazed by Milmes' utilization of the rules and delighted that her chosen opponent was so formidable, making the fight significant. Then Cheese changed her tone as if to remind, "But after we deal with them, I want to face off against you. No objections, right?" "None." Meanwhile, those on the second floor were growing impatient. A bearded man with a Gatling gun scratched his head confused and asked, "Bill, they won't come out from behind that pillar. How do we fight?" Bill leaned against the wall, casually flicking his hand. "Simple, any one of us can just go down and drag them out. The points sacrificed from a teammate will still count towards your score. As long as one of us reaches the highest score, it's fine. But it's quite a long run from here to the stairs." Bill rolled his eyes at him and said, "Then just jump down from here. Jump into the central pool, and you won't get hurt." Bill pointed to the fountain in the middle of the hall, which conveniently erupted with splashes of water. The thin man immediately countered, "The pool is so shallow, what good will that do?" In reality, jumping from the second floor into the fountain was already quite difficult due to the distance. With their average physiques, there was a high probability they wouldn't make it into the pool. Bill's expression darkened, raising his water gun to point at the thin man, and said, "Then why don't you come up with a good idea? Aren't you the commander? If I could think of it, why would I need you?" The thin man also refused to back down, pointing two water guns at Bill. After all, he and Bill were only temporarily cooperating, and he had long since been fed up with Bill's superiority complex. Rather than listen to his rambling, he would prefer to end things now. "Then go ahead and take me down. Don't forget who helped you find so many items." Bill shouted aggressively. "Aren't you just relying on your better luck in finding things? If I spend more time, I can find them just as well." The thin man retorted defiantly. The two just glared at each other, neither daring to strike. The bearded man shook his head, feeling quite helpless. Indeed, this hastily assembled team was difficult to manage. The more companions there were, the greater the chances of victory. In times like this, reducing numbers would only provide opportunities for others. Infighting could wait until they dealt with these two dangerous individuals. However, the bearded man also felt some doubt. Bill's intel seemed too sharp. How did he know that these two formidable individuals were about to meet in the central hall? But none of this mattered. What mattered was that Bill could lead them to victory in this match. If the plan went smoothly, all the rewards for the first to third places could be claimed by their small team. Even if divided, it would still be a considerable fortune. The bearded man silently tightened his grip on the gun. No matter what, he did not want to lose here. At this moment, he keenly spotted a small movement from Milmes and Cheese and immediately shouted, "Stop. The opportunity has come." The bearded man immediately set up the Gatling gun, ready for action. The others saw this and also assumed serious expressions, raising their water guns, preparing to unleash firepower as soon as they emerged. Suddenly, Milmes darted out from behind the pillar with Cheese, who was then thrown out by Cheese like a javelin. Cheese was facing upwards, back down, holding two water guns, and within the seconds of flying through the air, she didn't forget to shoot a few more rounds at the opponents. Many of them got splattered with paintballs, leaving them blind and shooting aimlessly. Everyone's attention and ammunition were focused on Cheese, while it seemed Milmes was forgotten. Milmes prioritized throwing a water ball toward toward Bill's direction. The water gun was struck, exploding in a burst, covering them all in a massive spray of paint, instantly eliminating everyone positioned near Bill. Seeing the devastation on their side, the others immediately panicked and began to scatter. However, there was no cover on the second floor. They had nowhere to run. The second water ball exploded, wiping out their entire team. A loud crash echoed off the iron wall. Milmes immediately ran towards Cheese, attempting to help her up, but she was rejected. Cheese quickly stood up from the floor, patting her sore back. It turned out that while in midair, Cheese adjusted her position, preventing her head from hitting the wall directly and instead absorbing the impact with her back. "Your gun." Cheese handed her left water gun to Milmes and then began to take off her white coat. Just as Cheese and Milmes exchanged coats, Cheese's original coat with the green area at her waist could have been hit by stray bullets while flying out. Swapping it for Milmes' coat, which was located on her back, brought her peace of mind. Milmes also took off Cheese's coat, switching back to her original one. Just then Milmes looked up at the second floor and spotted Bill, who was tiptoeing and preparing to escape. The moment Milmes threw the water ball, Bill dashed behind the bearded man, using his sturdy physique as a shield to evade disaster. Bill noticed Milmes' gaze and immediately dropped to the ground to avoid her paintball hitting his right knee. While Milmes could see Bill crawling forward, she couldn't spot the green area within her line of sight. Even if she hit him, it wouldn't eliminate him. While Milmes was in a dilemma, Cheese came in front of her, assuming a stepping motion, signaling Milmes to step on her hand and jump to the second floor. Milmes immediately understood, stepping on Cheese's hand and leaping high, reaching the second floor with ease. Clank. Milmes landed on the second floor, and this sound was akin to a death sentence for Bill. The pleasant smile he had vanished, replaced by endless panic. Cold sweat dripped down Bill's face, his body tense and unable to move, and his throat could not produce any sound. The sound of Milmes' slowly approaching footsteps was like the harbinger of death. Then Milmes effortlessly lifted Bill. He anxiously gestured, "Heroin, wait. We can team up against that square-headed girl. She must have a lot of points. If we take her down, the first place will definitely be yours. Although we didn't manage to cooperate successfully at first, it's not too late to team up now." Bill's mouth flapped like a machine gun, chattering a bunch of nonsense. Milmes ignored his words and swiftly shot his right knee before releasing him. Bill fell into the red paint like a defeated fish, striking a classic leader pose. Among the contestants present, only Cheese remained. All others were eliminated. Milmes jumped down from the second floor, intending to face Cheese, only to discover that Cheese's figure had vanished, leaving only a message written in paint on the wall. Highest point. This was probably the battlefield Cheese had chosen for their showdown, Milmes speculated. The open and high vantage point was not easily ambushed by other contestants, making it an ideal place for the final battle. Although Milmes didn't understand the reason, it seemed that Cheese had already taken it upon herself to regard Milmes as a necessary opponent to defeat, and she was very passionate about it. Milmes decided that reaching the highest point would be one of her current goals. However, this task was not a high priority, as Milmes did not know the way to the highest point and might easily get lost in the vast cruise ship. Milmes left the central hall. Just as the staff came to take away the defeated contestants, Bill made a stop gesture, preventing the staff from approaching. The staff, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" "You've been eliminated." Bill took off his coat and pants, revealing another layer of clothing underneath, which was also the designated attire for contestants. The inner layer of clothing had not been stained with dye, and naturally the green area was clean. Bill asserted firmly, "I haven't been eliminated. I got this outfit from a contestant who temporarily forfeited. My own clothes are spotless." The staff was somewhat perplexed and called the supervisor to inquire, "How should we determine this situation?" "Let him continue competing." "All right, I understand." The staff surrounding Bill left, taking the other contestants with them, leaving Bill alone in the entire hall. Bill approached a blind spot in the surveillance and brought his watch to his mouth, asking, "What are their scores now?" A vague male voice came from the watch. "Milmes has the highest score, Cheese is second, and there are only 14 people left in the entire arena." Bill's face turned dark. "Does that mean I can only defeat Milmes? Is there no way to turn the tide?" A faint sound of static emitted from the watch. "Are you still there?" Bill tapped the watch, wondering if there was a bad connection. After a long silence, a male voice emerged from the watch again. "Go to the westernmost warehouse. There is an item inside that can reverse the situation." With less than half an hour left until the competition ended, Cheese had arrived at the highest point, waiting for Milmes over 10 minutes ago, but after enduring the sea breeze for a long time, she still had not seen her arrival. Cheese's posture changed from standing to a half squat, and finally to sitting cross-legged. "So slow." Cheese impatiently tapped her thigh with her fingers filled with resentment. "How long must I wait?" The fierce sea wind battered Cheese's paper bag, producing an irritating crackling sound in her ears. "So boring." Cheese's voice turned listless. Although she had only been waiting for less than 20 minutes, she no longer wanted to wait. Cheese took out her phone and glanced at the time. It was already 11:36 p.m. The competition started at 8 p.m. and was scheduled to end at midnight, leaving only 24 minutes until it was over. If she missed this opportunity to duel, Cheese speculated that she and Milmes might never meet again, nor would there be a chance to determine a victor. Such a strong opponent, it has been a long time since I encountered one making me feel excited. Cheese clenched her fists, staring blankly at her palm, struggling to understand her current feelings. According to her original plan, she should be rampaging inside the cruise ship, easily defeating every contestant, and then going home with the prize money. However, her plan was clearly obstructed by Milmes, but Cheese could not deny that after engaging in battle with Milmes, her body instinctively became excited, as if it craved a fight. Thinking of this, Cheese forcefully slapped her face, trying to calm herself down. No, I must win this competition. A girl's face appeared in Cheese's mind, her smile, as warm as the winter sun. But as Cheese recalled this, she lowered her head. That smile seemed to weigh heavily on her. Meanwhile, Milmes was wandering aimlessly inside the cruise ship, not due to poor navigation skills, but because the ship was simply too enormous. Although she had recently fought in the central hall and had ample ammunition, the problem of getting lost was not something that could be resolved in a short time. Especially since many areas had multiple forks in the road, Milmes often circled back to the same spot, leading to extremely low exploration efficiency. The 11th one. This was the 10th dead end Milmes had encountered. She had already explored over 80 of the competition area, but still could not find the way to the highest point. The contestants she encountered on the way did not consume much of her time, as most humans did not possess the physical strength to match Cheese's level. While wandering inside the cruise ship, Milmes noticed something interesting. The humanoid statues scattered throughout the ship were all posed in exaggerated stances, as if boasting about their muscular physiques. Though they were eye-catching, Milmes had more important matters to attend to, and she naturally overlooked them, continuing her search for the route to the highest point. Meanwhile, at the far west of the cruise ship, Bill was advancing rapidly. The warehouse door was wide open, as if welcoming Bill's arrival. Bill seemed to see it shining, as if heaven itself were beckoning him with an incredible holy light. If he could reach that place. Bill silently repeated this in his heart, then rushed into the warehouse. However, instead of finding the so-called artifact that could reverse the situation, Bill saw a strange, muscular man dressed in a deep red bodysuit. The muscular man glared at Bill, questioning, "Are you the one who has defiled our sacred arena?" The muscular man bent down, his comically exaggerated face suddenly close to Bill, his terrifying aura leaving Bill gasping for breath. Although Bill didn't understand the situation, his instincts told him that the giant before him was certainly not to be trifled with. He needed to say something to calm him down. Bill said with flickering eyes, "Sir, you must be mistaken. I am merely a contestant who happened to arrive at this remote warehouse." Bill curled up, waving his hands repeatedly to display his harmlessness and innocence. But the muscular man was not buying it. He angrily shouted, "You still dare to argue? Everyone should perhaps have a chance for redemption, but this fellow before him showed no intention of repenting." The muscular man did not wish to give him another chance. The muscular man pulled someone from behind the box, a small man in a suit, who looked very gentlemanly. Bill recognized at a glance that this was his partner. It was thanks to the insider information he provided that Bill was able to gain a significant advantage in the competition. Bill exclaimed in surprise, "Kevin, what are you doing here?" Bill suddenly realized something and quickly covered his mouth, then immediately corrected himself. "What I meant to say is Kevin should be at home today. He is on a break." The more Bill spoke, the less confident he became, perhaps due to the overwhelming pressure from the muscular man, which robbed him of the ability to lie further. The muscular man took out a voice recorder which began playing a familiar voice. "I hid most of the ammunition and the most powerful Gatling gun in cabin 105. Oh, and I also made sure the staff arranged for your teammates to be nearby. It sounds great. With you as an insider, winning the championship should be a piece of cake, right? We agreed to split the prize money once we succeed. Don't forget that." "I haven't forgotten. How could I forget my good brother like you?" "Haha, those fools really think that after making you the champion, they would share the prize money with you. As such verbal promises don't count. They are truly foolish, haha." The recording ended amidst the arrogant laughter of Kevin and Bill. The muscular man effortlessly lifted Bill as if he were a small chicken, his veins bulging, seemingly ready to throw a punch at any moment. The evidence is irrefutable. No need for further words. "Wait, big guy, wait. How about I give you Kevin's share of the prize money, and you let me go?" Bill's gaze was earnest as he clasped his hands together, praying that the muscular man would spare his life. However, the muscular man became even more outraged upon seeing his unrepentant demeanor. The muscular man roared, "Stubborn and unrepentant, you shall face severe punishment." No. Bill hurriedly struggled, "Please don't." The muscular man held on to the struggling Bill with one hand and dragged the unconscious Kevin with the other as the three figures gradually vanished into the shadows of the warehouse. The warehouse door slammed shut, and no one knew what had transpired inside. According to the cleaning staff, after the competition, they did not dare approach the warehouse as very chilling cries came from within. On the floor of the highest point, there were many childlike drawings featuring small rabbits, butterflies, Godzilla, and other things popular with children. These were all drawn by Cheese during her boring time. With no signal on her phone and unable to play any other games, she could only draw to pass the time. Suddenly a sound of hurried footsteps reached Cheese's ears. The person seemed to be in a great hurry, their steps chaotic. Cheese excitedly jumped up from the ground, immediately grabbing her water gun ready for battle. The sound gradually approached, a shadow reflected in the window. She is here, Milmes is here. Cheese felt extremely thrilled. Oh, she had been looking forward to this battle for a long time and was about to bring it to a conclusion. However, when the door was pushed open, the person who came out left Cheese greatly disappointed. It was not Milmes but a breathless staff member. I wasn't eliminated. Cheese waved her hand dismissively, wishing to drive away the staff member who had interrupted her excitement. Huff huff. I am here to inform you that the competition has ended. The staff member struggled to catch his breath, delivering his words in a fragmented manner. He did not know how Cheese looked, but the water gun that suddenly slipped from her hand seemed to reveal her expression of despair beneath the paper bag. At the award ceremony, Milmes stood on the first-place podium with Cheese on her left in second place, and the third position was empty. Cheese crossed her arms in dissatisfaction, angrily asking, "Where have you been? I waited for so long on the rooftop, enduring the sea breeze." Milmes replied nonchalantly, "I couldn't find the way." Cheese was so infuriated that she couldn't find her words, steam seemingly rising from her head. The host holding the microphone walked over to them apologetically, saying, "Sorry, the president was supposed to present the awards in person, but he is currently busy, so I have to do it instead. It doesn't matter as long as the prize money isn't less." Milmes curiously asked, "Why is the position on the left empty?" The host scratched his head awkwardly, saying, "Because the other contestants have been eliminated, there is no third place." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became subtle. Cheese silently turned to Milmes, glaring at her with a fierce look that asked, "Why could you encounter all the other contestants and still not find your way?" Milmes was not very clear on Cheese's thoughts. She only felt that her gaze had grown sharper. After the award ceremony, the two returned to the contestants' lounge. Cheese almost fell asleep as soon as she lay on the bed, while Milmes felt no drowsiness at all. She quietly watched the sleeping Cheese, her hidden thoughts gradually resurfacing. What does the face beneath the paper bag look like? This curiosity stirred Milmes, driving her to approach Cheese's bedside. Now was the best time to reveal Cheese's true face, as she appeared defenseless in her sleep, making it easy to succeed. Moreover, she would not know that her paper bag had been taken off as long as Milmes did not mention it, and no one else would know. "Do I really want to see?" Milmes' hand slowly reached towards Cheese's paper bag. What lies beneath the paper bag? A very ordinary face. An ugly face in the eyes of other humans. Or perhaps a bizarre visage resembling that of an octopus. Without uncovering the paper bag, one can never obtain the answer. The paper bag is right there, and with just a gentle motion of the hand, one could reveal everything seemingly without any cost. The meeting between Jishir and Milmes was merely coincidental. There may not be a second chance to meet again. Even if the truth were to come to light, it would have little impact on Milmes' life. Milmes' right hand hovered in midair, merely a dozen centimeters away from the paper bag. She leaned slightly forward, then quickly halted, taking a small step back, reluctant and hesitating, her body reflecting the turmoil within. Among her peers, Milmes was considered quite curious, yet such curiosity came with its own price. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. More importantly, it was rather impolite to unveil someone else's veil without their permission. Milmes' left hand grasped her right, gently pulling it back. Since Jishir was unwilling to remove the paper bag, there must be her own reasons for it. Milmes chose to respect Zishi's wishes. Perhaps one day in the future Jishir would voluntarily take off the paper bag. Suddenly Jishir appeared to be in great pain, struggling on the bed as if trapped in a nightmare. Milmes, feeling somewhat helpless, asked Jishir, "Are you okay?" Jishir could not hear Milmes' voice as she tossed and turned on the bed, her right hand tightly gripping the sheets, as if trying to seize something. Milmes was unsure if she should wake Jishir. Her current condition was worrisome, akin to a shattered vase barely held together by glue, as if the slightest touch could cause it to collapse. Jishir mumbled, "I'm sorry, Roy." Her tone sounded filled with sorrow and regret. Had she done something terrible in the past? Milmes wore a grave expression, not truly understanding Jishir, neither her appearance nor her inner self. Their futures would not intertwine, yet seeing her in such agony made Milmes' heart ache. Milmes took hold of Zishi's trembling left hand, perhaps letting her body feel the warmth of another would convey that sensation to her heart. Zishi's body seemed to gradually relax, the chaotic kicking had ceased, and her breathing became less frantic, slowly easing. Milmes gazed out the window. The night had not yet passed, but the sky seemed to be brightening. Once the cruise ship docked, Jishir rushed off the boat in a hurry, seemingly with something urgent to attend to, vanishing without even saying goodbye to Milmes. Milmes did not ponder much, picking up her leather suitcase and slowly disembarking from the cruise ship. Since Milmes did not have a bank card, the organizers exchanged her winnings in cash, filling her suitcase with money. Following the example of other departing contestants, Milmes hailed a taxi by the roadside. The driver appeared kind, smilingly asking, "Where to, beautiful lady?" 707 Muley Avenue, Chemu Town. Muley Avenue, got it. They'll head there right away. With that, the car roared to life, heading towards Chimu town. On the way, the car radio reported recent events. In the next piece of news, an explosion occurred this morning at Senyuan Square, but fortunately, it did not result in significant casualties. Several injured have been sent to the hospital for treatment. The police are making every effort to investigate. If citizens discover any suspicious items or persons, please provide clues to the police. The driver muttered. Another explosion case. How many is this now? I wonder which little rascal caused this trouble instead of doing their job properly. Meyer Misai recalled a bit about these explosion cases. She had previously found a red time bomb in a trash bin at the arcade. However, Meyer Misai noticed a small detail: the bomb's countdown had over 10 hours, and according to the normal timeline, the explosion would occur at exactly 3 a.m. According to human routines, people should have already returned home to rest, and the arcade would be empty. What significance is there in blowing up an arcade with no one around? Could this perpetrator be a radical opposing the existence of arcades? Due to insufficient information, Meyer Misai could not arrive at a definitive answer. However, one thing was certain: the perpetrator was not an indiscriminate killer, but a criminal with a meticulous plan. Nonetheless, capturing criminals is the police's responsibility, and Meyer Misai did not wish to be too exposed in this matter. She was fine on her own, but if a large number of media outlets chased after Yiyu, her alien identity might be exposed. After all, the media on Earth seems to have no bottom line. As long as it's sensational news, they would go to great lengths to uncover the scoop. According to online information, when Earthlings discover aliens, they often dissect them or confine them for cruel experiments. Regardless of which, it was not a sight Meyer Misai wished to see. The taxi had arrived in Chienmu town, and the surrounding scenery was becoming increasingly familiar. As they passed a hospital, a flash of red caught Meyer Misai's attention. It was Pavia. If Yiyu recalled her name correctly, this girl with the short red hair was the Pavia Meyer Misai had seen in the classroom before. Pavia held a bouquet of carnations, her expression complex as she walked through the hospital doors. The taxi continued on, quickly arriving at its destination. How much do I owe? 146. Meyer Misai opened her suitcase and took out a 200 yuan bill to hand to the driver. Upon receiving the bill, the driver's expression turned awkward. Cash. That's a bit difficult. Since the widespread adoption of online payments, fewer people use cash, and most do not carry any, including this driver. His dilemma now was that he had no way to provide change. Seeing the driver hesitate to accept it, Meyer Misai curiously asked, "Can't this money be used?" The driver shook his head, arms crossed, looking quite troubled. "It can be used, but it's not very convenient." At this moment, the driver noticed the shopkeeper of a grocery store raising the roll-up door as if he had found a lifeline, and quickly ran to the grocery store's entrance. After exchanging for change, the driver readily returned 54 yuan to Meyer Misai. She climbed the stairs, returned to Yi's house, and knocked on the door. Shortly after, hurried footsteps approached from within, and the door swung open, revealing a very delighted Yiyu. Yi's dark circles under her eyes had intensified, but her expression was filled with joy, showing no trace of fatigue. "I'm back. Welcome back." Though Yiyu wanted to give Meyer Misai a warm embrace, reason prevented her from doing so in time. Earlier on the path, her emotions had gotten a bit out of control, leading to such actions. After all, Meyer Misai, and she had only just met a few days ago, such intimacy should be saved for later. Yiyu led Meyer Misai into the house, and noticing her leather suitcase, she asked, "What's this?" Meyer Misai lifted the suitcase slightly, saying, "It's the prize money from the competition." Yiyu bent down to take a closer look at the suitcase, which was crafted quite exquisitely, yet the design left much to be desired. Why would anyone use a bent muscular arm as a pattern? Yiyu decided not to dwell on it, and continued to ask, "Did you in first place?" "Yes." Meyer Misai nodded, a hint of pride in her expression. Yiyu genuinely felt happy for Meyer Misai, clapping her hands in excitement. "Of course, it's Meyer Misai. What was the prize?" Meyer Misai opened her palm, signaling a 5 million. 5 million. That's quite a lot. Yiyu continued to clap, but as she did, she sensed something was off. The rhythm of her applause gradually slowed until it stopped. Yiyu maintained a stiff smile, asking in disbelief, "How much did you just say?" Meyer Misai looked up to the right, contemplating 5 million. To be precise, there's still 4999854 yuan left. Without any warning, Yiyu suddenly leaned to the right, and Meyer Misai caught her just in time. Yiyu collapsed into Meyer Misai's arms, appearing somewhat dazed, and Meyer Misai concernedly asked Yiyu, "Are you okay?" Yiyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "I'm just dizzy from being too happy." She took Meyer Misai's hand and placed it against her face. "Meyer Misai, pinch me. I want to know if I'm still dreaming." Meyer Misai frowned, looking quite reluctant, but in the end she merely pinched Yi's face lightly. "Why doesn't it hurt?" Based on Yi's understanding of Meyer Misai's strength, being pinched by her should hurt quite a bit, yet now it felt almost imperceptible, like a dragonfly touching the water. After this confirmation, Yiyu was certain of one thing. "I must be dreaming." Yiyu climbed out of Meyer Misai's embrace, leaning against the wall, staggering toward the room. Suddenly, Yiyu tripped over some items on the floor, her face meeting the ground in an intimate encounter. "Ouch! Looks like I'm not dreaming." Meyer Misai helped Yu up. Her forehead had turned red. Meyer Misai touched her forehead, finding the temperature normal, yet Yi's behavior was anything but. Meyer Misai asked worriedly, Yu, is your head okay? Are you concerned about me or scolding me? Yu replied with annoyance. Yu arrived at school and noticed that Pavia's seat was empty, which was quite unusual, as she had never been absent before, yet this time, she had missed 2 days. Yu found Yuta and asked, has Pavia not come to class today either? Yuta replied while taking notes, she has taken a leave of absence. Yuta paused and tilted her head, asking, what's wrong? Are you very concerned about her? Yu shook her head and said, no, it just feels a bit strange that someone I've seen every day suddenly doesn't come for a few days. Yuta twirled her pen and casually said, don't worry, I know Pavia's capabilities. This statement puzzled Yu, prompting her to ask, is Pavia really that impressive? Yuta smiled, seemingly mocking Yu for not having seen more of the world. You wouldn't be asking such a question if you had seen her performance during the school sports meet in middle school. If it weren't for the school's limitations on the number of events, she could have participated in all the competitions by herself. Seeing Yi's incredulous expression, Yuta added, but that was back in the first year of middle school. I haven't seen her compete since the second year. After hearing this, Yu felt even more confused and asked, why didn't she compete starting from the second year? Yuta did not immediately answer Yi's confusion, but instead teased, do you remember those rumors about Pavia? Yu scratched her head and replied, the one about sending someone to the hospital. Yuta shrugged and said, rumors are never purely baseless. There are always some reasons behind them. Then Yuta's expression grew a bit complex as she gazed out the window at a distant white building which was a hospital. However, sometimes the truth is worse than the rumors. After saying this, Yuta put down her pen. So what is the truth? Yu suddenly became interested in Pavia and eagerly asked. Yuta shot her a glance impatiently, saying, don't look at me with those eyes, I don't know either. Yu pouted and said disdainfully, I thought you looked so calculating that you must know something. As the class monitor, Yuta was dedicated to building friendly relationships with all classmates, including Pavia. However, it was evident that Yuta's communication with Pavia was not smooth, likely because Pavia was unwilling to chat much with Yuta. In Yi's impression, Pavia seemed to have never spoken to anyone else. Yuta grinned with a sense of petty triumph and said, it's rare to be so openly praised by Yu. Yuta pinched Yi's elastic cheek and pulled it outward. Come on, did something good happen? Yu mumbled, stop it. Yuta released her grip and assumed a very interested pose. Actually, Yu told Yuta about Milmes participating in the King of the Cruise competition. I've heard of that competition, I remember the prize is very generous. Yes, and Milmes even secured first place. Yu said excitedly. Yuta displayed an expression of surprise, saying, I didn't expect your cousin to be quite capable. It was indeed impressive for Milmes to win against Pavia in the competition. Yu suddenly paused and after a few seconds of contemplation said, by the way, Yuta, I want to ask you for a favor. Go ahead. I want to throw a celebration party for Milmes to celebrate her championship. Sounds good. Vivian would be very interested. Can I ask her to help too? Yu nodded. Yes, Milmes would definitely be happy to meet Vivian. Just then the class bell rang and Yu returned to her original seat, ready to listen attentively. Inside the mobile phone store, Mirami's carrying a small handbag given to her by Yu looked at this little bag and recalled what had happened a few hours earlier. Yu was frying an egg in the kitchen while asking Mirami's, are you going to buy a phone today? Yes. Yi's profile was trickling with cold sweat as she had a foreboding feeling. You aren't planning to carry such a huge box of cash to buy one, are you? Yes. What the heck? Aren't you just openly telling robbers a big catch is here, come grab me? Milmes replied calmly, they can't beat me. Yu slapped her forehead and said somewhat exasperated, what I'm worried about is them. What if they suddenly lie down and try to extort you for medical fees? You don't need that much money to buy a phone, 10,000 should be enough. But Milmes had her own ideas and said, I want to buy a few more phones as backups. Yu turned her head curiously, asking, how many? Milmes thought for a moment and gave an outrageous number. How about 500? My master always says that having more items is better. Yi's head buzzed, feeling a stomachache as she said, are you planning to open a mobile phone store? No, even a mobile phone store might not have that many. Yu walked up to Mirami's, pressing her hands on Milmes' shoulders, and said earnestly, just buy one, normally, at most two. It'll help you get a small bag, hide the money well, and don't easily tell strangers you have a lot of money. Yu ran to her bedroom and came out with a small handbag. The memory ended. Milmes noticed that the store was filled with many flashy phones of different brands and colors, with some cabinets even containing nostalgic flip phones and slide phones. Milmes immediately took a liking to a slide phone, not for any particular reason, but simply because its unique opening method deeply intrigued her. At that moment, a young woman's voice came from behind. Excuse me, this type of phone is quite outdated. I recommend you buy this latest model from Huawei. Milmes turned around to see a store clerk in a red shirt holding a phone that looked quite impressive. The clerk proudly extolled the powerful features of this phone. It uses the most popular multi-camera design and has 1,000,000 pixels. Milmes shook her head and said, I don't need the camera function. Milmes herself was a super high-grade camera that could capture the world anytime, anywhere. 1,000,000 pixels were too low in purity compared to her eyes. Please let me browse alone. Although Milmes declined the clerk's sales pitch, the clerk was not ready to let go of what looked like a very lucrative customer and continued to pursue her. The clerk switched to another phone that looked even more magnificent, mainly in appearance. And this product, recommended by internet celebrities, has even been featured in live streams. Milmes took a glance and scanned the model in the clerk's hand. To be honest, it was terrible. The internal configuration was chaotic, and it felt like many components were crammed into such a device wouldn't last long. Moreover, this phone has 256 gigabytes of memory, allowing you to store as much as you want. Milmes still showed little interest walking around the store on her own. With that little memory, it wouldn't even be able to record a day's worth of video data, at most converting it to audio files. And it can play games like Eat Duck and Allen smoothly. Even the highest quality ball god is no problem. The clerk continued her pitch, determined to find a way to sell the more profitable phone. Milmes hadn't paid attention to mobile games and couldn't understand how the clerk's descriptions of these games related to the phone's capabilities, but she could confirm that most of what she said was useless information. Most of the high-end configurations proposed by the clerk were ruthlessly rejected by Milmes, leading her to decide to switch to offering gifts. Purchasing now also comes with a large capacity power bank. Milmes stopped in her tracks, and the clerk showed a pleased expression, seemingly satisfied with this condition. However, the next question posed by Milmes left the clerk dumbfounded. Can it provide a current of over 240 volts? Milmes usually consumed power supplies with a voltage of at least 300 volts, but the normal voltage in Chimu Town was only 220 volts, so she lowered her requirements a bit. The clerk managed to maintain a smile, but was cursing internally. What kind of phone needs such high voltage? It would have burned out long ago. The clerk silently switched to another gift, Bluetooth headphones, allowing you to enjoy personal space with almost no delay in sound. Milmes shook her head. Milmes could directly connect with nearby electronic devices without relying on headphones. In fact, headphones seemed quite redundant, and her own connection was genuinely zero latency. How about an induction cooker? You can enjoy delicious dishes in just 10 minutes. Cooking tools might be quite useful for an ordinary human, but they were worthless for a robot. The clerk went back and forth several times with different gifts, but failed to impress Milmes, exhausting herself instead. Just when the clerk was about to give up on the sales pitch, she noticed that Milmes had been fixated on a certain item for over 5 minutes, making her feel that this deal might still work. It was something that only children would like, so the clerk had not considered including it in the gift list. However, when dealing with a peculiar customer, giving away odd items seemed more logical. So the clerk asked with a sense of desperation, if you buy this model, you'll receive this snowball pendant for free. What do you think? Milmes' expression suddenly changed, looking genuinely interested, her eyes sparkling like stars. The clerk felt very frustrated, thinking, why did her attitude change so suddenly? She looked so easy to hook now. After catering to her preferences, the deal was naturally completed, and the mobile phone store even gave Milmes a free SIM card and basic accessories, such as a charging cable. Milmes walked down a narrow alley studying the usage methods of the phone when suddenly she bumped into someone at the corner. Are you okay? Milmes herself was fine, so she first cared about the safety of the person she bumped into. The other person at the intersection was Pavia, and her expression seemed quite unpleasant. In the early morning, in the intensive care unit, Pavia walked slowly down the hospital corridor, holding a bouquet of yellow carnations. The hospital's color scheme was very simple, a uniform gray and white, and Pavia's red hair stood out starkly in this place. Nearby, an elderly lady in a wheelchair was chatting with her nurse. The elderly lady wore a kind smile and remarked, it's that little girl again, she must be here to visit her friend. Pavia's vibrant red hair and her unique aura left a lasting impression on the elderly lady. The elderly lady said enviously, how wonderful. If only my son could visit me as often as she does. The nurse beside her poured a cup of warm water and comforted her, saying, don't worry, your health will improve soon, and then you can see your son every day. The elderly lady took a sip and worriedly said, my son is really a cause for concern. Last time he said he wanted to participate in some rapeseed flower king competition, claiming he would win a big prize to impress me. At this point, the nurse looked contemplative. Rapeseed flower king. What is that? Suddenly she realized and confidently said, you must be referring to the Cruise King competition, right? This competition had been heavily promoted, so even a nurse who rarely had time to keep up with news had heard of it. The elderly lady nodded with delight, saying, yes, that's the one. Suddenly the elderly lady's mood darkened significantly as she sighed. I messaged him on WeChat yesterday, and oh, rather than winning a big prize, it felt like he got beaten up instead. The nurse was quite surprised. Although the Cruise King competition didn't detail its competition methods, it couldn't possibly involve fighting, could it? The nurse covered her mouth astonished and said, but those variety shows wouldn't involve fighting the contestants, right? Did he end up at a boxing match by mistake? The elderly lady shook her head and said somewhat gloomily, it's not about bruises. He suddenly decided to hit the gym and overdid it without realizing it. This boy really doesn't understand the meaning of moderation. The elderly lady scolded her son with a tone of disappointment. He always came up with some wild ideas, and this time was no different, trying to cheat his way to success without being honest with the family. The nurse urged the elderly lady to calm down, saying that being too angry would hinder her recovery. It's normal for young people to be a bit impulsive. The elderly lady held the empty cup in her hands, as if she could see her son's childhood face through it. At that moment, Bill, who was lying in bed due to muscle soreness, sneezed. Kevin, about to make fun of Bill, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, forcing him to stifle his laughter. Bill looked at Kevin and asked, "What's wrong? Is someone cursing you?" Bill disdainfully replied, "There are plenty of people cursing me. What's one more? As for those who miss me, I know who they are." Bill complained indignantly. That weirdo was terrifying, forcing us to do hundreds of push-ups and pull-ups. Kevin sighed and said helplessly, "At least be grateful. He only made you exercise and didn't actually beat you up." Bill slammed his hand on the bed and said rudely, "It's all your fault. You invited me to participate in this competition." Kevin rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, "How is that my fault? I just invited you to compete. I didn't tell you to cheat." Bill was equally stubborn, raising his voice to drown Kevin out. "Then why did you agree to help me cheat? Why didn't you stop me? You wanted that hefty prize too, didn't you?" The two began to argue, growing increasingly agitated until the intense pain forced them to shut their mouths and focus on recovery. Pavia arrived at the entrance of one of the intensive care units on the second floor of the hospital. The information board outside displayed a name, Roy Hope. Pavia paused at the door for a few seconds, organizing her thoughts and preparing herself mentally before entering the room. The room was very tidy and quiet, and aside from the sound of Pavia's footsteps and the slight rustling of flowers, the only thing audible was the beeping of electronic equipment. On the pristine hospital bed lay a young girl who seemed to be around the same age as Pavia. The girl had her eyes tightly shut, breathing steadily, but showed no intention of waking up even as Pavia approached her, as if trapped in a dream. Pavia removed the somewhat wilted lilies from the vase and replaced them with the carnations she had brought today. She moved a chair to the bedside. The entire process was very quiet, without any unnecessary noise. Pavia gazed at the girl's serene face and began to speak to herself. "Roy, yesterday I met someone really impressive. Her shooting skills and ability to adapt were remarkable. Oh, I like opponents like that." Roy did not reply, but she seemed to be listening intently to Pavia's words. Pavia continued, enthusiastically recounting what happened on the cruise yesterday. "That person's name was Milmes. I hope to see her again if I get the chance. If I have the opportunity to meet her, I will definitely compete with her to see who is stronger." Pavia clenched her fists, her fighting spirit ignited. Pavia smiled and said, "Just as you said, life always has unexpected developments full of surprises." Unknowingly, perhaps it was Pavia's illusion, but Roy seemed to frown slightly, as if reproaching Pavia. Pavia hurriedly explained, "Although I took a few days off, you don't need to worry. I'm in good health, and I'll be back in class tomorrow." After all, yesterday was Tuesday, and today is Wednesday, though as a student not attending class would understandably draw Roy's reproach. "Would you like to hear about the details of the competition? I promise it's very interesting." Pavia kicked the floor with one foot, as if waiting for Roy's response. But the only sound in the room was the wind passing by outside, lifting the curtains. Pavia tied the curtains with a string and sat back down in the chair. "It's not fighting, it's a shooting competition, and we use water guns, not real guns." Pavia tirelessly narrated the entire competition process, from searching the cabin for water guns to encountering Milmes, then being ambushed by Bill and his friends, and finally being stood up by Milmes. Pavia originally wanted to say more, but glancing at her phone, she saw it was almost time for the nurse to come in for Roy's care, which meant she had to leave. Reluctantly waving goodbye to Roy, Pavia said, "See you tomorrow, Roy." She left the hospital, wandering aimlessly through the alley. She couldn't go to school today, or where should she go instead? Pavia had no answer in her heart, as if she could go anywhere yet felt like she couldn't go anywhere. Pavia sat alone on the swing in the children's park. At this time the little kids were still in kindergarten, and the entire park was very quiet. Pavia nostalgically touched the iron railing of the swing. Roy used to love swinging, and often asked Pavia to push her from behind. The childlike Roy sat on the swing, her feet dangling in the air as she swung happily. She turned her head towards Pavia, who was playing in the sand, and shouted, "Pavia, Pavia, push me." Pavia didn't turn around. Instead, she tossed all the sand into a small bucket with her shovel. Busy building her sandcastle, Pavia didn't even glance at Roy, loudly saying, "You can swing by yourself if you just put some effort into it." Roy pouted and said pitifully, "I don't have the strength. I can't swing." Previously, when Roy wanted to push Pavia on the swing, Pavia had rejected her. Then Pavia stood on the swing, using her body's momentum to make the swing move, leaving Roy stunned. But Roy was different from Pavia. She was afraid to stand on the swing and lacked the strength to make it move on her own. Roy glanced at the two children nearby, where the older brother was pushing the younger brother on the swing, and they were having a great time. Roy lowered her head in disappointment, suddenly feeling a pair of hands behind her pushing her away. The swing started to sway, and a smile blossomed on Roy's face. Pavia, while pushing, murmured, "I wanted to run with you, but you wouldn't agree, so that's why you're out of energy." Roy, not willing to back down, retorted loudly, "But I wanted to read with you, and you wouldn't read." Pavia smiled and said, "Then let's call it even." The two didn't say much more. Despite their vastly different interests, they remained great friends. Pavia gathered her strength, focusing her energy in her hands, and said, "Now I'm going to give it my all." Roy's swing soared higher and faster, the intense thrill becoming somewhat addictive, prompting her to shout, "Faster, faster." However, Roy's slender arms couldn't grip the ropes tightly and flew off into the air. "Wow." Roy landed with a thud into the bushes, falling silent. Pavia rushed to Roy's side, worried, and asked, "Are you okay?" Pavia leaned closer to Roy's face, intending to turn her over. But as soon as Roy rolled over, she smeared dirt on Pavia's face and mischievously laughed, saying, "Hee, now we're even." Pavia still remembered how radiant Roy's smile was back. Then those wonderful times seemed like they had just happened yesterday. Pavia looked up at the blue sky, which seemed to darken slightly as clouds quietly covered the sky. Perhaps it would rain soon. Pavia walked briskly, wanting to get home early, as she did not want to be drenched in the rain. Just then she turned a corner and bumped into someone. She was about to scold them, but upon seeing the person's face, overwhelming surprise rendered Pavia speechless. Why is Milmes here? This question first surfaced in Pavia's mind. She had no expectations, yet unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Milmes stared blankly at Pavia, reading the surge of fighting spirit in her eyes, but not understanding its origin. "Today is our first meeting, isn't it, Pavia?" Milmes quickly searched through the database, and various signs indicated that this was indeed her first meeting with Pavia. In previous encounters, it was merely her unilateral awareness of Pavia's presence. Pavia should not recognize her. Suddenly, Pavia pointed at Milmes and candidly said, "I am the cheese you encountered on the cruise. I want to have a real contest with you. What do you think?" Milmes pondered for a moment, then displayed an expression of disbelief, raising her palm to create a barrier between them, and gently said, "I think you should see a doctor." Pavia simulated the scenario in her mind, where she openly confessed everything, and the outcome did not seem optimistic. Though Pavia was willing to speak candidly, she was unsure if Milmes could keep this secret. If it were to be revealed to the wrong person, the significance of the paper bag would be nullified. In just a few seconds, Pavia's expression transformed from surprise to conflict, and then to confusion. After a long silence, she slowly spoke, "Step aside." Pavia had not had a normal conversation with anyone for a long time. Only these simple and blunt statements were available for her use. As Pavia prepared to bypass Milmes and leave, she was suddenly called back by Milmes. "That voice, are you the cheese?" Although the cheese was conversing with Milmes through the paper bag, such a rudimentary item could only cover her face, not her voice. Everyone's voice is unique, and Milmes could quickly identify others by this trait. Pavia froze in place. The question came too suddenly, and she did not expect Milmes to recognize her first. Pavia turned around wearing a somewhat menacing smile and pointed to a nearby cafe, raising her eyebrows to indicate, "I'll buy you a drink." The two entered the Wooden Bear Cafe, where the atmosphere was relaxed and the decor had a forest style, allowing one to enjoy a moment of leisure. Inside the cafe, a candid owner was wiping coffee cups. Upon seeing the two, he immediately put down his work and smiled, saying, "Welcome." There were few customers in the shop, just a handful scattered around, yet the ambience made one feel instantly relaxed, reminiscent of a stroll in a tranquil forest. Pavia casually chose a table to sit down, with Milmes sitting opposite her. The owner, also serving as a waiter, came out from the bar and handed each of them a menu, which featured various types of coffee and many tempting desserts. Pavia merely glanced at the menu symbolically, as she already had in mind what she wanted to order. Milmes did not think too much either. She did not need to rely on regular food for sustenance. Although she had a taste system, its function was almost ornamental. Pavia asked, "Have you decided?" After receiving Milmes' affirmation, she raised her hand, signaling the owner that they were ready to order. The owner, holding a notebook, quickly approached their table, appearing attentive. "I would like a mocha and a cheesecake." If cheese were not Pavia's preferred flavor, she wouldn't have specifically chosen cheese as her competition code. "Espresso and strawberry cake." Milmes casually picked two visually appealing items, not considering flavor, though the exquisite images did attract her to some extent. If possible, Milmes would actually prefer to order alcohol. The higher the alcohol content, the better. Russian vodka would be quite suitable. After all, alcohol is also a good fuel, but how could there be alcohol in a cafe? The owner returned to the bar to start preparing the coffees they ordered. Seeing that the owner's attention was elsewhere, Pavia straightforwardly said, "I'll be direct. I want to have a real contest with you." Milmes looked at Pavia in confusion. A contest? Milmes understood the meaning of the word, yet she was contemplating what Pavia intended to compete with her. Humans enjoy competition. It drives mutual progress. However, humans can compete in any aspect, from collecting erasers to weapon stockpiling. If it were a battle, Milmes would not accept it. In a real fight, it's either you die or I die. Pavia did not grasp Milmes' deeper meaning and simply explained her intention. "I witnessed your skills during the competition. Now I want to spar with you." So it was a contest that stopped short of being lethal. just needing to confirm each other's strength without the requirement of truly killing the opponent. This level of competition was something Milmes could accept. But why? As a robot, Milmes' logical circuits were imbued with an unusually active curiosity. Perhaps this was a kind of instinct that inadvertently encouraged her to collect more information. Driven by this peculiar instinct, Milmes asked why. Pavia seemed to have anticipated Milmes' question and quickly provided an answer. I haven't encountered a worthy opponent in a long time. My opponents have been too weak, making it all quite boring. But facing you, my body craves the desire to fight with you. Do you understand this feeling? Pavia's expression suddenly became sharp. Milmes scratched her head, surrounded by more questions. After a moment of silence, she replied, I don't quite understand. Seeing Milmes looking somewhat troubled, Pavia appeared a bit apologetic. If you don't want to accept, that's fine. Just loudly refuse me. Pavia was unconcerned about Milmes rejecting her. Even if she refused now, she might change her mind in the future. I can spar with you, but this place isn't quite suitable, is it? Milmes pointed outside where the long stretch of road leading from the cafe was filled with residential areas and commercial streets. If they fought here, it would surely cause chaos for others. On this point, Pavia agreed and suggested, let's find an open space later. Pavia placed both hands on the table, resting her chin on them, and said, I usually don't talk this much. It's really strange, I feel something different about you. Pavia sensed an opportunity in Milmes. Her intuition told her that meeting Milmes would bring a significant turning point in her life. This feeling was peculiar, indescribable, and perhaps just Pavia's one-sided wish, yet she was willing to gamble on this possibility now. Suddenly, Milmes' phone buzzed, seemingly receiving a message. Milmes opened her phone to find a spam message, nothing worth noting. However, unlike Milmes, Pavia's spirit was stirred, for she noticed that Milmes' phone charm was the same as hers. Pavia curiously asked, is that a snowball? Yes, Milmes replied, shaking the snowball charm, which caused its white fur to flutter as if it were alive. Pavia couldn't help but compliment, your taste is quite good. She didn't expect Milmes to also like snowballs. Milmes stroked the fluffy body of the snowball, instantly feeling healed. I like fluffy things. Do you like snowballs too, Pavia? I do. Pavia unexpectedly admitted to this. Though she might be scolded for being childish, liking something that a child would enjoy, Pavia never shied away from expressing her true thoughts. What's there to be embarrassed about? Liking is liking. It won't diminish because of others' belittling, but will gradually be abandoned due to one's own wavering. During their conversation, the owner also brought out steaming cups of coffee topped with cute animal-shaped latte art. Pavia took a sip of the mocha, finding it smooth and sweet without being cloying. Next came the cheesecake, fluffy and soft, perfectly flavored. It seemed this cafe would be a regular stop in the future. While Pavia enjoyed her dessert, she noticed that Milmes had downed her espresso in one go with the milk and sugar untouched. A sudden wave of respect surged in Pavia's heart. Milmes had actually finished the espresso that she herself could hardly handle. Pavia pointed at the empty coffee cup, raising her eyebrows in surprise, and asked, isn't it bitter? Very bitter. Milmes' taste system allowed her to finally discern every flavor. This coffee was so bitter that even the censors found it somewhat unbearable. Pavia tentatively asked, do you like bitter things? Bitter is just a taste, it's the same as sweet. Milmes did not have a particularly preferred flavor, as sweet and bitter seemed the same to her. Pavia could not comprehend Milmes' meaning, yet she inexplicably felt that this statement was profound, unsure if it was just her astonishment clouding her mind. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed from outside and torrential rain began to pour down, prompting pedestrians to hastily seek shelter under nearby eaves while cars slowed down in response. Pavia, feeling annoyed, tapped the edge of her plate with her fork and said, looks like we'll have to sit here a while longer. Pavia disliked rainy weather. Now the rain was delaying her duel with Milmes, increasing her level of annoyance. Milmes suddenly stood up and walked out of the cafe, prompting Pavia to immediately chase after her. Milmes picked up a brown wallet that had fallen on the ground. Just moments ago, its owner had left in a taxi, leaving it behind. Pavia casually glanced at the wallet, noticing several patches and cracks, evidently having been used for a long time. What a worn-out wallet, the style is so old. Milmes opened the wallet, finding no money, but some identification and keys inside. Pavia leaned in curiously to see what kind of antique the wallet's owner was, only to be taken aback. The person on the ID was actually Lois' father. The rain pattered against the window, whipped by the strong wind, forming irregular little streams. This class was supposed to be physical education, but the torrential rain outside naturally led to its cancellation, turning it into self-study. However, both the mathematics teacher and the Chinese teacher were unwilling to miss this excellent opportunity to teach, and thus began to compete for the chance. The battle ended with the mathematics teacher seizing the opportunity to step onto the podium first, leaving the Chinese teacher reluctantly clutching a thick volume of classical literature as he departed. Yi Yu stared absent-mindedly out the window, gazing at the rain that enveloped the city like mist. She had an uneasy feeling that something bad was about to happen today. The feeling of unease washed over Yi Yu like a tide, with a voice inside telling her that she seemed to have forgotten something very important. The incessant anxiety made her desperately wish for the class to end sooner, instead of sitting there listening to the mathematics teacher drone on about a bunch of symbols she couldn't remember. Yiyu pondered in distress, knowing she had already submitted her draft, but why was this feeling of unease still unable to be dispelled? After struggling for a while, Yiyu decided to focus on the lesson. The mathematics teacher was very strict. If he noticed her zoning out, she might get scolded after class. Yiyu cast aside her inexplicable unease and tried her best to keep a calm mind to remember the key knowledge from the class. Milmes spotted the identification card placed prominently, which bore the name of the holder, Wells Hope. Pavia immediately recognized this as Loy's father. Although she hadn't seen him for a long time, she could still recognize him at first glance. Let's hurry and catch up to him, Pavia urged Milmes anxiously, but Milmes pointedly asked, how do we catch up? Pavia was just about to answer and run over, but running in the rain was impractical. Besides, Wells had already left their line of sight in a taxi. Without knowing where he intended to go, there was no way to catch up. Suddenly, Pavia thought of a simple method. She immediately took out her phone and dialed Wells' number. A familiar voice came from the phone, speaking in standard Mandarin. The number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Pavia was about to smash her phone in frustration, but hesitated. She didn't want the muddy water to stain her snowball pendant. At that moment, Milmes tugged at Pavia's sleeve and pointed north, saying, that direction. Taking advantage of Pavia's focus on her phone, Milmes connected to the nearby surveillance cameras through the cafe's Wi-Fi and successfully spotted the taxi that had just left at the intersection to the north. How did you know it was that way? Pavia looked at Milmes suspiciously. The direction she provided seemed unreasonable, almost like a wild guess. Milmes hesitated for a moment, then said uncertainly, intuition. Pavia was taken aback for a second, then her expression brightened, as if she had found a kindred spirit. My intuition says the same. Pavia hailed a taxi at the intersection, and the two quickly took their seats in the back. The driver in the front seat cheerfully asked, hello, where are you headed? Milmes pointed forward and recited as if mimicking a navigation voice, turn left after 300 meters. Hearing Milmes's words, the driver's face turned awkward, and in a rather embarrassed tone he said, I need a specific address to take you there. Pavia impatiently kicked the driver's seat and snapped, shut up and drive. The driver had never encountered such a rude passenger before and immediately backed down, quickly falling silent. Okay. The driver nervously swallowed, his hands trembling. Oh no, am I encountering a dangerous person? The driver, fearing that Pavia might pull out a knife at any moment, quickly started the vehicle, pressed down on the accelerator, and drove in the direction Milmes indicated. A few minutes later, the driver noticed that there seemed to be a traffic jam ahead, though they were not in a congested area of the city, which puzzled him. As he approached other vehicles, the driver heard complaints coming from the side. Damn it, I've already been waiting for 2 minutes. Why hasn't the traffic light changed? The driver instinctively looked up, and the traffic light in the distance was glowing a glaring red, which was probably the reason for the long line of vehicles. Suddenly, the signal light changed from red to green, and the drivers at the front pressed their accelerators, charging forward like wild horses. Seeing this, the driver also lightly pressed the accelerator and began to drive slowly behind the vehicles ahead. It seemed as if they had been favored by good luck. This green light lasted a full 4 minutes before the taxi carrying Milmes and Pavia passed the intersection, and the light began to flash yellow. In 200 meters, turn right at the intersection. There is road construction, keep right. Accelerate and go straight. To Pavia, Milmes seemed to have a premonition of the traffic conditions, which was rather incredible. Could it be that superhumans really exist? Pavia couldn't help but think this. She had heard urban legends that a dangerous organization had altered some people's brains, granting them extraordinary abilities. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, as she didn't believe such absurd rumors. She preferred to think that Milmes, like her, had developed a sixth sense through rigorous training. Following Milmes' directions, the driver quickly caught up to the taxi that Wells was in. Then Milmes said what most taxi drivers long to hear, follow the taxi ahead. The driver perked up at this, as it meant that the two passengers in the back would pay him a decent fare. Though the red-haired one looked fierce, the white-haired one should pay right. Thinking this, the driver felt a bit disheartened, but he had to finish the job first before discussing money, otherwise the red-haired one would surely kick his seat again. Milmes noticed that the scenery around them was becoming increasingly desolate, and the taxi was gradually moving away from the city center. After a journey of more than 10 minutes, the two taxis finally arrived near a remote, abandoned building. A somewhat timid figure bent down to get out of the taxi, carefully holding a black bag in her arms. This figure was Loy's father. Wells cautiously glanced around, and after confirming that there were no other people nearby, walked boldly into the abandoned building. Milmes and Pavia got out of the car a little further away and stealthily followed behind Wells. Aren't we supposed to return something to Mr. Wells? Why are we acting like we're going to rob him? Milmes asked in confusion. Pavia awkwardly averted her gaze. That's because Pavia hadn't seen Wells for a long time, and the reason was simple: she didn't want to see him. She didn't know how to face Loy's father. The intention to return his wallet was just a spuro-themant decision, and in fact, She hadn't thought much about it earlier, even forgetting that she hadn't seen Wells for a long time. Pavia also didn't know if she should follow through with her earlier impulse to bravely walk over and return the wallet to Wells, or take the easier option of having Milmes do it. Milmes was still waiting for Pavia's response, her eager gaze piercing into Pavia's heart. Left with no choice, Pavia finally said sheepishly, "Because I need to find out why Uncle Wells is here and what he intends to do." This wasn't entirely a fabricated excuse. It was because when Pavia spotted Wells in this desolate ruin and observed his timid movements, it deepened her suspicions. This was certainly not an excuse to maintain a certain distance from Uncle Wells. Pavia was very sure of that. However, in the next moment, Pavia realized that Milmes had already disappeared from her side and was running straight towards Wells. Wells. Milmes was just about to call out to Wells when Pavia quickly covered her mouth and pulled her into an alley. Wells turned back with a somewhat complex expression, but saw nothing. Perhaps it was just an illusion brought on by nervousness, Wells reassured himself. Considering what he was about to do, it was inevitable to feel increased pressure, and experiencing such an illusion was not unusual. Not noticing anything behind him, Wells continued walking towards the abandoned building. Seeing that Wells was not suspicious, Pavia let out a sigh of relief and released Milmes. Pavia angrily asked, "Why did you suddenly run over?" Milmes replied sternly, "The quickest way to get answers to a question is to ask the person directly." If the other party refused to answer, she thought they could just follow them again. Suddenly, Wells stumbled over a protruding stone, causing the black bag in his arms to fall to the ground, spilling its contents. The sound attracted the two of them, and they couldn't help but lean out to look, following the direction the bag had fallen. A few pieces of clothing were scattered on the ground with a noticeable bulge in the middle, as if covering something. Wells rubbed his head, not injured, but as he noticed that everything in the bag had scattered, he immediately began to frantically pick it up. One by one, the clothes were placed back into the bag, revealing the true nature of the object beneath the clothing. It was a detonator. Pavia could hardly believe the scene before her. In her impression, Wells was a gentle and kind uncle, always a law-abiding, ordinary citizen. How could someone like him be involved with dangerous items like bombs? Pavia found it difficult to digest such conflicting information and stood there dumbfounded. Milmes stroked her chin and speculated, could he be the perpetrator behind the series of bombings? Besides the explosives in the bag, Wells' strange movements and suspicious actions provided more evidence for Milmes' speculation. Upon hearing this, Pavia instinctively retorted, "Impossible," although she said that she could not deny that she was somewhat shaken. Pavia had not seen Wells for a long time. People often said that time could change a person's true nature. She had no idea what kind of person Wells had become. Pavia watched Wells' figure disappear into the entrance of the building from a distance. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to follow him. However, just before entering the building, Milmes suddenly stopped. Pavia noticed Milmes pause and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Could it be that she was scared? If Milmes was trying to escape out of fear of being caught up in the explosion, Pavia wouldn't blame her. It was only natural for an ordinary person to cherish their life. Pavia struck a confident pose and said, "If you're scared, you can go home. We'll find a way to handle everything. But I hope you won't call the police. I want to talk to Wells." Pavia's expression suddenly softened, as if she were pleading with Milmes. Pavia knew this request was unreasonable. She could not expect Milmes to condone Wells' actions. Even if the previous bombings had nothing to do with him, he truly had explosives in his possession now. Milmes blinked, her expression completely blank, as she clearly did not understand Pavia's concerns. Milmes leaned closer to Pavia and whispered a few words. Pavia's expression instantly changed from gloomy to bright, revealing a joyful demeanor. Pavia crossed her arms and looked at Milmes appreciatively, saying, "You know how dangerous this plan is. But you will agree." "That's right." Pavia smiled with relief. Her intuition was indeed accurate. Milmes had truly surprised her. Inside the abandoned building, Wells stood in the center of the floor, seemingly hesitating about something. Wells placed the black bag on the ground and took out the timed explosives inside with less than 10 minutes left on the countdown. Wells stared at the countdown timer on the explosives, his brow furrowed and cold sweat breaking out on his body. "Uncle Wells." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind, but at that moment Wells did not recognize who it was. He quickly stuffed the explosives back into the bag and covered it with his clothing. When he turned his head, he saw Pavia smiling at him. Wells immediately stood up, wanting to persuade Pavia to stop, but as he stood, the bag behind him was fully exposed. Although Pavia seemed unaware of the bag's existence, it was crucial that she did not discover it. Wells hurriedly took a step to the left, hiding the bag behind his leg and forcing a natural expression as he said, "Oh, it's Pavia? How have you been doing at school lately?" "It's been all right," Pavia said, pouting slightly, not wanting to discuss that topic with Wells. Wells noticed that Pavia's mood had soured, but he still hoped to continue this topic as it was the best chance to divert Pavia's attention or even make her so angry that she would leave. Wells cleared his throat and asked in a parental tone, "I see, but today is Wednesday, right? Don't you have classes?" Some noises came from nearby, but did not draw Wells' attention. Perhaps it was just the old building's long-standing disrepair, with some stones having become loose. More importantly, he cared about Pavia's reaction. As expected, Pavia's expression suddenly worsened. I skipped class, is that a problem? Pavia's attitude shifted noticeably, going from looking directly at Wells to glancing at him sideways. Pavia stomped her foot like an impatient child getting scolded by their parents. Wells secretly rejoiced. As long as he continued discussing school, Pavia's character would surely lead her to leave angrily. You're a student, you should prioritize your studies. Your father expects that of you, right? This statement seemed to strike a nerve with Pavia. Upon hearing it, she immediately threw her wallet to the ground and ran away without a word. Wells picked up the wallet and said with satisfaction, she has always run fast since she was little, she will surely run far away. He opened the wallet and found a photo of himself and his daughter inside. Wells quietly looked at the photo, tears unknowingly falling onto it, blurring his daughter's face. He glanced at his watch. Once the minute hand pointed to 12, his goal would be accomplished. At that moment, Pavia's voice rang out again. Uncle Wells, you can't possibly think I would still be angry over something so trivial, right? Pavia returned with a bright smile. I just acted that way to get your attention. However, relying solely on her acting skills would not deceive Wells, so Pavia had indeed mixed in some genuine feelings. Wells, surprised, instinctively looked behind him, noticing that the black bag that had been at his feet was now gone. You're looking for this bag, aren't you? Milmes appeared carrying the black bag, walking out from the same staircase. Taking advantage of the time when Wells was focused on how to deceive Pavia, Milmes had quietly snatched the bag, then jumped down from the second floor, returning to the staircase where Pavia was. The strange noises Wells had heard earlier were actually caused by Milmes accidentally stepping on an old iron plate. Upon seeing this, Wells immediately shouted, "Put that bag down. There are explosives inside." Pavia did not show any signs of fear. Instead, she said seriously, "Then tell us why you're doing this." Wells, filled with anxiety, yelled urgently, "It's about to explode." Pavia remained unfazed, even blocking Wells, who was preparing to lunge at Milmes, pinning him to the ground. "We haven't called the police yet. It's not too late to turn back now." As Pavia tried to persuade Wells, she pressed down harder on his resisting body. At this moment, the hour hand on the watch had reached between 11 and 12, with less than 3 minutes left until the explosives would detonate. Wells knew he could never overpower Pavia, so he conceded, saying, "All right, I'm willing to talk. Just let me go first." Pavia did not believe his words, insisting, "Your mouth can still move. Why should I let you go?" Pavia suspected that if she released him, Wells would try to grab the bag again. If he saw that the explosives had been disarmed, their plan would fall apart. Wells glanced at his watch again. Out of the corner of his eye, there was only 1 minute left until the explosives would explode. In a moment of desperation, Wells changed his approach and began to reason. "Pavia, think calmly. If the explosives detonate, you'll be killed too. Why not throw that bag further away?" Pavia seemed to have a complaint, as if she were whining. "And then when the explosives explode, you'll deny it, because there are no cameras around to prove that you brought the explosives." Wells felt helpless, but had to press on. "Aren't your and Milmes testimonies enough?" Pavia smiled and turned her head to look elsewhere, sighing, "People can lie, and so can testimonies." Just as Pavia spoke these words, her grip loosened slightly. Wells seized the opportunity, utilizing his stored strength to flip over and break free from Pavia's hold. Wells quickly grabbed the bag from Milmes and ran towards the wall that had a large hole in it. At this point, the minute hand was already extremely close to 12, with only 5 seconds left until the explosives would explode. Wells leaped just as both the minute and second hands pointed to 12. Bang! At the moment of jumping, he seemed to see a carousel of memories flashing in his mind, and what he couldn't forget the most was the first time Roy called him dad. In a daze, he seemed to hear his daughter calling out to him. Roy, wearing a white dress, looked like an angel, gradually leading his hand upwards. In reality, he was now head down, his face hitting the wall, and his feet held by Milmes. Though he was not seriously hurt, things were not looking good. The black bag in his arms fell to the ground, revealing the explosives inside, but the timer had already stopped. In fact, Pavia would never gamble with her own or others' lives to force Wells to speak. She had already confirmed with Milmes at the staircase that the explosives had been disarmed. Although Pavia was puzzled as to why Milmes had disarmed the bomb and carried scissors or similar items, there was no point in worrying about that now. As long as the explosives wouldn't explode, that was all that mattered. What Pavia did not know was that Milmes' scissors were actually part of her body. Meanwhile, Wells had been terribly deceived by this false bait. Pavia looked at Wells, who had been pulled up by Milmes and now resembled a mosquito coil, and couldn't help but sigh. Now both father and daughter will have to go to the hospital. Pavia tended to Wells upstairs while dialing emergency services for an ambulance. Meanwhile, Milmes picked up the disabled explosive device and began examining it closely. Its internal structure matched that of the device previously recovered from a trash bin at the arcade, strongly suggesting both incidents were orchestrated by the same perpetrator. It was also reasonable to infer that all cases reported in recent news stemmed from this single individual. Shortly thereafter, the ambulance arrived and medical personnel carefully transferred Wells into the mobile treatment unit. One sharp-eyed paramedic noticed the explosive in Milmes' hands and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, that's an explosive device." A thin sheen of cold sweat glistened along the paramedic's temple as he struggled to maintain composure. Milmes calmly displayed the inert device and replied flatly disarmed. It will not detonate. Only then did the paramedic exhale in palpable relief. His fortune had held, he had narrowly avoided perishing en route to save a life. Standing beside Wells, Pavia turned to the attending medic and asked how is Uncle Wells. After conducting a preliminary examination, the medic concluded he has sustained only a mild concussion, no other serious injuries. That's a tremendous relief. Pavia sighed, grateful she hadn't pressed too hard earlier. Her fear of having fractured his ribs had been unfounded. Casually, almost offhandedly, she added Uncle Wells saw the explosive, panicked, bolted in all directions, and accidentally collided with the wall, rendering himself unconscious. The medic nodded thoughtfully, then glanced toward Milmes and asked, was the device already inert when you arrived? Pavia subtly signaled Milmes with her eyes, not to speak. Milmes, intuitively comprehending, remained silent, merely nodding in quiet affirmation. Truly a blessing in disguise. The medic voiced no further suspicion, his expression softening into one of genuine reassurance. We've admitted several patients injured in explosions recently. I'd feared this call would be another. Fortunately, it was a dud. For those devoted to healing, witnessing unharmed lives was its own profound solace. Shortly after, Milmes and Pavia rode together to the hospital aboard the ambulance. Upon entering, a nurse at the reception desk immediately recognized Pavia and greeted her warmly. Little Pa, you're visiting Loy again. Again. Milmes seized the keyword instantly. This is my second visit to the hospital today. Pavia made no attempt to conceal it. Is Loy the person who collapsed aboard the cruise ship, the one you mentioned? Milmes retained even Pavia's most casual remarks with perfect fidelity, a distinct advantage of her robotic cognition. Oh, yes. Pavia's voice wavered softer than usual. Upon hearing Loy's name, her expression grew layered with sorrow, guilt, and quiet longing. Once Wells was admitted to a ward for further care, Pavia returned, this time accompanied by Milmes, to stand once more before Loy's hospital room. Milmes read aloud the name on the patient board, Loy Hope. Uncle Wells is Loy's father. Pavia opened the door. There lay Loy, as before, motionless and serene beneath the sheets, utterly unresponsive. Is she still sleeping? Milmes whispered. No, she hasn't awakened at all. Pavia's tone carried deep regret, laced with quiet self-reproach. Loy is in a persistent vegetative state. I don't know when, or if, she'll ever awaken. Milmes gazed at the bed. Loy's eyes remained closed, her face tranquil like a slumbering fairy tale princess. Freudian Star's advanced medical technology could treat such conditions, but Milmes, though highly sophisticated, was not a medical unit. She possessed neither diagnostic nor therapeutic capabilities. Her functions, in fact, were precisely the inverse. With empathy, not curiosity, she asked gently, how long has she been unconscious? Since her second year of junior high. 2 years now. For 2 years, Pavia had visited Loy daily without fail, through scorching summers and biting winters. She didn't know when Loy would wake, but she would wait steadfastly without end. She'll recover, Milmes offered softly. Pavia, rarely so tender, smiled faintly and murmured thank you. With Milmes present, Pavia chose not to recount everyday anecdotes, as she had done that morning, but simply sat quietly beside Loy, keeping silent vigil. Noticing Pavia's heavy heart, Milmes suddenly said, I'll check whether Mr. Wells has regained consciousness. Only after Milmes closed the door did Pavia's taut expression soften. She still preferred solitude with Loy. Loy, did you see her? This is Milmes. Pavia introduced her with quiet pride. Milmes was someone she deeply admired, and she earnestly wished Loy and Milmes might grow close. Her voice brightened as she recounted, I met her by chance in an alleyway, and we shared coffee at a cafe. Know what's most delightful? Milmes loves snow buns too. After our coffee, she found Uncle Wells's dropped wallet, and we chased him down in a taxi. Pavia deliberately omitted all mention of the explosive. Knowing Loy couldn't hear, she still refused to burden her with knowledge of her father's involvement in crime. Though Pavia remained uncertain why Wells had planted explosives across the city, she resolved to guide him back from the precipice. A knock sounded at the door, then Milmes's voice, Pavia, Mr. Wells has just regained consciousness. They entered Wells's room to find him dazed and disoriented, still grappling with acute pain as he slowly pressed his palm against his cheek. Pavia locked the door behind them. The room's excellent soundproofing ensured their conversation would remain private. She cut straight to the heart of the matter. Why did you plant explosives throughout the city? Her voice brimmed with unmistakable fury, not inquiry but indictment. Wells replied with unnerving calm, I didn't plant those explosives. Then quietly, how do you think Loy would feel if she woke to learn you'd sent me to prison? What did you just say? Pavia had braced herself for excuses about hardship, only to be utterly disarmed by his unexpected reply. She stared speechless. Wells smiled gently, I'm relieved you're unharmed, knowing that brings me peace. He affectionately ruffled her hair, a gesture full of paternal warmth. Pavia shyly ducked away, took a moment to steady herself, then asked skeptically, then why were you carrying a bag of explosives, concealed beneath your coat? Her unwavering gaze bore down on Wells with unsettling intensity. He stroked his chin, paused in thought, and finally chose honesty. Because I wanted to raise enough money for Loy's surgery. Pavia lowered her sharp gaze. She trusted Wells implicitly where Loy was concerned. Once assured of her trust, Wells continued, this afternoon, passing a stairwell, I spotted a boy crouched beside a black bag, playing with something inside. At first I paid no mind, until he fled the moment he saw me approach. Perhaps I do look rather intimidating. Curiosity got the better of me. I bent down and discovered the bag held an explosive device set to detonate in 1 hour. I panicked. My first instinct was to call the authorities. But then an idea struck me. I could use this explosion. Thirsty Wells sipped water before continuing. I reasoned it could be staged as an accident, and if I died in it, Loy would receive a substantial insurance payout for her surgery. Go ahead, scold me now. Wells seemed prepared, fully expecting Pavia's rejection, and settled and ready to listen. May I hit you? Pavia rolled up her sleeves. Wells hastily pulled the blanket over himself and shrank back. Regaining composure, she muttered softly, if it's surgery fees you need, someone's already covered them. Loy's operation is scheduled for next week. Wells caught the words and leaned in with a twinkle in his eye. Which little angel was so kind? He reached to stroke her hair again, only for Pavia to sidestep deftly. Since the bomb wasn't yours, I won't turn you in to the police. Such youthful righteousness. Tisk tisk tsk. Stop lecturing. I'm not your daughter. Only after their quarrel subsided did Pavia realize Milmes had already left. Suddenly remembering something vital, she groaned, clutching her head. I forgot to ask for her contact information. Meanwhile, Milmes walked home, carrying expensive cuts of meat and fresh vegetables, intent on preparing a lavish dinner for Yiyu. Today's events had enriched her database considerably. In high spirits, she felt confident she could craft a truly exquisite meal. But as Milmes approached her building, she froze. Yiyu's apartment was engulfed in roaring flames. Ding ding ding. As the homeroom teacher left the classroom to the lingering sound of the bell, class 3 of the first year instantly became noisy, filled with a joyous atmosphere. The students streamed out of their confines, cheering as they rushed towards the school gates. Except for the unfortunate duty student who was left behind to clean, the expressions on the faces of the others were not very pleasant. Today the class leader Yuta happened to be on duty, so calming them down became part of the job. Yiyu was slower in packing up, which is why she was still there now. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and waved goodbye to Yuta, who was washing the blackboard, saying, I'll be on my way. See you tomorrow. Bye. After Yiyu left, Yuta's phone rang. Hello. A weak female voice came from the other end of the line. Yuta, I think I accidentally broke the display screen. It won't show any images. Yuta didn't stop her work and casually provided a solution. Check the connections carefully, maybe one of the wires got loose by accident. A few minutes later, a joyful voice came from the phone. It's true. Yuta, you're amazing. Yuta replied nonchalantly. You just aren't familiar with electronic products, but something anyone would think of. If that's all, I'll hang up now. After a brief conversation, Yuta continued diligently with her duties. Due to the heavy rain today, there were many puddles on the road, making Yi's normally smooth journey home much more arduous. Getting her shoes and socks wet would be very uncomfortable, so she tried her best to avoid wet areas. Sunshine, clear water, soil. Germination, growth, flowering, fruiting. This is the fulfilling life of Visha. Longing for the light, delving into the dark, sowing the seeds of life in every corner of the world. Singing a tune from her hometown, Yiyu walked home with a lively step filled with anticipation. Little did she know a hellish scene awaited her ahead. Until Yiyu witnessed the moment the house caught fire, the light in her eyes dimmed, and she stood frozen like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. At that moment, a fire truck arrived downstairs, its sirens wailing as it began to extinguish the blaze. Yiyu heard nothing, neither the siren of the fire truck nor the sound of flames burning. Her face pale as death, could no longer hear anything. But a white figure leaping out from the flames jolted Yiyu from her stupor. Wasn't that Milmes? She appeared to be holding something in her arms. Milmes slid down the iron pipe with one hand and returned to the ground, coincidentally spotting Yi's shocked expression. Yiyu anxiously ran to Milmes' side, but her first question was not, "Are you okay?" Instead she asked, "Are you foolish?" Yiyu grabbed Milmes' shoulders and shook her frantically, angrily questioning, "Why would you risk such danger to run into a sea of fire? Is 500,000 that important?" Milmes silently placed the object she had rescued from the house in front of Yiyu. It was not a suitcase, but a cage. Inside, a little white mouse was blackened from the smoke, having turned into a little gray mouse. It seemed to be choking, coughing violently several times. Yiyu looked at the charred Milmes in confusion and asked, "But it's just a little white mouse." In Yi's view, risking one's life to save a pet was an extremely unwise action. Milmes seemed unfazed and calmly said, "Every life has its value in living." Yiyu wore an expression of "I understand the reasoning, but am not listening," glaring at Milmes. Milmes reached into the cage, gently stroking the little gray mouse to soothe it. "Besides, I promised you I would take full responsibility for it." Hearing this, Yiyu felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't realized she was the one who had caused Milmes to fall into danger. That may be true, but don't you consider yourself? Yu looked at the blackened marks on Milmes' body from the fire, feeling it would take months to recover. Milmes casually wiped off the soot. Her body had not been harmed at all. Don't worry, the Bodis materials are fireproof. Milmes took great pride in this. What a convenient body. Yu felt very envious. Unlike Milmes, her body was more flammable than an average human's and would ignite quickly with just a spark. Soon the fire was extinguished, but the house was mostly destroyed. Upon learning from the firefighters that there was nothing left, Yu was filled with despair, collapsing onto the ground in a defeated manner. Yu pounded the ground in frustration, saying, "That's 500,000, 500,000. Do you know how many drafts I could have spared? I originally thought I could temporarily say goodbye to the hellish life of rushing drafts. But who would have thought this fire would make my already poor life even worse?" Milmes could only try to comfort Yu, saying not to take it too hard. Wealth is but an external object. Life is the most important. To the robot, no matter how high the number, it was just a number, not worth too much attention. Tears sparkled in Yi's eyes as she sniffled. "Although that's true, I still feel so heartbroken. I should have just let you carry the whole suitcase out." This was Yi's greatest regret. If she had let Milmes act in her own way, they could have achieved a better outcome. Now it was useless to blame anyone, as she could only blame herself. After extinguishing the fire, the firefighters conducted an investigation inside the house. The team leader asked, "Have the cause of the fire and investigation been clarified?" Another firefighter handed the identification report to the team leader. "Preliminary investigation suggests it was caused by an explosion. The specifics of the explosive materials will require further examination." An explosion? Yi's ears perked up, catching this keyword. In that instant, she suddenly understood that the true culprit behind this fire must be the bomber who had recently caused multiple explosions. The only thing Yi wanted to do now was to find this bomber and teach him a lesson. Yi quickly got up from the ground. There was no time for her to dwell on her sorrow. She still needed to find a place to stay tonight. First, she ruled out hotels since she had no money. Secondly, she couldn't go to the park as it felt like being a homeless person. Under the overpass wouldn't work either. The traffic was too noisy. Yi thought for a moment and realized there was a suitable place to stay for a night, though it would require a bit of courage. However, given her already strained circumstances, she had little choice and would have to take it one step at a time. Milmes picked up the shopping bag she had just set down. Everything inside was intact, and then she heard Yi call her name. "Milmes, let's go." Yi gestured for her to follow and turned to leave. "Where to?" "You'll find out when we arrive." "So you came to my house?" Yuta looked at Yi, who clasped her hands together above her head in a pleading gesture. Yi sincerely requested, "I'm sorry, but I simply can't find anyone else to rely on." Unlike Yuta, who enjoyed making friends, Yi had only average relationships with her classmates. Yuta and Wei Weian were the only friends she truly trusted. Yuta waved her hand, saying, "That's right, you've never been to Wei Weian's house, so it makes sense that you can only turn to me here." Seeing Yi's still gloomy expression, Yuta quickly patted her shoulder, saying, "Don't look so down. I'm very welcome to both of you. Come on in." Yi's expression brightened, instantly smiling as she said, "Thank you so much." Milmes slightly bowed and said, "Thank you." Yuta said generously, "We're all friends, so no need to be so polite." At that moment, Yuta noticed the cage in Milmes' hand and, somewhat surprised, asked, "I didn't expect you to have such a unique hobby, raising a mouse." Yi shot her a glare, saying, "That's a little white mouse. It just temporarily turned black." Yuta seemed unconcerned with Yi's disdain and smiled, saying, "Then it should be called a little black mouse now, right?" Yi further explained, "And that's not mine, it's raised by Milmes." "Oh, I see." Yuta leaned closer to the little black mouse, rubbed its belly, and then asked, "What is its name?" After this question, there was a long silence. Yuta seemed to understand why the two were silent, and then she took the initiative to say, "How about we give it a name right now?" Milmes excitedly suggested, "How about Chocolate?" Yuta thought the name was nice, though she was unsure why Milmes chose it. Yuta curiously guessed, "Is it because it turned black?" Milmes happily revealed the answer, "Because Yu likes to eat chocolate." Yu covered her face in exasperation, saying, "But I don't like it at all. Let me think, how about we call it Pava?" Yuta deliberately suggested a ridiculous name. Yu retorted, "Why not call it Dolly?" Miracles could happen too. Yuta and Milmes were actively brainstorming names, while Yu was not particularly keen on participating. Yu quietly glanced at the little black mouse in the cage. She didn't particularly hate it, just feared being bitten by it. But suddenly Yu noticed something. The little black mouse seemed unwell, lying motionless at the bottom of the cage, and its body was no longer rising and falling as noticeably as before. Yu immediately shouted, "Class leader, you should check on the little white mouse. It seems like it's about to pass away." Yuta tentatively placed her hand on the back of the little white mouse. Indeed, feeling its vitality was very weak. Yuta shook her head regretfully, saying, "It probably won't survive the night." In the plate lay a flower with yellowing petals, its life nearing its end. Yu, barely tall enough to reach the table, stood on a chair, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at her mother. "Mom, I accidentally watered my sister's flower too much, and now it has turned out like this." Yu curled up at the edge of the table, fearing her mother's reprimand. Her mother did not explode in anger. There was not a trace of fury in her eyes. Instead, she spoke in a calm tone. Don't worry, just honestly apologize to your sister. She won't blame you. Yu cautiously peeked out, blinking her eyes, and asked with hopeful anticipation, really? Her mother displayed a loving smile, gently patting Yi's head with her broad palm. When have I ever lied to you? Yu jumped off the chair, half convinced, as she took the flower pot her mother handed her, slowly making her way out of the kitchen. A few minutes later, Yu ran back, and from her bouncy footsteps it was clear that her mood was quite good. Her mother's lips curled up slightly, indicating that Yu must have reconciled with her sister. Mom, look at this. Yu excitedly shouted, bouncing behind her mother. With a heart full of gratitude, her mother turned around only to see an unexpected sight. The flower had revived, looking vibrant as if it had never been on the brink of death. Her mother immediately realized the issue at hand. She squatted down to Yi's level and calmly asked, Yu, can you tell Mom what happened? Yu gestured enthusiastically as she spoke. I just held the little flower's leaves, wishing it could come back to life, and suddenly my hand started to glow, and the little flower glowed too, and then it came back to life. Her mother tilted her head, her gaze fixed on the flower, which seemed to dance energetically in front of her, swaying in the wind. From Yi's tone and the undeniable fact before her, it was clear she was not lying. Yu looked at her mother with eyes full of hope, yearning for praise. After a long silence, her mother, having thought deeply, finally said with a serious tone under Yi's sparkling gaze, Mom, want tell your sister that you almost killed her flower by accident, and you mustn't mention your power to anyone else. Yu halted her joyous celebration, puzzled, as she placed her finger on her lips and asked, why not? Her mother hesitated for a moment before explaining. Yu, your power is very strong. You can help many people. Upon hearing this, Yi's eyes lit up, and she joyfully exclaimed, really? Then I want to be a doctor when I grow up. Seeing her so cheerful, her mother quickly restrained Yi's bouncing body, exclaiming in panic, no, please don't. Yu instantly quieted down, sadly asking, does Mom not want Yu to be a doctor? Her mother pinched Yi's little face and smiled. Mom supports whatever Yu wants to be. Then her tone suddenly shifted to a much more serious one. But this power cannot be known by others, understand? Yu covered her head, unable to grasp what her mother meant. Why can a power that helps others not be shared with them? Isn't helping others a good thing? Yu murmured with a confused head. Yu doesn't understand. Her mother let out a gentle sigh, feeling a bit of a headache. How should she explain this to her naive child? Suddenly a glowing plant lit up above her head, and an idea struck her. Her mother quietly leaned close to Yi's ear, as if about to share a little secret. Do you remember the prickly bug monsters? They would need this kind of power. If they found out you have such an amazing ability, they would capture you and eat you. Her mother made a clawing gesture, trying to scare Yu. Although this method was simple, it was effective. Children typically obey out of fear of those monsters. However, Yu surprisingly did not show fear. Instead, she confidently replied, Mom doesn't need to worry. The green leaf superhero will protect Yu. Yu is a good child. Her mother helplessly laughed, feeling a pang of sadness as she said, silly child. Yu pouted angrily. I'm a good child. Yu is not silly. Her mother, both amused and exasperated, comforted. Okay, Yu is very smart. Then with a hint of mystery, she asked, then can good child Yu help Mom with something? Yu, curious, asked, what is it? But Mom doesn't know if Yu can do it. Her mother stood up, increasing the distance between herself and Yu. Her mother deliberately kept Yu in suspense, hoping to make a deeper impression on her. Yu can do it. Yu definitely can. Yu tugged at her mother's hand, acting adorably. Really? Her mother gave a doubtful look. Yes. Yu nodded with determination, her gaze resolute. Her mother crouched down again, looking directly into Yi's eyes, and said earnestly, this task is too. Yu held her breath, listening intently, afraid of missing even a single tone. Let Mom be the only one who knows about this power. Yu crossed her arms, declaring earnestly, Yu will definitely do it. Upon hearing this, her mother finally broke into a reassuring smile, enveloping Yu in a warm embrace. Good child. In the living room of the Yuta family, the three sat around the table, but the atmosphere seemed far from relaxed. Milmes looked sadly at the little creature on the verge of passing its life, flickering like a candle in the wind. Even without scanning the little mouse's life status, Milmes could intuitively tell that it was truly nearing its end. Perhaps the darkening fur was not merely a result of being smoked. Yu gazed at the nearly lifeless little mouse, unsure of what to say. She could save the situation and heal Milmes' pet, but she was uncertain if she should do so. What would Milmes and Yuta's reaction be when they discovered her power? Would they be afraid? Or would they admire her? Would they revere her? Or would they distance themselves? Yu could not decide, her heart in turmoil, leading her to anxiously press her forehead. Silence. Perhaps silence is the best choice right now. At that moment, Yuta emerged from the bedroom. Milmes immediately looked up, hoping Yuta would bring some good news, but upon seeing her expression, that hope dashed. Yuta regretfully stated, I just checked, and there are no pet hospitals or clinics nearby that are still open. She spread her hands, helplessly feeling powerless. Seeing Milmes so downcast, Yuta quickly reassured her. Maybe we don't need to be so pessimistic. Its will to survive must be strong but can hold on until tomorrow morning. Milmes did not respond as she knew better than anyone that the situation was already beyond saving. Seeing the atmosphere still so heavy, Yuta continued to comfort Milmes. We'll make an appointment with the earliest one and take it there first thing tomorrow morning. It should still have a chance. Milmes shook her head, seemingly trying to dissuade Yuta from encouraging her. With the tone of someone who had already accepted reality, she said, I will remember the time spent with it. Then Milmes stood up from the oppressive atmosphere and asked Yuta, can I borrow your kitchen for a moment? Yuta was taken aback for a moment before enthusiastically replying, sure, feel free. Milmes poked Yi's back, causing Yu to jump up from the sofa, as if bitten. Yu, distracted, quietly asked, what's wrong? What does Yu want to eat tonight? I bought a lot of ingredients. Milmes held up a shopping bag, and just from its weight it was evident that it contained quite a few supplies. Anything is fine. Yu had little appetite at the moment, i.e. she just wanted to quietly wait until tomorrow morning. Milmes could sense that Yi's mental state was not very good, but she couldn't understand the reason behind it. She could only speculate that the fire incident had affected Yu more than she had anticipated. Milmes' gaze lingered on Yu for a few seconds, but Yu found such scrutiny overwhelming, turning her head away to avoid eye contact. Milmes entered the kitchen, starting to prepare several highly rated dishes from the internet. Yuta patted Yi's shoulder and said vaguely, if you really want to help, why not do it quietly? Yu stood there looking confused at Yuta. Yuta did not say another word, but gave her a cheeky wink, seemingly hinting at something. Then Yuta quickly abandoned the bewildered Yu and leaned towards Milmes, admiring her culinary performance. Milmes precisely diced the potatoes into equal-sized cubes, leaving exquisite cuts on the squid, and quickly minced the garlic. With the help of various recipes and cooking videos, Milmes had basically mastered the skills of making Earth cuisine. She tossed the ingredients into the pan over high heat, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that filled the entire room. After several minutes, the table was filled with an array of delicacies. At this moment, Yuta noticed that Milmes had prepared a small plate, putting a bit of each dish into it. Milmes placed the small plate beside the little mouse, but it seemed it no longer had the strength to eat. Maybe it intends to treat these dishes as a midnight snack. Yuta timely chimed in, lightening the mood. Suddenly she asked whimsically, Milmes, do you believe in miracles? Milmes decisively shook her head. I don't believe in them. The very existence of the word miracle severely contradicted a robot's logical circuits. Yuta placed her hands behind her back and said casually, then what if tomorrow you woke up and found the little mouse suddenly full of energy? What would you think? I would be very happy. But that's impossible. In the digital world, there are no miracles, only probabilities, and the likelihood of what Yuta described happening was infinitesimally close to zero. That may not be the case. Yuta's gaze quietly shifted towards Yu. At midnight, Yuta returned to her bedroom to rest, while Milmes went out searching for any nearby pet clinic still open, though chances were slim it was worth a try. Yu hugged a blanket and curled up on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the little white mouse no more than 5 meters away. The distance was small, yet she could not bring herself to take a single step forward. The little white mouse was on the brink of death, its breath of life was about to ebb away. If she wanted to save it, there was still a chance now. But if it died completely, there would be no hope. The best Yu could do then would be treatment, not resurrection. A malicious whisper rose inside her, go to sleep. If you wake and the mouse still clings to life, then try to save it. If it cannot survive until morning, then that is its fate, not your fault. The demon's condition was temptingly simple. If she blamed fate, Yu could slip into sleep with a clear conscience. Yu tried to reach toward the little mouse, then quickly withdrew her hand. Maybe I should wait a little longer. Milmes will find somewhere to treat it. After all, Milmes is so capable, she surely can manage it. She comforted herself, inwardly convincing herself she need do nothing and others would find a way. Yu knew these thoughts were wishful excuses to shirk responsibility, yet she still could not extend a helping hand to the mouse. Staring at the mouse's dimming eyes and lifeless body, Yu involuntarily overlaid the image of another dying pet onto it. It was a green algae turtle, a beloved pet among children on Xing. It had been gravely injured, its shell badly cracked, its head drooping listlessly instead of raised proudly. While my little Fatesue, the doctor said it's too badly hurt, there's nothing they can do. A Xing girl with low twin ponytails wept, covering her face, while tears nevertheless streamed down and fell in heavy drops to the ground. Standing beside her, Yu felt a painful ache. She had enjoyed playing with little Fatesue and was sorrowful to see it go. At that moment, Yu decided to quietly break the promise she had made to her mother and help her friend. Mom won't blame me, and Yu isn't a bad person. She wouldn't betray my secret to some evil organization. Resolving herself, Yu approached the green algae turtle and placed both hands upon its shell. A vivifying green light enveloped the turtle and flowed into its body, which soon recovered and crawled toward its food, greedily devouring it. Seeing little Fatesue restored, Yu laughed with delight, lifted the turtle high, spun once, and rubbed her face against it. Yu thanked Yu joyfully. Thank you so much, Yu. How can I ever repay you? Yu scratched her head awkwardly and said, no, just don't tell anyone about this. Yu agreed at once and handed Yu some small cookies. Yu returned home in high spirits. But the next day at kindergarten something unexpected happened. Yu brought a friend to find Yu and had her show the twisted ankle. Yu glared at Yu in anger. Yu could only smile apologetically and beg. Yu, you're the best. Please help her. Yu clasped her hands together earnestly pleading. Yu's tone was resolute as she turned and snapped, no. I told you yesterday not to tell anyone. Yu shamelessly tugged at Yu's hands, swinging her back and forth. Please, just this once. In the end, after relentless coaxing, Yu decided to help the sprained classmate. Remember, don't tell anyone. Yu warned again and again, as she only hoped Yu would keep this one secret. Yu promised eagerly and left with a beaming smile. But within half a day, more classmates came bearing their injuries. Some wounds were serious, scraped knees, while others were trivial, fixable with a bandage. Yu glared fiercely at Yu and demanded an explanation. Yu, guilty, scratched her head and mumbled, I just showed off your power to everyone a little. It's not a big deal. Then Yu defended herself brazenly, we're all good kids. Telling everyone won't hurt. We'll all help keep your secret. Yu sighed, regretting that she had not kept her promise to her mother and lamenting her misplaced trust in Yu. Fine. Line up. I'll do them one by one. Hooray. Yu is the best. I'll be Yu's best friend forever. The classmates cheered and showered Yu with praise, making her cheeks flush with embarrassment. But during the treatments, Yu gradually discovered a side effect. The power left her utterly exhausted and unable to concentrate. The larger the wound healed, the more pronounced the fatigue became. Yet unwilling to disappoint everyone, Yu concealed this from her classmates and grit her teeth to finish treating the whole class. After that, whenever a classmate was injured, they came straight to Yu. Even wounds that would heal in hours were not worth waiting for. Everyone urged her to treat them immediately. Hurry up, I can't build the fort with this wound, said a short-haired boy. My foot's hurt too. Hurry, added a boy with a cap. The short-haired boy shoved the cap boy and scoffed, how did your foot get hurt again? Didn't you just get it treated? The cap-wearing boy shrugged casually, since Yu's got my back, I can use riskier moves when kicking the ball. Only then did Yu realize that wounds healing so quickly might not be entirely good. Weariness overwhelmed her, an intense desire to go home and sleep washed over her. She did not want to treat anyone. So she confessed, sorry, I'm very tired right now. I want to rest. I don't want to treat your injuries at the moment. At once the smiling classmates changed their faces and accused her, what? That's not very loyal. Aren't we friends? Yu is so stingy, oh, we won't play with her anymore. I never thought Yu would be so selfish. Yu listened in silence, then quietly told the teacher she wished to go home early. From that day on, she never used that gift again. Later, Yu transferred schools. She watched the little white mouse in silence that felt like a replay of that memory. The first time she had used her power was to save a friend's pet. What should she choose this time? To save it or to stand aside and let it die without a sound? She understood one thing, even if she chose to do nothing, no one could truly blame her. Only she herself would reproach her decision. Moreover, the other was merely a tiny lab mouse. Such animals were born for experiments and did not live long. If it enjoyed a few days of good food before passing, that was its fortune. But Milmes likes it very much and even wanted to give it a name. An angelic dressed Yu suddenly appeared over her head and quietly urged her. No one is watching you now. Even if you use your power, it won't be discovered, the angel continued to coax. Yu pondered. The argument made sense. If no one saw it, her power would remain hidden. Hey, are you too stupid? Tomorrow morning, when Milmes and Yuta see the mouse revived, who will they suspect first? The one sleeping in the living room. Yu, the demon costumed, Yu snapped, jabbing a trident at her nose. The demon swayed and taunted in her ear, why bother saving that detestable rodent? If it dies, you can get Milmes to replace it. For example. The final word piqued Yu's curiosity, and she pricked up her ears to listen. A cat. The demon suddenly shouted. Yu nodded. It was an enticing prospect. She looked to the angel, hoping for more persuasion. The angel left only one sentence, I want to see Milmes smile happily. Then she vanished. Seeing the angel withdraw, the demon too disappeared in an instant. After they were gone, Yu's expression hardened with resolve. She knew what she would choose. But first she had to overcome certain psychological hurdles, especially the act of placing her hand on the little mouse, which seemed the hardest step. Yu quietly opened the cage and trembling reached her hand inside. She felt resistance everywhere, as if her whole body opposed the action. Her hand hovered only a few centimeters above the mouse, unable to move forward. Nervously she swallowed, and thought, what if it wakes and bites me? No, this is not the time for such thoughts. Yu shook her head. There was no time to hesitate. She had to act quickly to heal the mouse. Her right hand finally touched the mouse. Its body was already cold. If she hesitated any longer, tomorrow she would be choosing a place to bury it in an auspicious spot. Without hesitation, Yu gathered her energy and channeled her healing power into the mouse. A dazzling yet gentle green light wreathed it and slowly merged into its body. When it was over, Yu felt unbearably heavy. Her limbs were like lead, and she lacked even the strength to withdraw her hand from the cage. She looked at the mouse, which seemed motionless as before. Disappointed, she scolded herself, why couldn't I decide sooner? Suddenly the mouse seemed to awaken from a deep sleep. It flipped over, leapt up, and climbed onto Yiyu's hand. Oh! Yiyu stifled her cry, careful not to wake Yuta. To Yiyu's surprise, the mouse did not bite. Instead, it wrapped its tail gently around her finger and licked her hand, as if to express gratitude. Watching its clumsy gestures, Yiyu could not help but smile. But as the brief thrill faded, her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the floor. The search ended in failure. Meyer Misai searched outside for an entire night, but found nothing. The shops, still operating late at night, seemed somewhat strange, their lights casting an ambiguous glow. Meyer Misai only paused at the entrance of the alley, hesitant to step inside. The morning sunlight fell upon Meyer Misa's face, yet she could not feel its warmth. She lingered at the door for a moment, uncertain if she wanted to go in. The current white mouse is Schrödinger's mouse, existing in a quantum superposition between life and death. Without seeing it with her own eyes, she might still hold on to a glimmer of hope. However, Meyer Misai turned the doorknob and walked inside to face this unavoidable reality. As she stepped into the room, she witnessed an astonishing scene, her eyes widening in a mix of surprise and joy. She did not know how to express her current emotions, her slightly parted lips could not utter a sound. Meyer Misai approached the cage and closely observed the white mouse's condition. It was not only fully energized, stuffing its cheeks with food, but had also returned to a snowy white as if none of the previous events had ever occurred. Meyer Misai could hardly believe the reality before her, far exceeding her expectations. She never imagined such a low-probability event could truly happen. Looking at the incredulous Meyer Misai, Yuta approached her with a smile, saying, "It's a shame I didn't bet on something with you yesterday. I'm quite interested in you." "I'm sorry, but I don't have anything to bet with you," Meyer Misai replied with a hint of regret. Yuta was not disheartened by her words. Instead, she cheerfully said, "I was just joking. Now you believe what I said, right? The evidence is irrefutable and undeniable." Although she said this, Meyer Misai silently shifted her gaze to Yiyu, who was lying on the sofa fast asleep. Meyer Misa's database recorded some intriguing rumors stating that among the Visha aliens there occasionally appeared individuals with special abilities. The rarest of these was a healing ability, known as the Source of Life, said to heal any injury or illness. Many wealthy individuals in the universe were willing to spend a fortune hiring mercenaries to find such individuals to cure their incurable ailments. However, no one had yet found such an individual, causing the rumor to gradually fade into obscurity, with only a select few still racing around in pursuit of the high rewards. Meyer Misai couldn't help but wonder if Yiyu was indeed the possessor of the legendary Source of Life ability. Yiyu was a Visha alien and a creature on the brink of death, had regained life overnight. These two facts connected in Meyer Misa's mind, leading her to only one conclusion. What surprised Meyer Misai was not the miracle that Yuta mentioned, but the existence of the Source of Life. Unfortunately, this ability only worked on organic beings. Meyer Misa's body was purely composed of inorganic materials. Even if Yiyu were willing to help, it would be in vain. Meyer Misai half squatted down, leaning closer to Yi's slightly fatigued face. She was deeply asleep, likely due to overexerting herself. Meyer Misai grasped Yi's hand, knowing that she owed her yet another favor. What she needed to do now was find the culprit who blew up Yi's house and bring them to justice. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door, instantly drawing the attention of both Meyer Misai and Yuta. Yuta immediately asserted, "It must be my Silver Arch delivery. The delivery people have been particularly irritable for some reason nowadays." As she spoke, another round of urgent knocking came from outside. "Meyer Misai, can you help me get that? I need to brush my teeth first." Moving the slumped Yiyu to the sofa and properly covering her with a blanket took quite a bit of Yuta's energy and time. She looked like she could easily star in a horror film with her white attire. "Sure." Meyer Misai opened the door only to find not a delivery person in plain clothes, but a beautifully dressed sorceress. With waist-length golden hair and an air of mystery emanating from her blue-purple hat and robe, she left a deep impression in Meyer Misa's database. Such attire caused the phrase sorceress to involuntarily float to the forefront of Meyer Misa's mind. The sorceress anxiously exclaimed, "Yuta today." Suddenly, she paused, realizing the person before her was not Yuta, and in confusion, she asked, "Hey, who are you?" "I am Meyer Misai." Meyer Misai examined the woman before her, perplexed as to why she could not see her face, as if eternally shrouded in a veil. The sorceress asked in confusion, "Isn't this Yuta's house?" She glanced at the house number again, confirming that it indeed was Yuta's home. Meyer Misai pointed inside the room, saying, "Yuta is in there." Yuta seemed to hear her name being called, peeking her head out from the bathroom. "Who's calling me?" Meyer Misai stepped slightly to the left, allowing the two to see each other. Upon realizing the identity of the visitor, Yuta suddenly appeared to choke on water, beginning to cough violently. "Is this sorceress your friend?" "Cough, cough, yes." Yuta hastily replied to Meyer Misa's question, disregarding the foam still clinging to her mouth. "Please come in." After receiving Yuta's affirmation, Meyer Misai dispelled her hostility and invited the sorceress inside. The sorceress entered the room and immediately noticed Yu resting on the sofa. The sorceress quickly moved closer, worry etched on her face as she asked Yuta, "Is she okay? She looks a bit exhausted." Yuta wiped her face and walked over with a towel, explaining, "She probably didn't rest well on the sofa, isn't very comfortable. She even rolled off it last night." The sorceress expressed her sympathy, saying, "That's terrible, Ew, I hope she's alright." Yuta shrugged helplessly. "I invited her to sleep in my room, but she refused." Then Yuta leaned closer to the sorceress' ear and whispered. The sorceress hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I came dressed like this because I saw in my divination this morning that you would encounter trouble and wanted to inform you." Yuta appeared somewhat exasperated, resting her forehead in her hand. "So you rushed over without even changing your clothes." The biggest trouble today actually originated from this sorceress. If she hadn't hurried over to inform Yuta, they wouldn't have run into Milmes and wouldn't have ended up in this awkward situation. The sorceress, the instigator of all this, looked down, her index fingers touching each other, murmuring with a hint of resentment, "I didn't expect Yuta to bring someone else home." "Don't paint me as a scumbag," Yuta said, angrily crossing her arms and glaring at the sorceress. The sorceress seemed unfazed by Yuta's anger, her focus shifting to more pressing matters. "Why are you and Milmes in your house?" The sorceress caught sight of Milmes, who was busy carving apples into little rabbit shapes, completely ignoring the private conversation between the two. Yi's home was blown up by a bomber, so she's homeless now, Yuta explained succinctly, and the sorceress instantly displayed a look of astonishment. How could this happen? After a few seconds of shock, the sorceress resolved, "I'll help with the divination for clues about the culprit." The sorceress prepared to pull out a crystal ball from her clothing, but was suddenly stopped by Yuta. "But using magic here would alert your parents, right?" The sorceress quickly replied, "It's fine, a divination of this level won't be easily detected." Yuta's expression showed slight concern as she thought, although the sorceress wasn't lying, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Yuta advised gently, "Don't push yourself too hard." The sorceress scratched her head, lacking confidence, and said, "I think it should be fine." Next, the sorceress approached the dining table, laying out a cloth with special patterns on it, and placing the crystal ball on top. Milmes, holding the peeled apples, walked over and curiously asked, "What is this for?" Yuta casually grabbed a piece of apple and said, "For divination." Yuta took a bite of the apple, and then with a mischievous grin asked Milmes, "You want to know the identity of the bomber, right?" Milmes silently nodded. A delivery guy approached from outside, holding a paper bag. He had intended to knock, but found the door slightly ajar, leaving a gap. He knocked on the door, but received no response. So he prepared to call the customer. Unexpectedly, as he picked up the phone, he caught a glimpse of an incredible scene through the door gap. A woman in bizarre attire stood before a glass ball, deep blue magical energy swirling within, and the glass ball emitted dazzling light, causing the delivery guy to question if he was hallucinating from work fatigue. However, he had other deliveries to make and did not linger. Inside, the three continued their conversation, oblivious to the small interruption outside. After a brief flash of light, an image appeared in the crystal ball. A black bear lazily lay within a walled enclosure, while many visitors waved at it. Yuta guessed, is it a zoo? The crystal ball only revealed the location without showing the culprit's face. The sorceress lowered her head in slight disappointment, saying, "I guess this is all it can show. If we try to delve further, the crystal ball might shatter." Hearing this, Yuta's expression turned serious. What kind of person requires such strong power to explore their secrets? If the culprit had any ties to magic, they would need to be particularly cautious. Actually, it was me who accidentally dropped the crystal ball off the table, resulting in this damage. The sorceress chuckled awkwardly, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Yuta gave her a speechless look before silently pulling out her phone. "Hello, is this teacher Yuli? I'm Yuta. Yu is sick today, and I want to help take care of her. Neither of us will be going to school. Her cousin was busy with work, so she entrusted this matter to me. Don't worry, I won't catch her illness. I'll wear a mask." Alright, that should resolve the school's issue. After sorting that out, Yuta turned and passed the responsibility of caring for Yu to the sorceress. "Milmes and I will go to the zoo. You stay here and take care of Yu." Upon hearing this, the sorceress nodded, earnestly determined to take good care of Yu. Milmes, looking slightly confused, asked, "Aren't you supposed to be the one taking care of Yu?" "Don't worry about the details. What's more important is that I can help find the culprit," Yuta confidently declared. After bidding farewell to the magician Milmes, and Yuta swiftly departed from home, heading towards the nearest bus station, where there was a direct bus. It was early morning, and the streets were sparsely populated, primarily filled with early risers jogging or vendors selling breakfast. The two arrived at the bus station, where the wide road had few vehicles, and upon checking the timetable, Yuta realized the earliest bus wouldn't arrive for at least another 20 minutes. However, this conveniently gave Yuta time to have breakfast. Just as she stepped out, she discovered that her takeout had already been delivered, luckily still warm. This takeout was ordered yesterday, containing only a portion for Yuta. While she was munching on a hamburger, she remembered that Milmes hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. Perhaps due to the fire at her house and the perilous state of her pet mouse, she completely lacked an appetite. Utah glanced into the bag and noticed there was a potato cake which she then offered to Milmes. Although you might not have much of an appetite, you should at least eat something. Thank you. Milmes took the potato cake and quickly devoured it, clearly very hungry. However, for Utah, what mattered more was why she couldn't perceive Milmes' thoughts, which caused her gaze to linger on her. Why can't I read her thoughts? Utah felt quite frustrated, but didn't show it on her face. When Milmes looked at her, her expression remained as cheerful as usual. So far, no one had been able to hide their true thoughts from Utah. And Milmes was the first to do so, and the one she cared about the most. Was it because her mind was blank? Although Utah was inclined to conclude so, unlike a fool with an empty head, Milmes clearly possessed a distinct self-awareness. She knew what she wanted to do. Utah had a strong dislike for her ability, which brought her numerous inconveniences, but years of companionship had made her unable to escape her reliance on it. It must be said that suddenly encountering someone whose mind she couldn't read certainly made her feel unusually uneasy, which was why she was so concerned about Milmes. Milmes noticed that Utah was staring at her, seemingly on guard. Milmes had to consult her database to determine what measures should be taken to alleviate Utah's wariness, and the nearby vending machine seemed to offer a good option. It seemed that people on Earth enjoyed exchanging gifts to express friendliness. Just now, Utah had given Milmes a potato cake, yet she hadn't given anything back, and even stayed overnight at Utah's house. Perhaps that was why Utah was glaring at her so sharply. Knowing the reason, it was clear what needed to be done next. Milmes planned to buy a drink for Utah. Milmes approached the vending machine, which displayed a variety of beverages, making it difficult to choose. Milmes did not know what flavor of drink Utah liked. If she bought one with a flavor Utah disliked, she would probably become even more guarded against her. After all, she would be staying on Earth for a while longer and couldn't afford to have bad relations with the local residents. Milmes secretly glanced at Utah, and their eyes met. Utah suddenly realized that her behavior was quite rude and quickly looked away. Oops, I got a bit impulsive. I need to stay calm, as she just can't read minds. I just need to talk to her normally. Utah took several deep breaths before managing to calm herself down. However, this action appeared to Milmes as if she was suppressing her anger. Milmes felt a little anxious. It seemed that time was running out for her, and she had to quickly buy a nice drink for Utah. With the idea that the more expensive the better, Milmes selected a drink to give, but another problem arose. Milmes inserted a red 100 yuan bill into the machine, but within seconds, it was spat back out. Confused, she tried again with a different red note, but it was still rejected. Watching all of this, Utah couldn't help but wonder if she should categorize Milmes as one of the fools. What on earth is she doing? After being rejected by the vending machine multiple times, Milmes asked, "What kind of money do you want?" The vending machine did not respond. After receiving the indifferent answer from the machine, Milmes' tone suddenly turned serious. "If you don't answer within 3 seconds, I will take extreme measures." With that, Milmes assumed a threatening posture. Utah quickly interjected, "Wait." Milmes relaxed her stance, returning to a harmless appearance. Utah scratched her head, feeling speechless, and asked, "What are you thinking? It can't possibly answer you, but it's just a vending machine." Milmes replied indignantly, "I've encountered this kind of vending machine, but it loves to mess with me. Later, when I punched it, it stopped bullying me. Just like fixing a TV issue, no electronic device is beyond repair with a good bang, whether physically or psychologically." This left Utah stunned. Oh, wasn't artificial intelligence still under development? How could there be a vending machine that enjoyed pranking people? Utah curiously asked, "Where did you live before? Have vending machines become this advanced?" Milmes paused for a moment. Earth's technology was far from producing self-thinking electronic products, and there certainly wouldn't be a vending machine that bullied her. Milmes remained silent for a while, and then said, "A game, I guess." Although her eyes did not directly meet Utah's, she did not seem unintelligent, nor was she lying. Though it couldn't be confirmed whether Milmes was telling the truth, there seemed to be no other reasonable explanation, so Utah could only silently accept it. However, one could not completely rule out the possibility that Milmes was actually a spy sent to the human world by the Mechanical Empire. But Utah was not an avid supporter of the mechanical ideology, so she soon discarded this baseless speculation. Utah pointed at the money slot and explained, "This vending machine only accepts 1 and 10 yuan bills, or 1 yuan coins. It cannot recognize a 100 yuan bill." Saying this, Utah pulled out her phone. So why not use the all-powerful mobile payment? Milmes suddenly realized and quickly took out her newly purchased phone. Earlier, when the taxi driver saw Pavia paying via QR code, his expression was one of surprise. His jaw almost dropped. Milmes took this opportunity to learn how to use mobile payment. Milmes opened her phone, scanned the code, selected the product, and prepared to pay, when suddenly a female voice from the phone announced, "Your balance is insufficient." Milmes and Utah exchanged glances, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Upon closer inspection, Utah found that Milmes' account balance was 0. "What about a bank card? I haven't gotten one yet." Faced with this situation, Utah could only lament that as someone who just returned from abroad, Milmes' various concepts and habits were starkly different from the locals. Utah held her forehead and shook her head helplessly, saying, "Forget it, I'll add you as a friend, transfer you 200, and you can give me cash." After a series of operations, Milmes finally bought the drink she wanted, which turned out to be a bottle of high-alcohol liquor. Utah exclaimed in surprise, "Drinking at this hour? You're really something." Milmes shook her head and handed the liquor to Utah. "No, this is for you." Utah glanced at the liquor in her hand, then looked at Milmes bluntly, stating, "But I'm still underage." After saying this, she returned the liquor to Milmes. Milmes muttered to herself in confusion, "Is that so?" Although she completely couldn't understand the strange rules set by Earthlings, she would comply. Thus Milmes swiftly changed the subject and asked, "So Utah, what kind of drink do you like?" Upon hearing this, Utah's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Utah stepped back from Milmes and began pacing back and forth, shaking her head and saying, "The drinks I like cannot be sweet, sour, salty, spicy, or bitter. They cannot contain coloring, should be non-carbonated, and must not be in boxes or cans." Utah's little mouth rattled on like a machine gun for quite a while. Any ordinary person would probably be dizzy after hearing all this. After finishing, Utah beamed a cheerful smile and kindly asked, "So do you understand what drink I like now?" Milmes nodded, somewhat confused, and then ran to the nearby supermarket. Utah was baffled. Why was Milmes choosing to go far when the vending machine was right there? When Milmes returned with the answer, Utah's expression grew even more complex. What Milmes brought back was a bucket of cooking oil. "No, that definitely looks like something you can't drink." After being put through the ringer by Milmes, Utah could now comment without expression. At this point, Utah was unsure whether she should reveal the real answer. What she actually wanted was something very ordinary. Plain boiled water in a cup would do, and bottled mineral water would be acceptable too. Just then the bus arrived, and Utah immediately waved to it, ensuring she didn't miss this one. Utah didn't want to wait for the next bus, and during the wait, she couldn't guarantee her brain wouldn't choose to shut down, and interacting with someone whose thoughts she couldn't read was truly exhausting. Milmes and Utah arrived at the entrance of the zoo, where some visitors were already queuing at the ticket counter, most of whom were couples or parents with children. After purchasing their tickets, the two entered the zoo rather ordinarily. However, when Milmes stuffed alcohol and oil into the storage area, the staff's expression was unexpectedly vivid. Since today was a weekday, the crowd density was much lower than during holidays. If they had chosen to visit on a holiday, the only animals they would have seen would be people. As the two followed the signs and arrived at the black bear exhibit, Milmes suddenly remembered something crucial. They didn't know the exact time. With such confusion, Milmes asked Utah, "Do we need to wait here for a few months?" Utah twitched her lips and replied helplessly, "We're not here to plant trees." "But that magician didn't tell us the exact time. Should we call her?" Although Milmes suggested a very reasonable idea, Utah quickly waved her hand to refuse, saying, "She's an appliance killer. Cell phones don't last long in her hands." Utah vaguely recalled that the magician had come to her with a television whose screen had exploded the day after she bought it. Utah still couldn't understand what the magician had done to the television to make it end up like that. As Utah reminisced about the past, Milmes' expression became somewhat subtle. Although Milmes didn't understand the latter half of the sentence, she couldn't ignore the first half. After all, she was a robot, and rounding up, she was also an appliance. Unexpectedly, there were actually people on Earth who specialized in killing appliances. This planet was truly frightening. However, after a brief shock, Milmes regained her composure. "But if she were to come after me, I should be able to take her down." Utah didn't realize the chaotic thoughts that had flashed through Milmes' mind. She was trying to recall whether the crystal ball provided any other clues besides showing the location. Seeing Utah deep in thought, Milmes decided not to disturb her. However, the futile waiting made Milmes feel very bored, so she could only look up at the shapes of the clouds to see if they could bring her some surprises. Ordinary clouds, clouds like strawberries, ordinary clouds, slightly gray clouds, clouds like little dogs. A little cloud floated in from the edge of the blue sky, and one of them just happened to block Utah. The surroundings darkened slightly, and Utah noticed the change. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she knew how to determine the time. Confidently, like a detective who has seen through the truth, Utah announced, "It's the shadow." Milmes was drawn over by Utah's voice, as it seemed she had some clues. Utah rested her chin on her hand and asked Milmes, "Do you remember which direction the black bear exhibit is in?" With her precise positioning ability, Milmes immediately replied northwest. After receiving Milmes' answer, Utah fell silent again, seemingly connecting the clues. After a moment, Utah calmly concluded that would be around 9 to 10 in the morning. Then Utah walked to the railing and pointed at a large rock, saying at that time the crystal ball showed that the black bear would lie next to that large rock with a red mark. Then just by observing the length and direction of the shadow, we can know the time. Utah thoroughly explained her reasoning and method to Milmes. After sharing these conclusions, Utah felt very satisfied. "I see." Milmes nodded, somewhat admiring Utah. This was probably the wisdom accumulated from the survival experience of the native residents. After all, Milmes, who was born from another planet, had never studied the relationship between Earth and the Sun. The only information she had was that the Sun provided direct energy supply for Earth. It's now 7:30 in the morning. We can first explore other exhibits and return here by 9. With the mindset of not wasting their ticket money since they were already there, Yuta planned to take some time to explore the zoo scenery while also listening to the thoughts of the animals, which would also be a kind of fun. Since Yuta didn't have any particular animals she wanted to see, the decision on the tour route was left to Milmes. The first place they visited was the petting area with fluffy little animals, which was also where the most children were present. Most of the heartfelt voices were like this: "How cute, I want to pet them. If only I could have a rabbit at home." Most of the voices were simple despite their large numbers. Milmes also liked these little creatures. She gently held a white rabbit, slowly lifted it, and then placed it on her head, seeming to have a special fondness for it. Yuta also entered the petting area holding a black rabbit to relax when she unexpectedly heard a surprising thought. "Don't touch me with your dirty hands. I am the king here." Although it sounded ridiculous, these thoughts were the black rabbit's. Upon realizing its inner monologue, Yuta suddenly found the rabbit less appealing. This rabbit was not cute at all. It even glared at Yuta with a very fierce expression. Although Yuta was displeased, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, it was the property of the zoo, and if harmed, she would have to compensate. At that moment, the rabbit that Milmes had placed on her head emitted a fearful thought: "Help, it's so high here." Upon hearing this, Yuta came up with an idea. Yuta grabbed the scruff of the black rabbit's neck and lifted it off the ground. The black rabbit flapped around while cursing, "Damn humans, what do you want to do to this king?" Yuta ignored the black rabbit's curses and simply responded with a friendly smile, as if saying guess. The black rabbit faintly sensed an ominous aura and struggled desperately, hoping to attract the attention of the staff. "You fools, come save this king," and being harmed by her. However, to outsiders, it only seemed like Yuta was playing with it, and there was no problem, so its cries for help were ignored. Yuta patted Milmes on the shoulder and cheerfully asked Milmes, "Do you want to swap for another rabbit? This one feels great." Milmes' eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed sure. Amid the black rabbit's desperate shouting, it was placed on Milmes' head, trembling in place and not daring to move. "Damn humans, how dare you humiliate me like this?" Although it was still making threats, its expression was one of "Please let me down," looking pitiful. Yuta didn't plan to let it go, letting it enjoy being high up for a while longer. This was also its own doing. But at that moment, Milmes suddenly took it down from her head and placed it back on the grass, gently stroking its back. Yuta was quite puzzled as to why it was put down so quickly. "What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable on your head?" Milmes shook her head and said with a somewhat sad tone, "No, I sensed that it was scared." "Am I too frightening?" Yuta thought for a moment and decided to tell Milmes the reason. "Actually, most rabbits have acrophobia." Yuta poked the black rabbit's nose and teased, "This one just has it particularly bad." To the black rabbit, this statement, though not very harmful, was highly insulting. It angrily stood up, but quickly softened again as Milmes' gentle strokes were too comfortable to resist. Seeing it with such a happy expression, Yuta decided not to continue the mockery. "Milmes sincerely apologized. I'm sorry for forcing you because of my personal interests." The black rabbit completely gave up resisting at that moment, happily enjoying itself and revealing a satisfied smile. "Considering you gave me a massage, I'll forgive your foolishness." The black rabbit stretched its body, allowing Milmes to play with it, completely shedding its previous demeanor. Yuta couldn't help but internally scoff, "With a king like you who is so indulgent, the kingdom is doomed." After having enough fun, the two left the petting area and continued to visit the peacock exhibit, the red panda exhibit, the African lion exhibit, and so on. During this time, Yuta also read various bizarre thoughts from different animals. Unfortunately, although they visited many places, she did not read any thoughts similar to that of the bomb man. What Yuta could read were mostly the thoughts of ordinary visitors. Looking at her phone, Yuta noted that it was just 8:55, and she would soon be able to find the bomb man near the black bear exhibit. That kind of dangerous lunatic would surely have very obvious thoughts, which would be far more frantic than ordinary people. She wouldn't need to expend much effort to easily pull him out. However, what Yuta needed to consider was not how to find the bomb man, but how to make the police believe what she said. Now she could only hope that this bomb man would exhibit some unusual behavior, allowing her to take photos with her phone as evidence. The simplest evidence would of course be capturing the moment he was installing explosives, but would everything really be that simple and smooth? At that moment, an excited voice from a child came from nearby. "Wow, big sister, your outfit is so cool. Are you a real magician?" "No, I'm just an intern. I'm not that powerful yet." A familiar female voice humbly replied. The two looked towards the source of the voice and indeed saw the magician who had been left to watch the house, and Yiyu. At that moment, the magician was being pestered by a little boy and couldn't get away. "Can you show me a magic trick? I want to fly." The little boy jumped up excitedly. The magician felt it would be wrong to ruin his wish, but didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the child's mother arrived in time to pull him away, apologizing as she walked him. "Sorry, my child has caused you trouble." As the mother dragged her stubborn little boy past Milmes and Yuta, she inadvertently drew the attention of the magician and Yiyu to their presence. Yi waved happily at the two, while the magician's gestures were much smaller in comparison. The four of them arrived under the shade of a tree. The first to ask was Yuta, who recalled that not long ago Yi had been as listless as a withered leaf. How could she bounce back so quickly? Your place has better lighting. I woke up from the sun. As a Vitia alien, Yi possessed the ability to photosynthesize like a plant, and sunlight could accelerate her physical recovery. The small leaves on her head were not merely decorative. But even if you're awake, there's no need for you to be here. Yuta's tone carried a hint of reproach. After all, even though she could read minds, it didn't mean she could control anyone's actions. Yi's appearance undoubtedly added a new element of instability to an already tricky capture operation. Facing Yuta's aggressive demeanor, Yi retorted defiantly, "You brought my cousin to the zoo for fun, and you don't allow me to join." Yi was puffed up with anger like a balloon ready to burst. Her reason for coming here was twofold. On one hand, she was worried that Milmes would discover her true identity while alone with Yuta. On the other hand, she wanted to enjoy the zoo. As for which reason weighed more heavily, it was impossible to tell. Yuta said sternly, "We're not here for fun. Our visit has an important purpose." After saying this, Yuta suddenly covered her mouth, realizing that she had been a bit too anxious and had spoken more than necessary. And this statement was clearly not dismissed by Yi, as she now fixed her sharp gaze on Yuta, questioning, "What purpose?" Taking advantage of Yi's moment of distraction, Yuta quickly glanced around, and indeed found an opening. Yuta swiftly pointed to a small shop behind Yi, exclaiming, "Limited edition panda plush pillows only available this week, but it seems they are already sold out." Yi looked in the direction Yuta pointed, and saw a shop dedicated to selling zoo-related merchandise with a wooden sign that read, "Sorry, the limited edition panda plush pillows are sold out." Yi looked at Yuta sympathetically, saying, "That's too bad." Seeing that Yi no longer suspected her, Yuta breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Yi hadn't pressed her on why she and Milmes were at the zoo. Otherwise, knowing Yi's character, she would surely spill all the truth. "Yi, do you want to see the black bears?" Milmes waved her hand, calling Yi to come to the railing. "Sure." Yi immediately ran over and leaned against the railing. The black bear was currently napping beside a large rock marked with red stains, and seemed unlikely to wake up anytime soon. Milmes compared the bear's position with the shadow, confirming that it was indeed very close to the image shown in the crystal ball. Suddenly, Yuta patted Yi on the back, startling her. Before Yi could speak, Yuta covered her mouth, saying, "Did you know? They say that black bears when sleeping might use Wing Chun, but because their punching speed is so fast it only happens in an instant, so you need to pay extra attention to see it." Yi was skeptical. Could Yuta be trying to fool her again? However, when she turned her head, she found Milmes was intently focused on the black bear. Although it was likely just Yuta teasing her, if Milmes discovered she was the only one easily fooled, her pride would surely be hurt. So Yi refrained from saying much else to Yuta, merely shooting her a glance before concentrating on observing the black bear with Milmes. At this moment, Milmes was operating a scanning system. If the bomb man wanted to disguise himself as a tourist or a zoo worker and carried explosives or detonators, Milmes would be able to locate him immediately. However, Milmes had already scanned all the nearby tourists and their belongings, yet still found no clues. It seemed that there were only ordinary visitors and staff around, along with some lazy animals. After ensuring that Yi and Milmes were distracted elsewhere, Yuta quietly led the magician to a hidden spot. Yuta asked in a low voice, "Do you know the exact time shown by the crystal ball divination?" Upon hearing this, the magician felt quite regretful and replied in a self-reproaching tone, "Sorry, did I forget to mention it?" Yuta patted her shoulder and comforted her, "It's my fault for not asking. So what time is it?" 9:36. Yuta checked her phone and saw that it was currently 9:30. In just 6 minutes, the bomb man would appear near the black bear exhibit. Yuta expanded her mind-reading range and listened attentively to the thoughts of the visitors. A young man with a smile on his face, holding his girlfriend's hand, was on a date. "I'm so tired, I want to go back to playing games." An old father with his daughter sitting on his shoulders was sweating a little. "When do I get off work? I really want to slack off." A staff member diligently organizing merchandise at a nearby shop was cleaning the shelves. Yuta focused intently on reading everyone's thoughts nearby, but to her disappointment, she found no criminals. The magician asked expectantly, "Did you find anything?" Yuta shook her head. "No, everyone's thoughts here are quite ordinary. They are just tourists." Upon hearing this, the magician lowered her head in sadness, murmuring, "As expected, my magical abilities are completely inadequate. I can't even do such a simple divination right." Yuta hurriedly comforted her, saying, "You've done your best. It's not your fault. It's the broken crystal ball's fault." After hearing this, the magician felt even worse, saying with a hint of tears in her voice, "But I broke the crystal ball." Yuta patiently reassured her, "But it wasn't intentional. You should have a bit more confidence in your abilities." But the magician remained hesitant, unsure whether she should forgive herself for her mistakes. Yuta gently patted the magician's head through her hat, saying, "It's okay, since he's not here we can spend the rest of our time exploring the entire zoo, so it won't be a wasted trip." The magician showed a deeply touched expression, but her action quickly turned into a bow of apology. I'm sorry, I think I should just go home today as my poor skills have made you and Milmes come here in vain, wasting so much time. Wait. Before Yuta could finish her sentence, the magician shamefully ran away, leaving Yuta alone bewildered in the wind. On the other side, Yi was watching the black bear with great interest. This bear was particularly restless, while sleeping rolling around, which was quite amusing. The nearby children also liked it, waving at it. At this moment, Yi suddenly asked, by the way, is that Kozer a friend of Yuta? Milmes was a bit confused. Was the magician's English name or other titles considered Kozer? Are you referring to that magician? Yi didn't notice the subtle misunderstanding in their conversation and continued. Yeah, when I first woke up and saw her, I was puzzled, thinking I had encountered a thief breaking in. In Yi's memory, the first thing she did after awakening was to distance herself from the magician while looking for any usable weapon. The magician frantically waved her hands, trying to convey to Yi that she meant no harm. After a few minutes of standoff, Yi's mind also settled. Later, thinking it over, what kind of thief would dress so flamboyantly? Yi relaxed her defensive posture and slowly approached the magician, who seemed to be more scared of her, instinctively backing away until she was cornered against the wall. Later, I found out that she was Yuta's friend, sent by Yuta to take care of me. Yuta really has a wide network. She has friends like that. As she spoke, Yi couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Then I learned from her that you two were at the zoo, so I rushed over. This was a very simple matter for Yi, but for the magician who had accompanied her on the bus, it was different. She had attracted the odd glances of many people on the bus, and thus shyly pulled down her hat's brim, completely covering her face. While Yi and Milmes were sharing fun stories, Yuta approached with a gloomy expression. Yuta, are you okay? What about that Kozer? Isn't she with you? Yuta scratched her head, purposefully avoiding Yi's gaze, and said somewhat absently, she had something to do and went home first. Are you okay? Yi asked with concern. Yuta shook her head, saying, it's nothing. Then Yuta took out her phone from her pocket, raising an eyebrow, and saying, by the way, you should be very interested in this photo. Yi looked puzzled, but when she saw the photo on the phone, she instantly became very joyful. The photo showed Milmes holding a black fluffy rabbit, looking extremely adorable. Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Yuta's hand, saying, can you send me this photo? Yuta, unfazed, mischievously challenged, how much will you pay for it? This question hit Yi's sore spot. Her already impoverished family had become destitute after a fire. Yuta winked at Yi, saying, seeing you so miserable, I'll generously give you a discount. Just draw me a picture afterwards. Really? Yi's hopes were rekindled, and she exclaimed with joy. When have I, Yuta, ever lied to you? Yuta patted her chest, as if she truly never told a lie. After wandering the zoo for a long time, mealtime finally arrived. The three of them arrived at the restaurant, where many visitors gathered, chatting and enjoying a leisurely lunch. They casually chose a table to sit at, and at that moment the central display screen was broadcasting a news segment. Recently, the perpetrator responsible for several bombings has been arrested by the police. He was captured at the outskirts of the museum when Yi looked relieved, while Yuta and Milmes appeared quite troubled. After all this, the criminal was nowhere near the zoo, but instead far away at the museum. In the office, Wells was enjoying his takeout lunch. To prevent the meal from becoming too dull, he had even used a cup as a phone stand to play today's news updates. Today's breaking news was of course about the bomb suspect who had committed multiple dangerous crimes. He had now been arrested by the police. With solid evidence, he was about to be sent for trial. However, the moment Wells saw the suspect's true face, he was stunned, his chopsticks slipping from his grip and falling to the floor. Hearing the noise, a colleague from next door came over and asked with concern, are you okay? Wells signaled that he was fine and smiled as he replied, I just slipped my hand a bit. After picking up the chopsticks, Wells' expression turned serious. He hadn't expected that he had actually encountered the suspect at that moment, just without realizing it. The news anchor continued to report on the bombing case. The bomb suspect suffers from dwarfism, using his childlike stature to easily infiltrate various public facilities and install dangerous explosives. According to him, the locations chosen previously were mainly to confuse the police. His true aim was to destroy the precious artifacts in the museum. After hearing the news on TV, Milmes and Yuta's expressions went blank. Yi, puzzled by the silence of the two, waved her hand in front of them, but still received no response. What's wrong with you two? Shouldn't you be happy that the bastard who bombed my house has been caught? Yi was very confused as to why Milmes and Yuta looked disappointed, like hunters who had failed to catch their prey. Suddenly, Yuta, with a distressed expression, crossed her arms and leaned in another direction, seemingly pondering an unsolvable question. After a moment of silence, Milmes quickly emerged from her confusion, concluding that the failure of the divination was likely due to the magician's lack of skill. Magic and technology rarely develop simultaneously in any civilization, and it was clear that Earth had chosen the path of technology. But how can humans who choose magic secretly penetrate the mysteries of magic without being discovered by others? Thinking of this, Milmes resumed her usual calm demeanor and began to consider what dishes would be more suitable for human taste. However, Yuta was deeply troubled. She couldn't believe that her friend's divination skills could be so poor, but the results were far from reality, even contradictory, which forced her to accept the situation. Yu nudged Yuta, but seeing that she still didn't respond, she decided to order with Milmes first. Yu ordered a black pepper pork chop rice while Milmes ordered a beef egg fried rice. After the news broadcast ended, the television began airing a comedy variety show. The restaurant was lively with bursts of laughter and cheerful conversations from other tables. The waiter quickly brought their lunch, steaming and aromatic, instantly whetting one's appetite. Yu, who hadn't eaten breakfast, immediately began to gobble it down, only to choke due to her eagerness. Milmes gently patted her back, and after a few bouts of severe coughing, Yu felt much better. She then learned her lesson and began to chew slowly. Milmes, you're eating so quickly. Yu had only finished half her meal, while Milmes' plate was already spotless. As they ate, Yu sighed. Although the bomber had been caught, her house was still gone, and without a computer and tablet, she couldn't continue her previous artwork. Even if Yuta didn't mind her staying a few more days, Yu didn't want to trouble her too much. Her top priority now was to find a new source of income and a new place to live. Milmes also noticed that Yu seemed troubled and bluntly asked, "Are you worried about something?" "Of course I'm worried. My house burned down, all my things are gone, and I'm short on money. How could I not be?" Yu replied, biting her chopsticks filled with resentment. "I can go find a job," Milmes reassured, gently patting Yu's head. "But that won't get me paid for at least a month, and I don't want to trouble Yuta for that long." Yu sighed in discontent. Yu glanced at Yuta, who was completely oblivious to her and Milmes' conversation, still trapped in an unsolvable dilemma. Yu truly wished there was a job that pays quickly and is suitable for students, but such extravagant thoughts could only exist in her mind. At this moment, Yu remembered that Milmes had taken at least 10,000 yuan in cash, and aside from the most expensive models, most phones wouldn't reach that price range. This meant that Milmes must still have a few thousand yuan available, and it should be fine to rent a cheaper place. With this thought, Yu suddenly felt a surge of hope. She eagerly asked Milmes, "How much money do you have now?" Milmes opened the bag Yu had given her and counted the cash inside. 5,146 yuan. "That's great. Although I can't buy a computer, finding a place to stay shouldn't be a problem." Yu said, her hands pressed together in joy. Yu licked her lips and quickly took out her phone. "Let me check online for any cheap houses." Excited, Yu completely forgot that she still had half her meal untouched, focusing entirely on finding a house. It can't be too far from school, electricity and water shouldn't be frequently cut off, rent should be cheap, and it should have good lighting. As she muttered to herself, she input these specific conditions one by one into the search filter. Milmes also wanted to help, so she began searching for houses on her phone. On the other side of the table, Yuta began to recall the circumstances of the magician's divination. Perhaps there had been some unexpected occurrences during the divination that affected the results. At that time, there were only the magician Yuta and Milmes in the room. Since Yuta and Milmes were merely standing by, without making any unnecessary movements, they wouldn't have any effect. The magician spread a special cloth depicting the magic circle neatly on the table and placed a crystal ball with many cracks on it. The magician placed his hands over the crystal ball, reciting incantations silently while infusing it with magical power, and only shouted the last line, "Reveal the one who burned down Yi's house. Let his fate be revealed here." Afterward, the crystal ball emitted a blinding white light, and as the light faded, the image inside gradually became clear. A black bear lazily leaned against a rock with a red mark, surrounded by many tourists who were enthusiastically waving at it. This memory came to an end. Although Yuta tried hard to identify other potential factors that might have influenced the divination's results, such as a bug damaging the cloth beneath the crystal ball, her efforts were in vain. Could it really be that the magician's divination skills were too poor? Yuta shook her head. Such thoughts were futile. It would be better to wait until later to clarify with the magician. When Yuta returned from her contemplation, she noticed that Yu and Milmes had already ordered their lunch, and Milmes had even finished her meal. She hurriedly called the waiter over to order, not wanting to make the two wait for her. Suddenly, Yi's eyes lit up, and in great excitement, she grabbed Milmes' left hand and shook it back and forth. "Milmes, look. There's actually a perfect house that meets all the conditions." Yi brought the phone closer, showing a very ordinary two-story house on the screen with a monthly rent of only 1,000 yuan, which looked suspiciously like a scam. Although Milmes didn't understand housing prices, she vaguely sensed that this was a trap and kindly reminded Yi, "Are you sure the actual place matches the pictures?" "It's fine, we'll go check it out this afternoon. If it doesn't match, we won't rent it," Yi replied, though she felt a bit nervous. After all, such great conditions at such a low price could make anyone wary. Since they had decided what to do in the afternoon, the immediate task was naturally to eat, as one needed energy to think about longer-term matters. Thus, Yu began to focus on her meal. Yuta scrolled through her phone while waiting for the food. At this moment, Milmes leaned over and gestured for Yuta to be quiet. Yuta nodded, and only then did Milmes show her the content on her phone. Yuta carefully examined the content on the screen, her expression gradually shifting from boredom to surprise, then to a sudden realization. She understood that with this clue, everything made sense. However, this truth seemed too heavy for Yiyu, undoubtedly causing her to fall from the joy of looking forward to the future into an abyss of despair. Perhaps this was why Milmes wanted her to keep it a secret. After reading this content, Yuta smiled. Although she couldn't read Milmes' mind, the person in front of her seemed to have a heart that was just as pure as her appearance. Milmes silently gazed at Yuta, waiting for her to provide a definite answer. Yuta shrugged and said lightly, "Don't worry, I won't tell her. You helped me solve the mystery, so I won't burn the bridge behind me." Upon hearing this, Milmes' slightly furrowed brow relaxed. This was exactly what she wanted. Looking at the two people on the other side of the table, seemingly understanding each other and radiating a harmonious aura, Yi's heart instead stirred with ripples. Why was it that while her two friends were getting closer, she felt even more unsettled? Not only had they come to the zoo together, but they were also whispering secrets right in front of her, seemingly hiding too many things. Yiyu pondered again. Did she really need two people to buy the limited edition merchandise? Why did Yuta even skip class to come to the zoo with Milmes? What could be the reason? Inside the real estate agency, a woman with curly hair lazily leaned back in her office chair, idly scrolling through her phone, feeling rather dispirited due to the lack of customers recently. As she scrolled, a report about a house fire caught her attention, and she casually clicked on it to take a look. Yesterday, a fire broke out at 707 Muley Avenue in Qianmu Town. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and the cause of the fire was ultimately determined to be an electric stove explosion. Residents are advised to pay more attention to the use of electrical appliances to prevent the occurrence of fires. Prolonged use of high-energy appliances can easily lead to wiring aging and wear, thereby increasing the likelihood of fires. Halfway through reading, her right eyebrow slightly raised in surprise. The curly-haired woman exclaimed, "The tenant of that house is quite unfortunate." Suddenly she paused and said in panic, "Wait, did I turn off the gas stove before I left?" After seeing such a report, the curly-haired woman couldn't help but worry about her own safety. "I should have turned it off, right?" The curly-haired woman comforted herself with these words. Just then a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts as she looked in the direction of the sound and saw two young women. Yuta separated from Milmes and Yiyu at the restaurant, and she seemed to suddenly remember something important that required her to go home. Milmes pushed open the glass door, allowing Yiyu to enter the room first, and then she closed the door behind her. Yiyu walked up nervously, and after a few seconds of silence under the curly-haired woman's gaze, she pointed to the screen on her phone and said, "We want to rent this house, is that okay?" After looking at the photo, the curly-haired woman's face suddenly turned pale, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. But she quickly regained her composure and flashed a businesslike smile, enthusiastically saying, "Of course, dear." The curly-haired woman quickly got up from her chair and walked over to Yiyu, saying, "I'll take you there right now." As she led the way, she introduced the advantages of the house. Although this house is older, it is fully furnished with everything you need, including a television, water heater, air conditioner, refrigerator, and so on. The conditions the curly-haired woman mentioned were too favorable, making Yiyu a bit dizzy. She couldn't help but interrupt the curly-haired woman, cautiously asking, "Can we use everything for free? Do we need to compensate if we break something?" Yiyu didn't want to be too casual. Even if the rent was cheap, landlords could still take advantage in such small matters. Knowledge she had naturally gained during her renting experiences. The curly-haired woman waved her hand and laughed as if she had heard a joke, saying, "Don't worry, everything inside will belong to you once you rent the house. After all, it's all left behind by the previous tenant, and we won't have to spend a dime." Seeing that Yiyu had dispelled her worries, the curly-haired woman continued to praise. "Moreover, the house has a large area, so you won't have to worry about bumping into corners while walking around. There is also a kitchen, allowing you to showcase your culinary skills." Under the curly-haired woman's guidance, the two quickly arrived at the bottom of the house. From the outside, it looked ordinary. Although some wear and tear was evident due to weathering, overall, it was still a hidden gem, leaving a good impression on Yiyu and Milmes. However, renting a house is like making friends. One cannot judge solely by the exterior. The interior is far more important. The curly-haired woman used a key to unlock the door, and the two entered the house. The curly-haired woman stood at the door, not entering. Surprisingly, the interior was quite spacious, and although the furniture was somewhat disorganized, it was all present, looking as if it had been swept by a typhoon. There was some dust in the room, indicating it seemed unoccupied for a while. As Yiyu stepped inside, she felt the air thick with dust and couldn't help but cough a few times. Milmes opened the tightly shut windows to let the breeze in. Yiyu, hands on her hips, shook her head repeatedly, saying, "Why is the furniture so messy? The previous tenant must have been quite sloppy." The curly-haired woman quickly replied, "The previous tenant had a husky that was particularly mischievous, which is why it ended up like this." Milmes looked around, but didn't see any pet supplies, not even a single dog hair left behind. Yiyu was satisfied after seeing the first floor, as she had already started imagining what it would be like to move in with Milmes. Then Yiyu went up to the second floor, and the wooden stairs creaked slightly under her feet, making her think it might be a bit eerie to go downstairs at night. Milmes followed her up to the second floor, where the scenery was similar to downstairs. The furniture was still messy, but it remained largely intact and functional. The rooftop was also available for use, making it convenient for hanging clothes and soaking up the sun. Seeing all these convenient conditions made Yu very satisfied. However, she also remembered that the house was to be shared by 2 people, so she turned to ask Milmes for her opinion. What do you think of this house? Milmes thought for a moment and replied, it looks like a house. Yu furrowed her brows and rephrased, let me ask differently, do you want to live here? Milmes calmly said, I don't mind the size of the house. No matter where you want to live, I will accompany you. Yu fell into a brief silence, and then sighed with a wry smile, saying, such a considerate Milmes, of course many people would like you. Milmes sensed that Yi's mood had temporarily dipped, but she couldn't decipher the reason. Yu shook her head, trying to act as if nothing was wrong, and said, never mind, let's go find the agent. The 2 went downstairs and saw the curly-haired woman agent playing cards on her phone. Upon noticing Yi's somewhat troubled expression, the agent broke out in a cold sweat. Did they discover the problems with this house? The agent quickly put away her phone, preparing to sweet-talk Yu. Yu walked up to the agent smiling brightly and said, I like this house and I want to rent it. Hearing this, the agent beamed with joy and immediately pulled out a contract she had been preparing for a long time, ready for Yu to sign. Yu read through it carefully and found that the rental price was for 1 year, meaning she would need to pay at least $12,000 in rent to secure the place. However, her savings along with Milmes's cash totaled less than $7,000. Yu sighed and shoved the contract back into the agent's hands. Sorry, it's too expensive. I think I need to reconsider. After saying that, Yu grabbed Milmes's hand and prepared to leave. The agent quickly stepped in front of them, smiling and saying, wait, we can negotiate on this price. Or I can talk to the landlord and see if he can lower the rental period a bit. The agent desperately wanted to keep the 2. For her, the priority was not to make more profit, but to get rid of this house. Business had been slow lately, and this house was the reason. Keeping it in her hands felt like holding a hot potato, and she couldn't wait to rent it out. No, sell it off. At that moment, the agent's eyes suddenly lit up with a new idea. How about this? What if I sell the house to you? Yu, even more surprised, replied, I can't even afford to rent, and you want me to buy it. The agent calmly explained, renting and buying have different contracts. Renting is a one-time payment for a year, while buying can be paid in installments. Moreover, if you buy the house now, you can enjoy a special discount as the 100th customer and get it for 10 off. Well, we are indeed lucky. Yu picked up the second contract, discovering that the full price for the house was only $200,000, so, with the discount, it would only cost $20,000, and the payment period was quite generous, lasting 3 full years. Yu carefully read through the contract a few more times, then noticed a particularly tiny annotation that could only be seen with a magnifying glass. Yu pointed at that section and said, look at what it says here. Milmes enhanced the image receiver's operation, magnifying the text several times before she could finally read it. Then she recited the annotation aloud. Once this house is sold, it cannot be returned. The homeowner is responsible for handling it themselves. Yu looked at the agent and inquired, what does this mean? The agent was sweating profusely, as she never expected someone would actually notice such small print, which she had intended to use to argue with clients when they tried to return the house. Taking a few deep breaths, the agent reminded herself that she was a professional and couldn't be outdone by these 2 young women. Suddenly, the agent fell to the ground, lamenting pitifully, I've encountered too many difficult and troublesome tenants before. They would wreck the house and still demand to return it. When we finally reclaimed the house, we had to help them repair the large holes they made. It was during a hot summer, and my boss ordered me to work overtime to fix the walls. If I didn't finish in a day, I would be fired the next day. The agent continued to narrate her fabricated tragic story with great emotion, her voice hoarse, as if she had spent years laboring in the mountains. Yu felt deeply moved after hearing this, and was ready to sign the contract to buy the house. The agent, who had just been crying, instantly lit up with joy and happily handed over a black pen. At that moment, Milmes stepped in between them. The agent's heart skipped a beat, sensing that something was amiss. Unlike Yu, who was already in tears, Milmes seemed completely unfazed, her gaze fixed intently on the agent. Milmes calmly stated, I have a question. The agent grew anxious, realizing her worst fears might be coming true. Why is the price here so cheap? If the 2 of them noticed this issue and investigate further, this house would never sell. Yoda arrived at the woods behind the mountain after parting ways with the 2 at the restaurant where the magician's home was hidden. Walking along the forest path, Yoda noticed a small turtle statue that appeared quite amiable, with a white stone embedded in its shell. Yoda touched the white stone and exclaimed, Green Bean, open the door. Upon uttering this incantation, a path that had just not existed began to materialize before her eyes. Yoda stepped into the barrier, following the path, and her figure vanished like a mirage in the woods. She knocked on the wooden door and only entered after hearing a voice say, please come in. The magician was arranging tarot cards by the table, placing them with great precision, as if she had measured the distance between each card with a ruler. Tarot divination is considered a fundamental form of divination magic, likely chosen by the magician to reinforce her foundation after a failure in her earlier divination. Yoda spoke directly. Actually, your divination was correct. The magician gave a bitter smile and said self-deprecatingly, you don't have to comfort me like that. I'm not comforting you. I'm merely stating the facts, Yoda replied emphatically. The magician paused her task of arranging the tarot cards and turned to look at Yoda, her expression serious. Yoda solemnly stated the person responsible for burning down the Yu family is Yu herself. This left the magician in a daze, her mouth agape in disbelief. Huh, why would Yu do such a thing? The magician struggled to comprehend, as it was Yi's own home. Yoda lowered her hands, signaling for the magician to calm down. It was an accident as she forgot to turn off the induction cooker. Saying this, Yoda showed the magician the report page that Milmes had found. A fire broke out yesterday at 707 Muley Avenue, Chinmu Town, with no casualties. The cause of the fire was ultimately determined to be induction cooker explosion. Residents are advised to be cautious when using electrical appliances to prevent fires. Prolonged use of high-energy-consuming appliances can lead to aging and wear of electrical wiring, further increasing the risk of fire. How could this be? The magician covered her mouth, unable to process such shocking news. Yoda cleared her throat and began to recount the truth. At first, we all went in the wrong direction, thinking the explosion was caused by the recent rampage of a bomber, but in fact there is no direct connection between the two. Rather, Yu had been staying up late every day, leading to distraction and forgetting to turn off the induction cooker, which ultimately caused the explosion. What you divined happened to be Yu visiting the zoo to see the black bear, so your divination was not wrong. Yoda connected all the clues and arrived at this conclusion. However, what everyone did not know was that the cause of the fire was not just Yu forgetting to turn off the induction cooker, leading to circuit overload, but rather Milmes. This was something even Milmes had not anticipated. Various coincidences led to the occurrence of the fire. The magician asked with some concern, "Does Yu know about this?" Yoda shook her head, saying no, she doesn't. Hearing this, the magician's expression relaxed a bit, and she then asked, "Did you come all this way just to tell me this?" "Thank you." The magician understood Yoda's intentions and smiled back at her. Yoda replied with a smile, "It's nothing." At this moment, Yoda's mischievous side emerged as she sighed wearily. If only someone wasn't an electrical killer, how much less trouble I would have to go through." Yoda looked at the magician, who was beginning to frown due to her remarks, and quietly thought, however, this face-to-face conversation isn't too bad. The magician lowered her head in embarrassment, not realizing that she had become an electrical killer that broke any appliance she encountered. The magician said self-reproachfully, "I'm truly sorry for the trouble I've caused you." Yoda waved her hand, saying no need to take it to heart. Yoda casually chose a chair to sit down and said seriously, "Actually, I'm more curious about the origins of Milmes. Though I can't read her mind, it seems clear that she doesn't come with malicious intent." The magician put away the tarot cards, storing them in a wooden box. Then she walked over to Yoda and said, "Before I broke the crystal ball, I tried to peer into her past, but the crystal ball was completely dark, revealing nothing." Upon hearing this, Yoda frowned, sensing trouble. "Did you feel any magical energy from her?" The magician gently shook her head, saying no, perhaps she has concealed all traces of magical energy. Yoda rested her chin on her hand, pondering. It truly is a mystery. After a brief silence in the room, the magician suddenly said, "But Milmes isn't a bad person. She cares so much for Yu." The magician attempted to convince Yoda to abandon her investigation into Milmes, suggesting that peering into someone's past with a crystal ball could infringe upon their privacy. Yoda calmly analyzed, "It's possible she is acting to gain Yi's trust to play a role." The magician, unable to stand Yoda's suspicion of Yi's cousin, shouted angrily, "Seriously, Yoda is too suspicious." The magician even stomped her feet in place to express her anger. Yoda quickly responded, "Don't worry. While I can't wholeheartedly trust her, I will interact with her as a normal friend for now." Yoda had a feeling that Milmes was hiding many things, not just from them, but also from Yu. However, just like in this accidental explosion incident, sometimes not knowing the truth might be better. Yoda wasn't sure if she should dwell too much on this, as she wasn't particularly curious by nature, but she just needed to ensure that everything was within her understanding. At that moment, Yoda's phone rang, and the caller was Yu. Yoda guessed that Yu was probably calling to complain about encountering a scammer where the actual product did not match the pictures. Preparing herself for Yi's complaints, Yoda answered the call. "Hello, this is Yoda." However, contrary to Yoda's expectations, Yi's voice sounded very cheerful. "Class monitor, I found a new home." On the other end of the line, Yu was lounging on the already tidied-up living room sofa in a relaxed manner. The first thing to do after moving into a new house is, of course, a thorough cleaning. And Milmes, being a housekeeping robot, took on all of the household chores without a second thought. To Yi's surprise, Milmes could indeed do housework, and she did it quite well. However, unlike other robots that would produce a set of cleaning tools from their hands, Milmes resembled an ordinary person picking up a broom and a cloth. While Yu chatted with Yoda, Milmes was struggling with stubborn stains in the kitchen, which had become exceptionally tough without the right cleaning agents. Fortunately, Milmes proved to be skilled, and after multiple rounds of scrubbing, she eventually managed to tackle this tough spot, although the cloth she used as a sidekick ended up looking quite miserable. "Oh, that's great. Is the rent very expensive?" Yoda's voice was quite calm. "Not at all, it's quite cheap." Yu, feeling a bit tired from lying down, sat up. Considering Yi's current financial situation, Yoda couldn't help but curiously ask, "Is it in the suburbs?" "No, it's in a regular residential area." After a brief pause, Yoda inquired, "Are you still planning to hold the celebration after the party?" "Of course. We're going to hold it and combine it with a housewarming party. Remember to invite Vivian," Yiyu said excitedly, kicking her feet against the sofa. "No problem. So where is your house now? Send me the address." "Okay." Yiyu began typing the address on WeChat. Milmes, having finished cleaning the first floor, took her cleaning tools up to the second floor, the wooden stairs creaking as if someone was snickering. Milmes suddenly felt as if she was being watched. She turned abruptly, but aside from the dust, there was nothing. Milmes scanned her body quickly and found nothing unusual. Continuing to dwell on it would delay her work, so she decided to ignore the slight feeling of misalignment and continue cleaning the house. While moving furniture, Milmes noticed that the upper right corner of one wall seemed to be peeling. This wall had an extra layer of wallpaper, and the surface was uneven, suggesting that something was concealed beneath it. Downstairs, Yiyu was leisurely spelling out characters, sending the address of the house to Yoda via WeChat. As soon as Yoda saw the address, her heart momentarily stopped, and she hurriedly asked, "Are you sure this address is correct?" The voice from the other end of the phone was exceedingly loud, causing Yiyu to instinctively pull the phone away from her ear. She examined the address she had just sent, checking each word carefully. "It's correct, not a single character is wrong." Yiyu tilted her head in confusion, saying, "It's correct, this is my home." She wondered why Yoda's voice sounded so urgent. Before Yiyu could react, Yoda's anxious shout came through the phone, "Quick, get away from that house. There's something wrong with that house." Meanwhile, Milmes stood in front of the wall, glancing at it, curious about what lay beneath the wallpaper. With a sudden tug, Milmes ripped off the wallpaper, revealing the inner wall covered in a dense array of strange charms. "What are these?" Milmes stood motionless before a wall plastered with talismanic papers. Characters she could not decipher, appearing to her no different from haphazard scribbles. These are likely remnants left behind by the previous tenant. Unsightly, even jarring, and clearly destined for removal. Milmes peeled off each paper one by one, and soon a small mound of them gathered on the floor. She wrapped them all in wallpaper, and as she turned to descend the stairs, a faint voice seemed to whisper beside her ear. "Thank you." Milmes glanced back, but the upper floor was empty save for the silhouette cast upon the wall by the light falling upon her. Milmes murmured to herself, "Once I return to Freudstar, I ought to schedule a comprehensive full-body diagnostic." Her auditory receptors functioned perfectly, yet within the house strange sounds recurred with unsettling frequency, prompting her to wonder whether her self-diagnostic system had malfunctioned. Arms laden with debris, Milmes descended the stairs and passed Yiyu, who was mid-conversation with Yuta. Puzzled, Yiyu asked, "What's wrong with this house?" "You and Milmes already inspected it. We both agreed it's an excellent property." Yuta's voice turned grave. "This isn't some minor flaw, no mere shoddy construction." She drew a slow, deliberate breath, then enunciated each word. "There is a ghost in this house." Yiyu gasped. "A ghost?" Her leaves snapped upright in alarm, only to droop seconds later as she sighed. "Isn't that just fiction? Pure fabrication from bedtime stories." Though indifferent to the paranormal, Yiyu had heard of ghosts, lingering souls tethered to the mortal realm by unresolved regret or bitter resentment, haunting the living. Yet if such spirits truly existed, the world would long since have overflowed. Resentment-born phantoms might be rare, but regrets. Nearly every soul departs this life bearing at least one. And coming from Yuta, the mischievous demon class president who delighted in teasing her, the claim instantly collapsed under its own absurdity. Could it possibly be true? Impossible. Yiyu dismissed Yuta's words entirely and retorted with playful mockery, "Oh wow, I never imagined the class president would believe in such things. How utterly enlightening." Hearing Yiyu's calm, faintly sardonic tone, Yuta bristled. "If you refuse to believe me, go upstairs yourself. Check the southwest wall. You'll find talismans affixed there." Yiyu scoffed, disdainful, "Please, spare me. I've already inspected every inch of this house. Do you think I'd miss talismans if they were there?" Yuta's frustration flared anew. How could Yiyu remain so obstinately blind to such a simple ruse? She burst out, "Of course the real estate developer covered them up beforehand, with wallpaper, to keep you from noticing." That remark jolted Yiyu upright from the sofa where she'd been ready to recline. Yuta's condescension stung, and she couldn't sit still beneath it. Yiyu asked coolly, "And what if I go upstairs now, and find no talismans at all?" Yuta relented, "Fine, I'll treat you to a free bubble tea. Happy now?" Yiyu's mood brightened instantly. A complimentary drink was a small but welcome windfall. Cheerfully, she declared, "Deal." Yiyu ascended to the second floor and approached the southwestern wall. She ran her fingers across its surface. No anomaly, no irregularity. Just the same coarse texture as every other wall. She tapped and scraped gently, only to dislodge flakes of white lime plaster, not a trace of wallpaper beneath. A quiet, knowing smile flickered across her lips. "You really didn't need to go through all that trouble just to gift me bubble tea." Yuta paused, hesitant. "No talismans found." Without hesitation, Yiyu replied, "None. I'll take chocolate flavor, with coconut jelly." Yuta sighed. "Sugar and ice." "Regular sugar, light ice." They exchanged a few casual remarks before ending the call. Elsewhere, Utah set down her phone, her expression darkening. The mage asked anxiously, "Has you moved into that peculiar house?" Earlier, the mage had visited the vicinity and sensed a powerful, yet strangely immature aura of resentment. Utah shrugged helplessly. "Yes. I warned her, but she refused to believe me." "Then what do we do?" "Let events unfold naturally. For now, at least, there's no imminent threat to her life." Faced with Yiyu's skepticism, Utah decided to surrender. She cradled the back of her head, leaned deep into her chair, and closed her eyes. Milmes returned indoors after disposing of the bundled wallpaper and mysterious papers into the large outdoor dumpster. The household bin couldn't hold them. Next, she needed to finish cleaning the second floor. Then she could bring back the lab mouse and settle in together. At that thought, Milmes paused, suddenly recalling their long-overdue task naming the mouse. Too much had happened recently. Constant movement left no time for reflection. Now, with stability finally restored, she could pause and consider carefully. Her motivation surged. She resolved to complete the cleaning swiftly, then retrieve the unnamed rodent, Lab Mouse 1, from Utah's residence. Yet upon returning to the second floor, she froze. Every surface gleamed, windows sparkled, floors shone mirror-bright, immaculate beyond belief. Even the cleaning tools she'd carelessly scattered now stood neatly aligned against the wall. Milmes scratched her head, baffled. "Who cleaned the second floor? Why is there no record of my having done so?" She dashed downstairs and hurried to Yiyu's side. "Yiyu, did you just go upstairs?" Yiyu answered without pause. "Yes, I just went up." "Anything wrong?" Milmes shook her head. "Nothing." She hadn't expected Yiyu to be so adept at domestic tasks, so swift, even surpassing her own pace. Awe stirred quietly within her. Later, Milmes retrieved the mouse from Utah's home and bestowed upon it a new name, Limi. She fed Limi a portion of grain, refilled its water dispenser, and stroked its soft, velvety back, a profoundly soothing gesture. Milmes placed Limi in her own room, ensuring Yiyu would neither see nor fear it. Milmes's room occupied the second floor. Though rest held no biological necessity for her, possessing a private personal space brought quiet joy. Yiyu chose the spacious master bedroom on the ground floor, a suite originally designed for a married couple, but she preferred generous dimensions and claimed it without hesitation. Before Milmes departed to fetch Limi, Yiyu had entrusted her with purchasing fresh bedding, straw mats, quilts, pillows, items too long sealed in dust to reuse safely. At dinner, Yiyu's bowl overflowed with soil, dug freshly from nearby grassland, while her cup held tap water. Milmes's cup, meanwhile, held viscous dark brown engine oil. The acrid scent made Yiyu instinctively recoil. Such substances posed grave toxic hazards to Visha Star natives. Yiyu took a tentative bite of soil, then rose silently and emptied the entire bowl into the trash. Sighing, she muttered, "I'd hoped to stretch our budget, surviving on soil, but Earth's dirt tastes wretched. Even here it reeks of contamination. I'll eat something ordinary tonight instead." With that, she produced a loaf of bread, intending to soak slices in water, a makeshift meal that might sustain her for days or longer. Until their income stabilized enough to support their former standard of living, patience would be their only recourse. After dinner, Milmes noticed Yiyu did not retreat immediately to her room to study, as usual, but sat leisurely beside her on the sofa watching television. Puzzled, Milmes asked, "Don't you have homework tonight?" Yiyu replied easily, "I finished drawing it 2 days ago." Privately, she felt relief. "Thank goodness I completed and submitted those sketches. Otherwise, it would feel like finishing 99% of a project, then losing everything to a sudden system crash." A strange notion surfaced unbidden in Yiyu's mind, and almost involuntarily she asked, "Milmes, can you crash?" Milmes responded instantly, "Do you mean a system failure? I experienced one previously." Yiyu pressed curiously, "What happens during a failure? Does data vanish, like amnesia?" Milmes slowly shook her head. "No, it is far worse." Her expression dimmed, haunted by memories of that catastrophic malfunction. Yiyu laughed freely, then faltered, noticing Milmes's solemn demeanor. Milmes mused aloud, "Could the voice I heard today be a ghost?" Yiyu broke into a cold sweat. Milmes's gravity unsettled her deeply. Coupled with Utah's earlier warning, panic began to coil tightly in her chest. Yiyu waved her hands frantically. "Impossible. You must have misheard." "Yiyu, why are you sweating so profusely?" Milmes asked, puzzled. Yiyu deflected with forced levity. "Must be the heat. No air conditioning running. Terribly warm tonight." Yiyu inhaled deeply, reassuring herself inwardly. "Stay calm. Utah is deceiving me. She simply wants to watch me unravel." That night, both retired to their rooms. Yet Yiyu lay restless. Ever since the notion of a ghost took root, the very atmosphere of her bedroom had shifted. Why did the 3 stains on the ceiling resemble, with chilling fidelity, a screaming human face? Why did the branches tapping against her window now sound like desperate rhythmic blows, trying to break through? And that unnerving sensation of being watched raised gooseflesh along her arms. Milmes plugged her charging cable into the socket beside her bed. To avoid triggering neighborhood blackouts, she maintained energy intake at the level of ordinary appliances, an efficient compromise albeit one requiring extended charging durations. Milmes poked Milmes' plump belly and gently rubbed its ears, delighting in its tiny, trusting presence. Just then, 3 soft knocks sounded at the door. Milmes placed Limi back in its cage and rose to open the door. Standing there visibly flustered and ill-at-ease was Yiyu. Head bowed, twisting a strand of hair between her fingers, Yiyu murmured, voice trembling with embarrassment, "Could I sleep with you tonight?" In the bright bedroom, Yiyu sat on the bed, instinctively pulling the blanket up a bit. Milmes checked all the doors and windows of the house, confirming they were secure before entering Yiyu's room. Yiyu quickly patted the bed, urging Milmes to come over. Milmes turned off the light and effortlessly reached the bedside, using her night vision ability. The faint moonlight illuminated the room, casting a glimmer of light in the otherwise dark night. Milmes spoke in a firm tone, "Yiyu, don't worry. I will stay awake all night. If anyone tries to harm you, I will definitely protect you." Yiyu smiled and responded, "But that's assuming you can actually hit them." Yiyu moved a bit closer to Milmes, and with her company the things she had just noticed seemed to lose their threatening nature. Such companionship reminded Yiyu of her sister. As a child, Yiyu was terrified of thunder and scared to sleep alone due to the frequent thunderclaps outside, but her parents were working late, so she ran to her sister's room and hid under her blanket. At that time, her sister also said she would protect her. Although the things Yiyu feared couldn't truly harm her, both her sister and Milmes were willing to provide her with shelter, accommodating her somewhat capricious requests. Yiyu slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Milmes quietly glanced aside, and after confirming that Yiyu was asleep, she said in a very soft voice, "Good night." In the middle of the night, Milmes connected one data cable to the charging port and the other to her phone. This way she could access the internet even while the phone screen was off. The amount of information a phone could receive at one time was less than Milmes' capacity, preventing the processor from being overloaded by a massive influx of information. During her exploration of the internet, Milmes also discovered some dark sides of human civilization. Human civilization is keen on dividing themselves into blocks, separating into many different nations, towns, and even organizations with varying understandings and beliefs, which often leads to conflicts. The reasons for conflicts are diverse disparities between rich and poor, privilege, bullying, jealousy, superiority, greed, and so on. The infighting among humans seemed to Milmes to be a meaningless exhaustion of energy. However, these matters have nothing to do with the term dark planet. Although they are indeed dark issues, such occurrences are too common in the universe to be worth mention. It appeared quite difficult to find relevant clues from the information network constructed by humans, perhaps because they themselves were unaware that Earth's reputation had become so terrible. In the general perception of Earthlings, extraterrestrial civilizations do not exist. Within the scope of the universe, they can explore. Only Earth is home to intelligent life. Milmes also noticed an interesting phenomenon. While humans developed artificial intelligence, they feared it would undermine their dominion or even destroy humanity itself. Many movies and games depicted this concern, and with technological advancements, the possibility of artificial intelligence becoming a reality grew increasingly likely. This also meant that Milmes could not let humans discover her identity as an alien technology domestic robot. Otherwise, with her level of intelligence, it would likely cause a global upheaval. Yet she was not self-aware of this, though she did have a sense of awareness to interact with humans without exposing her identity as much as possible. At least so far, she felt she had done well. Milmes continued to wander the internet, exploring the cultures and culinary practices of various countries. Among them, what drew her attention the most were the enormous architectural complexes that amazed the people of Earth. Rumor has it that these supernatural buildings could only be constructed thanks to extraterrestrial assistance, as the technology required to build them far exceeded that of the era. Perhaps she could find clues from these buildings to discover a way to leave Earth, provided she could find a way to reach those places. Milmes, having lost her flying ability, could not travel around the globe. If she were to fly, she would need sufficient funds, and currently what she lacked the most was money, so her immediate priority was to find a job. Milmes found many job postings online. Considering various factors, she decided not to work outside of Chinmu town. She also couldn't manage multiple jobs simultaneously, although she could handle it. That would leave Yiyu living alone in this empty house. Just as Milmes was busy searching for information, Yiyu let out a pained cry. After struggling in her dream for a few seconds, Yiyu opened her eyes, looking quite unwell. Milmes turned around, facing Yiyu with concern, and asked, "What's wrong?" Yiyu did not respond. Her first reaction upon regaining consciousness was to tightly grasp Milmes' hand, seemingly unwilling to let go. After a long time, Yiyu finally calmed down and said with a hint of a sob, "I dreamt of the day disaster struck Vitya Star." Yiyu sniffled and continued, "I was on the spaceship watching the entire planet disappear before my eyes." The images of that day were deeply etched in Yiyu's mind. She could never forget how despairing she felt at the moment of Vitya Star's explosion. Milmes gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Yiyu's eyes, asking softly, "You're very sad, aren't you?" Yiyu curled up and replied, devastated. Milmes silently embraced Yiyu, wrapping her completely in her arms. Milmes said regretfully, "I'm sorry, the only thing I can do for you is this." Yiyu smiled gratefully and said, "This is enough for now." The next morning, when Yiyu woke up, Milmes was already gone from the bed. However, the fragrant smell wafting through the door had already betrayed her location. She was in the kitchen, helping to prepare breakfast. Yiyu entered the kitchen and indeed saw the lettuce sausage sandwich that Milmes had prepared and placed on the table. The slightly burnt bread added texture and flavor. Yiyu took a bite. While it couldn't be considered gourmet, she felt quite satisfied. Milmes soaked the cookware in water, then walked to the dining table and asked Yiyu, "How does it taste? Is it good?" Yiyu happily replied, "It's very tasty." After a few bites, Yiyu suddenly paused, a feeling of guilt washing over her. Milmes looked at Yiyu with some confusion and inquired, "What's wrong?" Yiyu shook her head regretfully, saying, "It's such a delicious thing, yet Milmes can't taste it. I find that very unfortunate." Milmes responded lightly, "Actually, I can taste it, but I don't derive any sense of satisfaction from any flavor. Because these items are not food that Milmes should eat, while they can provide a slight energy source, it's almost negligible, akin to eating nothing." Yiyu was a bit confused as she scratched her head and said, "Is that so?" Indeed, the differences in habits between inorganic and organic beings were quite significant, Yiyu thought to herself. Then Milmes looked up to the right, seemingly recalling something, and said, "But if it's energy, I do have preferences." Yiyu curiously asked, "What kind of energy does Milmes like?" Milmes appeared eager to discuss this topic, smiling as she replied, "I prefer electrical energy above 300 volts. Although it can induce a prickling sensation, I still like it very much. I also like Titan water as a liquid energy source, as it can enhance the efficiency of my operation." Unfortunately, in the impoverished area where they lived, such energy sources could not be found unless Milmes were to tap into the power source on high-voltage power lines. Yiyu pondered for a moment and then explained in a way she could understand. So if Milmes were an organic being, she would be someone who enjoys spicy food and drinks coffee, right? Perhaps that could be said. Using food to metaphorically describe energy was also a novel concept for Milmes if you had cared about what kind of energy robots preferred. After opening this topic, Yi's curiosity surged, and she continued to ask, "Do you have any energy sources you dislike?" Light energy and thermal energy, the sensation of converting them is worse than swallowing gears. Milmes displayed an unusual expression of disgust, clearly indicating her strong aversion to these two types of energy. Yiyu snapped her fingers in realization, saying, "I understand now, you dislike solar energy." Ironically, Yiyu quite liked the sun, as photosynthesis was an important source of energy for her. Does Yiyu not have any food she dislikes? Milmes' expression seemed somewhat concerned. "Oh yes, there are plenty of foods on Earth that I dislike, such as durian, canned herring, and things like animal organs and eyes." Yiyu decisively listed a bunch of things she hated, struggling to understand why anyone would like eyes. Milmes nodded and said, "I will avoid purchasing these types of ingredients in the future." Milmes breathed a sigh of relief. She was fortunate not to have stepped on any landmines so far. After bidding farewell to Yiyu, Milmes tidied the dining table and prepared to go out in search of a job. However, after wandering around the streets for a while, she found nothing. Most places were not short on staff or refused to hire those without work experience. Milmes walked around the small town for a long time, passing many shops and companies, finally stopping in front of a cafe, the very Woodbear Cafe, where she had previously enjoyed coffee with Pavia. However, the reason Milmes stopped was not because of the cafe itself, as one person could manage all the customers throughout the day without needing to hire waitstaff. Milmes noticed a poster on the telephone pole next to the cafe, which read, "Hiring assistants, please go to the second floor," with a helpful arrow pointing exactly to the space above Woodbear Cafe. Milmes followed the direction indicated by the advertisement and walked up to the second floor. Milmes followed the stairs to the second floor, where a wooden sign, hanging on one door, read "Open for business." This must be the shop that is currently hiring assistants. Milmes knocked on the door, but after a long while there was no response. She had no choice but to push the door open, but the scene she encountered next surprised her. Inside the room, there was red liquid splattered everywhere. A middle-aged man wearing glasses was holding a small orange cat that was covered in the same red liquid. The man with glasses picked up the mischievous little cat and gently stroked it. "Don't run around, it's dangerous." With the man's soothing words, the kitten gradually calmed down. At that moment, he noticed Milmes standing at the door and quickly explained, "I'm sorry, I must have scared you. I didn't harm the kitten. This stuff that looks like blood is watermelon juice." The man stepped to the right, revealing a toppled can of watermelon juice that had been blocking the view. He placed the kitten on a cloth pad and then walked up to Milmes, asking kindly, "Is your pet a chameleon?" "I haven't seen it." Milmes shook her head and said, "I didn't bring Limi here to apply for the assistant position." The man clapped his hands in delight and said, "Oh, so you're here to apply for the assistant position." The man adjusted his collar and said seriously, "I am the doctor and owner of this pet clinic. You can call me Asker." Although his tone was serious, the watermelon juice dripping down from him made him look like someone who had just been beaten up, completely devoid of any authority. My name is Milmes. Milmes looked around. Besides Asker, there were other pets left behind by other people. There were hamsters running on wheels, a golden retriever drinking water, and a frog catching mosquitoes with its tongue. To determine if Milmes was capable of handling the job, Asker cautiously asked, "So, Miss Milmes, are you afraid of any specific animals? Like lizards or snakes?" Milmes replied calmly, "I don't have any animals that I am afraid of." Compared to some brutal creatures in the universe, the beings on Earth were quite adorable, so Milmes naturally was not afraid. Even when expanding the range to the universe, there were no creatures that could instill fear in Milmes. Hearing this, Asker's face lit up with joy as he said, "That's great. Most young girls are afraid of these. I was worried you might not handle it well." As he spoke, Asker pulled back the curtain from one of the boxes, revealing a spider with its 8 eyes blinking in turn. Milmes glanced at the spider, which seemed afraid to meet her gaze, and quickly hid behind a stick. Asker pulled down another curtain, revealing a venomous scorpion that was dismembering its lunch and eating it. The scorpion noticed Milmes' gaze, but continued to feast, even making gestures to hide its food, as if to prevent Milmes from taking it. Asker explained somewhat embarrassedly, "I didn't prepare these to test you on purpose. It's just that the pets young people keep these days are very diverse, and these are temporarily housed here. The pet clinic I run not only handles regular checkups, deworming, daily care, and bathing, but can also accommodate pet boarding." As he spoke, Asker's expression turned a bit regretful as he shook his head and said, "However, for things like sterilization and serious illnesses, those have to be handled by a pet hospital. My clinic lacks the necessary equipment for major surgeries." Then Asker continued to pull down curtains, revealing not only these small but frightening creatures, but also animals like crocodiles and piranhas, which were inherently aggressive and dangerous. Throughout the process of pulling down the curtains, Milmes never showed any sign of fear, not even moving her eyebrows. Seeing that Milmes was unwavering, Asker finally believed what she had said. As he began to cover the curtains back up one by one, Milmes asked, "So have I been hired?" Asker propped his chin with his right hand, and after pondering for a while replied, "More or less." Milmes immediately asked, "Dr. Asker, what exactly will my job entail?" Asker replied in an uncertain tone, "Preparing food for the pets, soothing their negative emotions, and cleaning and organizing the clinic. That's about it." As Asker listed these tasks, he counted on his fingers. After hearing this, Milmes couldn't help but recall her daily interactions with Yiyu at home. Preparing breakfast and dinner for Yiyu, comforting her when she was sad or scared, cleaning the house, and tidying up the room. After comparing these tasks, Milmes casually remarked, "It feels just like what I usually do at home." Then Milmes, "Please help me look after the shop for a moment while I change clothes in the restroom downstairs." Asker was practically drenched in watermelon juice. He almost smelled like watermelon, making it impossible for him to attend to other pet owners. After saying this, Asker temporarily entrusted the shop to Milmes and went downstairs to change. Meanwhile, in the school cafeteria, Yiyu and Utah sat face to face at the table with most of the food on their plates already eaten. The two were chatting about the gossip in school, which was a great pleasure of student life. Suddenly, Yiyu sneezed. "Achoo!" Utah handed her a tissue and said with a hint of sarcasm, "What's wrong? Didn't sleep well last night." Yiyu sniffed and said somewhat angrily, "I feel like I've been offended." Utah dismissed this remark, casually saying, "You're just being overly sensitive." The two of them returned their empty plates to the designated area for the cafeteria staff to collect. Walking along the path to the room, they began chatting again. "Speaking of which, Milmes is looking for a job today. I wonder if she can find one smoothly." Thinking of this made Yiyu a bit worried, and strange images inexplicably appeared in her mind, such as an animal keeper who knocked out a lion with one punch, a fisherman lifting a shark, and a caretaker who could run faster than a horse. Beside Yiyu, Utah, who had read these strange imaginings, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Utah was very puzzled as to why Yiyu had such a superhuman impression of Milmes, who was as weak as a bean sprout herself, yet had such outlandish fantasies about her cousin. "What do you think, Utah?" Yiyu tossed this question to Utah. Utah shook her head helplessly and said, "I don't know either." The two of them walked through the cool thicket, passing a babbling brook where small fish swam happily. Their idle chat continued, but this time they switched to a different topic. As Yiyu admired the scenery along the way, she asked, "By the way, Utah, when did you meet that friend of yours who dresses like a magician?" Utah turned her head puzzled and said, "The one dressed like a magician. I met her in middle school." Yiyu clapped her hands and made a shape resembling a gun with her right hand, saying excitedly, "Yes, yes, that's the one." Yiyu had a deep impression of that magician as she had seen her first upon waking up. It was hard not to remember her. Her unique outfit further deepened Yi's memory of her, and now she couldn't forget even if she wanted to. Yiyu exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect you to know such a professional magician." Utah said somewhat proudly, "Surprised, aren't you?" Yiyu nodded in agreement with Utah's statement, and as if she had survived a dangerous situation, said with relief, "I was really startled when I first saw her. I almost thought I had entered another world." Although Yiyu had read many stories about being reborn in another world, she didn't want to experience the same thing so soon, as she still had some attachments to this world. Utah laughed, saying you weren't hit by a big truck. How could you possibly go to another world? Seeing Utah laugh heartily, Yu couldn't help but join in the laughter. After calming down, Yu was left with another puzzling question. She wondered, but for some reason that magician feels very familiar to me. Have I seen her somewhere before? Hearing this, Utah's heart skipped a beat, and her heart seemed to stop for a second. She swallowed and said in a casual tone, maybe you saw her at a comic convention. So how do you plan to organize tomorrow's celebration party and housewarming? Utah asked, changing the subject. Yu scratched her head in some distress and said, I want to give Milmes a surprise, so I didn't tell her about tomorrow. If possible, I want to keep her occupied for the afternoon and hold the party when she comes back in the evening. Although everything has changed and they moved to a new house, the fact that Milmes won the championship will not change, so Yu still planned to hold a celebration for her. However, now another problem was troubling Yu, making her hesitant. She didn't know whether to hold the celebration before figuring out a solution to this problem. So you are worried about what excuse you can use to keep her busy? Utah pointed out Yu's predicament, and Yu nodded. Yu crossed her arms and said gloomily, yeah, it seems that no matter what Milmes can finish it quickly. I can't possibly keep her occupied for an entire afternoon. Just like a thorough cleaning at home with Milmes alone, it wouldn't even take more than 2 hours to finish everything. While waiting for Ask to return, Milmes' attention shifted to the orange kitten smeared with watermelon juice. The kitten noticed Milmes' gaze and raised its tail, watching her warily. Milmes opened her arms and slowly approached the orange kitten like a hunter trying to catch its prey. Upon her approach, the kitten suddenly jumped up, attempting to circle around to Milmes' back. Unfortunately, it failed as Milmes accurately caught it in her arms and began to ruthlessly rub it. However, the sticky watermelon juice on its fur made the sensation less pleasant. The orange kitten seemed displeased with Milmes' actions and bit her in anger. But at the moment it bit down, it felt as if it had bitten into a grain of sand and rice, particularly hard, as if Milmes' hand had the hardness of steel. The orange kitten stared blankly at Milmes, blinking in confusion, wondering what it had just bitten. A rock, perhaps. Milmes placed the bewildered orange kitten back on the cushion just as Ask returned from downstairs, holding a shopping bag filled with pet supplies. Ask lifted the bag and explained, we just ran out of bathing shampoo at the clinic, so I bought a few bottles. Inside were not only bathing shampoo, but also some pet food and toys. Ask pointed to the cleaning tools nearby and said calmly, Milmes, you help clean the room while I help this little kitten take a bath. The kitten Ask referred to was of course the mischievous cat that was running around and making a mess of the room and itself. Milmes nodded and Ask took the orange kitten into the adjacent pet bath, where the partition door was made of glass, allowing a view inside. Milmes quickly cleaned the floor and table of watermelon juice. With some free time, she walked into the pet bath to see what was special about bathing pets, thinking that perhaps she could help bathe her own pet Milmes when she returned home. Although facing away from Milmes, Ask heard the sound of the glass door opening and asked with some surprise, you're done cleaning so quickly? It seems I found a good assistant. Ask sighed, previously I did all the cleaning at the clinic by myself. It's not easy to clean up the fur that pets shed. While saying this, Ask continued to work with his hands gently and slowly, wetting the kitten's fur with water without provoking too much resistance from it. Suddenly, Ask seemed to recall something and turned to Milmes, saying, since you're here, I might as well tell you how to clean pets. Milmes, naturally interested in the topic, moved closer. First, about the water temperature, extend your hand. Milmes obediently extended her right hand with her palm facing up. Ask turned on the sprayer, adjusted the water to a lower flow, and then positioned it above Milmes' palm. Milmes felt warm water, likely around 40 degrees. This temperature was neither too high nor too low, very gentle. Ask said seriously, you must remember this water temperature. Cats can't handle water that's too hot or too cold. Ask poured some bathing shampoo into his palm, rubbed it with water to create some lather, and said when bathing a pet cat it's best to be quick. If it takes too long they might catch a chill. Ask evenly applied the shampoo onto the kitten's body with very skilled movements, and even though his vision was slightly foggy, it did not hinder his fluid actions. From his rapid and decisive actions, it was evident that he had bathed many cats before and understood their attitude towards water. While Milmes was observing his bathing technique, Ask suddenly asked, you must have a pet at home too, right? A little guy named Milmes. Milmes nodded, saying, yes, it's a little white mouse. Ask probably did not expect that Milmes was a lucky little mouse who had escaped death several times. Ask pondered for a moment and said, for rodents, it's not suitable to wash them with water. It's best to get them a sand bath, they will clean themselves. Milmes exclaimed in surprise, so Milmes is that smart. However, this also meant that all the points Ask was sharing about bathing pets would be useless for her situation, making this information redundant. Ask smiled and said with some understanding, animals also know how to take care of themselves. He slowly dried the orange kitten with a towel and then placed it on a clean cushion. Feeling comfortable, the orange kitten stretched its body leisurely on the cushion. Then Ask waved a cat teaser in front of it. Once the orange kitten noticed the moving object, it couldn't help but reach out to grab it, but repeatedly failed. Ask handed the cat teaser to Milmes, saying, you give it a try. Milmes took the teaser and spun it around the kitten's head successfully, making it dizzy enough to lie down while chasing. Though not obvious, Ask could tell that Milmes was enjoying playing with the kitten. After the kitten fell over, she took the opportunity to pet the little creature several times. Seeing Milmes and the orange kitten getting along so well, Ask felt pleased. He certainly did not want to hire a cold-hearted assistant who had no affection for pets. At this moment, Ask seemed to notice something amiss and asked, "By the way, Milmes, did you buy Lemmy from a pet store?" Milmes shook her head, saying, "No, I found it in the park." Originally, she was supposed to help an old lady find her cat, but due to her lack of common sense on Earth, she accidentally caught a little white mouse, and out of pity, she brought it home to keep. However, for Lemmy, the dangers at Yi's home seemed far greater than those in the park. A little white mouse that was abandoned. Upon hearing this, Ask's expression turned serious. The primary value of pet white mice is not as pets, but as laboratory animals, meaning they might carry experimental side effects, viruses, or disabilities. Ask continued to ask, "Have you taken it to any other pet hospitals or clinics for a checkup?" Milmes quickly replied, "No. If you don't mind, can I help check it out?" Milmes thought for a moment, a checkup for Lemmy would benefit its health, so she nodded in agreement immediately. At that moment, Ask's stomach growled, and he said somewhat sheepishly, "Oh dear, while busy taking care of the little ones I forgot to eat." Ask pointed to the floor and said, "It's lunchtime now, and there's a cafe downstairs. If you're interested, you can try their dishes. The chef's skills are quite good." After saying this, Ask opened a drawer and took out a lunchbox and a thermos. "My wife made lunch for me, I'll just eat here." Ask opened the lunchbox, which contained some home-cooked dishes and a portion of white rice, but the rice was a bit dry and cold, making it hard to eat. Ask opened the thermos and poured the hot soup over the rice, casually mixed it, and then happily began to eat. Milmes came down the stairs and happened to bump into someone heading upstairs, a girl with long golden hair. The girl hurriedly bent down to apologize. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you." Milmes calmly replied, "It's all right." Upon closer inspection, Milmes noticed that the golden-haired girl's orange pupils had a cross-shaped star pattern completely different from any other humans she had encountered. After apologizing, the golden-haired girl ran upstairs. Milmes entered the cafe, ordered a cheese-baked rice, and quietly sat by the window waiting for the chef to bring her dish. Before long, the golden-haired girl returned from upstairs with 2 boxes containing a spider and a poisonous scorpion. It seemed that the person who was boarding these 2 dangerous creatures at the pet clinic was this golden-haired girl. Looking at her golden hair, Milmes vaguely felt she should have some impression of this girl, but the database seemed to malfunction and she couldn't find any matches. After finishing her lunch, Milmes returned to the clinic where Ask was treating an injured swallow's wing. The worried-looking boy standing nearby was likely its owner. Upon hearing Milmes' footsteps approach, the boy instinctively looked in her direction. When he saw Milmes, he displayed a surprised and delighted expression, exclaiming, "You're the big sister from back then." Milmes spent 0 for seconds retrieving data on this boy from the database. He was the one she met at the arcade who, with the help of additional tokens and Milmes' assistance, ultimately achieved victory in the game. The boy scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "I really owe it to you back, then otherwise I would have definitely lost to that boss again." Milmes looked at the boy, then at the canary receiving treatment, and asked, "Is this swallow your pet?" The boy quickly shook his head, saying, No, it's not. I encountered it while wandering after lunch." The boy said sadly, lowering his head, "It's hurt badly. If it's not treated soon, it might die." During their conversation, Ask had already treated the swallow's injury, applied medication, and bandaged it. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, Ask took a breath and said, "All right, the bandaging is done. Birds have smaller and more delicate bodies, making it more stressful to treat them. Child, as long as it rests for a while, it will recover." Upon hearing this news, the boy cheered up, but Ask's next words left him stunned. "Then please pay the treatment fee of 40 yuan. The boy seemed a bit dazed, hesitating for a moment before whispering, "I don't have any money on me right now." Ask touched the boy's head and calmly said, "You can pay me later, I'm not in a hurry." The boy's expression softened, and then he looked determined as he said, "Once I save up 40 yuan, I will come to pay the medical fees." Ask replied in a gentle tone, "Don't rush, take your time." The boy solemnly bid farewell to the 2 and glanced reluctantly at the unconscious swallow before leaving the clinic. Ask waved goodbye in the direction the boy had left and sighed. It's rare to see a child willing to make a special trip to the clinic to help injured wildlife nowadays. Then Ask turned around, looking worriedly at the swallow, and said, "The injuries on it don't seem to be from a struggle with other animals over food. They look more like it was struck by a stone thrown by someone." Ask scratched his head in confusion and said, "Recently I've treated several injured stray animals, but I have no idea who is behind this cruel act." Milmes glanced around the clinic at the animals, noticing that several had ointments or bandages on them, which explained their lack of energy. "Milmes, have you seen anyone bullying stray animals around here?" Ask, who usually stayed in the clinic and rarely went out, asked Milmes, who seemed to have more experience outdoors. Milmes shook her head. If she had seen such scum, she would have stopped them. Though not a proponent of violence, she wouldn't hesitate to use force if the other party refused to listen. However, when it came to bullying animals, she did have a record in her database. Milmes rubbed her chin and recalled, "A few days ago when I was helping an old lady find her cat with you, I discovered her cat was trapped under a cardboard box. Milmes remembered that there was a brick on top of the cardboard box, clearly placed there maliciously. The bully likely intended to wait until the park was empty before inflicting harm on the poor animal. Upon hearing about the situation from Milmes, Ask appeared noticeably anxious and hurriedly asked, "That little cat should be okay, right?" Milmes did not beat around the bush and stated directly, "It's already back with its owner." With these words, Ask's expression visibly relaxed, and his previously tense shoulders dropped. "You really like animals, don't you?" Though the answer to the question was obvious, Milmes still wanted to hear a definite response from Ask. Ask nodded and proudly replied, "Yes, that's why I became a veterinarian at the pet clinic." Ask looked at the desk, which had a photo of a little boy happily hugging a white Samoyed against a backdrop of green grass and blue skies, radiating a joyful atmosphere. Animals are friends to humanity, and pets are family to humans. I've always thought this way. As Ask spoke these words, a happy smile spread across his face, perhaps envisioning a world where every human could coexist harmoniously with animals. Afterward, the clinic received several injured pets, mostly cats and dogs, the usual companions. Among them, the one that left the deepest impression on Milmes was a Chihuahua, likely due to its irritable temperament, which required Milmes' assistance alongside Ask to treat it. After a busy afternoon, Milmes returned home and began preparing dinner. Using simple ingredients, she created a sumptuous feeling and set the table, waiting for Yiyu to return. However, contrary to her expected return time, Yiyu still had not come back even after the dishes had cooled. The sky grew darker and stars peeked out from behind the clouds. Milmes was alone at home, feeling quite bored. Milmes casually browsed through online news on her phone and stumbled upon a machine-smashing video. After watching it, although she didn't understand it, she was shocked. Such videos were too gruesome for robots. The machines were smashed to pieces and chips were exposed. By human standards, it was so bloody that it required pixelation, highly unsuitable for children. Worse still, after watching one machine-smashing video, the algorithm quickly pushed more similar videos to her, each cover more gruesome than the last, resembling a curiosity convention. What Milmes found hardest to understand was that these videos actually had quite high view counts. Why do humans enjoy watching such things? What is the meaning of this? Why not let these machines do what they are supposed to do, instead of violently destroying perfectly intact and new machines? After closing all these bizarre videos, Milmes noticed that it was already 6:30 in the evening, but Yiyu still had not returned. Milmes tried to contact Yiyu with her phone, and just as she picked it up, a somewhat disheveled Yiyu pushed the door open. Yiyu, panting, dropped her backpack on the floor and then collapsed on the sofa, exhausted. Milmes brought a glass of water to her and poured it over Yi's head, the water mostly landing on the roots of her leaves, which quickly absorbed it. "Thank you." Yi's voice was still a bit dry, but at least she had the strength to speak. "Why are you so late coming back?" "The dishes are already cold." Milmes pointed at the dishes on the table, which had lost all their warmth. Yi's face was buried in the sofa as she cursed. "I accidentally walked back to my old house, and it took me a lot of time to come back." Just a while ago, Yiyu, with her backpack on, had happily walked for nearly 20 minutes until she realized she had taken a wrong turn after seeing the building that had turned into a charred ruin. On her way back, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, ultimately kicking a plastic bottle on the roadside. The bottle first hit a utility pole, then rebounded and finally landed at someone's feet. Yiyu looked closely and found it was Pavia, and the two were now outside a hospital where Pavia was staring intently at the plastic bottle. Yiyu felt a bit nervous, worried that Pavia might be angry as she continued to stare at the empty plastic bottle. In the next moment, Pavia stepped on the cap, launching the bottle off the ground and catching it as it fell. Pavia tossed the empty plastic bottle into a trash can and then walked past Yiyu as if nothing had happened, seemingly unaware of her presence. After watching the whole process, Yiyu had only one thought at that moment. The recycling classification for the bottle and cap seems to be different. However, since the bottle was already in the trash can, Yiyu couldn't possibly reach in to retrieve it, as that would easily make her appear like a homeless person. Yiyu looked up at the hospital, her expression somewhat puzzled. Given Pavia's lively demeanor just now, she clearly didn't seem like a patient just recovering from the hospital, and she attended classes every day, so if she got sick, it likely wasn't anything serious. But does a minor illness require a visit to such a large hospital? Even for the seasonal influenza that often occurs in spring, one could just buy some cold medicine or Banlon gin from the pharmacy to resolve it. The most reasonable inference was that Pavia was there to visit a patient. Yiyu recalled the rumors about Pavia injuring someone and couldn't help but wonder if that injured person was staying in this hospital. Although Yiyu considered entering the hospital to ask a nurse for clarification, she realized that she didn't even know the injured person's name, so the nurse probably wouldn't let her visit. Moreover, Yiyu didn't have the courage to ask Pavia about this. While Pavia had left a good impression on her, such a question was quite personal. Inquiring rashly could not only yield no answer, but might also lead to Pavia holding a grudge, which would be counterproductive. After staring at the hospital for a while, Yiyu ultimately decided against entering and walked directly in the direction of her home. After some time, Yiyu finally made her way back from the old house to the new one, feeling as exhausted as she appeared now. After resting for a while, Yiyu regained her energy and finished the dinner that Milmes had prepared for her. As Milmes washed the dishes, Yiyu approached her to inquire about her job. Upon learning that Milmes was now working at a pet clinic, Yiyu breathed a sigh of relief as their family would have a steady income starting next month. Although they still couldn't afford a computer and a graphics tablet, at least their meals could improve a bit. With such simple meals after a few months, Yiyu worried that her leaves might turn yellow. Even for a plant person, nutritional balance was still essential. After finishing washing the dishes, Milmes neatly arranged them, ensuring they wouldn't fall due to imbalance before sitting down on the sofa. Yiyu casually sat down beside her and asked, "Does the pet clinic have work tomorrow?" In her heart, Yiyu prayed, she had never wished so desperately for Milmes to encounter a heartless boss who disregarded labor laws. If Milmes had to work tomorrow, Yiyu wouldn't need to exhaust herself thinking of excuses to keep her away, and she could decorate the party venue with Yuta and Vivian to surprise Milmes. After the event, she could report the boss, maximizing the boss value. Yiyu couldn't help but praise herself in her heart for coming up with such a wonderful idea. Under Yiyu's eager gaze, Milmes replied blandly, "Tomorrow and the day after are both holidays." Milmes' response undoubtedly doused the anxious Yiyu with a bucket of cold water, completely extinguishing her hopes. On a Saturday morning, Yiyu lay sprawled on the rooftop, her leaves comfortably unfurling, greedily absorbing the sunlight. Though the morning sunlight was not the fiercest, it carried a refreshing feel akin to the taste of cucumber-flavored chips, lifting one's spirits. However, this sunlight could not dispel the gloom in Yiyu's heart. She was still troubled, pondering what excuse to use to send Milmes away so she could secretly host a party. At that moment, the sound of Milmes' footsteps gradually approached until her shadow covered Yiyu. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yiyu's forehead. She could not fathom the reason Milmes had come to find her now. Surely it wasn't just to accompany her in soaking up the sun. Milmes spoke first. "Yiyu, I'm going out today." Yiyu abruptly sprang up from the ground, her face filled with disbelief as she asked, "What are you going to do?" Although her expression was exaggerated, Yiyu's heart was secretly delighted. She didn't need to come up with an excuse, as the opportunity had presented itself. Milmes pointed to a large mountain at the edge of town and said, "I'm going to investigate over there." Yiyu followed Milmes' direction and saw it was the back mountain near High Middle School where she studied. Yiyu was somewhat puzzled and scratched her head, asking, "Investigate what? Insects or the woods?" Yiyu couldn't understand why Milmes would go there. The back mountain was a desolate area seldom visited by people, though occasionally someone would camp or fish there. "I'm not sure either. I can only find out by investigating," Milmes replied, her gaze fixed on her phone, her expression somewhat serious. Yiyu didn't care about the content on the screen. Her mind was focused on getting Milmes to leave quickly so she could call Yuta and Wei Wei in to come help. As Yiyu made gestures to hurry her along, she smiled and said, "Then go and come back later." Milmes tilted her head in confusion and then turned to leave the rooftop. Leaning against the railing, Yiyu watched Milmes leave the house before quickly dialing Yuta's number. "Hello, is this Yiyu? Have you finally decided to postpone the party until tomorrow?" Yuta seemed to anticipate that Yiyu had struggled all day yesterday to come up with an excuse and needed to delay until today. Yiyu leisurely replied, "No, Milmes just left." Upon hearing this, Yuta was evidently shocked and asked in surprise, "What excuse did you come up with?" "I won't tell you," Yiyu chuckled. It was a rare opportunity to tease Yuta, and she certainly wouldn't let it slip away easily. Yuta, well aware of Yiyu's nature, immediately adopted a disinterested tone and said, "Then I don't care to know." Realizing Yuta's reaction was so bland, Yiyu felt a bit disappointed. Even though Yuta acted uninterested, Yiyu's desire to share her story couldn't be suppressed, so she casually remarked, "Actually, Milmes suddenly went to the back mountain to investigate something, so she left." After Yiyu finished speaking, Yuta fell silent for a moment. Yiyu felt it was strange and shouted into the microphone, "Hey, are you still there?" On the other end of the line, Yuta hurriedly replied, "The signal was bad just now. Can you repeat that?" "I said Milmes went to the back mountain, so you can bring Wei Wei and over to set up the party venue now." "Okay, but I might be a little late. I just remembered something." "No problem, I'll go buy some party supplies and ingredients first. Just remember to call when you're on your way to my house." "No problem." Yuta readily agreed to Yiyu and then hung up the phone. Yuta's expression was somewhat serious as the location Milmes was headed to raised concerns. The wizard's home was hidden in the back mountain. Could it be that the thing Milmes intended to investigate was this? The wizard had met Milmes just the day before. Today, Milmes was going to investigate her residence. Was this mere coincidence? With this thought, Yuta couldn't help but feel worried. Although theoretically the barrier was flawless, there were too many mysteries surrounding Milmes. She might accidentally breach the barrier. Thus, before heading to Yiyu's house, she needed to inform the wizard to enhance the concealment of the barrier. Milmes first went to High Middle School and learned the way to the back mountain from nearby residents, finally arriving at the foot of the back mountain. Milmes opened her phone, and the screen displayed a blurry photo which seemed to show a dark object in the sky. This was seen from a post on a public forum titled, "I captured an alien spaceship." Poster Salty Fish Bro 041. This morning while brushing my teeth, I saw something fall from the sky. When I put on my glasses, I realized it was a UFO, but I was shaking so the picture came out very unclear. Second floor, the cutest in the world. It's definitely just a drone or a black trash bag. How could there be aliens in the world? Third floor, want to go to the fourth dimension. Isn't this just a self-directed performance? If you're going to fake it, at least make it look convincing. Fourth floor, sarcastic little bear. Everyone have some decency. The poster is already like this. Let's be kind to him. Most of the responses below were criticisms or ridicule of the poster's unrealistic fantasies. After all, in the common knowledge of Earthlings, aliens mostly exist in imagination, so it's not surprising they would react this way. However, this post held investigative value for Milmes. Even if it turned out to be a bust, it wasn't a significant loss. Milmes easily traced the IP address of the post through the internet, following the clues to the location where the photo was taken, which was this back mountain. If it truly was an alien that fell here, Milmes might be able to request its help to take her to space, so she could send a distress signal to Planet Freud. Just after Milmes entered the back mountain, she received a universal SOS signal requesting assistance. Following the direction of the signal, Milmes ventured deeper into the forest and successfully found the black spaceship emitting the signal. However, contrary to Milmes' expectations, this spaceship was extremely miniaturized, small enough to be mistaken for a model in a store. It seemed her fantasy of leaving aboard a spaceship was dashed, and Milmes lowered her head in disappointment. Suddenly, she heard faint sounds from the bushes as if branches were snapping. Milmes parted the bushes and saw a tiny humanoid creature inside, its expression seemingly tense and frightened. Clearly, this was not an Earthling, nor could it be a shrunken Earthling, as it had 4 arms each with only 3 fingers. Based on its appearance, Milmes compared it to the alien races stored in the database and concluded it was a tiny. However, the creature could not recognize that Milmes was a housekeeper robot from Planet Freud, mistaking her for an Earthling, which made it look particularly flustered. The tiny was clearly frightened by Milmes. It stood frozen in place. Once it came to its senses, it prepared to flee, but Milmes swiftly scooped it up and placed it in her palm. Milmes spoke in a friendly tone. "Please don't worry, I'm not an Earthling. I come from outer space, just like you. You must be from Planet Tiny, right?" The tiny being in her palm looked at Milmes with confusion, seeming to not fully understand her words. At this moment, Milmes suddenly realized that most languages of cosmic civilizations were different, so she immediately switched to tiny language and repeated what she had just said. To this, the tiny shook its head and said fluently in Earth language, "But you look exactly like an Earthling. How can I believe you come from outer space?" The tiny eyed Milmes suspiciously, seemingly doubting her entirely. Milmes had no choice but to set it on a nearby rock, then proceeded to remove one of her arms, revealing the internal gray alloy components. Of course, this alone wasn't enough. The tiny had just arrived on Earth, and unlike EU, who understood some aspects of human civilization, it didn't know much about humans. This was only enough to prove Milmes wasn't a human, but a robot, and it couldn't confirm who built her. So Milmes displayed the engraving on the internal parts to the tiny, which bore exclusive inscriptions of Planet Freud and Milmes' special number, U001. After seeing this, the tiny finally sighed in relief and introduced itself. "My name is Xiao Xiao. My spaceship malfunctioned on the way and then fell to Earth." Milmes empathized with this, nodding and saying, "I also ended up on Earth due to some malfunctions." She glanced at the somewhat damaged spaceship and asked, "Is your spaceship salvageable?" Xiao Xiao scratched its head and replied uncertainly, "I don't know. I have no experience fixing spaceships." Milmes scanned the spaceship and noticed that most parts seemed fine, the components were intact, but the only issue was that the fuel tank was empty. "The spaceship isn't broken, or it just has no fuel," Milmes explained to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in realization, "I thought it was malfunctioning. Turns out it was just out of fuel. So as long as I replenish the fuel, I can leave Earth, right?" Xiao Xiao happily bounced around on the spot. Milmes nodded, but then delivered somewhat disheartening news. "However, the fuel your spaceship needs might be quite rare on Earth, making it hard to replenish." Xiao Xiao, who had been filled with joy, suddenly stopped and stared blankly at Milmes. Little Xiao looked at Milmes in confusion and asked, "How can I get the fuel needed for the spaceship?" Milmes shook her head and replied regretfully, "I don't know either. The energy used by the spaceship is too unique." As far as Milmes knew, most cosmic civilizations used similar fuels, primarily comprising petroleum, electricity, and nuclear energy. However, the energy used on Tinia was quite special, a unique mineral known as Taiyin, or which only existed on Tinia. Little Xiao felt deflated like a punctured ball, lowering her head in frustration. If she couldn't find the energy source, it meant she would be stuck on Earth forever. Milmes also felt a bit disheartened. She had originally planned to ask Little Xiao to send a message to Floydstar once she returned to the universe, but now it seemed that plan was also doomed. At that moment, Little Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and suggested, "What if we modify the spaceship's power system to use Earth's energy?" Milmes stroked her chin, pondering, "I think that might not work. Earth's energy has a low storage efficiency, and to get this spaceship to fly, the amount of fuel needed far exceeds the storage capacity of the fuel tank." After hearing Milmes' analysis, little Xiao felt even more despondent and cried out in despair, "Does that mean I'm going to be stuck here forever?" Milmes then looked towards the spaceship and pointed at it, saying, "Perhaps you could check the operation manual inside the spaceship, or it should record emergency remedies." Little Xiao wholeheartedly agreed with Milmes' idea and exclaimed, "Good idea. They'll go get it right now." With that, she ran towards the spaceship. Even though she was only a few meters away from the spaceship, for her petite frame, it was quite a long distance. Milmes watched little Xiao run from the rocks to the spaceship, which took her about 10 minutes. Little Xiao's energy gradually waned, and she slowed down, panting breathlessly as she finally reached the entrance of the spaceship. In that short distance, Milmes had only taken a few seconds. Little Xiao angrily pounded on the spaceship's exterior, regretting, "Why didn't I just have you bring me over?" After venting her anger, little Xiao prepared to get down to business. Standing in front of the hatch, little Xiao waited foolishly for nearly a minute, but the door showed no signs of moving. She scratched her head in frustration and said, "I thought standing here would make the door open." Little Xiao looked around the hatch, finding no electronic password locks or handles to turn. Anxiously, little Xiao scratched her head, but even as she contemplated, she couldn't figure it out and could only turn to Milmes for help, tears welling in her eyes. This was the first time Milmes had seen an alien unable to return to their own spaceship, and she felt she had gained new insights. Milmes pointed to the tiny emblem at the center of the hatch and patiently said, "I can scan and see that there is a hidden fingerprint recognition system here. Try placing your hand on it." Little Xiao helplessly spread her hands and asked which one. Milmes honestly replied, "I don't know." Little Xiao asked nervously, "If I put my hand down wrong, will I get electrocuted?" Milmes shook her head. How could she possibly know? Little Xiao swallowed hard, nervously extending her right hand and placing 3 fingers on the tiny emblem. In the next moment, blue scanning lines emerged from the exterior and quickly swept over little Xiao's right hand, confirming her identity. "Identity confirmed. Welcome back." A mechanical voice emitted from the spaceship, and the hatch automatically opened. Little Xiao quickly ran into the interior of the spaceship and began searching for the operation manual. The operation manual had a peculiar characteristic: it was only remembered when something malfunctioned. Under normal circumstances, it was hardly noticed and might even be tossed into the trash. Thus, little Xiao naturally had no idea where this manual was in the spaceship and could only search haphazardly. During her search for the spaceship manual, little Xiao accidentally pressed a small button on the control panel. Suddenly, red lights illuminated the spaceship's interior, accompanied by strange noises. Little Xiao panicked instantly. Usually such red lights only indicated one possibility: the spaceship was about to self-destruct. Little Xiao immediately ran to the hatch and banged on it forcefully, shouting, "Help! The spaceship is going to explode." Milmes, observing the ants carrying food outside, heard her cries for help, quickly clenched her fists, broke the spaceship's front windshield, and reached in to rescue little Xiao. Milmes quickly ran a few dozen meters away, shielding little Xiao in her arms as they fell to the ground. However, after a few minutes, the spaceship did not explode, and the earlier red light and annoying noises had ceased. Milmes got up from the ground and took little Xiao back to the spaceship. Upon looking inside, she discovered a large steaming cake on the table. Milmes silently glanced at little Xiao, who sheepishly scratched her head and said, "I made a mistake. It turns out that noise was from the oven inside the spaceship." Now, not only did they need to find fuel, but there was also a broken front windshield to repair, complicating matters further. Little Xiao jumped down from Milmes' hands and crawled into the spaceship through the shattered glass. Standing still, little Xiao surveyed her surroundings, searching for the most likely hiding place of the operation manual, when she noticed a square storage cabinet beneath the table where the cake was. Little Xiao placed her right hand on the cabinet door, and sure enough, it opened, revealing a thick book inside. Surely this was the spaceship's operation manual. As she picked up the book, little Xiao felt the weight of knowledge, but with such a thick book, searching for information would undoubtedly be troublesome. A fatigue was already evident on her face. However, when she opened the book, she found only a gigantic red button. Without a second thought, little Xiao pressed the button. The book immediately closed itself and extended 2 hands from its sides, detaching from little Xiao's grasp and floating in the air. The cover transformed into an electronic display screen, pixelating into a smiling face. "Hello, I am the intelligent manual. How can I assist you?" Taiyan language. The intelligent manual bowed politely and awaited little Xiao's response. We've run out of fuel. What should we do now?" Language change detected. Switching language. System matching in progress. Taiyan language. The intelligent manual's cover turned into a spinning progress bar, and after a few minutes it finally replied, "Please replenish Taiyan or in the fuel tank." Little Xiao shrugged and said, "We don't have any Taiyan or left." The intelligent manual checked the internal condition of the spaceship and confirmed that there was indeed no spare Taiyan or. The intelligent manual's cover started spinning the progress bar again, this time finding an answer in just a few seconds. Ether stone and uranium ore can also have the same effect. Please note that uranium ore has low-level radioactivity and should not be touched directly. Milmes used her phone to check the availability and acquisition methods of these two materials on Earth, and the results were disappointing. Etherstone did not exist on Earth, while uranium ore was a rare material requiring substantial connections and funds to obtain. Seeing the troubled expression on Milmes' face, little Xiao seemed to comprehend the situation and sat down in a chair lost in thought. The intelligent manual leaned closer to little Xiao, smiling and asking, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" Little Xiao forced a smile and asked, "Can you find the energy source needed by the spaceship?" Upon hearing this, the intelligent manual immediately activated its scanner, eagerly searching for usable energy nearby, while the progress bar on the display continuously rotated. Little Xiao helplessly shook her head, continuing to slump in her chair, feeling like a pile of soft mud. Little Xiao certainly did not expect the manual to truly find energy, thus she resigned herself and picked up the knife and fork beside the cake, cutting off a piece. Taking a bite, Little Xiao's expression instantly soured. The cake was extremely unpalatable, and after just one bite, she had no desire to eat more. Meanwhile, Milmes kept an eye on the surroundings. If any humans approached, she needed to divert them. If necessary, she had to remind Little Xiao to disguise herself as a doll or model to avoid attracting more trouble. After a full 20 minutes, the intelligent manual's display transformed from a rotating circle to an exclamation mark, and it smiled, saying, "Relevant target found. The material is Etherstone." Little Xiao, who was almost asleep, suddenly became alert. The manual had actually found an energy source. Milmes was equally surprised to hear this news and immediately asked, "Where is it?" The intelligent manual screen transformed into a radar display showing the location of the Etherstone. Milmes noted the location indicated by the radar and said, "If any humans approach later, send a distress signal and I will come to rescue you." Little Xiao nodded earnestly and then quickly asked the intelligent manual where the distress signal button was. Following the radar's instructions, Milmes slowly made her way to the other side of the back mountain, walking along a small path until she finally stopped beside a small turtle statue. It was a very charming and adorable little turtle statue with a white stone embedded in its shell. Milmes could tell that the stone emitted a peculiar energy fluctuation. This was likely the ether stone that the intelligent manual had found. However, solving one problem led to a cascade of new issues. Firstly, the ether stone was too large to fit into the fuel tank. Secondly, the statue might belong to someone, it couldn't simply be taken. Lastly, the little turtle was too cute. Removing the ether stone might damage it. After finishing the call with Yuta hurried to the location of the mage within the forest barrier on the back mountain. Following the usual steps to unravel the barrier, Yuta arrived at the entrance of the mage's small cabin, where black smoke was billowing from the chimney, indicating the mage was brewing something inside. Yuta knocked on the door and only entered after receiving the response, "Please come in." Upon entering, she was greeted by a strong herbal scent that filled the entire room. Inside, the mage stood beside a table, adding a purple powder into a small alchemical pot. After the powder dissolved into the potion, the herbal aroma became much milder. After adding the powder, the color in the pot became quite odd, as if many colors were mixed together, and it was bubbling ominously. Even after Yuta entered, the mage did not stop stirring, as brewing potions required physical effort and could not be paused casually. Yuta stood in a position that wouldn't disturb the mage's potion making and asked, "Are you wearing this outfit again today?" The mage was wearing the same outfit as on the day she met Milmes, a blue-purple robe paired with an iconic magical hat, leaving a deep impression. "Because this outfit has the ability to resist dirt and water, it saves me the trouble of laundry," the mage replied, while glancing at the magical books on the table, confirming the recipe was accurate. After silently observing the mage stirring the potion for a while, Yuta cleared her throat and said, "Milmes is coming to investigate the back mountain today." The mage seemed to ignore Yuta's statement, continuing to focus on brewing the potion. Noticing the mage's lack of reaction, Yuta pressed on, "Aren't you worried? She's coming to find you." "But worrying is useless, right? If she really was sent by my parents to bring me back, I shouldn't be standing here right now," the mage sighed. To be honest, the mage never felt that Milmes posed any threat to her. She sensed no dangerous aura from Milmes, who emanated friendliness in every gesture. In contrast, Yuta appeared much more cautious, resting her chin on her right hand, filled with doubt, as she said, "Don't you find it strange? Would an ordinary person intentionally come to such a remote place in the back mountain?" Various factors contributed to a dire situation, and Yuta still harbored deep concerns about Milmes, troubled by her identity and intentions. The mage covered the pot and walked over to Yuta, scratching her head. "Maybe it's just a coincidence. I remember there are legends about treasures in the back mountain. Recently, Yi's family has gone through misfortune, so it's normal for them to want to search for treasures, right?" After hearing the mage's reasoning, Yuta fell silent, contemplating. People indeed tend to believe in seemingly absurd stories when faced with difficulties, even if they know it's just a gamble. Seeing Yuta's silence, the mage felt somewhat relieved, as it seemed Yuta wasn't stubborn to that extent. However, Yuta hadn't completely given up hope. She suggested, "How about we use a crystal ball to spy on Milmes' movements? As long as we grasp her specific actions, we can naturally understand her true purpose for coming to the back mountain today. The mage felt somewhat helpless. Although she knew Utah was concerned for her safety, this method seemed a bit inappropriate. However, in order to prove Milmes' innocence and completely dispel Utah's worries, the mage decided to take a peek with the crystal ball. The mage placed the crystal ball back on the table, noticing that the cracks on it seemed to have increased since the last time. The mage muttered incantations, and as her magical power infused into the crystal ball, it burst into a blinding white light, revealing a somewhat blurry image. Focusing her attention, the mage infused more magical power, gradually clarifying the blurry image. Slowly, Milmes' figure appeared distinctly in the crystal ball. From the image, it seemed that Milmes was simply walking along a forest path, her expression completely natural, just like any other day. The mage touched the brim of her hat, then looked at Utah, thinking that having reached this point, she could surely trust Milmes now. The mage smiled, watching Milmes wander leisurely in the forest. However, gradually the mage's smile froze. The crystal ball displayed that Milmes was approaching a place she was very familiar with, causing the mage to feel a surge of anxiety. Ultimately, Milmes stopped beside the small turtle statue, which was the entrance to the barrier. The atmosphere in the room instantly became awkward, and the two fell into a long silence. The mage silently glanced at Utah, who was looking at her with a gaze that seemed to say, "I told you to be wary of her long ago," leaving the mage at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Milmes, standing beside the small turtle statue, was in a dilemma. Although she had found the ether stone, she didn't know what to do with it now. If she couldn't confirm that it was an unowned item and took it away casually, it would usually lead to a lot of trouble. Milmes crouched down, carefully examining the statue for any engraved owner information, but after a thorough search, she found nothing. The actions of Milmes were all observed by the mage and Utah through the crystal ball, but they found it hard to understand why Milmes was so fascinated by the turtle statue staring at it. After observing for a while, Utah finally couldn't help but poke the mage's arm with her elbow, asking, "What do you think she's doing?" The mage shook her head and replied, "I don't know. It just feels like she's looking at the statue." Simply observing wouldn't lead to any conclusions, so the mage decided to make a bold decision. He'll use the magical energy stone to listen to what she's saying. With that, the mage picked up a half piece of white magical energy stone from the table and injected a small amount of magical power into it, hearing the sound of the breeze brushing over the stone surface. This sound was received from the other half of the white magical energy stone embedded in the turtle statue. Since these two halves were originally one piece, their energy fluctuations were the same, allowing for direct remote communication. Now let's listen to what Milmes is saying. Originally, the mage had this thought, but after a few minutes passed, Milmes hadn't said a single word. Instead, she took out paper and a pen from her pocket and leaned against a tree trunk to write something. The mage focused the crystal ball's image on the note Milmes was writing, resulting in an unexpected sight. "To the owner of the turtle statue, I need to use a part of the white stone on the statue. If this causes you any inconvenience, I apologize. If compensation is needed, please contact me." The note was not yet finished, as Milmes was still writing her phone number and address. Utah felt extremely confused. How could someone leave evidence of their crime after taking something? Could it be that she had been overly cautious from the beginning? Could it be that Milmes was, as the mage said, just holding on to a fleeting hope to take a chance? At this moment, a terrifying suspicion suddenly emerged in Utah's mind. Was this note a trap set by Milmes to lure the mage to a certain location? Had she drawn a magic circle nearby in advance, making it easy to capture the deceived mage? However, the next moment's image revealed that Milmes was writing down the address of Ye's house, which was also her own real residence. Utah fell silent, her thoughts halting at that moment. She felt as if her consciousness had flown into the boundless universe, wandering aimlessly within. Milmes attempted to take out the white stone from the turtle shell, and surprisingly, it came out easily, much easier than it appeared. Then Milmes knocked off a chunk the size of a soybean from the white stone and reinstalled it. From an external view, the statue looked almost unchanged. Next, Milmes pressed the note she had just written beneath the turtle statue and hurriedly left. Just then, the image in the crystal ball began to distort, appearing somewhat unstable. The mage struggled to stabilize it and immediately stopped infusing magical power, but the crystal ball seemed to have overheated. Its casing could no longer withstand the magical energy, ultimately shattering. This explosion woke Utah from her stupor, calling her back from the distant universe. Upon seeing the completely shattered crystal ball, she hurriedly asked what happened. The mage sighed and said the crystal ball has reached the end of its lifespan. They'll quietly go back and buy a new one later. What about Milmes? She took a small piece of the magical energy stone and left. Utah couldn't believe it and pressed, just like that. Yes. As she spoke, the mage was gathering up the shards of the crystal ball, tossing them all into a cloth bag. Meanwhile, Milmes was somewhat anxiously putting away the ether stone fragments. Although this felt a bit rude, she couldn't let Xiao Xiao stay on Earth for too long. The longer she remained, the higher the chance of being discovered by Earthlings. Even though this back mountain was rarely frequented, there was no guarantee that absolutely no one would come, so Milmes needed to act quickly and take the ether stone back to Xiao Xiao. Moreover, as long as Xiao Xiao's spaceship could break free from Earth and return to space, it should be able to send a distress signal to Floydstar. This also meant that the day Milmes left Earth would come soon. Should I bring you back to Floydstar with me? Milmes murmured to herself. Milmes wouldn't make decisions for Yu. She planned to keep this secret for the time being and discuss it with Yu once support from Floydstar arrived. On her way to the spaceship's location, Milmes spotted a young man in a plaid shirt and black-framed glasses from a distance. He was holding a camera, perhaps there to capture the scenery. The young man also noticed Milmes, waved at her, and quickly ran over. "Excuse me, have you seen any alien spaceships around here?" the young man excitedly inquired. Seeing that Milmes was slow to respond, the man realized his question was too abrupt, and he awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Sorry, did I scare you?" Milmes assessed the man, who emanated an ordinary aura seeming like just an average person with a camera and did not appear to be a member of any dangerous organization out to capture aliens. However, one cannot judge a person by appearances, just as the man could not see that Milmes was actually a robot. The man noticed Milmes' gaze and waved his hands hurriedly, explaining, "Don't worry, I didn't escape from a mental hospital." Despite his words, it was nearly impossible for an average person not to think of him as a delusional individual. So before Milmes could ask further questions, the man, as if wanting to prove his innocence, flailed his arms and said, "I've always liked aliens, so I wanted to take pictures of alien spaceships and aliens." As he spoke, the man himself began to waver, estimating that Milmes had probably completely branded him a madman. "And I saw an alien spaceship crash into the back mountain this morning. I wanted to ask if you saw it." After saying this, the man's face turned red, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed for believing in things that others did not. The man swallowed hard, lowered his head, but quietly glanced at Milmes, waiting for her response. To his surprise, Milmes nodded and casually pointed in the wrong direction, saying, "I think I saw a strange figure over there just now, but it ran away quickly. It might be an alien." Even such a vague clue made the man beam with joy as he exclaimed, "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, he dashed away with his camera, full of excitement. Watching him leave, Milmes felt a bit guilty as she curled a strand of hair. Deceiving a passionate person never felt good. However, to ensure Xiao Xiao's safe return to space, it was best to minimize her contact with Earth people. Later, Milmes successfully found Xiao Xiao's spaceship. Surprisingly, the front windshield had already been repaired. Upon seeing Milmes return, Xiao Xiao, who was hiding inside the spaceship, waved at her and then ran out of the cabin. Milmes first asked how was the front windshield fixed. Xiao Xiao proudly placed her hands on her hips and confidently said, "This is the result of my hard work just now." Xiao Xiao excitedly explained, "I found a spare windshield behind the warehouse, then asked the smart manual how to install it, and after doing this, and that it was done." Milmes nodded and said, "I see." With that, Milmes took out a tiny fragment of ether stone from her pocket and handed it to Xiao Xiao. In her hands, the small ether stone became something quite heavy, requiring her to use both hands to lift it. Xiao Xiao returned to the cabin, placed the ether stone on the table, and shook the smart manual nearby vigorously to wake it from standby mode. The rebooted smart manual floated in midair and politely asked, "Hello, how may I assist you?" Xiao Xiao pointed at the ether stone and said, "Identify this stone." "Understood." A blue light shot out from the smart manual's eyes and scanned the surface of the ether stone. "Identification complete. This substance is ether stone with a purity of 100. It can be used as fuel." The screen of the smart manual displayed a green circle indicating that the fuel issue had finally been resolved. "Yay!" Xiao Xiao jumped in excitement and then made an okay gesture to Milmes outside the glass. Seeing Xiao Xiao's expression and actions, Milmes immediately understood her meaning and smiled joyfully. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to stuff the ether stone into the fuel tank, Milmes knocked on the front windshield and gestured for Xiao Xiao to come outside. Xiao Xiao walked out of the cabin and was gently picked up by Milmes, who held her in her palm. Xiao Xiao looked at Milmes with a hint of confusion. "I hope you can deliver a message to Planet Freud for me. Is that okay?" "Sure, what message?" Without a second thought, Xiao Xiao agreed, as Milmes had helped her so much that it would be too ungrateful not to do something in return. Milmes took a deep breath, and then her eyes turned sky blue, with her pupils transforming into a pattern composed of zeros and one S. "I am Milmes, codename U001. I am currently stranded on the third planet of the solar system, Earth, due to damage to my flight propulsion system. Requesting assistance. I just recorded this audio into your spaceship. You can find it in the database. Due to Earth's relatively backward network, Milmes could not directly import or export digital data, but the spaceship from Tiny Star could, allowing for a connection without needing data cables. Can't you fix your malfunction?" Xiao Xiao asked tentatively. Milmes shook her head and regretfully said, "Not for now. Even Tiny Star's technological level is insufficient to repair my damage. It's a pity my spaceship is too small to take you with me. The tiny people are known to be miniatures in the universe, and so are their spaceships. Such a small spaceship could not bear Milmes' weight. Taking her along would only lead to the spaceship being scrapped due to overload. Seeing a hint of sadness on Xiao Xiao's face, Milmes comforted her, saying, "It's okay. My appearance is very similar to Earth people, so I can stay here for a long time, but you are different. You would be exposed immediately." As she spoke, Milmes poked Xiao Xiao's belly, causing her to burst into laughter. Xiao Xiao hugged Milmes' finger and smiled, saying, "Thank you. If it wasn't for you helping me, I wouldn't know what to do. I will definitely help you deliver the message to Planet Freud." Xiao Xiao's eyes revealed a firm will, as if no dangerous meteor storm could stop her from fulfilling Milmes' request. Feeling Xiao Xiao's sincerity, Milmes responded with a smile, "Thank you." After saying this, Xiao Xiao bowed to Milmes and then signaled her to put her down, and she walked back into the spaceship. Following the instructions from the smart manual, Xiao Xiao started the spaceship and successfully took off. Milmes waved her goodbye, and although she might not see it, Xiao Xiao leaned against the window, waving farewell to Milmes. The spaceship flew higher and higher, gradually becoming a small black. At this moment, the smart manual floated beside Xiao Xiao and cautiously said, "Detected current planet as dark planet Earth. I suggest you activate the optical camouflage to avoid being spotted by dangerous Earth people." Xiao Xiao scratched her head and asked, "Which button is the optical camouflage?" "The third green button from left to right on the control panel." The smart manual even thoughtfully floated above the button, using its small hands to indicate the correct location of the button. "Why point it out specifically?" Xiao Xiao asked in confusion, wondering if anyone would not understand, given how clear the smart manual had explained it. About 36 of tiny people cannot distinguish left from right, and 27 suffer from color blindness. The smart manual shrugged its shoulders in exasperation, seeming to have encountered several such situations before. "You have quite a tough job." Meanwhile, the young man in the checkered shirt, who had just been dismissed by Milmes, was wandering in the forest. He followed the direction Milmes pointed for a long time, but saw nothing resembling a spaceship, although he did encounter numerous insects of various kinds and sizes. He sighed softly, feeling unlucky, when he suddenly heard a series of bird calls from above. He looked up and saw a black object swiftly passing through the flock of birds. Though it was far away and a bit difficult to discern, the instincts of an alien enthusiast told him that it must be an alien spaceship. The man eagerly raised his camera, focusing on the direction of the black, unidentified object. After zooming in to take a closer look, the unique appearance that could not be found on Earth confirmed that it was indeed an alien spaceship. The man smiled excitedly, thinking he would soon capture a real photo of an alien spaceship. He quickly adjusted the focus, pressed the shutter, and joyfully prepared to admire the photo. However, when he checked the clarity of the photo, he was shocked to find that he had captured nothing at all. The photo only showed a blue sky, white clouds, and a few birds. The man looked up at the sky in disbelief, realizing that the black spaceship had completely vanished, as if it had never existed. Later, Milmes opened her phone again to check the post titled, "I saw an alien spaceship," that she had seen in the morning, and found that the original poster had updated the thread. The original poster, "Salty Fish Brother 041. I really saw an alien spaceship. But when I was about to take a picture, it went invisible. This must be a high-tech alien spaceship. The panicked birds are proof." Attached was a scenic photo, but in the middle there was a group of terrified birds. Such a strange photo. After watching the small spaceship depart, Milmes slowly made her way back down the hill along the small path. Today's investigation was quite fruitful. Not only did she encounter aliens from other planets, but she also managed to send a message back to the universe. Soon support from the Freud star will arrive on Earth, and at that time, she will be able to leave Earth. However, several questions linger in Milmes' mind, leaving her processors unable to answer. Firstly, why were you and she so coincidentally similar in appearance to humans? While most intelligent life forms are humanoid, there are still significant differences, such as the tiny Tian alien she just encountered, which had 4 hands, 3 fingers, blue skin, and was approximately 20 times larger than a human. While it's a good thing to reduce the energy required for disguise, the ensuing confusion is difficult to resolve. Secondly, there is the matter of the existence of ether stones on Earth. The name ether stone derives from a long-extinct ancient civilization known as the Ether Civilization. The number of ether stones currently remaining in the universe is limited, all of which belong to non-renewable resources. Why would such a rare energy mineral be carelessly discarded in a place like this, as if it were an ordinary stone? Finally, can the tiny Tian really send the message to Freud star safely? For some reason, Milmes had a vague sense of foreboding, sensing a peculiar and subtle dissonance from the tiny Tian. Perhaps she shouldn't expect too much from the tiny Tian to successfully send the message to Freud star. She should be prepared for the possibility of continuing to stay on Earth. After all, the tiny Tian could forget something as basic as opening the hatch. Considering the differences in species, it is not impossible for such a silly and naive pilot to exist. Anyway, the technology level of the Tian is not low. As long as one follows the intelligent manual, even a fool could pilot a spaceship, which is both the benefit and drawback of technological advancement. The weather today is exceptionally clear with only a few white clouds occasionally drifting by to briefly block the sunlight, while the trees greedily spread their leaves to absorb all the sunlight that spills from the sky. Milmes walked along the forest path feeling that it was significantly cooler here than in other places. Although she is heat-resistant, she still prefers a cooler environment as excessive heat can cause irreversible damage to her body. On the way Milmes passed by the little turtle statue once more, but the note that had been under the statue was gone. Perhaps the statue's owner had already received the message Milmes had written. However, the other party did not call or leave any other notes to communicate with Milmes, so she could only assume that the other party had permitted her borrowing. If given the opportunity, Milmes would like to formally meet this owner to inquire about the ether stones. Perhaps the other party has a way to help Milmes return home, which is one of the reasons she deliberately left her contact information. However, it seems this route is temporarily unavailable as the other party may not like to be involved with strangers. In fact, there is also a dishonest route to choose, which is to destroy this little turtle statue and directly steal all of the white ether stone. However, such actions would inevitably provoke the other party's resentment, and the possibility of seeking cooperation would be extinguished by her own hands. It might even lead to a bad backlash, causing the other party to hide deeper, making it impossible to find them again. Keeping this statue at least allows her to leave behind a note or something as a means of communication. Destroying it would leave no clues at all. Aside from these rational reasons, on an emotional level, Milmes also dislikes destroying items. Damaging something meticulously created by others or something beloved brings a sense of guilt. As Milmes was walking home, her phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed the veterinarian Ask. Milmes answered the phone and immediately heard Ask's voice, which sounded somewhat painful, calling out help. Please come to the clinic quickly. After saying this, Ask's communication was cut off. Milmes stood frozen for a few seconds. The previous call left her a bit dazed, and she couldn't respond for a while. Is being a veterinarian also a high-risk profession? With no time to think, Milmes quickly got up and ran toward the veterinary clinic, kicking up dust around her and leaving a distinct gray trail behind. As the dust settled, a red-haired figure gradually emerged. Cough, cough, what is that? Pavia made an effort to wave away the dust surrounding her, as she did not like being choked by these gray particles. In the midst of the chaos, Pavia instinctively protected the cheese snack she had just bought. Looking in the direction where Milmes had just run off, she found that the latter had already disappeared. Even with her extremely high dynamic vision, Pavia couldn't see clearly through the dust, and naturally she didn't know that she had just missed Milmes. Pavia glanced at her phone. It was almost time for the wonderful adventure of Snowball to start, and she had to hurry home. The other party was just a fast runner, nothing worth worrying about. With this thought, Pavia turned and left. Milmes reached the bottom of Ask's clinic as quickly as possible. From the outside, it looked unchanged and seemed to have not experienced any disasters, so possibilities like earthquakes, fires, or meteor strikes could be ruled out for now. As Milmes stepped onto the second floor, she could hear Ask's painful wails from inside. Quick! Get up, please. If this continues, I will die. This sentence was hard to decipher, but one thing was certain: Ask was in danger. There was no time to waste. Milmes kicked the door open and shouted in a fighting stance, "Let go of Dr. Ask now." However, the scene inside the room left Milmes utterly perplexed. A large black dog sat obediently on the floor, curiously watching Milmes, who had just stormed into the clinic. Upon closer inspection, Milmes noticed that a person seemed to be pinned under it, with only an arm visible struggling beneath. Milmes immediately moved the large creature aside, freeing Ask from underneath it. She helped Ask up from the ground, asking with concern, "Dr. Ask, are you alright?" Other than having some black fur and looking a bit squished, Ask seemed to be fine. He waved his hands in a hurry, saying, "I'm fine, it's just a bit hard to breathe. After all, I made you run an extra trip on your day off, I'm really sorry." Ask rubbed the head of the large black dog, saying helplessly, "This big guy really likes me, but he's a bit clumsy," and didn't realize he was about to squish me. The large black dog seemed to have completely misunderstood what Ask was saying, but vaguely knew he was talking about it, so it proudly lifted its head, excited drool flowing from its mouth, looking very happy. In addition to this large dog, there were several smaller dogs in the clinic, their fur resembling that of the large dog. Ask wiped his face with a towel and explained to Milmes, "These were brought in by a lady this morning who she hoped we could help groom her dog's fur. But I can't handle it all by myself. Oh, could you please stay and help me?" Milmes' attention was drawn to the cluster of small dogs nearby, and she couldn't resist approaching them and rubbing one of their bellies. The excellent tactile sensation made Milmes unable to stop. "Of course I will prepare appropriate overtime pay." However, it seemed Milmes did not hear this sentence that many people would care about, still focused on petting the dogs. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Ask's face. Milmes' love for animals completely overshadowed his authority as the manager. Determined to pull himself together, Ask cleared his throat and said hello. Milmes. Milmes stopped her actions, shifted from a squat to standing, her eyes sparkling, as she said, "Dr. Ask, can I start grooming these small dogs first?" Seeing Milmes' eager expression, Ask found it hard to speak. He had wanted to finish the work with the large dog first, and then help the small ones, which would be easier. But Milmes' expression made it impossible for Ask to refuse, so he could only silently nod. On the other side, Yiyu received a call from Milmes. At this moment, Yiyu was in the supermarket pushing a shopping cart, selecting party supplies and cooking ingredients for tonight from the wide variety of items available. With a nervous heart, Yiyu answered the phone saying hello. Upon hearing Milmes say she would be working overtime, Yiyu's expression gradually shifted from worry to joy. Yiyu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Great. Then try to come back later today." The next second, Yiyu realized something was off and quickly corrected herself. "What I mean is earn a bit more overtime pay. Good luck." After finishing, Yiyu quickly hung up the phone. Milmes on the other end could not see Yiyu's current expression. Right now, Yiyu was smiling joyfully, even a bit smug. This was simply fantastic news for Yiyu. She had been wondering how long it would take to stroll around the back mountain, and whether Milmes would return before noon. Now it was even better. The return was postponed to dinner time, so there was no worry about not having enough time to arrange everything. Yiyu happily finished her shopping, carrying bags of all sizes out of the supermarket, and returned home in a cheerful mood. The entrance of the house now looked different from before. The outer doorknob required a key to turn. Yiyu set down the shopping bags in her right hand, rummaged through her pockets. The key should be here. However, minutes passed, and Yiyu's hand remained in her pocket with beads of sweat forming on her face. She put down the shopping bags in her left hand and carefully searched all her pockets, but still found nothing. At this moment, Yiyu had to face a fact, a cruel and terrifying reality. Did I forget to bring the key? This thought suddenly flashed through Yiyu's mind. The pitiable, weak, and helpless Yiyu was blankly staring at the door. Reluctantly, Yiyu searched her pockets once more, but the result was of course unchanged, as she still couldn't find the key. Having no other choice, Yiyu resigned herself and began searching for an entrance around the house. Unfortunately, the windows were sealed, the back door was locked, and she couldn't climb to the second floor. There was simply no way in. With no leads, Yiyu sat on the steps at the door waiting for Yuta and Wei Wei to arrive, hoping they might think of a way to get inside without breaking a window. Just as Yiyu sighed, she suddenly heard a click from behind her as the door creaked open slightly. Curiously, Yiyu turned her head and was surprised to find the door had quietly opened a small crack. Tentatively, Yiyu touched the door, and it easily swung open at her push, as if welcoming her inside. Yiyu scratched her head in confusion, wondering if perhaps she hadn't locked the door after all. At that moment, a troubling thought crossed Yiyu's mind. Could it be that a thief had entered her home? Was the door opened deliberately to lure her and making it easier to capture her? In that instant, Yiyu felt an extremely unfriendly aura permeating the house, as if a great maw awaited to swallow her whole. Nervously, Yiyu swallowed hard and cautiously peeked her head inside, confirming that there was no immediate threat in sight. Quietly yet swiftly, she glanced behind the door and sighed with relief. There were no shadowy figures lurking there. Yiyu let out a long breath, but she couldn't afford to let her guard down completely, as she had only confirmed a few spots were safe, and the house was large enough for someone to hide. Yiyu crawled on the floor into the kitchen and picked up a fruit knife for self-defense, but after some thought, she switched to a fork. This way, even if the weapon was snatched away by an enemy, it wouldn't cause too much harm to her. For the next few minutes, Yiyu moved through her house like a thief sneaking into a museum, remaining on high alert as she cautiously explored every room and corner. Under the bed, in the wardrobe, behind the curtains, she even checked the toilet tank. After searching everywhere, Yiyu still couldn't find any sign of a thief nor any trace of anyone having been there. Every room looked exactly as it had before she left. Puzzled, Yiyu poked her face with the fork, feeling that something strange had happened today, but she couldn't quite place what was odd. Could it be that I stayed up too late, causing my memory to fail and my eyes to play tricks on me? Yiyu rubbed her chin, contemplating the possible theories, but ultimately attributed all her confusion to her own carelessness. Perhaps the door had never been fully closed, just ajar, and at that time, Yiyu hadn't noticed, instinctively searching her pockets for the key. Frustrated at not finding the key, she had failed to recognize the actual state of the door. Still, a false alarm is better than a real disaster. Yiyu put the fork back in the kitchen and brought in all the shopping bags from outside. After placing the ingredients in the refrigerator, Yiyu began to prepare for the party. Classic elements like balloons, streamers, and congratulatory banners were of course essential, along with some small props like party poppers to liven the atmosphere. Yiyu placed all the props on the table, separating them by function to avoid confusion later. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking at the door made Yiyu immediately set aside her work and rush to open it. When the door opened, two familiar figures appeared, one with long black hair, Yuta, and the other with waist-length golden hair, Wei Wei. The stark difference in their hair colors was especially noticeable together. Yiyu didn't even need to look closely at their faces to guess who had arrived. "Hey, we're here to help." Yuta cheerfully raised her hand. In contrast, Wei Wei and appeared much more reserved, her four-pointed star-shaped pupils anxiously darting around, as if the house might collapse at any moment. With great concern, Wei Wei asked, "Is there really a ghost living here, Yiyu? Are you sure it's safe?" Yiyu waved her hand signaling Wei Wei not to worry about it, and smiled. "That's definitely just Yuta's prank. Look, I've been living here for 2 or 3 days, and I'm just fine." Yuta shrugged helplessly, saying, "See, what did I tell you? She doesn't care about this kind of thing at all." Yuta felt she had done her part, but since Yiyu wasn't listening, what could she do? In the end, it would be Yiyu who faced the consequences, and she wouldn't lose anything by it. "You never think about how many times you've tricked me. How could I keep falling for it?" Yiyu looked at Yuta with disdain, firmly firing back. Of course, Yiyu wouldn't admit that she had been slightly shaken by the mention of a ghost, even having considered asking Milmes to stay with her. However, part of her thoughts had been somewhat revealed to Yuta. With a mischievous smile, Yuta said, "Then I must ask Milmes how you two spent these past few days. Could someone be trembling in fear hiding in Milmes' embrace?" Yuta pretended to pull out her phone to call Milmes, and upon seeing this, Yiyu immediately stopped her, swiftly pushing her inside, while shouting, "No, don't waste time. Quickly help me prepare for the party." Wei Wei followed the two inside, remembering to close the door behind her. "Now we have 2 tasks. One is to set up the venue, and I've placed all the props here." Yiyu pointed at the table full of items. Then Yiyu walked to the refrigerator, opened it, and showcased the various ingredients inside to the two. "The other is to cook. Since it's a party, we need to make several dishes." Yiyu pondered, "We're 3 people. How should we divide the tasks?" The 3 of them looked at each other, seemingly without any good ideas. Yuta broke the silence, first raising her hand. "Then I'll handle the decorations." With that, Yuta picked up the streamers and double-sided tape from the table and began to decorate. Seeing that Yuta had started acting, Yiyu also asserted, "Then I'll take care of the cooking." Yiyu rolled up her sleeves, ready to dive into the task, as she headed for the refrigerator, leaving Wei Wei behind, unable to decide. Wei Wei looked at Yuta, then at Yiyu. The amount of work for both seemed about the same, making it hard to choose whom to assist. However, there was still a difference in their working efficiency. Yuta appeared more composed, leisurely decorating various parts of the room, while Yiyu seemed a bit flustered, especially when she accidentally spilled salt all over the place while reaching for the seasonings. Wei Wei leaned over to Yiyu, gently tugging at her clothing, and quietly asked, "Can I help with the cooking?" Without hesitation, Yiyu replied, "Of course, no problem." Yiyu smiled warmly, but it wasn't long before her bright smile turned into a helpless grimace. Yiyu looked at the ominous-looking purple sticky substance in front of her, unsure of what to say. Her right eye twitched slightly, the expression on her face looking quite grim. Just looking at it made her feel like consuming it would cause a storm in her stomach. Wei Wei lowered her head in shame and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, this is my first time cooking." Yiyu patted Wei Wei's back, comforting her, "Don't be discouraged. Cooking is something that often goes wrong the first time. Don't take it to heart." Yet Yiyu's subtle expression still betrayed her thoughts. "But for someone to mess up to this extent, you might just be the first." Yiyu glanced at Yuta, who was meticulously decorating the room, thinking that completing a simple task would surely boost Wei Wei's confidence. So she said, "Why don't you go help Yuta with the decorations? Her workload should be heavier." Wei Wei nodded, okay. Wei Wei happily ran over to inform Yuta, who quickly agreed to let her assist. It seemed that Wei Wei didn't dwell on her failure in cooking at all, and soon threw herself into the task of decorating the venue. Judging by her cheerful expression, she must have regained her confidence. Yiyu turned away relieved and focused on making various dishes. First up was the most time-consuming cake and dessert. Thanks to the promotion of automated products, the most labor-intensive mixing work had become very easy. However, the baking time couldn't be shortened. She still had to bake for several hours. During the waiting period for baking, she could use the spare time to peel and chop vegetables, preparing for the dishes to come. But after a long time in the kitchen, Yiyu felt a noticeable fatigue and decided to take a break before continuing. As Yiyu stepped out of the kitchen, she was met with a rather bizarre sight. The entire house looked like a haunted house, filled with an eerie atmosphere. Yiyu was so surprised that she couldn't speak, her right index finger pointing at one of the large spiders made of streamers, utterly at a loss for words. Noticing Yiyu coming out of the kitchen, Wei Wei quickly rushed to her side, her starry eyes shining brightly, as she proudly said, "This is a special party decoration from our hometown. Do you like it?" Yiyu slowly turned her head, glaring at Yuta with resentment, her eyes seemingly asking, "Why didn't you stop her from making it look like this?" Yuta not only showed no remorse, but even cheekily stuck out her tongue. In an instant, Yiyu understood. Yuta hadn't just refrained from stopping her, but had actively participated in creating the haunted house setup. She had done it on purpose. Faced with Wei Wei's pure intentions, Yiyu couldn't say much, so she merely forced a smile. Yiyu sighed, saying, "The surprise in this surprise party is definitely guaranteed." After a day filled with fluffy overtime, Milmes returned to her doorstep. The sun had already set, but the house was shrouded in darkness. Could it be that Yiyu also went out today and hasn't returned yet? Milmes unlocked the door, and the moment she pushed it open, the lights inside flickered on. Accompanied by 3 loud firecracker sounds, a shower of colorful streamers fell on her head. The 3 people inside shouted in unison, "Welcome back." Milmes was taken aback. This was completely beyond her expectations. However, in the next moment her attention was drawn to the pile of peculiar decorations behind the 3, particularly the streamer spider woven from a mix of various colors, making it hard to look away. Milmes slowly walked into the room, surveying the decorations. They couldn't be described as luxurious, but they were certainly unique. The 3 remained silent, waiting for Milmes to comment on the party venue. Among them, Vivian was the most eager, as she was the main designer of this venue. After staring for a while, Milmes rubbed her chin and asked a ghost summoning ritual. Yiyu stomped her foot in frustration and shouted, "No way. I don't want to see that at all." Yiyu ignored the chuckling Yuta and explained to Milmes this is a specialty party from Vivian's hometown. "A party? Why?" Milmes asked, puzzled. "Has something worth celebrating happened recently?" "Of course it's to celebrate your victory in the competition." Yuta, wearing a party hat, blew into the party whistle in her hand. Vivian clasped her hands together, squinting her eyes as she smiled encouragingly. "Although the prize money was burned in the fire, your achievement remains unchanged." When Vivian opened her eyes, Milmes was somewhat astonished. This girl was not someone she met for the first time. With such distinctive star-shaped pupils, it was unlikely to find another in the entire town. Milmes quickly realized she was the blonde girl she had encountered at the pet clinic. Milmes asked, "I've seen you once." After her reminder, Vivian quickly recalled where they had met before. Vivian shyly scratched her head and said, "I was in a hurry back then and accidentally bumped into you. I'm really sorry." As she concluded her apology, Vivian sincerely bowed. Seeing the 2 becoming familiar, Yiyu raised a question. "Hey, have you 2 met before?" "When?" In Yi's impression, Vivian rarely went out, making it hard to encounter her on the road. It was quite miraculous that Milmes managed to meet this reclusive girl. Milmes succinctly replied, "I met her the day I went to look for a job near the pet clinic." "Oh, what a coincidence." Yiyu nodded and then leaned over to Vivian, curiously asking, "So Vivian, what's your pet's name?" After the topic of pets was brought up, Vivian appeared noticeably more cheerful than usual, smiling as she exclaimed Xiao Ku and Chengzi. Upon hearing these names, Yi's first reaction was that they were a black cat and an orange cat. Such playful names were certainly meant for adorable animals. Yiyu happily asked, "What cute names. What kind of animals are they? Can I see them later?" Ever since she brought home the little white mouse, named Limi, Yiyu felt like she had lost half her life. Now she desperately needed a normal and ordinary cute pet for healing. Under Yi's eager gaze, Vivian appeared much more confident and excitedly said, "They are a spider and a scorpion." Yiyu's smile instantly froze. In her mind, the warm image of her holding 2 cats was abruptly replaced by a terrifying scene of a spider and a scorpion chasing after her. Suddenly, Vivian sighed with a hint of regret, "But they are a bit shy, so it's hard to get close at first. You'll need to interact with them a few times before they'll let you touch them." Yiyu quietly stepped back and said softly, "I suddenly feel like I might be quite busy lately, so I probably won't have time to visit them." Vivian visibly looked disappointed and softly said, "Is that so?" The 4 then moved to the dining table, which was adorned with many delicious dishes looking very tempting. Yiyu and Milmes sat together while Yuta and Vivian sat across from them. Milmes shared amusing stories from the pet clinic, including the incident today where Asker was flattened by a dog. Yiyu and Yuta began to complain about the absurdity of the school cafeteria's meals, listing a series of dark dishes like tomato stew with potatoes, pineapple stir-fried with bacon, and chili stir-fried with green peppers. Vivian hardly initiated any topics, quietly listening throughout. After the group happily enjoyed the dinner that Yiyu had painstakingly prepared, she got up to return to the kitchen and then brought out a white cream cake, which had a familiar face drawn on it. Milmes asked, "Is that me on the cake?" Yiyu proudly replied, "Yes, and I drew this picture." Looking at the smiling face on the cake, Milmes unconsciously smiled as well. Then as she picked up the cake knife to cut it in half, she noticed that Yiyu's expression seemed a bit unhappy. Milmes raised the knife, and Yiyu returned to her previous smile. As Milmes brought the knife close to the cake, Yiyu's expression turned somewhat reluctant. After several back and forths, Milmes awkwardly felt a few drops of oil. "Should I cut this cake?" Ultimately, it was Yuta who could be more decisive. She snatched the cake knife from Milmes's hand, and without a hint of hesitation cut the cake into 4 pieces. With a somewhat broken heart, Yiyu took small bites of the cake. Milmes walked over to her and comforted. "The cake and dishes that Yiyu made are all very delicious." Yi's cheeks flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed to accept this praise. She muttered in a very soft voice, "Thank you for the compliment." Indeed, with a real Milmes by her side, why would she still dwell on the one drawn on the cake? After finishing dessert, Milmes and Yiyu washed the plates clean and stored them in the cupboard. The 2 returned to the living room only to find Yuta selecting programs. She flipped through dramas to documentaries, seemingly unable to find anything she liked. Eventually, she arrived at the horror and thriller movie section, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Upon seeing Milmes and Yiyu arrive, Yuta quickly invited them to join her. The sofa wasn't particularly big, 3 people sat comfortably, but 4 felt a bit cramped. However, Yu insisted on sitting beside Milmes, so she casually grabbed a cushion to place on the armrest. As the movie began, it opened with a very bloody and terrifying title, causing Yu to instinctively grip Milmes' hand. As the movie's story progressed, Yu's reactions became more pronounced, moving from holding hands to directly hugging Milmes. Milmes, however, felt no fear at all. Instead, she was curious as to why the protagonists had to split up instead of sticking together. Halfway through the movie, Yuta suddenly stood up and said, "I need to go to the bathroom. I drank too much soda earlier." After Yuta left, another pair of hands suddenly appeared on Milmes' left arm. Vivian was also scared, but she was better than Yu, only holding onto her arm. The TV displayed an exceptionally terrifying scene, a horrifying ghost face lunging at the screen, causing Yu and Vivian to scream in unison, gripping Milmes even tighter. The close-range screams made Milmes' hearing feel uncomfortable, so she quietly lowered the reception power. Just as the two were still screaming, the room suddenly fell silent. The lights and the TV screen turned black. Yu trembled and said, "It can't be that it really jumped out of the TV, right?" Vivian shook her head, frantically unable to speak. She seemed too scared to utter a word. Yu couldn't help but wonder, could it really be a ghost haunting them? The strange atmosphere in the entire house had summoned a real ghost. After a while, Yu and Vivian adjusted to seeing things in the dark, with the moonlight outside preventing the room from being pitch black. Milmes moved her body and said, "Please let go of me, Yu. I need to use my phone for lighting." Although Milmes had night vision and illumination capabilities, it was inconvenient to use them with Vivian present. However, the two terrified girls refused to let go, so Milmes had no choice but to give up. At that moment, none of them noticed a figure slowly approaching from behind, stealthily coming beside the back of the sofa. Two hands suddenly pressed down on Yu's shoulders, causing her to freeze in place as she dared not make a sound or turn around. Yu could feel someone's long hair brushing against her neck, sending chills down her spine. Then a disheveled head leaned close to Yu, emitting a long, haunting voice filled with resentment. "I hate you so much." Yu let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed onto Milmes, as if losing consciousness. Finally, Milmes was able to free a hand to take her phone out of her pocket. As the phone screen lit up, they indeed saw a very frightening-looking woman beside them, and the illumination from below only enhanced her terrifying aura. However, Milmes had already recognized who it was. She asked flatly, "Yuta, why did you mess up your hair?" Yuta, exposed, turned on the flashlight function of the phone, brightening up the room considerably. Yuta giggled. "Of course, it's to give Yu a big surprise." Upon discovering the truth, Yu instantly revived, and then she gave Yuta several hard punches. "You are really too wicked." With a limited vocabulary, Yu couldn't find enough words to scold Yuta. She could only vent her anger by waving her fists. Yuta teased, "Ha ha ha, don't be mad. You won't lose any flesh over it." Yu indignantly replied, "Even if it's a prank, you shouldn't trip. The main switch could easily burn out the circuit." Yuta scratched her head and spread her hands, saying, "I didn't know where the main switch was. I just came back from the bathroom." Huh. Yu stood frozen in place. Yu's mind was a bit slow to process. If it weren't for Yuta turning off the main power, how could the television and lights have gone out at the same time? Yu dared not think too much. In moments like this, overthinking would only lead to more fear. However, Yu forgot one thing: Earth is now a world dominated by science, yet technology is not infallible. It inevitably experiences malfunctions during use. Milmes dragged Yu and Vivian, who were clinging tightly to her, over to the window. As expected, most of the town had fallen into darkness, with only a few streetlights powered by solar energy still shining brightly. As a major consumer of energy, Milmes immediately identified the problem. "The power is out." Upon hearing Milmes' words, Yu and Vivian felt as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders, and they released their grip on Milmes' arm. Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said thankfully, "So it was just a power outage. The timing couldn't be more coincidental." Vivian also clasped her hands together and said with relief, "That's great. It's not a ghost causing trouble." Yu patted Vivian on the shoulder and said, "I told you there's no ghost in my house. It's just me scaring myself. You were the one who screamed the loudest after the power went out." Yuta mercilessly pointed out Yu's contradiction, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of silence, Yu still did not give up her dignity as the head of the family. She cleared her throat and explained, "Because it happened so suddenly. Just like when you're walking down the street and someone suddenly taps you on the back, it's sure to startle you, right?" Yuta applauded this reasoning with admiration. "Yu, even a duck would feel ashamed in front of you." Yuta shook her head, acknowledging how few people had such a stubborn mouth as Yu. But this was also the reason Yuta enjoyed teasing Yu. If Yu were indifferent to everything she did, accepting it all like a sandbag, it would be extremely dull. While Yuta and Yu were bickering, Vivian quietly poked Yuta. Yuta immediately covered Yu's mouth and signaled her to be quiet. Vivian timidly said in a low voice, "Shouldn't we first address the lighting issue?" Milmes nodded in agreement, saying, "I agree. Mobile phones do not support long-term lighting. I remember there are a few candles and a lighter in the drawer. They should work," Yu said, moving Yuta's hand aside. Yu squatted down and rummaged through the drawer, eventually finding dusty thick candles and a half-full lighter. However, after obtaining these items, Yu immediately handed them to Milmes and said softly, I have a physiological fear of fire, I can't light them. Milmes did not ask further, but quickly took the candles and lighter. Their use was obvious, and even a first-time user could quickly grasp the technique. After all, the lighter only had one place to press, and the wick of the candle was very obvious. Milmes placed the candle on the table, its faint flame illuminating part of the dark living room. However, the living room's decor was already quite eerie, and combined with the weak candlelight, the overall atmosphere felt even more like a haunted house. Sensing the atmosphere was just right, Yuta smiled and said, since we can't watch the movie, how about we tell scary stories instead? Why? Yi was the first to jump out and oppose. After all, she was the most timid person in the room. How could she allow Yuta to torment her? Yuta waved her fingers, speaking in an easy tone, don't panic, it's not just me telling the story. We'll take turns, and then we can compare who tells the scariest one. Take turns, huh? Yi rubbed her chin, a slight smile of contemplation appeared on her face. Yi thought this might be a good opportunity to get back at Yuta. As long as she told a truly terrifying story that would frighten Yuta, she could see Yuta's fearful expression and regain some face. It was a worthwhile deal. Okay, you'll participate, Yi said cheerfully, raising her right hand. Vivian, with her head down and fingers crossed, awkwardly said, to him, not very good at telling scary stories. Yuta patted her shoulder and comforted, no worries, Yi will help you out. Upon hearing this, Yi complained, hey, I'm still right here. Finally, all three turned their attention to Milmes, eagerly awaiting her response. Milmes' reaction was beyond what they expected as she tilted her head in confusion and asked, what is a scary story? The three were momentarily stunned, unsure how to explain. After a silence, Yi pondered and said, I guess it's a story that makes people feel scared. Milmes nodded, saying, got it. Although she couldn't pinpoint the reason, Yi had a vague feeling that something was off, as if Milmes had misunderstood the essence of fear. But Yi didn't care about that, as she just wanted to scare Yuta with a terrifying story. Then the four decided the order of storytelling by drawing lots. Yi would go first, followed by Vivian, then Milmes, and Yuta would take the finale. The other three sat on the sofa waiting to listen, while Yi stood in front of the television ready to tell her story. Yi pretended to cough twice, then with a slightly trembling voice said, the story I'm going to tell comes from a rumor at school. This story is definitely scary. Yi was very confident, because she already felt scared before she even began to tell it. In the empty classroom after school, there sat a faceless person. Yi's expression was exaggerated, and deep fear could be read on her face. Upon closer inspection, his lower body was a skeleton. Yi made a very scary gesture, leaning a little closer to the three. If someone spots him, he will run away, making a clattering sound. Isn't that terrifying? As she spoke, Yi mimicked, running her face, turning pale. That's the story, I'm done telling it. Yi panted heavily, seemingly quite frightened. How was that? Scary? Yi asked eagerly. However, upon seeing the expressions of the three aside from Milmes, Vivian, and Yuta were completely unfazed. Yi scratched her head in confusion, saying, aren't you all scared? That was a really terrifying person. Yuta crossed her arms behind her head and casually said, Yi, you're just not cut out for storytelling. There's no immersion at all. Yi, feeling unconvinced, shouted, but I really thought that would be scary. Okay, let's move on to the next person. Yuta waved her hand, ushering Yi off stage to let Vivian take her turn. Yi had no choice but to leave reluctantly and sit in the spot Vivian vacated. Vivian first bowed to the three, then placed her hands on her chest, as if in prayer. The story I'm going to tell comes from my hometown. Upon hearing Vivian was going to tell stories from her hometown, Yi suddenly perked up and sat up straight. After all, Vivian's hometown is filled with mysteries, and the stories she shares are bound to be fascinating. Vivian began to narrate the story she knew. Once upon a time, in a small cottage, there lived a little boy. While playing by the river, he stumbled upon a uniquely shaped seed. After planting it, it grew rapidly from a small sprout into a small tree, eventually transforming into a treeman. The boy and the treeman were inseparable, laughing and crying together, becoming the best of friends. However, one year a harsh winter arrived, and the boy's mother fell gravely ill, necessitating a search for a certain herb in the snowy plains. The treeman accompanied the boy to the snowy plains, but they encountered a blizzard along the way which engulfed their footsteps and trapped them in a cave. With the boy's food running out, he was cold and hungry, curled up beside the treeman. Although the treeman felt no cold, his body was icy and could not warm the boy. The storm raged outside, and the boy feared he would freeze to death before the snow stopped. He struggled to stay awake, but ultimately succumbed to the chill and fell asleep. In his dreams, he felt warmth, as if he were sitting by the fireplace with his mother and the treeman. The next day, a ray of sunlight fell on the boy's face, waking him up. The boy looked outside the cave. The storm had ceased. Joyfully, he wanted to share this news with the treeman, but found that the treeman's figure had vanished, leaving only some black ashes. In the end, the boy found the herb and cured his mother's illness. Meanwhile, his friend the treeman would forever remain in the boy's heart. After Vivian finished her story, a continuous round of applause erupted from the sofa. That was truly wonderful, Yoda praised. It's a touching story, Yi applauded fervently. A story worth recording. Absolutely updated. Milmes also expressed her admiration. However, after the applause, Yu suddenly felt something was off and curiously asked, "Wait, weren't we supposed to compare scary stories? Is this scary?" Yoda said somewhat awkwardly, "Well, it doesn't really count as a horror story." Vivian lowered her head in some embarrassment, murmuring, "That's why I said I'm not good at telling scary stories." Vivian returned to the sofa while Milmes approached the television. Milmes stated frankly, "I don't know much about horror stories, but I will try my best to frighten you." Yu silently scoffed, "Why does this feel like a villain's speech?" After the room fell silent, Milmes began to tell her own horror story. "This is a story I found online. The protagonist is an ordinary young man who works hard every day just to buy the books he loves. He is deeply passionate about books, purchasing 3 copies of each one. Gradually, his room became filled with these items, yet he still didn't want to stop paying a hefty price to rent a larger house to properly store his collection. But one day the man heard strange noises in the house. After checking, he found nothing amiss. After that, the man went on a long business trip, but due to various issues he was delayed and could only return home 2 months later. When he returned home with great anticipation, he found the house in disarray and all his cherished collections were in tatters. The man picked up one of the collectibles, finding it crawling with numerous bookworms voraciously devouring his beloved books. None of the man's treasured collectibles were spared, they were all destroyed. After finishing this story, Milmes' expression turned serious, fully understanding how terrifying it is to have one's beloved things ruthlessly destroyed. This is her understanding of horror, a truly frightening story. After listening to this story, Yu silently shed tears, as this was a real event she had recently experienced. In her room, her anime collectibles had also vanished due to an unexpected incident. Vivian seemed to understand this feeling, lowering her head slightly in sadness. Although it's not a horror story in another sense, it is indeed quite terrifying. Yoda nodded, acknowledging Milmes' effort. After Milmes' performance ended, everyone's attention turned to Yoda, the final speaker. Yoda cleared her throat, then put on a serious expression and said, "What I am about to tell you is a story that really happened." As Yoda spoke, the candlelight flickered, seeming to tremble as well. Yu and Vivian immediately felt a different sense of oppression and almost simultaneously hugged Milmes. At night, when you walk down the road, do you sometimes feel a strange gaze from behind you, yet when you turn around you see nothing? The protagonist of this story also felt a gaze coming from behind. On that day, Xiaowei had something to attend to. Yoda slowly painted a vivid and horrifying tale. As a mind reader, Yoda certainly knew what kind of story could best evoke fear in her audience. The core element of telling a horror story is not the content of the story itself, but rather drawing the audience into the narrative, allowing them to empathize. The howling wind in the room under Yoda's description sounded vile and eerie. The decorations swaying with the wind seemed like newly revived specters clawing and howling. After the story concluded, Yu and Vivian were too terrified to move, and seeing their reaction, Yoda felt very satisfied. Unfortunately, Milmes was completely unfazed. No wonder, as when such things happened to her, she had enough strength to not feel fear. If Milmes were the protagonist of a horror film, it would turn into an action movie. However, for Yoda, witnessing the scared expressions of Yu and Vivian made it worthwhile. Yoda raised her hand first, happily exclaiming, "Those who think my story is the scariest, please raise your hands." Yu trembled as she raised her hand, and Vivian slowly followed suit. Although Milmes was confused, she raised her hand as well. Yoda happily counted the number of raised hands, looking at each one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Yoda's expression suddenly turned grim as she counted to the end, noticing a transparent small hand surrounded by blue light belonging to someone standing next to Yu, who had curled up in Milmes' embrace. The half-transparent, unfamiliar woman fearfully raised her hand and said softly, "So scary." That day, a dreadful, indescribable scream echoed throughout the house. Yoda and Vivian released their ears, which they had forcefully covered, as if they had just survived a sonic attack. The piercing and sorrowful voice of Yu had evoked great sympathy in Yoda for the nearby Milmes. However, seeing her calm demeanor, it seemed she was fine. Among those present who were awake, the one reacting the most was the ghostly woman who had appeared abruptly. In an instant, she shrank her body like a scolded little bunny and said in a flustered manner, "I'm sorry, did I scare you?" Yu, who had already lost consciousness, could not respond to the ghost's inquiry, remaining silently cradled in Milmes' arms. "I just really enjoy listening to stories, so." Cold sweat broke out on the ghost's forehead as she hesitated to speak, ultimately bowing to express her apology. "Sorry for the interruption." As her words ended, the ghost's body became completely transparent and vanished from the sight of everyone. After the ghost departed, the room fell silent. This silence was quickly broken by Milmes, who pointed to the spot where the ghost had just disappeared and asked, "Is this the ghost of Earth?" Yoda scratched her head and said, "You have no concept of what a ghost is, eh?" Yoda couldn't help but wonder what kind of isolated life Milmes had lived to possess such lacking common sense. Milmes turned to Vivian, who was sitting nearby, and noticed that her expression did not seem particularly alarmed, even somewhat calm. Concerned, Milmes asked, "Vivian, are you all right? Yu seems to have fainted." After a few seconds of daze, Vivian came to her senses, averting her gaze, and replied, "I was a little startled." However, I don't find her frightening at all. Perhaps because Milmes happened to block her view, Vivian did not have the opportunity to face the ghost up close like you did, so the impact on her was far less, which is why she did not scream. Vivian smiled reassuringly and said, I suppose it's because the aura she emanates is quite gentle. Milmes could also feel that the ghost who shared the same house with them seemed to harbor no malice. Milmes still remembered that when she removed the talismans plastered all over the wall on the second floor, she had heard a weak female voice. Perhaps the existence of those talismans was something painful for the ghost, which is why she thanked Milmes after they were removed. In any case, as long as the other party was not an enemy and posed no threat, it didn't matter whether they were ghosts, humans, or even aliens. Milmes believed they could coexist peacefully. Not long after, the power was restored and the city was once again filled with the brilliance of civilization. Soon after, Yuta and Vivian bid farewell to Milmes, who stood at the door watching them leave. Afterwards, Milmes carried Yu back to bed, tucked her in, and after making sure she was settled, returned to her own room. Milmes fed Limi a few sunflower seeds, patted its round little belly, and after playing enough, lay down on the bed. Milmes lay with her eyes open, gazing not at the ceiling, but at the cosmos, which towered higher than the sky. I wonder how Xiao Xiao is doing now. Is she safely returning? Will she be able to safely deliver the message to Planet Freud? Time rewound to shortly after Milmes and Xiao Xiao had just parted. Under the guidance of the smart manual, Xiao Xiao activated the optical camouflage system of the spaceship, fortunately avoiding a photography. The spaceship did not rush to ascend, but rather glided smoothly through the high altitudes, gradually moving from the city, filled with skyscrapers, to desolate areas. Eventually, the spaceship came to a halt on an uninhabited island. Xiao Xiao stood in front of the spaceship's control panel, her expression somewhat serious, as she asked, "Where is the spaceship's database?" Xiao Xiao had developed the habit of asking the manual whenever she encountered uncertainty, instinctively looking up for guidance. With the guidance of the floating smart manual, Xiao Xiao switched from the distress signal transmission page displayed on the spaceship's screen to the database. The icons in the database primarily modeled various types of ores, indicating that the civilization of Tiny Star truly had a fondness for minerals. Xiao Xiao rubbed her chin, noticing there was too much data to find the specific one she wanted. JJ. What? BR, where's the latest audio file added? The first one from left to right at the top. Xiao Xiao touched the icon and heard a familiar voice. It was the message Milmes had entered into the spaceship not long ago. Xiao Xiao smiled slightly and asked, how do I delete it? The smart manual would not inquire about Xiaoxiao's reasons, it simply provided the answer. Long press the icon for 3 seconds, and a red cross button will appear. Click the red cross button to delete the file. Following the smart manual's instructions, Xiao Xiao long pressed for 3 seconds, and indeed a red cross button popped up at the upper right corner of the icon. Xiao Xiao intended to press it, but her finger halted half a centimeter from the screen. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiao Xiao said with guilt, "Sorry, Milmes, I can't keep my promise to you." Closing her eyes, Xiao Xiao ultimately pressed down. The distress message that Milmes had painstakingly left behind was so easily erased. Xiao Xiao set the time navigation system to have the spaceship automatically fly into space after 20 minutes while she slowly walked to the spaceship's storage door, using her fingerprint to unlock it, revealing a tiny person lying inside, looking exactly like Xiao Xiao. The only difference was that she was currently in a state of unconsciousness, tied up with ropes. Xiao Xiao took out a somewhat unique stick-like object from her pocket, the upper part silver-white, the lower part black, with a button on the black part. Xiao Xiao turned her head, closed her eyes tightly, and pressed the button, causing the stick to emit a dazzling white light. In an instant, Xiao Xiao untied the ropes binding the tiny person and left the spaceship with the ropes. After exiting the spaceship, Xiao Xiao's body quickly softened, resembling a puddle of mud, then her form rapidly expanded, gradually transforming into that of an Earth woman. She covered her right ear and said, 404, I have completed the mission, requesting return to base. A few seconds after this conversation ended, a green vortex-like teleportation gate opened in front of Xiao Xiao. Before entering the teleportation gate, Xiao Xiao turned back to glance at the spaceship, which was now much smaller than her body, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, nameless alien, you shouldn't have come to this planet. After saying this, Xiao Xiao walked into the teleportation gate without looking back, vanishing without a trace, and shortly after she entered, the teleportation gate completely closed as if it had never existed. The spaceship then took off, automatically charging into Earth's atmosphere, the turbulence caused by atmospheric friction awakening the tiny person trapped in the storage. However, due to the high speed, the awakened tiny could not stand up immediately and could only lie on the ground waiting for the acceleration to end. Once leaving Earth's gravitational field, the tiny person barely managed to hold onto the wall to stand up. Rubbing her eyes, the tiny person steadied her dizzy head and opened the storage door to the cockpit. Looking out the window, the vastness of outer space greeted her, and not far away, the gigantic blue planet was Earth. After seeing Earth for a few seconds, the tiny person seemed to remember something and frantically covered her head, shouting, "Help! The fuel is depleted, we're going to crash." In tiny language, After running around in place for a few laps in the cockpit, the tiny person realized that the spaceship was flying steadily in space. The tiny person looked bewilderedly at the spaceship's screen, which displayed the flight path planning from Earth to Tiny Star. She glanced at the fuel gauge in the upper right corner, which was full. The tiny person was filled with questions, murmuring, "Why do I remember the spaceship just sounded the low fuel warning signal?" After pondering for a while, without reaching any conclusion, the tiny person concluded that there was a minor malfunction in the spaceship causing a false alarm. The tiny person leaned against the window, quietly admiring the beautiful blue planet beside her. Gazing at such a vast planet, a bold idea began to form in her mind. "All right, I will go play on this planet." This tiny person was a student who had just graduated, and her purpose for this trip was to have a great time on Budstar. However, she had not filled up on fuel before departing, which led to the spaceship being captured by Earth due to lack of power, crashing onto the planet. The tiny person shouted at the smart manual, which had entered sleep mode on the control panel. "Manual, help me check which planet this is." The tiny person rubbed her hands, excitedly looking forward to spending a joyful holiday on this planet. Upon hearing the tiny person's call, the smart manual immediately powered on, flying to her side to answer, "The third planet of the solar system, Earth." Upon hearing this answer, the tiny person was stunned, her mouth slightly agape as she appeared somewhat dazed. After a few seconds, the tiny person immediately pressed the acceleration button, causing the spaceship to abruptly flee from Earth. The tiny person frantically pressed the acceleration button, nervously shouting, "Hurry, hurry, get away from here." After completely leaving the solar system, the tiny person finally relaxed and sighed with relief, saying, "Good thing I reacted quickly." The tiny person crossed her arms and huffed, "I definitely don't want to go to a terrifying place like Earth." The tiny person fanned her face with her hand, the tension causing her to sweat profusely. "That was too close. Ew, I almost got fooled by its appearance." Indeed, my mom was right. A planet's appearance can be deceiving. I will go play on Budstar instead. Afterward, the tiny person adjusted the flight path from returning to Tiny Star to heading to Budstar, where she spent an unforgettable holiday. In the early morning, Milmes walked down the street with a cage in hand, accompanied by Yiyu. The passers-by were sparse, likely because it was still early and many were inclined to linger in bed. Since the night of the party, the ghost had not appeared again. Yiyu seemed to have difficulty recalling the events of that night, remembering only that Yuta was quite skilled at telling horror stories. Perhaps it was because she herself did not wish to acknowledge the existence of the ghost, causing her mind to automatically correct that memory. At least in the days to come, she was not curled up in her bed, trembling in fear, which could be considered good news. Arriving at a fork in the road, the two parted ways, one heading towards the school and the other towards the clinic. Upon reaching the clinic's entrance, Milmes coincidentally bumped into Ask, who was just opening the door. "You're here quite early," Ask remarked while turning the key to unlock the clinic's door. "Taking work seriously is my duty." Milmes looked at Ask seriously, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Ask smiled, feeling gratified, and said, "I see you in a new light." At that moment, Ask noticed the cage in Milmes' hand, where a round little white mouse lay, looking quite content. "This should be your Limi, right?" Milmes nodded and replied, Ask leaned closer to inspect the cage. The little white mouse had normal fur and showed no adverse reactions, clearly having been well cared for. Generally speaking, one can tell a lot about a person from the treatment of their pets. Even if the owner wears a mask of hypocrisy, it is difficult to disguise the true condition of the pet. Ask pushed the door open and the two entered the room one after the other. Milmes placed Limi and the cage on the table. Watching Ask change into medical attire, Milmes tilted her head in confusion. Seeming to sense Milmes' confusion, Ask smiled and explained, "Usually guests don't come this early. I'll do a free health check for Limi first." It took Ask about an hour and a half to complete all the checkup procedures. After all, Limi was small and very active, making the examination quite challenging. Fortunately, no matter how fast it ran, Milmes could catch it back in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, the examination results showed that Limi was in excellent health with no lingering effects from any experiments. Shortly after Limi's checkup concluded, a knocking sound echoed from outside the door. The visitor was a familiar blonde girl, Vivian, but she brought nothing today, seemingly not here to board a pet. Vivian waved her hand and greeted them, saying hello. Ask joked, "Isn't this Vivian? Are you finally going to start raising a chameleon?" Vivian smiled knowingly, clearly understanding that Ask was joking. She was not offended. Instead, she calmly replied, "Not yet ready to raise one." Vivian entered the room, approached Ask, and then looked at Milmes. After a few seconds of fixing her gaze on her, she turned to Ask and asked, "Can I talk to Milmes alone?" Ask clapped his hands as if suddenly understanding and said, "Oh, so you two know each other. No problem, it's not particularly busy this morning." "Thank you for your understanding, Dr. Ask. Milmes, would you mind taking a moment to accompany me?" Vivian looked at Milmes with anticipation, and being someone not good at refusing others, Milmes was naturally led to the Wooden Bear Cafe downstairs by Vivian. The owner was still the same as before, leisurely wiping cups when there was nothing to do. Vivian deliberately chose a spot at the edge and invited Milmes to sit down. After the two were seated, the cafe owner quickly handed them each a menu. Milmes selected 2 different desserts and drinks from before a latte and a mango cake, while Vivian ordered a lemon pie and orange juice. Confirming that the owner was busy and not inclined to overhear their leisurely conversation, Vivian's expression became significantly more serious. In fact, ever since Vivian arrived at the clinic, Milmes had been very curious about why Vivian wanted to find her. Now it seemed that Vivian was finally ready to provide her with the answer. Actually, I also come from the Shadow Realm. After saying this, Vivian's expression visibly relaxed. Milmes nodded thoughtfully and replied, "No." Vivian clasped her hands together and sincerely requested, "I hope you can help me with a favor and return to the Shadow Realm with me." Milmes nodded, seemingly understanding, but not entirely, saying, "I roughly searched in the database, and it seems there is no place called the Shadow Realm on Earth's world map. Perhaps it is a very remote area, so remote that the map doesn't even record its name. Although you probably don't like the Shadow Realm either, I can't find anyone else to ask for help, so I can only trouble you." Vivian's eyes were incredibly sincere, her large watery eyes fixed on Milmes, making it hard to refuse her request. Just hearing this, Milmes felt a bit overloaded. She couldn't understand why Vivian could only ask her for help and not someone else, considering they had only known each other for 2 or 3 days. Vivian seemed oblivious to Milmes' mounting confusion, looking down as she said, "A powerful magician like you should be able to easily break through the barriers they set up in advance." A big question mark appeared over Milmes' head. Did Vivian just say something extraordinary? It seemed she had a deep misunderstanding of Milmes, and she was convinced of it. "I know that as a trainee magician my troubles may seem trivial to you, but I truly hope to gain your assistance." Vivian's tone grew more anxious, but it also contained her determination. She stood up from the table, deeply bowed to Milmes, and said, "I beg you." Vivian closed her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yes, she was very nervous. She feared what she might hear next. Milmes' ruthless rejection. Even with her mental preparation, when the moment truly arrived, she couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, Milmes was under no obligation to help her, and being rejected would be entirely justified. However, this matter was very important to her, and she truly hoped that Milmes would not reject her. Just as Vivian was earnestly praying, Milmes unexpectedly gave her an answer. Milmes scratched her head and said somewhat dejectedly, "You've misunderstood. I'm not a magician." Vivian suddenly raised her head, covering her mouth in disbelief. The cafe owner brought over the items ordered by the 2 and placed them on the table one by one. "Please enjoy your meal." Vivian raised her head and smiled at the owner, saying, "Thank you." The owner seemed a bit surprised, but quickly regained composure and returned the smile. "You're welcome. Providing quality service to our guests is our duty." With that, the owner turned and slowly walked away. Vivian did not immediately start enjoying the desserts. Instead, she said with a guilty expression, "I'm sorry, I should have thought of this earlier." "You probably wouldn't want to be called that now." Milmes looked quite confused as Vivian seemed to misunderstand something she did not grasp. Seeing Milmes' indifferent expression, Vivian became more convinced of her assumption. After all, those willing to live in this world must have grown weary of life in the Shadow Realm. Milmes' disdain for the Shadow Realm might be even stronger than hers, and she seemed to have fully integrated into this world. At the same time, Milmes must have abandoned her identity from another world, which is likely why she denied ever being a magician. Not considering Milmes' feelings and rashly making such a request tormented Vivian's heart with regret. While Vivian was sipping orange juice through a straw, Milmes suddenly asked, "Why do you think I am a magician?" As a high-tech product, Milmes was the exact opposite of the mysterious magic. Moreover, Milmes was certain that she had not done anything beyond the realm of ordinary humans on Earth, at least not within her understanding of ordinary human limits. Vivian's statement undoubtedly threw Milmes into a certain degree of confusion, prompting her to reflect on whether her disguise had any flaws. Vivian shyly touched her pinkies together and turned her head away, saying, "Yuta asked me to divine your origins, but the crystal ball showed nothing but darkness. In this situation, there are only 2 possibilities." Vivian gestured a V with her hand. The first is when the person being divined possesses a significantly higher level of magic than the diviner. The second is rarer, where the divined person or object has anti-divination properties, such as carrying an amulet that wards off divination. Vivian felt a bit nervous explaining the limitations of divination to Milmes, much like a student discussing textbook knowledge in front of a teacher feeling considerable pressure while discussing knowledge in front of them. Milmes nodded in understanding. Although the knowledge was far removed from the technological world, it still held value for database entry. After all, in the vast universe, there must be civilizations that do not follow technological paths and instead cultivate magic. Seeing that Milmes did not raise any objections, Vivian continued to elaborate on her reason for seeking Milmes. "Even Yuta couldn't see through you. Your level of magic must be extraordinary, or so I think." Milmes somewhat understood what Vivian was trying to express. Although the reason was unclear, Vivian believed she was a human magician with immense power. Having clarified this point, more questions followed. Milmes took a sip of coffee and asked, "Why do you want to go there?" After being asked this by Milmes, Vivian's expression visibly became more awkward. She hesitated slightly before answering. I want to go back to the Shadow Realm to buy another crystal ball. The one I used before has finally reached the end of its lifespan. If I go alone, I might never get the chance to return. Vivian's mood was extremely low, her head drooping with a dejected expression. Vivian earnestly requested once more, please can you accompany me? Milmes nodded. She also had some interest in the Shadow Realm, a place that did not exist on the map. Perhaps she could find some clues to leave Earth there. Not hearing Milmes' voice clearly, Vivian urged, just for a little while, and if you need help with anything, I will definitely do my best. Did you just agree? Vivian, slow to react, finally realized that Milmes had already agreed to her. Milmes nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this response, Vivian felt a sense of relief, showing a touched expression. She quickly finished the remaining juice and cake, grabbing Milmes' hand to prepare to run out of the cafe, but was called back by the cafe owner. Ladies, please wait a moment. Milmes and Vivian turned back to look at the owner, who was watching them with a friendly smile. Did you forget something? After hearing the owner's kind reminder, Vivian returned to her previous position to check, and they had not left anything behind. Vivian pondered for a moment, and then complimented, the owner's skills are excellent, we will definitely come back often. The owner's eyebrows twitched slightly, seemingly not very satisfied with this response, but still maintained a smile out of professional courtesy. After thinking it over, the owner decided to be more direct. He sighed and quietly said, you forgot to pay. Vivian finally realized what the problem was, and quickly ran to the counter saying, I am very sorry, I will pay for her too. The total is 60 yuan. After Vivian paid the bill and was about to leave with Milmes, another small issue arose. Vivian found she could not move Milmes, who stood like a statue, unable to budge an inch. Vivian asked, somewhat aggrieved, have you changed your mind? Milmes shook her head and provided a reason Vivian could not refuse. No, I still have to work this afternoon. Vivian released Milmes' hand and murmured, right, you have to work. In her earlier excitement, Vivian completely forgot that today was Monday, a day when most people needed to work. After thinking for a moment, Vivian asked, you don't have any other plans for this weekend, do you? Milmes thought for a moment. Currently, there were no clues to leave Earth, and limited by energy issues, she could not wander aimlessly on Earth. Considering various factors, the conclusion was that she would likely stay home, doing nothing over the weekend. Milmes shook her head and said no. Upon receiving this response, Vivian's face lit up with joy, saying, then let's meet here at this cafe at 9 a.m. on Saturday. No problem. Milmes made an okay gesture. On Saturday morning, Milmes arrived at the Wood Bear Cafe as scheduled. To avoid being late, she arrived half an hour early at the cafe's entrance. A few minutes later, Vivian also arrived at the cafe entrance. She said apologetically, sorry for being late, have you been waiting here for long? I just got here 5 minutes ago. Milmes leaned closer to Vivian, indicating that she was ready to follow Vivian into the Shadow Realm. Vivian looked a bit uneasy, hesitating about whether to take the next step, unwilling to move her feet, even a fraction. She hesitantly asked, Milmes, you really don't mind? Going back this time might put you in a troublesome situation. Milmes nodded firmly. If she were unwilling to get involved in trouble, she perhaps wouldn't have agreed to Vivian's request in the first place. Since she had already kept her promise and arrived at the cafe, she felt she should at least take a look at the Shadow Realm, otherwise wouldn't the journey be in vain? If there were indeed some tricky problems, running away would always be an option. At least in terms of speed, Milmes believed no creature on Earth could match her even without her flying ability. After receiving a confirmed answer from Milmes, Vivian still couldn't settle down. She seemed to be afraid of something, and this emotion was evident on her face. Vivian forcefully patted her own face and encouraged herself, it's okay, I can do this. After a round of self-comfort and several deep breaths, Vivian seemed to calm down a bit. Let's get going, Vivian said, her voice slightly trembling. Milmes and Vivian arrived in the woods behind the mountain and stopped in front of a familiar object. Milmes had a strong impression of this place. It was where she had obtained the ether stone, the turtle statue, which still looked as honest and simple as before. Vivian gently raised her right hand, and a small magic circle swiftly unfolded from her palm. After spinning a few times, the barrier behind the statue seemed to dissolve, revealing the hidden path before Milmes. I apologize for the flaws in my barrier. It still lacks the maturity to automatically identify the caster. Vivian shyly drew circles on the ground with her toes, knowing that her qualifications as a magician were far from sufficient and that she needed to study more. I think it's already quite impressive. Milmes was not lying. After all, this was her first time witnessing a concealed magical barrier vanish before her eyes, much like how an ordinary person feels when seeing a playing card trick for the first time. It's quite magical. Hearing Milmes praise, Vivian shyly averted her gaze and quickly ran into the barrier. Milmes caught up with Vivian and arrived in front of a quaint little wooden house. The walls of the small house were not severely weathered. In fact, they looked as new as if they had just been built, perhaps because it was hidden within the barrier, shielding it from the usual storms. This little house did not seem out of place in the entire forest. Instead, it blended in quite well. As Vivian pushed open the wooden door, she pointed to the curtains of the window. A small beam of light struck the curtain, and it seemed to come alive, automatically untying the knot and pulling the curtain aside to let the sunlight into the room. The room was filled with many jars and bottles containing alchemical materials and some liquids that looked rather ominous, along with strange and peculiar instruments. The most eye-catching was the shattered crystal ball remnants placed on the table. Even though it was in pieces, one could still catch a glimpse of mysterious energy from these fragments. At that moment, Milmes noticed a set of blue-purple garments and a matching magician's hat hanging on the wall. Vivian saw that Milmes' gaze lingered on the outfit for a while, and noticing her interest, she explained, "This is a special mage robe my father gave me. Its material is unique, it won't get stained by oil or other substances. I usually wear it when I practice alchemy." Milmes pondered for a moment. This robe was what she had encountered when she stayed at the U-Tower with Yu. However, strangely, after seeing Vivian, she couldn't immediately identify her with the mage. Instead, she subconsciously viewed the two as separate individuals. Though both concealed their faces, Milmes could identify Pavia and Cheese as the same person by voice, but she had never anticipated Vivian's identity, which left her quite puzzled. Perhaps the issue lay with this outfit. Milmes stared intently at the robe. "I can't recognize you after changing clothes." Upon hearing Milmes question, Vivian instead smiled, as if the confusion troubling Milmes was a matter of course. Vivian took off the outfit and put it on, holding the hat in her hand, looking at Milmes with clear eyes. "How do I look?" After some thought, Milmes replied, "It looks great." Vivian awkwardly chuckled, as it seemed Milmes had not understood her question. Vivian shook her head and said, "No, do you still recognize me?" Milmes scratched her head and, after hesitating for a few seconds, confidently said, "You are Vivian." Vivian nodded in satisfaction and then put on the hat. The moment that surprised Milmes arrived. After Vivian wore the hat in Milmes' eyes, she seemed to transform into a stranger who had no relation to Vivian. The face that had just been visible now appeared shrouded in a veil, hazy and indistinct. No matter how much she enhanced the image recognition of her visual system, she could not lift this veil. Simply put, it was as if a permanent mosaic had been placed on her face, rendering her unable to see the face beneath. "This is a hat imbued with magical protection. As long as I wear it, no one can recognize me once the hat is on." Milmes even noticed that Vivian's voice had changed and was entirely different from before, sounding like two different people. No wonder she couldn't distinguish the Vivian who revealed her true appearance after taking off the hat. Vivian took off the hat, hugged it to her chest, and murmured, "But the magic of this hat is ineffective on my family." Vivian hung the hat back in its place and said proudly, "It can also be designated to reveal my face to specific individuals at my will, which is why U-Tower was able to recognize me back then. It's a very convenient tool." Milmes nodded. This technology could rival her camouflage system, even surpassing its effectiveness. After all, while her disguise could fool biological eyes, it could not block out mechanical scanning systems. However, Vivian's hat could even perfectly evade her scans. Vivian hung the garments back on the wall, then turned and walked into a small compartment. After a while, she came out holding two sets of exotic attire. The styles of these two outfits resembled the mage robe, but they were clearly not as exquisite, appearing more rustic and closer to casual wear. "If we wear our modern clothes into the Shadow Realm, we would probably attract a lot of attention." Clearly, the two outfits that Vivian held were styled for the Shadow Realm and would blend well with its crowd. The first step to blending in is naturally about appearance. If two medieval-style armored knights suddenly appeared on a modern street, it would surely attract a lot of attention, and it would be hard for passers-by not to notice. If Milmes and Vivian entered the Shadow Realm wearing modern clothing, it would create a similar situation. Vivian handed one set to Milmes and whispered, "Sorry, I only have these clothes, so I don't know if they will fit you." Vivian was slightly shorter than Milmes, which was why she had such concerns. Milmes took the clothes and placed them on a nearby chair. "They'll go change in the next room." Just as Vivian was about to head to the small compartment to change, Milmes had already begun to silently remove her outer clothing. Her nonchalance was as if she were the only one in the room and Vivian did not exist. Vivian was slightly dazed, staring at Milmes with a blank mind. Though Milmes noticed Vivian's gaze, she did not think it was worth paying attention to. Under Vivian's dazed stare, Milmes finished changing her clothes. Milmes waved her hand in front of Vivian. After several minutes, Vivian finally regained her composure and softly said, "Hmm." Once Vivian regained her awareness, her first reaction was to check if Milmes' clothes fit properly. She moved beside Milmes, assessed her outfit, and nodded in relief once she confirmed the size was not too different. Afterward, Vivian walked into the small compartment and changed into clothes that suited her true appearance more. Her golden hair and four-pointed star pupils appeared less prominent against this outfit. Vivian opened the back door and stepped out of the small house, beckoning Milmes to follow her. On the ground at the back door was a complex magic circle. Milmes carefully examined the symbols on the magic circle. The script seemed somewhat familiar. But before Milmes could analyze the meaning of the runes in detail, Vivian stood in the center of the magic circle and began to chant the spell. As she chanted, the magic circle began to glow, gradually intensifying from dim to brilliant. Just as the chanting was about to conclude, Vivian noticed Milmes standing at the edge of the magic circle, seemingly very interested in the patterns on it. However, standing on the edge could lead to problems, so she immediately pulled Milmes to the center and finished the last syllable. In the Shadow Realm, within a splendid mansion, two women stood at the edge of the hall on the first floor. One of them, a fuller-figured woman with a serious expression, was the head maid of this mansion, while the woman standing before her, somewhat reserved and shy, was a newly arrived maid. The maid slightly shrank her body, perhaps due to the head maid's exceedingly strict demeanor, which made her dare not show even a hint of relaxation. The head maid did not waste words, getting straight to the point. I won't elaborate much on the basic duties. You should be quite clear about them in your heart. Yes, the maid weakly nodded, her voice naturally quiet, as she did not dare to take a deep breath. The head maid pointed towards the diagonal upper corner and said, "Today your cleaning area is all the rooms on the east side of the third floor." Following the direction of the head maid's finger, the maid looked over to see a set of solid wood stairs, the handrails polished to a brilliant shine, even reflecting the chandelier above. It seemed that this was the cleaning standard she needed to achieve, utterly spotless. The maid silently swallowed. Truth be told, cleaning was simple, but this level of cleanliness was no easy task. The head maid did not pay attention to the maid's somewhat fearful expression, but took a step closer and sternly said, "But remember, do not enter the room marked with the pentagram symbol. You must not touch the door, understand?" Startled by the head maid's sudden rise in tone, the worried maid nearly had her heart leap out of her throat, but in the end she did not utter a sound, merely covering her mouth and nodding repeatedly. Originally, the head maid intended to give a few more reminders to prevent the new maid from slacking off, but before she could urge her, the new maid quickly took her cleaning tools and hurried upstairs. Once upstairs, the maid felt the unique qualities of this mansion even more. From the decor to the furnishings, it exuded an air of opulence. Some incomprehensible paintings hung on the walls, but even if she could not understand them, the maid's instincts and the surrounding atmosphere constantly reminded her that she could not afford any of these items. Regardless of the value of these decorations, the cleaning still had to be done. As the maid walked from the west side of the corridor to the east side with her cleaning tools, she indeed saw the room marked with the pentagram symbol that the head maid mentioned. Although it was just a simple rune, the secrets hidden behind this door ignited the maid's curiosity. The more it was said not to be done, the more it made one want to do it. What kind of secrets lay hidden within? Were they the private belongings of the mansion's master, treasures akin to a mountain of gold, or perhaps research on dark magic? Filled with intense curiosity, the maid slowly extended her right hand, attempting to touch the door. However, this desire to explore the unknown was quickly suppressed by reason. Her left hand grabbed her right hand and pulled it back. The maid slapped her face hard, forcing herself to stay alert. Stay awake. If you violate the rules, you could easily be dismissed, and this job isn't easy to come by. After some contemplation, the maid calmed down a bit. She lingered at the door for a few seconds before ultimately turning away to clean the adjacent room. As the new maid walked away with her back turned, a dazzling blue light flashed through the gap of the door. Behind the wooden door marked with the pentagram rune lay an empty room, and in the center of the room, with the blue light fading, two figures gradually became clear. The unexpected visitors were Milmes and Wei Weian. After the dazzling light disappeared, Milmes looked around. They had entered a room that seemed to possess a somewhat retro style. Milmes also noticed the very conspicuous painting on the floor, which was also a magic circle. It bore a striking resemblance to the magic circle she had seen earlier at Wei Weian's back door, with only a few runes differing between the two. Perhaps one of these magic circles was an exit while the other was an entrance. Milmes could distinctly feel that the atmospheric pressure around them was different from before. Atmospheric pressure does not change without reason in a short period. The most reasonable explanation is that the space had transformed. With the technology of dimensional shifts, the changes in space were not hard for Milmes to comprehend. Perhaps due to the change in pressure, Wei Weian's expression seemed off, looking somewhat unwell. Milmes approached and asked, "Are you all right?" Wei Weian simply shook her head, lightly forcing a smile as she replied, "I don't feel well. I don't like it here." After saying this, Wei Weian walked to the door, preparing to push it open a crack to check the situation outside. But the moment her hand touched the wooden door, it reflexively pulled back as if electrocuted. Wei Weian frowned slightly, seemingly having anticipated this situation, and was not overly surprised. Wei Weian also tried to push open the window, but the result was the same. Upon touching the glass, she felt a sharp pain, forcing her to withdraw her hand. Returning to Milmes' side, Wei Weian sighed and said, "This room is sealed by a barrier." Milmes scratched her head in confusion, wondering how they ended up being transported to a room with a barrier. It was as if someone had laid a trap in advance, waiting for prey to fall into it. Seemingly noticing Milmes' doubts, Wei Weian grew anxious and suggested, "Let me try to break the barrier first." Wei Weian stood at the door, began to chant a spell, and the magic circle in her palm slowly rotated. However, after a while it seemed to get stuck and could not move. Sweat beads rolled down Wei Weian's face. This barrier was evidently not easy to break. But it was far from time to give up. Wei Weian closed her eyes, focused intensely, and chanted the spell with even greater concentration, as if the magical energy in the surrounding atmosphere was converging on her, making the center of her palm shine with dazzling light. As Milmes listened to Wei Weian's chanting, she attempted to record the spells being said, trying to decipher their meanings. However, unfortunately, these spells seemed not to correspond to any language in her database. After listening for a long time, she could not make sense of it at all. In the end, Milmes had no choice but to give up on translating the spells and simply record the audio. Perhaps when Milmes returned to Freudian Star, her friends could help her decipher the meanings of these spells. After Wei Weian's chanting continued for a while, Milmes noticed a dark red energy gathering in the center of the wooden door, as if the barrier was brewing an attack. Quick-witted Milmes pounced on Wei Weian, narrowly avoiding the barrier's counterattack, while the dark red, twisted beam struck the wall like an electric current, leaving small black scorch marks on it. As Milmes prepared to help Wei Weian up from the floor, Wei Weian noticed that the beam had grazed the corner of Milmes' clothing, which was now emitting smoke. If Milmes hadn't acted quickly, the beam would have struck her directly instead of just the hem of her clothes. Thinking of this, Wei Weian could not help but lower her head in shame softly, saying, "I'm so sorry. If my magic level were a bit higher." Milmes did not mind, casually saying, "It's fine, or it can't hurt me." Wei Weian knew Milmes was trying to comfort her, but she could not forgive her own failure. "What I just did may have alerted the one who set up the barrier. They might come soon," Wei Weian said gloomily, lowering her head. Due to her failure, their situation had become more urgent. Just like how a car emits an alarm when forcibly pried open, Wei Weian's attempt to break through the barrier would naturally alert its master. Milmes walked to the door. Wei Weian had not had time to stop her before she grasped the doorknob. In fact, this level of current couldn't harm Milmes at all, what even felt slightly tingly, like a massage. However, Milmes quickly released the doorknob because she realized that even if she unlocked the door, it still could not be opened. An invisible force was preventing its movement. "Is the barrier a physical entity?" Milmes asked. Facing this abrupt question, Wei Weian was somewhat puzzled and conflicted. She had indeed never thought about the answer to that. A barrier is just a barrier, whether it is a physical entity or not. Wei Weian was unsure. Not knowing the correct answer, she could only helplessly shake her head and shrug. Milmes opened her hands and touched the wooden door. She could feel that what was being transmitted was not the texture of wood, but some cold, transparent, smooth substance. This was probably the touch of the barrier. Since it could be touched, it implied that there was a physical entity. Since it was a physical substance, it could be destroyed. Realizing this, Milmes already knew how to leave this room. Meanwhile, Wei Weian, watching all this from a distance, couldn't help but marvel. Milmes is incredible. She can directly touch the barrier. For Wei Weian, this was simply unimaginable, as the magical power contained in this barrier was several times her own. Direct contact would cause a burning pain. This also made Wei Weian more certain that Milmes was a powerful mage with unfathomable depths, or otherwise even a well-trained soldier would find it hard to endure this kind of pain. Milmes moved slightly away from the wooden door and fixed her gaze intently on a certain spot on it. Wei Weian speculated that Milmes was preparing to break the barrier and was observing its weak points. Just as Wei Weian admired Milmes' keen magical perception, the next second Milmes assumed a stance reminiscent of a martial artist. Her posture did not seem prepared for magic at all, rather it looked as if she was about to smash the door. Did I just see things wrong? At this moment, this was the only thought in Wei Weian's mind, her dazed expression frozen on her face, completely shocked by Milmes' actions that transcended understanding. But after the initial surprise, Wei Weian realized that Milmes' punch did not break the barrier. The wooden door remained unscathed, standing calmly in its original position. Milmes retracted her right hand, looking at her palm in confusion, opening and closing it several times to confirm her physical condition was good and the hardness of her exterior remained unchanged. Wei Weian approached with a worried expression, checking if Milmes' hand was injured. Direct contact with the barrier with such great force was akin to hitting a stone with an egg, making injury very likely. However, after seeing Milmes' movements of opening and closing her hand, Wei Weian felt relieved. It seemed Milmes' physical resilience was higher than she had imagined. Perhaps this was the strength of a martial artist. Although it was good that Milmes was unharmed, the problem remained unsolved. They were still trapped in this damned barrier, unable to escape. And the one who set up this barrier could return at any time. Wei Weian wore a rather pessimistic expression, as if she could foresee the terrible future waiting for her. Milmes stood still, contemplating how to break free from the current predicament. However, as a product of technology, she couldn't possibly think of the incantation needed to deal with a magical barrier. Ultimately, the solution would likely have to be a physical one. After a brief moment of contemplation, Milmes reached a conclusion. Insufficient power, need to improve. Wei Weian's body trembled, slightly surprised. From Milmes' words, it seemed she had no intention of using magic to break the barrier. Could it be that today's magicians were leaning towards martial arts and actively training their physical strength? Milmes did not notice Wei Wan's subtle thoughts as she was preparing to search for available patterns to break the current predicament. Her crimson eyes instantly shifted to a bright orange, and a fleeting orange scanning beam swept around her body, covering the entire area from top to bottom. Milmes' expression shifted from a previously relaxed demeanor to a more serious one, with her output increasing significantly. Wei Wan keenly captured the fleeting orange light and noticed the obvious change. Milmes' aura felt as if she had transformed into someone else, exuding a somewhat murderous intent. A bead of sweat trickled down Wei Wan's cheek as Milmes' presence felt increasingly distant and intimidating, leaving her speechless. Milmes assumed a fighting stance, her gaze locked onto a single point, clenching her fist and concentrating energy at her knuckles, then striking out with a speed that was almost impossible to fully capture with the naked eye. Bang! The barrier shattered with a sound, breaking open like glass, and the wooden door, lacking the protection of the barrier, was sent flying into the wall opposite with tremendous force. In combat mode, Milmes' close combat ability was greatly enhanced, several times stronger than usual. However, the energy consumption of this mode also increased significantly, so after breaking the barrier, she immediately reverted to standard mode. Her orange eyes returned to their original crimson hue, and Milmes' aura shifted back to a more approachable state. Wei Wan, who witnessed everything although she did not comprehend what had just happened, was astonished, her mouth agape. This was the most absurd thing Wei Wan had ever seen. A high-level confinement barrier had been shattered by a magician's fist. At this moment, Wei Wan suddenly realized something, striking her left palm with her right fist from above, revealing an expression of epiphany. Recalling the orange light that had flashed from Milmes earlier and the strength that was completely inconsistent with her appearance, Wei Wan reached a conclusion. What Milmes had actually learned was enhancement magic. She had just significantly increased her physical strength through magic, enabling her to break the barrier in such a violent yet simple manner. Wei Wan nodded, enlightened. She felt she had learned something new. A good magician must also have physical prowess. Perhaps when I return I should prioritize physical training. Milmes stepped out of the door first, coincidentally seeing a maid slumped on the ground, seemingly quite frightened. Perhaps she was greatly shocked by the sight of the door being smashed away, which left her dumbfounded and sitting on the floor. Wei Wan also quietly peeked out from the doorway, and upon noticing the maid, she immediately shouted, "We need to leave here quickly." After saying that, Wei Wan quickly tried to pull Milmes, fearing that she would hesitate too long and allow the maid to recover. However, the next scene left Wei Wan even more astonished, as shortly after she spoke, Milmes unexpectedly grabbed her and began to run swiftly. Wei Wan's body swayed like a flag fluttering in the wind, floating in midair. Milmes moved at a speed like the wind, weaving through the mansion, encountering other servants along the way, be they maids or gardeners. Yet they had no time to react before Milmes zipped past them. Thus the two successfully escaped the house, crossed the courtyard, and entered the bustling town. Milmes took a random turn into a deserted alley and gently set down the dazed Wei Wan. Wei Wan's eyes, as if resembling a mosquito coil, spun around a few times, with several golden stars swirling above her head. Stars. So many. Wei Wan shook her dazed head, barely regaining her clarity. When she opened her eyes again, she found that they had somehow arrived outside the mansion. Edge. Wei Wan stared blankly at Milmes, then glanced at the gray-brown stone pavement and the clear blue sky, finally confirming that she had indeed left that mansion. Milmes touched the wall. Oh, it felt like marble. Looking up at the sky, it appeared different from the scenery of Qianmu Town, looking purer and more translucent. It was certain that they were far from Qianmu Town. Wei Wan brushed off the dust on her clothes, stood up, and pointed northwest, saying, "I know the owner of a magic item shop. We should be able to buy a crystal ball from him." The shop Wei Wan intended to go to was located within this town, easily accessible without needing to take an ant car. Milmes observed her surroundings. The town was surrounded by towering gray walls, giving it a somewhat oppressive overall appearance. However, the atmosphere in the town was quite lively, with most residents appearing vibrant, lacking that sense of lifelessness. The architectural style leaned towards the vintage side. Unlike the concrete jungle of Qianmu Town, the houses here were mainly made of stone bricks, or wood, exuding a distinctly exotic flavor. From the stalls by the street, to the clothing of passers-by, to the coins and goods, everything was strikingly different from what they had seen in the previous town. This was the cultural diversity of Earth, wasn't it? After all, Earth was a fascinating place. While most alien civilizations were united, the same species could create hundreds of countries on one planet, which was indeed quite rare. After passing through several streets, Wei Wan brought Milmes to the entrance of a shop. The signboard, engraved with some characters Milmes could not understand. Wei Wan knocked on the door and then pushed it open to enter. Milmes followed her inside. The moment they stepped through the door, the shelves were filled with a dazzling array of goods that dazzled the eyes. Moreover, these were items they had not seen in the previous shop, such as dried lizard tails, frog skins, purple dust, etc. Seemingly all alchemical materials for magic. On another shelf were wooden sticks, minerals, and gems. Were these also materials for alchemy, or were they coal needed for magic? Seated at the counter was a middle-aged man wearing a black cloth hat. Upon seeing Wei Weian, he immediately greeted her enthusiastically. Isn't this little Wei Weian? It's been a while. Hello, Uncle Robus. Robus leaned on his right hand, asking leisurely. It's been a long time since you came by. I thought you had gone to train abroad. Indeed, I did go abroad, Wei Weian replied somewhat awkwardly, her gaze dodging. Seeing that Wei Weian was reluctant to speak, Robus did not press further, turning his attention to my Ermisai and asking, May I ask how to address this young lady? My Ermisai. Robus glanced at my Ermisai a few times as she did not seem to be a local, and this must have been a friend Wei Weian made while away. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wei Weian succinctly stated, I would like to buy a crystal ball, one that is not easily breakable. She deliberately raised her voice for the last part as she did not wish for the previous incident to happen again. However, upon hearing this, Robus frowned and shook his head slightly. Understanding Robus' reaction, Wei Weian could not help but ask, Will you be restocking anytime soon? Wei Weian's tone was quite urgent. She seemed in desperate need of a new crystal ball. Robus could see her anxiety, but appeared to have his own concerns. Robus' fingers tapped on the table, seeming somewhat disgruntled, yet conflicted. Wei Weian looked at Robus with a pleading gaze, making him feel quite uneasy. After a long hesitation, he finally spoke. Actually, the shipment that was supposed to come was robbed, and I don't know when the next batch will arrive. While Robus and Vivian were conversing, Milmes noticed some unusual sounds nearby, somewhat resembling the crackling of firecrackers. Milmes looked out the window and saw a few children running by. Perhaps they were just playing. When Milmes' attention returned to the conversation, it had already ended, leaving Vivian looking quite dejected. It seemed that the shop owner here was unable to complete this transaction for the time being. After explaining the situation in the store, Robus pretended to remain calm and added, Moreover, it's not just my goods that were stolen, many merchants have suffered as well. I suspect other shops in the city are out of stock too. Robus' words made an already unpleasant shopping trip feel even more burdensome. At this point, he seemed to chuckle with a hint of schadenfreude. Though it was unfortunate to encounter such a situation, he was not the only one affected, and that was enough for him. However, for Vivian, it felt like a heavy blow from a clear blue sky. Vivian, feeling quite frustrated, held her forehead. Her plans had been completely disrupted by this sudden robbery. Yet she hadn't given up entirely and asked, Is there no one willing to investigate this case? Robus seemed to anticipate Vivian's question, shrugging helplessly as he replied, It's not that the knights don't care, they simply can't spare the manpower. Robus sighed lightly, looking significantly older, and said mournfully, Recently the demon race has begun to harass the borders again, and most of the manpower has been redirected there. At this point, Robus clenched his teeth, his expression filled with anger. If it weren't for the demon race invading the kingdom's borders, the number of guards in the city wouldn't have decreased, and those thieves wouldn't have had such an opportunity to be so rampant. After receiving this response, Vivian felt even more disheartened, her spirit dimming considerably. Even though she hadn't received the desired outcome, Vivian still politely nodded to Robus and said, Thank you for telling me this. Afterward, Vivian pushed the door open and left the shop with Milmes following her out. Milmes accompanied Vivian as they gradually visited other shops in the city, but the results were consistent with what Robus had said. The goods in the other shops were also not spared and had been completely plundered. Due to the shortage of crystal balls, prices had naturally surged, and now the crystal balls still available in the shops had skyrocketed in price. Vivian, lacking sufficient funds, had to temporarily abandon her shopping plans. The two walked through a secluded alley, only hearing the gentle sound of the wind brushing against the surrounding walls. Vivian walked with her head down, looking dispirited, her expression complex as her gaze occasionally flickered towards Milmes before quickly averting. Milmes patted Vivian on the shoulder, encouraging her, You will definitely be able to buy it. Vivian forced a smile, but soon fell back into her conflicted thoughts. Milmes might never guess that Vivian's current distress was not about the crystal ball, but rather about finding a way back to her original world. The simplest method was to return to that mansion, back to the room engraved with a pentagram array, using the magic circle drawn inside to return to the original place. As long as the two of them could shop a bit faster, they should be able to return to their original world before a troublesome individual appeared. However, the reality was far from Vivian's expectations. Not only could they not buy the crystal ball, but they might also not be able to return. Vivian furrowed her brows, lost in deep contemplation. Should I let Milmes return first? Vivian clearly understood that the longer they delayed, the lower the chances of Milmes returning. However, if Milmes left first, her own chances of returning would diminish drastically. Vivian was well aware that relying solely on herself gave her almost no chance against the spellcaster who had engraved the pentagram array on the door of the room. What should I do? If Yuta were here, she would be able to tell me what choice would be better. Vivian fell into deep distress, her right hand instinctively resting on her forehead. At that moment, a rapid sound of ant hooves approached from not far away, and the noise grew louder as the source quickly approached the two. It was a creature resembling a giant ant charging towards them with the speed of a runaway horse. Milmes swiftly pulled the still dazed Vivian behind her and firmly grasped the ant's forelimbs. Due to the momentum, the ant's body tilted forward, and in that moment of imbalance, Milmes slammed it sideways onto the ground. The ant, struck with great force, immediately fainted and could not rise again. The spot where the ant fell damaged several tiles, creating a dent in the ground. After a few seconds, Vivian realized what had just happened. She hurriedly checked Milmes' palm, and to her surprise, there were no abrasions on Milmes' hand. Once she confirmed that Milmes was unharmed, Vivian explained with relief, "The legs of a land ant have very hard bristles. Fortunately, you weren't injured." Milmes walked to the now unconscious giant ant, gently patting its head, and asked, "Are land ants very aggressive creatures?" Vivian shook her head and replied, "No, they are quite docile. I've never seen a land ant charge at anyone like this before." Vivian was also rather puzzled. In her impression, land ants had been used as transportation vehicles for pulling carts for over 100 years. It was rare to see them acting this way unless in a critical situation. Just as the two were in doubt, a female merchant hurriedly approached from the direction the land ant had come from. The female merchant leaned against the wall, head down, gasping for breath. It was obvious she wasn't suited for long-distance running. When the female merchant lifted her head, the first thing she saw was the land ant lying on its back, and she immediately rushed over, heartbroken, to check if there were any obvious injuries on the land ant. After confirming the land ant's condition, the female merchant finally noticed Milmes standing beside it. Milmes looked at the female merchant with curiosity, but she was startled by Milmes' sudden appearance and shouted, "Wow! Who are you?" "I am Milmes. Are you the owner of this land ant?" While speaking, Milmes gently stroked the land ant's abdomen, where the hairs felt relatively soft. The female merchant nodded blankly and said, "Yes, my name is La Lucy Kellick. You can call me Kellick." At the moment of self-introduction, the female merchant seemed to realize something, somewhat awkwardly asking, Did my land ant just bump into anyone here?" The female merchant clutched her chest, quickly looking around, seemingly not seeing anyone injured, and her anxious heart finally settled. But new questions arose. Who had turned her land ant into this state? Before the female merchant could open her mouth to ask, Vivian stepped forward, looking at the unconscious land ant, and said, "It almost charged into us just now, so Milmes subdued it." The female merchant was very surprised to hear this and immediately bowed deeply in apology, saying, "I'm very sorry, my mismanagement almost caused you to be seriously injured." Vivian smiled and said, "It's all right, I wasn't hurt. But could you tell me what happened? A land ant shouldn't charge onto the road without reason." The female merchant recounted the events. "Actually, just now, I was grooming my little Ka while resting." Little Ka is the name I gave to this land ant. While grooming, I heard the sounds of several children arguing, and suddenly, a lit firecracker fell in from outside the fence. The sound of the explosion frightened little Ka, causing it to run out in a frenzy. I see it was scared. Vivian nodded, slightly believing that Kellick's account was not fabricated. Kellick sincerely bowed her head again in apology, saying, "I'm really very sorry. Actually, I have another request." Kellick raised her head, her gaze fixated on Milmes. Vivian didn't quite understand Kellick's meaning and turned to look at Milmes along with her. "I would like to hire Miss Milmes as a bodyguard for my travels," Kellick earnestly requested. However, contrary to expectations, Milmes shook her head and politely declined Kellick's request. Kellick appeared anxious, quickly asking, "Why? Is it because little Ka charged at you just now? If there are injuries, I can help cover the medical expenses as long as you are willing to be my bodyguard." Milmes shook her head again and replied, "Because I am already serving as Vivian's bodyguard." As she spoke, Milmes glanced at Vivian, making her feel somewhat embarrassed, and scratch her head. Upon hearing this, Kellick seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, visibly dejected. Seeing Kellick so downcast, Milmes asked, "Is someone trying to harm you?" Kellick shook her head slightly, her expression dim, as she said, "It's bandits. I want to transport goods back to the village, but they are very likely to ambush me on the way." "Hire adventurers," Vivian suggested. Kellick quickly dismissed this idea, saying, "No, the leader of that bandit group is very powerful, and there are many subordinates, so most adventurers are afraid to take on this commission. However, seeing how easily Miss Milmes subdued little Ka, I suddenly feel hopeful." Kellick's eyes were very sincere as she looked at Milmes. "But since she is your bodyguard, I suppose I can only try my luck at the Adventurers Guild. Please take care of little Ka for me, I'll be right back." In the mansion where Vivian and Milmes had escaped, a middle-aged man with a thick beard stood at the doorway of a room marked with a pentagram magic circle. The man wore an exquisite black robe and held a thick tome of magic, appearing to be a scholar of the arcane, exuding a calm demeanor. The bearded man stroked his beard, carefully observing the situation inside and outside the room. His gaze swept over the faint barrier, which had a huge breach resembling a glass tank shattered by a stone. Clearly, someone had escaped from the barrier, not by dispelling it with magic, but by breaking it open with some form of powerful physical force. Such strength was certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Looking at the cracked opening, the bearded man fell into deep thought. There were signs that the teleportation magic circle had been activated, indicating that Vivian had returned. However, with her strength, it was impossible for her to break the barrier I had set. The remnants of the dispelling should be left by her. The question remained what kind of force had breached the barrier. Was this terrifying destructive power the result of thermal weapons from another world? Images of firearms flashed through the bearded man's mind, but considering such destructive capability, he ultimately settled on weapons like rocket launchers. At that moment, a female voice interrupted his thoughts. "Master, I have brought her here," the head maid said, pulling along a trembling new maid. The bearded man turned around to face the two, fixing his gaze on the new maid, and slowly spoke, "It seems you saw someone running out of this room, am I right?" The new maid lowered her head, not daring to meet the bearded man's eyes directly, but she stammered, "Yes, two women, one with white hair, and the other with blonde hair." The bearded man stroked his beard, seemingly piecing together some information, and his expression grew serious. He turned around and waved his hand, saying, "You may go rest now." Upon hearing the bearded man's words, the head maid and the new maid bowed and quickly left the corridor. The bearded man entered the tea room, which also served as his office. He picked up the communication device on the table, adjusted the magical wavelength, and infused it with magic, causing another man's voice to come through. "Hello." The voice on the other end was rough, even somewhat coarse. "I need you to help me find someone." The bearded man briefly described his request, and then hung up the communication device. He looked up at the vast blue sky, his reflection visible on the glass, his pupils shaped like four-pointed stars. Upon hearing Vivian's words, Click was very surprised, as she found it hard to believe that what had just been said was real, and not just her imagination. Click blinked incredulously, asking, You want to come along?" Vivian nodded, a friendly smile on her face. Click shook her head, blinking even faster this time, and with a more exaggerated expression and tone asked, "Do you even realize what you just said?" Vivian said nothing more, simply maintaining her smile. Click could only discreetly glance at Milmes, observing her reaction to these words. However, Milmes appeared completely unconcerned, as if she was not worried at all about the potential problems with encountering bandits. Vivian stepped forward, grasping Click's hand, smiling, as she said, "Actually, I've always wanted to see what lies beyond the city, so could I trouble you to take me and Milmes along?" With this, Click understood Vivian's intentions and did not continue to dissuade her. Instead, she changed her attitude, appearing helpless, as she said, "Well, I suppose there's no helping it then." Click freed her hand from Vivian's grip and added with a mischievous smile, "But I must warn you, there are no seats in the cargo area, and the ride will be quite bumpy. Your little bottom might complain." "That's all right, I want to experience riding in the cargo area once," Vivian replied, without a hint of concern. After all, she was the one who had proposed this idea. With that, Click turned and approached the large ant named Zyoka, scratching its chin. After several back-and-forth motions, the large ant began to shake, its movements growing increasingly restless, as if it were impatiently squirming from being tickled. Eventually, after Click's repeated coaxing, the large ant woke from its stupor. "All right, I will take Xiaoka back to the station first, and we'll meet you at the intersection later." Click pointed in the direction of the intersection, then led Xiaoka away by its reins. After Click's figure faded into the distance, Vivian's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an expression of apology. Vivian anxiously apologized to Milmes, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't get your consent before deciding to come along. I didn't mean to add pressure on your escort duties." Milmes did not hold it against her, instead saying, "Perhaps you will soon be able to buy a crystal ball." Vivian was taken aback for a moment before pondering the implications of Milmes' words. Milmes' idea was simple: to use Click's cargo truck as bait to attract bandits, allowing them to defeat the bandits and force them to reveal the location of the hidden goods, reclaiming what had been stolen. This approach not only addressed the issue of rampant banditry, but also allowed Vivian to achieve her goal of buying a crystal ball, killing two birds with one stone. As soon as Vivian realized Milmes' intentions, she hurriedly waved her hands, explaining, "I didn't mean to take advantage of Sister Click. I just didn't think of all this earlier." Milmes replied calmly, "I believe you." She then inquired, "However, I would like to confirm, do the bandits also use magic?" If the other side used magic, Milmes would need to prepare in advance, especially in terms of defense and evasion. Vivian rested her right hand on her chin, contemplating, "It's unlikely. Using magic requires talent." At that moment, Vivian's expression seemed somewhat unwell. Moreover, as long as one has talent, even commoners can enter the Magic Academy, and the tuition can be gradually repaid after reaching adulthood. After graduating from the Magic Academy, one can pursue many high-paying professions, making it unnecessary to become a bandit. Milmes nodded, indicating that she understood the reasoning. Soon after, Click drove the large ant cart to the intersection, waving for the two to climb into the cargo area. As Vivian passed by Click, she leaned in and casually said, "There are 2 bags of cotton in the back. Sitting on them will be more comfortable." Vivian smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Milmes nodded lightly, saying, "I appreciate your thoughtfulness." Since the bottom of the cargo area was quite high and Vivian was not very tall, it was Milmes who first lifted her onto the cart before jumping in herself. After ensuring the two were seated securely, Click patted the large ant's rear, prompting it to move forward. Upon reaching the city gate, the guard stopped the cart, asking Click to present her merchant proof and inspect the goods. Click promptly presented her merchant proof. After a brief inspection, the guards found nothing unusual and proceeded to check the cargo area. However, this inspection startled him. The guard quickly bowed and tentatively asked, "How come you are here?" The guard then looked at Vivian and asked, "Who is this beside you?" Vivian cleared her throat and said elegantly, "I have matters to attend to outside the city. This is my escort." Though the guard had many questions in mind, he did not think it was the right time to ask, so he could only politely say, "Understood, please take care." The guard returned the merchant proof to Click and wished safe travels. Oh, Click was somewhat surprised as she had never seen a guard send her off with such deference before. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Click's side as a vague sense of foreboding crept into her heart. With this uneasy feeling, Click set off with Vivian and Milmes. After the three had traveled a short distance, the typically talkative Click could no longer bear the silence and began chatting with the two. "By the way, Miss Milmes, why do you want to be a bodyguard?" Click casually picked the topic to start the conversation. Fearing she might offend Milmes, Click quickly added, "I don't mean to say women can't do this job. I'm just curious why you chose this line of work. After all, traditionally jobs like bodyguards, escorts, and guards that protect others are often seen as more suitable for men. Objectively speaking, men typically possess greater strength and physical advantages, making them more suited for such duties. Conversely, those who manage to make a name for themselves as female bodyguards are certainly not ordinary individuals, which is why Click found this topic interesting." Milmes simply stated, "Because Vivian asked me for help." Huh. Click was taken aback. This was an answer she had never considered. After a few seconds of surprise, Click awkwardly laughed. "I didn't realize you two were so close." In that moment, Click's imagination ran wild, but the reality was far from her thoughts. "So Click, how long have you been a merchant?" Vivian asked. Click searched her memory and replied, "Not long, about 2 years. Xiaoka and I have known each other for about 2 years too." As they chatted about everyday topics, they traveled several miles without encountering any sign of bandits. "Great, it seems the bandits are resting today," Click said happily. Originally, Click had worried about being ambushed by bandits as soon as they left the city, but now that everything was so peaceful, she was almost unaccustomed to it. Milmes asked, "Do these bandits rob everything?" Click stroked her chin and replied, "I've heard they primarily target expensive materials, something like my cheap everyday goods they probably wouldn't be interested in." While Click mocked herself, she also felt relieved that she was just an ordinary merchant selling things of little value and not easily targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. But just as Click thought this journey would go smoothly, a sound of ant legs was heard from behind the cart. After locking eyes with the fierce-looking gang of thugs for less than a second, Crack hurriedly pulled out a whip from his waist, striking it in the air to create a sound akin to an explosion, urging the ant to speed up. Hearing the sound, the ant accelerated its pace, causing the cargo box it was dragging to shake violently. Vivian, losing her balance, crashed against the wooden box, but was caught by the quick-handed Milmes. "Are you all right?" Milmes asked with concern. "I'm fine," Vivian replied, sitting up from Milmes' embrace and looking towards the crowd behind the cart. Most of them were men in their 20s or 30s dressed uniformly. Although they appeared fierce, there was a hint of unruliness missing. Vivian asked with slight confusion, "Has our plan worked?" Milmes could only shake her head uncertainly. After all, there were no wanted posters for bandits in the city, and she had never seen the face of any bandit to make a comparison. Meanwhile, among the group riding uniformly green beetles, there was a man on a red beetle with a scar on his face. The red beetle ran ahead of the others, its speed seemingly greater than that of the other beetles. Milmes quickly noticed this man different in appearance and mount, and the scarred man also detected her and Vivian's presence. Then the scarred man seemed to have made a decision. He suddenly pulled out a boomerang from behind his back and threw it towards the cart's direction. The boomerang had sharp blades on both ends, serving as a ranged weapon with significant destructive power. Milmes initially thought he was targeting the cart's wheels and prepared to capture it directly as the boomerang approached, but to her surprise, it merely brushed past the side of the cart. Milmes immediately ran to Crack's side just in time to see the boomerang chop a notch at the base of some nearby trees. Because of these notches, the trees suddenly lost their vitality as if gnawed by pests, collapsing by the roadside and blocking the way for Milmes and the others. Seeing this, Crack pulled the reins sharply, hoping to stop the cart before the ant tipped over. Fortunately, both the ant and the cart stopped just before hitting the tree trunk, with even some distance to spare, as if calculated. The boomerang flew back into the scarred man's hand, which he caught steadily, gripping the non-bladed part and returning it to the sheath on his back. The scarred man and the others surrounded the three of them on their beetles, forming a circle. Milmes was the first to jump down from the cart, signaling the two behind her to stay hidden inside. Milmes calmly surveyed the scarred man and took the opportunity to scan his body. He was hiding many weapons with a small knife hidden in the soles of his shoes. Seeing Milmes remain silent, the scarred man spoke first, saying, "We are not here to rob you. We just want to take one person away." Crack cursed inwardly in the cart. "Isn't that human trafficking? That's far worse than robbery." However, what Crack did not expect was that Vivian, who had just been calm, shrank back upon hearing this. Crack immediately comforted her, saying, "It's all right, Miss Milmes will definitely handle them and won't let you be sold to other tribes." Vivian forced a smile, then pondered for a few seconds before asking, "Do we have any paint for drawing in the cart? Liquid seasonings will do too." Krek asked in confusion, "Are you going to relieve your tension by drawing?" Vivian shook her head and said, "I want to draw a barrier magic array." Outside the cart, Milmes' response was clear. She assumed a fighting stance, indicating that she would not hold back against anyone. Seeing this, the scarred man did not rush to attack, but continued in a calm tone, saying, "Miss in White, may I ask if you know the people in the cargo?" Milmes replied firmly, "They are friends." Milmes' answer was clear, meaning she would not abandon the two behind the cart to flee just because of their threat. The scarred man seemed satisfied upon hearing this, nodding slightly before saying, "We are under the Duke of Cohabitation. We are just doing our jobs, so I hope you won't make it too difficult for us." This statement appeared to be a sign of weakness, but was in fact a show of force. Milmes could sense the implication in his words, but showed no sign of retreat. Inside the cart, Krek, looking puzzled, asked, "Who is Duke Cohabitation? I don't think I've heard that name before." Vivian also strained her memory, but could not recall anything after a long time, only shaking her head. Beside Vivian, a quarter of a magic array pattern had already taken shape, but since it was drawn with soy sauce, the difficulty of the drawing suddenly skyrocketed. After all, the soy sauce bottle in the Shadow Realm was not designed like in the present world with a small opening for control. It only had a miserable cork. Vivian carefully used her fingers to perfect the magic array, fearing that a mistake in the runes would cause the magic to fail. Inside, Vivian silently prayed that Milmes would not get hurt because of this. Meanwhile, outside the cart, the atmosphere seemed to turn ominous, on the verge of erupting into conflict. Seeing that Milmes showed no signs of wavering upon hearing the Duke's name, the scarred man ultimately decided to abandon dialogue and resort to force. The scarred man jumped down from the red beetle, drawing a curved knife from his waist, approaching Milmes with an aggressive demeanor. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd began to whisper, "Do you think she might be from the demon clan? How could she be so bold to challenge us barehanded? I just heard the leader talking to the employer. The other side seems to be someone who can't use magic. How could a demon not know magic? Don't be fooled by her delicate arms, as she might be muscular under that clothing. Come on, don't ruin my beautiful fantasy of women, all right?" The small fry chatted back and forth, seemingly forgetting the tense situation. At this moment, a man wrapped in a black scarf shouted, "Everyone quiet down, don't disturb the fight between the boss and her. Who knows what tricks this girl has up her sleeve?" After this, the scarf man fixed his gaze on Milmes, appearing wary of her. Seeing this, the small fry who had just been chatting instantly fell silent, and their expressions turned serious. Milmes and the scarred man locked eyes, both highly focused, trying to discern any lapses in each other's movements. The scarred man scrutinized Milmes closely, noticing she had no places to hide weapons, as she was completely unarmed. From this, the scarred man concluded that her body was the weapon itself, and she might be a highly skilled martial artist. Generally speaking, the longer the weapon, the stronger it is, but this might not apply to martial artists. Suddenly, the scarred man noticed Milmes' pupil color changing from crimson to orange. In that instant of change, Milmes charged at him, swinging her fist. The distance between them seemed to vanish as Milmes closed in rapidly. Before the scarred man could react, his body instinctively adopted a defensive posture, placing the knife in front of him, taking Milmes' punch. The scarred man's feet slid across the ground, skidding several meters before stopping. The scarred man laboriously planted the knife into the ground, bracing himself against his numbed body after enduring such great force, while the knife had already developed visible cracks, threatening to shatter with another blow. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding small fry were stunned into silence, all wide-eyed, staring at the seemingly frail woman. After repelling the scarred man, Milmes returned to her crimson-eyed state. Milmes did not like to harm others, so she hoped that after revealing such a vast disparity in power, the other side would back down. Unfortunately, the small fry seemed unable to grasp Milmes' good intentions. Instead, someone loudly shouted, "Everyone, let's take her down." In response to the call, the small fry, who had been watching the show, all jumped down from their beetles, brandishing their weapons and charging at Milmes. Except for the man in the black scarf, who kept his head down, mumbling something. Milmes easily dodged their attacks, even managing to counterattack in the gaps between their strikes. After a few rounds, several of the small fry had fallen. During the exchanges, Milmes also noticed that while these people appeared to rush and chaotically for a group assault, they were actually coordinating their attacks. Moreover, they deliberately employed attack patterns that required Milmes to make large evasive movements, aiming to exhaust her stamina. Their goal seemed not to be to defeat Milmes, but simply to tire her out. However, they had chosen the wrong opponent. Such a war of attrition would have no effect on Milmes. As long as she had sufficient energy, she with a steel body would never tire. According to Milmes' calculations, given her current energy reserves, they would have to fight her for at least 3 days and nights to possibly exhaust her energy. Just as Milmes knocked down a small fry wielding a spear, a familiar sound of slicing air reached her ears. It was the scarred man's boomerang, and it appeared to be coated with some colorless liquid, possibly venom. Milmes nimbly sidestepped and caught the boomerang in reverse. The scarred man was momentarily stunned, but his expression remained neutral. After obtaining the boomerang, Milmes wedged it into the ground. After all, she did not trust herself to handle such a dangerous weapon properly. At this moment, Milmes noticed that the small fry who had just surrounded her had retreated several meters away. The ground trembled slightly, as if something was about to break through. In an instant, several thick tree roots surged from the ground, shattering the area where Milmes stood. In midair, Milmes could not evade, and was caught by the roots around her right ankle, violently slamming her down to the ground. Milmes knew that to escape her current predicament, she only needed to reveal the hidden blade concealed within her wrist, which could instantly obliterate those annoying tree roots. However, her non-human identity would be exposed in an instant. This was something she must avoid at all costs. But if she did not evade and took the fireballs directly, Milmes could not be certain whether her synthetic shell would be damaged, exposing the internal mechanical structure. The fireballs continued to plummet from the sky, closing in on Milmes. To dodge or to endure. Milmes's processor whirred rapidly, yet she could not find the most prudent solution. Just as Milmes decided to take a gamble and use the blade hidden in her arm, a hemispherical barrier appeared before her, blocking all the fireballs. The fireballs crashed against the pale barrier, transforming into black smoke. A barrier. The scarf-wearing man hiding at the outer edge of the circle exclaimed in surprise. This was different from the intelligence they had received, as the white woman before them should not be capable of using magic. With the imminent crisis dissipated, Milmes forcefully tugged at the tree roots, tearing them apart and freeing herself from the constraints. She dusted off the dirt that had clung to her and walked toward the carriage. Inside the carriage, Vivian smiled and waved at her. Beside her, a magic circle radiated bright light, seemingly the reason for the existence of the barrier. Vivian said reassuringly, "Just in time, I almost couldn't make it." After Milmes stepped out of the carriage, Vivian had been working hard to draw the barrier magic circle, hoping to contribute during the battle. However, if possible, Vivian preferred that this magic circle not be needed. Just then she noticed the scarred man behind Milmes, who seemed somewhat familiar. Milmes sensed that Vivian was trying to peek past her to see the situation behind, so she instinctively stepped aside. After taking a closer look, Vivian finally confirmed something. She quietly stepped down from the carriage and stood at the edge of the barrier. Click was curled up inside the carriage, daring to show only a small part of his head. Upon seeing Vivian emerge from the carriage, the scarred man immediately instructed his subordinates to step back, approaching alone and collecting all weapons. Click looked at Vivian in confusion, unable to understand why she had gotten out. Milmes quietly moved next to Vivian, ensuring she could protect her the moment the barrier broke. Vivian gazed at the scarred man's face and asked, "You must be Captain Tokay, right?" The scarred man did not hide the truth and readily admitted, "I didn't expect you, Lady Vivian, to remember my name. That's quite embarrassing. Your scar is quite memorable. I was even frightened by it when I was younger." "This is the honor of a warrior, no need to be so apprehensive." The scarred man patted his chest, indicating that it was nothing to worry about. Click quietly got out of the carriage and hid behind Milmes, asking, "How did you two start chatting?" "Do you know these bandits, Vivian?" Only when Click leaned closer did she notice that the scarred man and the others around him wore identical insignias on their attire. After pondering for a moment, Click ventured a guess. "You must be mercenaries, right? I was wondering why the bandits had such a large setup, even a fireball casting mage. Bandits wouldn't have uniform attire or matching insignias," Click reasoned. Milmes recalled her earlier battle against them, and indeed sensed that they were well-trained and had a certain level of coordination. The scarred man did not answer Click's question, merely snorted coldly. Vivian continued, "The Duke of Cavendish must be someone you made up. Ooh, I don't recall such a duke existing." The scarred man silently nodded, implicitly agreeing. Click exclaimed in surprise, "I thought it was my lack of knowledge for not having heard of him. It turns out they were just making it up." After the surprise, Click regained her composure and aggressively questioned, "Then why were you chasing my cargo truck? Mercenaries can be quite profitable, can't they? Actually, their target is me." Before the scarred man could speak, Vivian preemptively answered Click's question. Click was even more confused. Vivian took a deep breath and after a pause quietly said, "I haven't mentioned it before, but my full name is Vivian Campbell." Click was stunned for a few seconds, then exclaimed in surprise, "Campbell? Is that the Campbell Duke?" Vivian nodded, "Yes, the very one you're thinking of." Vivian, somewhat embarrassed, averted her gaze and weakly said, "I ran away from home." Upon hearing this, Click's legs went weak and her body immediately crumpled. Fortunately, Milmes caught her in time, but Click's mental state seemed precarious, as if the sky had fallen. Perhaps in Click's mind, assisting Vivian's escape would put her in the sights of Duke Campbell. In contrast, Milmes remained calm and asked, "Is there a reason for this?" "Because I don't want to learn magic." Vivian lowered her head, appearing somewhat dejected. Vivian turned away, walking to the side of the carriage, looking at the glowing magic circle with mixed feelings. "I've been forced by my father to learn various forms of magic since childhood, but no matter how hard I tried, I could never meet his expectations." Vivian turned back again, her expression now one of anger, as she resentfully said, "I didn't want to continue living in such a household, so I secretly borrowed books on spatial magic without telling him. I thought that as long as I could teleport to a remote place, I would no longer be bound by him. That was what I believed." At this point, Vivian's expression dimmed significantly. "I never expected that I accidentally drew the wrong symbol, and as a result the magic circle sent me to another place, an unforeseen place." Vivian stood before Milmes, gazing at her with a complex expression. In Vivian's heart, perhaps Milmes could understand her, for they were both individuals who had left the shadow realm to escape to the real world. At least Vivian hoped so. After Vivian finished speaking, Click supported herself on Milmes' shoulder and slowly stood up, rubbing her forehead and saying that's a lot to take, in him a bit confused. In any case, these mercenaries were sent by your father to bring you back, right? Vivian nodded. Initially, she was just guessing, but after seeing the scarred man's face, she became certain. Suddenly, the scarred man interjected, "My lady, forgive my boldness, but continuing to wander outside is an exceedingly dangerous endeavor. Do you truly believe that fleeing like this is the right choice?" The scarred man fixed a serious gaze on Vivian, imposing an inexplicable pressure upon her. The sudden pressure left Vivian speechless, and turmoil filled her heart. She did not know how to respond, what choice was right or what actions were wrong. At that moment, she felt as if she were standing at a crossroads, one side a bumpy road adorned with flowers, the other a stable flat path lined with iron fences. The broad road had no end in sight, shrouded in endless white light. Yet the end of the narrow path led to Vivian's home, a magnificent mansion, and nothing more. As Vivian hesitated, a hand reached out from the white light at the end of the broad road. It patted her shoulder, awakening her from her distress. Vivian looked up. As the light faded, the person who appeared was Milmes. "Do you want to go back?" Milmes asked calmly, gazing at Vivian. Milmes did not insist that Vivian consider thoroughly. She was merely asking what Vivian desired. Vivian pressed her lips together, wanting to speak, but hesitating, her mouth opened and then quickly shut. After much contemplation, Vivian finally provided an answer. "Not yet." Vivian turned her head away and said softly, intentionally avoiding the scarred man's gaze. Milmes turned around and shot a cold glance at the scarred man, as if to say, "This is Vivian's choice." The scarred man snorted coldly, somewhat helplessly shaking his head. Then the scarred man and his subordinates departed. After they walked away, Vivian erased the magic circle drawn inside the carriage, causing the surrounding pale barrier to vanish as well. Click lamented, "What a pity they weren't bandits. I really wanted to see Miss Milmes beat them up and relieve some frustration for us merchants." As Click spoke, she demonstrated with her fists and feet, evidently harboring a long-standing grievance. Vivian seemed surprised by Click's comment, saying, "Sister Click, unexpectedly, you have quite a vengeful spirit. Of course, thanks to them, I've been stuck in the city for 2 whole weeks, am nearly going crazy." Recalling her life in the city made Click feel uneasy. All she did was eat and sleep, and she was becoming quite useless. Milmes pointed to the tree trunk ahead and said, "I'll move the trees out of the way and the vehicle can continue forward." "Thank you for your trouble," Click replied. Yet unbeknownst to them, at a distance from the cliff's edge, a small figure dressed in tattered and stained clothing was watching them from afar. The entire scene of Milmes battling the mercenaries had been captured in his eyes. Inside the cave, the torches crackled and burned silently, providing illumination. In the glow of the firelight, the shadows of several people became apparent. Some were deep in slumber, others were maintaining their weapons, while a few were playing cards. The most prominent among them was a robust man sitting in a high chair. He sported a scruffy beard and sat with his legs crossed, exuding a flamboyant demeanor as he held a wooden wine cup, drinking ale in large gulps. At this moment, a small figure in tattered clothing suddenly rushed, and panic etched on his face, hurrying over to the man in the high chair. The bearded man casually set down his cup and asked calmly, "Why the panic? Did you encounter a monster?" The small figure gasped for breath and stammered, "I saw a merchant." "Isn't that a good thing? Another fat sheep to slaughter." The bearded man laughed heartily while beckoning a nearby underling to refill his cup. The small figure quickly waved his hand, saying, No, this merchant is different. He has a super powerful bodyguard." "What makes him so powerful?" The bearded man displayed an intrigued expression. The small figure immediately recounted everything he had seen, vividly reenacting the scene. The other bandits in the cave, upon hearing the small figure's account, displayed various expressions of concern and disbelief. After listening to the description, the bearded man nodded, appearing contemplative. After a few seconds of silence, the small figure weakly asked, "So, boss, are we still going to rob this merchant?" The bearded man immediately gave the small figure a light slap and cursed, "Are you stupid? That white-haired woman is so powerful. If we go after her, it will just be a death sentence." The small figure covered the spot where he was hit and said in a lower voice, "Then are we just going to let them go?" The bearded man crossed his arms confidently and replied, "You idiot, no matter how powerful she is, she still has to sleep. We can just steal at night." He continued, "From what you said, they only have one bodyguard. She must be exhausted after fighting with the mercenary group during the day and won't be able to watch over at night. We'll take the opportunity to steal the goods once it's quiet." The bearded man seemed quite pleased with his scheme, wearing an air of self-satisfaction. The small figure immediately applauded, saying, "Truly worthy of being the boss, not only good at killing and looting, but also at sneaking around." The bearded man's expression shifted slightly, arching an eyebrow. "I feel like you're indirectly insulting me." The small figure hurriedly shook his head, smiling in agreement. "Not at all, I'm just praising the boss for being adaptable." The bearded man, feeling quite proud, said, "Humph, how else would I be the boss? You all agree, right?" The bearded man cast his gaze toward the other underlings. "The boss is brilliant. as expected of the boss. The other bandits began to praise the bearded man, who relished the adulation. Later that night, the three camped in the forest. Milmes gathered dry twigs and piled them together, then Vivian chanted a spell, igniting the fire in an instant. Click first prepared some fodder for the ant-like beast, then took out an iron pot from the carriage, setting up a cooking rack with the extra twigs, and began to cook dinner. Click took out 3 wooden bowls and spoons, served the stew dish, and handed it to the two. Vivian tasted a bite and praised Click's cooking is really good. Click shyly turned her head away, saying, No, my cooking can't compare to your chef's. I'm just used to cooking for myself when I'm away from home. Milmes also tasted a bite. The dish was a mix of many vegetables, but they blended well together without clashing. Suddenly Click initiated a topic. Miss Milmes, how old are you this year? Do you have a boyfriend? Should I introduce one to you? 1,000. 20 years old. Huh, how much? Click rubbed her ears, seemingly unable to hear Milmes clearly. 20 years old, Milmes said without expression. Click gasped, covering her mouth. I didn't expect you to be so young. At only 20, how could Milmes be so capable? Click wondered if she might be from the Knights Brigade. Click then turned to Vivian, recalling that Vivian was the daughter of Duke Campbell. It was only natural for her to have extraordinary bodyguards. However, another question lingered in Click's mind, prompting her to chat with the other two. By the way, those mercenaries left rather casually. AI initially thought it would turn into a bloody confrontation. Click reflected on the scene. Honestly, it was a terrifying image for her to imagine being surrounded by so many muscular men. Just thinking about it made her afraid. Yet after receiving a refusal from Vivian, they quietly left without even uttering a harsh word, which was far from the brutish image Click had in mind. Considering this, Click could only casually remark, they really are polite mercenaries. Milmes shared the same doubt, nodding in agreement. I thought the same, and was prepared for a continued battle with them. Why did they give up so easily after realizing Miss Vivian wouldn't go back? Click was confused. Click and Milmes simultaneously turned to Vivian, as she was the only one present who might know the reason. Vivian displayed a rather troubled expression, shaking her head silently, seemingly unwilling to answer the question. Seeing Vivian's resistance, Milmes and Click did not press further. Noticing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Click said, It's getting late, let's rest quickly, we need to continue our journey tomorrow. While speaking, Click supported herself on the ground, propping her body up. She half leaned into the carriage, searching for something. After a while, Click pulled out several blankets from the carriage and handed the thickest one to Vivian, advising, Cover yourself well at night, so you don't catch a cold. Vivian nodded. Thank you, Sister Click. Click waved her hand, saying, It's nothing, no need to thank me. Click's seemingly kind concern had another motive. If you fall ill, I'm afraid I won't have a good outcome myself. Truthfully, Click now regretted her luck in running into the daughter of the Campbell family and her bodyguard. If anything happened to Vivian, Click felt her good days would come to an end. Though she subjectively had no intention of helping Vivian escape, objectively, she had indeed participated and was known by that group of mercenaries. Now Click couldn't think of what to do and could only take things one step at a time. Click prepared to hand the blanket to Milmes, but she politely declined, stating, You all sleep, I will take the night watch. The bandits might attack under the cover of darkness. Click brought the blanket to the side of the ant-like beast and lay down next to it. Vivian lay down closer to the campfire, seemingly more afraid of the cold. As the night deepened, the moon rose high in the sky, the starlight shimmering. Milmes jumped onto the roof of the carriage, sitting at the edge, gazing up at the rarely seen stars in the city. In the dark shadows of the forest, a few people stealthily moved through the bushes, nearing the spot where the three rested. The newcomers were the bearded man, the bandit leader, and a few of his subordinates. The bearded man motioned for his subordinates to be quiet and cautiously peeked out from behind a tree trunk. As the bearded man expected, there was indeed only one white-haired woman on watch. The other 2 women had already fallen asleep. Just watch, she won't last an hour, the bearded man stated confidently. His subordinates nodded in agreement. Soon an hour passed. The bearded man slapped his shoulder to shoo away the mosquitoes, growing a bit impatient. At this moment, one of the subordinates quietly asked, Boss, should we continue to wait? The bearded man glared with bulging eyes and angrily replied, Of course we wait. She's just putting on a brave face. In another half hour, she'll definitely fall asleep. The subordinates nodded doubtfully. Another half hour passed. One of the subordinates, drowsy, had just closed his eyes when he was awakened by another subordinate beside him. The bearded man's veins popped out in anger, thinking that if this continued, he would lose face. The subordinate who had asked earlier spoke up again, weakly suggesting, Boss, should we retreat? It's so cold at night, without a fire, and the brothers are about to lose it. This remark ignited the bearded man's temper. He suppressed his voice and furiously said, I'll be damned if I don't believe it, I'm going to wait here all night. Although his voice was low, the anger contained within was substantial. You all are not allowed to sleep. The subordinates murmured in complaints, expressing their grievances quietly. The bearded man clenched his fists tightly. Who dares to sleep? I'll beat them up. Hearing this, the subordinates fell silent. Thus the bandits endured another hour, but they still didn't see Milmes fall asleep, while their own dark circles under the eyes grew heavier. With bloodshot eyes, the bearded man inwardly cursed. Damn it, how is this woman still so alert? Moreover, how can she maintain the same posture for so long? The bearded man couldn't help but wonder what charm those shining stars held that captivated the white-haired woman before him. In reality, Milmes was not gazing at the vast starry sky, but rather fixated on a single star. It was not the brightest star in the night sky, its brightness was dim compared to other celestial bodies, but to Milmes, it was the irreplaceable one. That was the Floyd star. Milmes gazed longingly at her homeland, separated by an unreachable distance. I wonder how my master is doing now. Has she been resting well? If only Tenaloki were here, she could fix my flight propulsion system in just a few hours. Nighttime somewhere in the forest. The scarred man Tak, who had been repelled by Milmes during the day along with his subordinates, set up camp here. Some of the men were injured, but generally not seriously, mostly just scrapes and bruises. Everyone gathered around the campfire, either grilling meat or engaging in leisurely conversation completely devoid of any atmosphere of defeat from being vanquished. Tak took out a communicator from a pocket in his clothing and handed it to the man with the scarf, as he was the only one in the team qualified in magic. The man with the scarf channeled a small amount of magic into the communicator, then returned it to Tak, allowing him to communicate with the other party. My lord the Duke, we have located your daughter. Tak's tone was filled with regret and self-reproach, showing no hint of negligence, even through the communicator. On the other end was a middle-aged man. It was none other than the bearded man in a black robe with star-shaped eyes, more accurately referred to as Duke Idis Campbell. He was the father of Vivian and also the employer of this mercenary group. While dealing with official business, he answered the call from Tak. Duke Campbell asked calmly, "What is Vivian's condition?" "She is safe," and the white-haired woman accompanying her claims to be her friend. "The young lady has not shown any signs of resentment or feeling threatened." "How long until you can return to the manor?" A bead of sweat trickled down Tak's side, uncertain if the Duke would fly into a rage over their failure. However, concealing the truth was an even graver crime, so Tak chose to speak honestly. "I deeply apologize, my subordinate was ineffective. The opponent's strength was extraordinary, and we couldn't bring her back immediately. Moreover, the young lady opened a barrier and expressed her unwillingness to return home. I believe a forceful approach might harm her, so we chose to withdraw." Tak lowered his proud head, half kneeling, as if Duke Campbell were standing right before him. Unexpectedly, Duke Campbell seemed not to be angry, instead giving a simple order. "No matter, your next task is to secretly protect her whereabouts." "Yes. If she intends to return to the manor, notify me immediately." "Yes." At this moment, Duke Campbell paused for a moment, seemingly remembering something important that needed confirmation, asking, "Has anyone else noticed your movements?" Hearing this question, Tak regained a slight smile and proudly replied, "Rest assured, no one has noticed our movements along the way." Tak was well aware that the impact of mercenaries leaving the city was vastly different from that of the Duke's personal guard. If their actions were detected by the nobles of opposing forces, they would undoubtedly use it to pressure Duke Campbell. Moreover, the reason for their departure from the city was also an important matter that needed to be kept confidential, which was one of the reasons they disguised themselves as mercenaries. It was best not to let too many people know that the young lady of the Campbell family was running around outside. After Duke Campbell hung up the communicator, Tak put it back into his pocket. Suddenly, the man with the scarf elbowed Tak, looking somewhat anxious as he asked, "Do you think Lady Vivian has already revealed our true identities to her friends?" Tak smiled and countered, "Knowing our true identities, besides increasing psychological pressure on her friends, what other significance could it have?" Morning, a ray of sunlight pierced through the trees, shining directly onto the face of the bearded man. The bearded man woke from his slumber, stretching lazily and scratching his back. After a moment, the bearded man realized he was in the forest. He ran out of the woods and found that the group that had camped here last night had disappeared. The bearded man angrily struck a tree trunk, while one of his subordinates, rubbing his sleepy eyes, advised, "Boss, don't be angry, we've robbed so many merchants, so what's a few less?" The bearded man snorted coldly, stating, "This matter is not over yet." He stepped down, noticing a deep imprint from a wheel. "They must be heading to Poly Village via this road," the bearded man stated with certainty. "There are my people inside, and they can gather more information." Just as the bearded man said, Milmes and the others were indeed heading to Poly Village, and at this moment, they could already see the outline of the village from the carriage. Seeing the village getting closer, Click couldn't help but exclaim, "This time our luck is really good, we didn't encounter that group of damned bandits." However, despite Click's words, she thought to herself, "But the mercenaries we encountered seem even more vicious than the bandits." To Click's surprise, just after she said this, Milmes countered, "It's not a matter of luck. Perhaps those bandits saw the battle between me and the mercenaries, so they were unwilling to risk robbing us." Click scratched her head in confusion and said, "From your tone, it sounds like you're a bit disappointed. Do you really want to encounter bandits?" Milmes nodded and said, "That way we could find the other goods they stole from us." Vivian explained to Click the purpose of their journey and why they wanted to lure out the bandits. After listening, Click pondered and said, "If that's the case, I do have a plan." Click explained her plan to the two, and they both applauded. As they approached the village, Click noticed a familiar little boy at the entrance carrying a bucket of water as he made his way into the village. Click waved her hand and called out in back puss. The little boy, hearing the voice, turned around, dropped the wooden bucket, and ran over joyfully. Click stopped the cart and took out a delicate handcrafted item ready to give it to the little boy. I haven't forgotten to bring you something. Before Click could finish her sentence, the little boy grabbed her hand and urgently cried, "Mom is sick." Click immediately realized the severity of the problem, and without asking more questions, tucked the little boy under her arm and ran into the village. Though Milmes and Vivian weren't quite sure what was happening, they quickly followed. The group arrived at a small house, and Click pushed the door open to find a middle-aged woman lying in bed ill. Her complexion was pale, cold sweat beaded on her forehead, her body trembled uncontrollably, and she coughed occasionally, her condition looking quite dire. The little boy said dejectedly, "She has been like this since yesterday." "Click, sister, you are knowledgeable. Oh, I hope you can save my mom." The little boy looked at Click with teary eyes, but Click couldn't say a word because it was also her first time seeing such symptoms, and she had no confidence in finding the right herbs. However, faced with the little boy's plea and his mother's life hanging by a thread, she couldn't bear to refuse. Just as Click was caught in a dilemma, Vivian stepped forward. "I think I can help." Vivian hovered her right hand above the mother's abdomen, closed her eyes, and silently recited a spell. A white magic circle appeared in her palm, the symbols within it constantly shifting, seemingly searching for the true nature of the illness. Click and the little boy watched anxiously, eyes fixed on Vivian. After several transformations, the symbols in the magic circle finally stopped changing. Vivian opened her eyes, having already identified the illness afflicting the mother. "How is it?" Click leaned in to ask. "Can sister cure my mom?" The little boy tugged at Vivian's clothing, asking. Vivian patted the little boy's head and gently said, "Don't worry, your mother will be better soon." Upon hearing this, the little boy's eyes sparkled, eagerly asking, "Really? However, I don't have the right herbs with me. Ooh, I will need to go pick some in the forest on the mountain tomorrow morning." Vivian subconsciously looked towards the small hill outside the window, and the sun was about to set, painting the sky a shade of crimson. The next morning, the sky was clear, the wind gentle, and the beautiful weather was perfect for gathering fresh herbs. When Milmes and Vivian prepared to head out, they encountered Click, who was busy loading goods onto the carriage. Vivian walked over to Click and said with concern, "Be careful, those bandits might set traps along the way." Click, contrary to his usual demeanor, did not engage in further conversation with Vivian, but simply nodded lightly. After loading all the goods, Click effortlessly jumped into the driver's seat, slowly turning the direction of the ant car, and then waved goodbye to the other two. After bidding farewell to Click, Vivian took Milmes and disappeared into the forest, vanishing beneath the morning mist. Meanwhile, unnoticed in the fields, a person dressed as a farmer who was tilling the soil had already memorized the events that had just unfolded. The farmer wrote down what he saw on a note, tied it to the leg of a messenger bee, and quietly released the bee into the air. Such pleasant weather was also quite suitable for the swift flight of small bees. Click drove the ant car steadily along the road, the scenery around her seemingly unchanged from her arrival, until she noticed several roadblocks rising on the horizon ahead. Click immediately slowed down and came to a stop. Shortly after the vehicle halted, a group of disheveled individuals looking quite suspect surrounded her. The bearded bandit leader shouted first, "You have quite the nerve, not even bringing a bodyguard. Are you looking down on us?" After the leader spoke, the other bandits followed suit with jeers. "Little miss, today is not your lucky day. If you obediently hand over your money and goods, perhaps our boss will spare your life." The bearded man swaggered forward with a curved knife, eyeing Click with a greedy gaze. "Head up close, she's quite pretty. Let's take her back as our chief's wife." The bandits laughed wretchedly, their laughter growing more reckless and their expressions more menacing. The ant sensed the danger and huddled, trembling. Yet amidst the bandits' raucous laughter, Click displayed no hint of fear. She stepped down from the carriage and gently patted the ant to calm its unease. The bearded man scoffed, saying, "You can't even protect yourself, and you care about your ant." To these bandits, Click's actions likely seemed futile or a desperate struggle. But they would never guess that all of this was part of a plan involving the three of them. Click quietly reached up to her head and pulled off her dark brown hair, revealing her originally fair hair. Only at this moment did the bandits realize something was amiss. The woman before them was clearly a bodyguard, not a merchant. The bearded man and the bandits were stunned, and before a command could be given, they scattered in panic. Milmes, however, adhered to the principle of leaving no one behind and charged forward. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Vivian and Click, disguised as Milmes, were climbing the mountain, or rather slowly, making their way up along the narrow path. The mountain path was seldom traveled, leaving only faint traces, and due to the overgrowth of weeds, it became both prickly and slippery, making it quite difficult to navigate. Halfway up, Click suddenly slipped, almost falling, but fortunately grabbed a branch growing from a rock crevice just in time to avert disaster. "That was close, I almost fell," Click said, patting her chest in relief. "Be careful, the path here is very rugged," Vivian warned. At this moment, Click curiously asked, "By the way, what does the herb we're looking for look like?" Vivian recalled the appearance of the herb and answered, "It's a purplish red herb that generally grows in high-altitude locations." The two continued forward and discovered a patch of purplish red plants near the mountaintop. Click was overjoyed and immediately ran to the plants, preparing to gather a bunch to take home. I thought it would be better hidden. I didn't expect it to be so easy to find. Let's gather more to take back. As Click pulled up several plants, Vivian stopped her. These plants are all toxic and haven't matured yet. Toxic? Click exclaimed in shock, her hand instinctively loosening, and the plants she had just picked fell to the ground. Vivian quickly added, just touching them won't result in poisoning. That's good, Click said, patting her chest in relief, letting out a long sigh. So how can we tell if they're mature? Vivian walked over to one of the purplish red plants, squatted down, grabbed a leaf, and turned it over. Just flip the leaves over and see if there are white spots on the underside to know. Vivian explained, pointing at the white patterns on the leaf's back. Then Vivian searched for a few more plants until she found one without white patterns, flipping the leaf over for Click to see, saying, this one, without white spots, is mature and can be used as medicine. I see now, Click nodded, fully understanding. On the other side, the battle prowess of the bandit group was naturally no match for the mercenary team, and they were quickly defeated and bound tightly. However, for Milmes, capturing these bandits was merely the first step of the plan. The more crucial task was to extract the location of their base and recover all the stolen goods. Though she had little hope, out of courtesy, Milmes decided to be polite before resorting to force, so she directly asked, where is your base? Where are the stolen goods hidden? The bearded man remained silent, turning his head away, as if he scorned to answer the question. Milmes glanced at the other bound bandits. They seemed to want to say something, but hesitated, as if it were a contest of mutual surveillance. Whoever spoke first would lose. Seeing that the bandits were all so stubborn, Milmes had no choice but to resort to a more violent approach. She casually picked up a stone from the road, and in front of all the bandits crushed it in her hand. The bandits remained silent, as perhaps they didn't believe Milmes could exert such force on them. Milmes first chose to grab the bearded man's right leg, directly questioning the bandit leader to obtain more accurate information. But the bearded man did not seem afraid and arrogantly replied, no matter how you threaten me, I won't talk. He maintained a righteous facade but quickly added, so you should question the others. Milmes honestly glanced at the bandit next to the bearded man, indicating that the next would be him. That bandit, looking nonchalant, said, don't worry, boss, even if she kills you, I won't say a word. Upon hearing this, the bearded man displayed a speechless expression, as if he had swallowed a fly. Suddenly, everyone present heard a crisp crack. The one who reacted the most was, of course, the bearded man, as his leg was firmly grasped by Milmes, and the sound of breaking naturally connected to the thought of a fracture. Oh, why doesn't it hurt? After wailing for a few moments, the bearded man discovered that the expected excruciating pain did not come. Stunned for a few seconds, the bearded man suddenly realized, is my leg completely numbed? After shouting for a while, one of his subordinates seemed unable to bear it any longer, bumped into the bearded man, and weakly said, boss, a deer just stepped on a branch, your leg is fine. The bearded man looked up and realized that Milmes had already released his right leg and was standing a meter away, clearly startled by his chaotic actions. But instead of calming down, the bearded man glared at Milmes, shooting her a fierce look, and said, damn woman, you actually thought of so many psychological methods to interrogate me. It seems I have no choice but to speak. With a face full of regret, the bearded man seemed finally willing to talk. He gestured for Milmes to come closer so he could truthfully reveal the address, and Milmes complied. The base is located in a cave 3,000 meters in the 3 o'clock direction, and all the goods are over there. You can go get them yourself. Though he said this, the bearded man's mind was still scheming. I had long set traps in the cave waiting for you to get electrocuted into a fool. Even if he didn't show it on his face, the slight tremor of the bearded man's body couldn't hide his inner joy. As he was thinking this, he noticed his body slowly rising, finally turning sideways. It turned out that Milmes had lifted him onto her shoulder like a sack of flour. What the heck? Why are you carrying me? The bearded man panicked and struggled. Milmes calmly explained, perhaps the direction you indicated is wrong, I'd better take you along. At this moment, the bearded man was left speechless. All that remained in his eyes was despair. After gathering enough plants, Wei On and Kellic quickly descended the mountain and returned to the village. A young boy, excited to see them back, eagerly rushed to the basket to catch a glimpse of the herbs. However, upon seeing the herbs, he displayed a strange expression, seemingly unable to believe that these oddly colored herbs could heal, and instead felt they might be poisonous. Kellic noticed the boy's silence and reassured him, saying, don't worry, Auntie's illness will get better soon. The boy nodded and stepped aside. In truth, Kellic wasn't very confident when he said this. At this point, he could only hope that Wei Wan's medical skills were high enough. Wei On first chopped the herbs with a small knife and then tossed them into the pot, pouring in clean water. The boy went outside to gather firewood and stuffed it into the stove. Kellic took care of his ailing mother, helping to wipe her sweat. After 2 hours of simmering, the medicinal soup seemed to be ready, emitting faint purple mist from the pot, appearing quite ominous. Kellic helped his mother sit up from the bed and slowly fed her the medicinal soup prepared by Wei On. While drinking the medicine, his mother would occasionally cough, but as she drank more of the soup, the frequency of her coughing gradually decreased, and its severity lightened. She also stopped breaking out in cold sweat, and her overall condition improved significantly. The boy happily leaned closer to the bed and asked, "Mom, are you okay?" His mother gently stroked the boy's head and smiled kindly, saying, "I feel much better now. I'm sorry for worrying you." The boy raised his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "As long as Mom is okay, that's all that matters." Watching this warm scene, Kellic also revealed a grateful smile. However, when he looked at Wei Weian, a feeling of guilt arose within him. The mother, recovering from her serious illness, expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Wei Weian, saying, "Thank you for your help. I don't know how I should repay you." Wei Weian shook her head, replying, "I don't need a reward. My father told me that helping others is also helping oneself." Upon hearing Wei Weian's refusal, the mother displayed a bright smile and said, "You are such a lovely child." She then pulled out a clay jar from under the bed filled with some homemade dried radish. "We don't have anything valuable at home, so all I can offer you are these dried berries." The mother generously handed half a jar of dried berries to Wei Weian, but Wei Weian showed a hesitant expression and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Really, you don't have to. Don't be so polite, just take it. They are delicious." The mother insisted while trying to push the jar into Wei Weian's hands. In the end, Wei Weian could not resist the mother's fiery kindness and reluctantly accepted the jar. "By the way, Annie, your body hasn't fully recovered, yet it's best to rest at home for a few days," Wei Weian reminded her. "All right." After settling the boy's mother, everyone left the small house to allow her some peace. After casually finding an excuse to send the boy away, Kellic brought Wei Weian to a secluded corner. Wei Weian inquired, "What's wrong? You look troubled." Kellic spoke in a lowered voice, turning his head slightly, saying, "I want to confess something to you. I feel uneasy keeping it to myself. Do you want to eat dried berries?" As she spoke, Wei Weian handed over the jar. Kellic excitedly replied, "Yes. I love them. Auntie's dried berries taste fantastic." As he spoke, Kellic honestly extended his right hand and took a piece of dried berry. Suddenly, Kellic realized something was off. He quickly put the dried berry back and corrected himself, saying, "No, that's not it. What I want to talk about is something more important." Clearing his throat, Kellic said seriously, "I previously thought that meeting you and Milmes was a stroke of bad luck. If only the bodyguards I hired had been more ordinary, I wouldn't have encountered those mercenaries." Even though Kellic did not show these thoughts outwardly, he still felt ashamed for having such sentiments previously. As if to justify himself, Kellic added, "After all, you are the young lady of the Campbell family. If I had provoked your father, I would probably be in deep trouble." Kellic scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Hearing this, Wei Weian felt somewhat sad and murmured, "I'm sorry, it's all because of me." Kellic hurriedly shook his head, quickly explaining, "No, you don't need to apologize. It's not entirely your fault." Kellic averted his gaze, his face slightly flushed as he shyly said, "But I must thank you. If I hadn't met you and Milmes, I wouldn't have been able to return to the village so quickly, and Auntie's illness could have worsened." Kellic seemed to struggle with expressing his gratitude, his words and actions appearing somewhat awkward. Then Kellic turned to Wei Weian with a serious expression, saying, "To be honest, my parents passed away long ago, and my aunt has been taking care of me all these years. You cured Auntie's illness, and Milmes should have dealt with those bandits. You've done so much, I don't know how I can repay you." Before Wei Weian could respond, Kellic suddenly came up with a good idea and exclaimed, "Oh right, you are on the run now, right? You and Milmes can temporarily stay in my room. They shouldn't suspect that you are hiding here." Kellic's eyes seemed to shine as he looked directly at Wei Weian, putting silent pressure on her. However, perhaps due to having just witnessed the determination of the boy's mother, Wei Weian managed to withstand it this time. "No need. I actually have a secret residence where my father and his subordinates can't find me. I came back this time mainly because my crystal ball was damaged." "I see." Kellic visibly deflated. She had finally thought of a way to thank Wei Weian and Milmes, but it turned out to be useless. Wei Weian comforted her, saying, "Don't worry too much. I don't do these things for rewards. I just can't stand by when I see someone in need." Wei Weian's sincere smile seemed to melt away the resentment in Kellic's heart. She no longer lingered on her previous disappointment and instead began to discuss matters regarding Milmes. "I wonder if Miss Milmes is doing well and if she's encountered any dangers." Although Kellic had witnessed Milmes' superhuman skills, the other party was a cunning and treacherous bandit, so there was a high possibility of her falling into a trap. Wei Weian also gazed at the sky, expressing concern as she said, "If only I could contact Milmes using a magic energy stone." Wei Weian hadn't anticipated that this shopping trip would be so fraught with difficulties, so she didn't bring the magic energy stone from home. The direct result of lacking a means of communication was that they could only wait anxiously for news. Meanwhile, Milmes was walking slowly through the cave. Considering the danger to life, the bearded man ultimately decided to reveal the traps set in the base to Milmes. After avoiding the traps, Milmes indeed discovered many stolen goods in the bandits' base. However, some wooden crates were empty, presumably because the bandits had already taken those goods to sell. After obtaining the exact location of the base and confirming the location of the stolen goods, Milmes turned back to the place where she had just been robbed, stuffing the tightly bound bandits into the carriage before driving the ant vehicle back to the city. The bandits were crammed into the carriage like sardines struggling to breathe, but no one dared to complain and could only accept their predicament obediently. When Milmes returned to the city gate with a carriage full of bandits, the guards were startled. Fortunately, the guards recognized Milmes' appearance and identity and did not treat her as a suspicious individual. The guard walked to the back of the carriage glancing at the bandits and cautiously asked, "Who are these people?" "Bandits, they just attempted to rob me," Milmes answered honestly. The guard appeared calm, but in reality he was sweating profusely. He really wanted to retort, "It looks like you kidnapped them." However, due to professional ethics, he held back. The guard feigned calmness as he said, "I see. I will report this matter to my superiors. I also found their base. Can you take me to help retrieve the stolen goods?" As she spoke, Milmes pointed in the direction of the bandit base. The guard immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem, we will arrange it." Afterward, all the bandits were sent to prison, and Milmes helped the guards find the bandit base, allowing most of the stolen goods to return to where they belonged. After a period of commotion, Wei Weian finally got her hands on the crystal ball she had longed for. However, the real problem had yet to be resolved. Not long after Milmes and Wei Weian left the magic equipment shop, Wei Weian's expression shifted from joy to worry. After completing the shopping task, the two aimed to return to Wei Weian's home, using the magic array to get back to the cabin in the woods on the mountain. However, Wei Weian seemed reluctant to continue and finally stopped in hesitation. Milmes curiously asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't really want to go home. I have a feeling that when I return this time, I will see my father," Wei Weian said, kicking the ground, appearing very uneasy. "Do you hate him?" "No, it should not be hate. Perhaps it's fear." Wei Weian herself seemed unsure, her tone filled with hesitation. "My father opposes me going to the mortal realm. If he catches me, I probably won't have a chance to return." Milmes thought for a moment and suggested, "Maybe you could try talking to your father properly." "Talk to him." Wei Weian had considered many ways to avoid her father, but had never thought about confronting him directly. Perhaps lacking the confidence to persuade her father, or perhaps just the thought of standing in front of him would drain all her courage. At that moment, Milmes patted Wei Weian's shoulder, saying, "Avoiding it won't lead to a solution. Try to resolve it." Wei Weian remained silent for a moment, but eventually nodded, agreeing with Milmes' suggestion. This time her steps were more determined than before. On the way to the mansion, Milmes seemed to recall something and said seriously, "But if your father is stubborn and refuses to listen, my suggestion is to use force. Without enough strength, one has no right to talk about fairness or freedom." Seeing Milmes' expression, it was clear she was serious. It shouldn't come to that. Wei Weian's side profile glistened with sweat, as she certainly did not wish to witness Milmes clashing with her father. Although she said so perhaps due to her deep understanding of her father's temper, Wei Weian had unconsciously begun to imagine the ruined scenes after the mansion was damaged. Near the Campbell residence, Milmes and Vivian were hiding behind a wall, cautiously peeking out to assess the security of the mansion. There were no guards around the mansion, and from a distance one could only see the gardener in the garden and the maids moving about inside, giving the entire estate a seemingly peaceful atmosphere. However, Vivian felt a bit apprehensive and hesitantly asked, "Won't it seem a bit strange if we just walk in like this?" She felt a strange sensation, as if she were a mouse walking into the jaws of a hunting cat. Milmes also had some doubts and replied, "This is your home. You've decided to have a serious talk with your father, so there shouldn't be anything to fear, right?" After all, it was Vivian's father, and he shouldn't do anything too outrageous, Milmes thought. Listening to Milmes, Vivian tilted her head in uncertainty and said, "Maybe you're right." Because she had never directly conversed with her father before, Vivian felt extremely anxious, her heart racing much faster than usual. Suddenly, Milmes asked out of the blue, "Vivian, is your father a man with a beard who likes to wear a black robe?" Vivian looked up, but she couldn't see where Milmes was looking. "Did you see him?" "Where?" Milmes calmly replied, "Right behind you." This answer truly startled Vivian. She turned around suddenly and indeed saw her father staring at her. Vivian took a step back in panic, unable to utter a word due to the surprise. Milmes stroked her chin, speculating that Vivian's father might have teleported there using magic, as she hadn't heard any footsteps or sensed anyone approaching. In fact, after Vivian returned near the mansion, her bodyguards, who had been secretly protecting her along the way, had informed her father Idis of her location. Idis' expression was quite calm, as if he bore no intention of reprimanding Vivian. He simply said softly, "Let's go home." With that, Idis walked straight toward the mansion without a hint of hesitation. Vivian glanced at Milmes, who nodded, and then the two followed Idis' footsteps. Idis' strides were steady and composed, while Vivian's steps were somewhat chaotic, and Milmes walked as if she were an indifferent bystander. The three of them passed through the hall and corridors, arriving at the entrance to the tea room. Idis simply moved his finger, and the large door opened automatically. The three entered the tea room in succession, with Idis sitting in a separate place, while Vivian and Milmes sat opposite him. Not long after they sat down, the head maid brought in tea and snacks, but she paused for a moment upon entering. There were two women in the room, one with blonde hair and the other with white hair. One was Miss Vivian, and the other was an unfamiliar stranger. Suddenly, the head maid thought of something. Wait, could the unidentified individuals who broke into the mansion a few days ago be Miss Vivian and her friend? Their hair colors matched. Oh, what a coincidence. Despite having many doubts, the head maid suppressed her questions. Some matters were better left unasked. The less one knew, the safer one would be. After arranging the drinks and food, the head maid hurriedly left. Idis took a sip of tea, and only then did he slowly lift his darkened face, his sharp gaze piercing through Vivian as he asked in a dull voice, "Have you had enough fun in the present realm?" Vivian dared not meet Idis' gaze, slightly turning her head as she said softly, "Father." Idis tapped the tea lid against the teacup and sighed, saying, "You should understand the rules of the Shadow Realm." But Vivian suddenly raised her head, trying to argue. Suddenly Idis' gaze turned sharp as he scolded, "Technology is a prohibited and dangerous matter. You should not be involved with it." After being reprimanded, Vivian fell silent. It seemed she had lost the strength to resist and quietly lowered her head. Seeing Vivian become docile, Idis seemed to soften his heart, earnestly advising, "I won't hold your past actions against you. There's still time to turn back." Vivian still did not respond, meeting her father's advice with silence. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. Before receiving Vivian's response, Idis showed no willingness to speak again. The tea in the cup slowly cooled, the steaming mist gradually dissipating. Occasionally, a few birds fluttered by outside the window, leaving behind some crisp flapping sounds. After a long silence, Vivian's small voice finally emerged, "I really like it." Idis slightly tilted his head. "I like life in the present realm. Although sometimes I encounter sad things, the time spent laughing with friends is irreplaceable for me." Vivian expressed her true thoughts, candidly articulating the simplest ideas with the utmost sincerity. However, such an answer did not satisfy Idis. He questioned in a reproachful tone, "But you are ultimately from two different worlds. Have you considered what the consequences would be if your identity as a magician were exposed?" Idis' tone suddenly grew furious. "You can only see their glamorous exterior. The people of the present realm are treacherous and profit-driven. You just haven't been targeted by them yet, but it will happen sooner or later." Suddenly, Idis' voice lowered significantly. "I do not wish for you to encounter these things." Upon hearing this, Vivian's tone shrank again. "I believe in my friends. They will help me when I encounter difficulties." Her voice grew weaker, as if she felt she could never persuade her father. Idis shook his head and sighed, "Surface friends are unreliable." Vivian was choked by this statement and could not utter another word. As this debate seemed destined to conclude with Idis' victory, a third voice interjected. "Without personally interacting, one cannot evaluate an individual." The speaker was Milmes, who did not intend to overly involve herself in the argument between Vivian and her father, but as Vivian's friend, she was not prepared to stand idly by. Upon hearing Milmes' voice, Idis seemed to finally notice her presence. A person from the present realm. Idis initially intended to ignore Milmes, but since she had entered the conversation, he could not continue to disregard her. Idis displayed a subtle attitude, one of undisguised hostility. Faced with this fierce gaze, Milmes showed no fear and calmly retorted, "Neglecting individual differences due to unilateral hostility is a manifestation of arrogance." This statement infuriated Idis, and he gripped his teacup even tighter. Milmes then seemed to think of something and said with a hint of sadness, "If one were willing to spend more time understanding each other, slowly many unnecessary conflicts would be reduced." At this point, Idis fell silent. "Do you truly understand Vivian? Even when together day and night, there will be things she does not want to let you know. Aren't you curious why she wants to go back so badly, even to the point of going against her own father?" Facing Milmes' rapid-fire questioning, Idis remained silent and did not respond. Similar scenes played out once more in the same location. Milmes then shifted her gaze to Vivian, patting her shoulder in an attempt to calm her down. Vivian was initially startled by Milmes, but soon her emotions settled down. During this period of silence, Idis seemed to ponder a lot. He looked at Vivian and said in a calm tone, "Go ahead and speak." Hearing this, Vivian's eyes flashed with brief surprise. She took a deep breath, then poured out everything she had been holding in her heart. "Father, I do not like the life at home. Every day it's either drawing magical arrays or refining potions. I have grown tired of such a life." As she spoke of her past life, Vivian's expression appeared quite gloomy. "After leaving home, I initially felt anxious and at a loss. However, my friends accompanied me through that time, and I am very grateful to them." When she spoke of her friends, Vivian's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had found a lighthouse in a dark ocean. "I like the present realm. I like technology. I want to live the life I love." Vivian's expression gradually relaxed, as if she were depicting a beautiful scene. Idis' face darkened, seemingly unable to accept such words. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "Even if such a life comes at a painful cost, you won't regret it?" This time Vivian did not hesitate. She met Idis' sharp gaze and replied boldly, "This is the life I choose. I will not regret it." After hearing Vivian's answer, Idis held up 3 fingers and said sternly, 3 months. Vivian looked a bit confused, not quite understanding her father's intent. Idis coldly stated, "I will only give you 3 months. If you can lift the curse upon you, I will acknowledge that you have enough ability to be independent and will not interfere with your life further. However, if you cannot do that, then it will not be up to you. After speaking, Itis turned his back with the light outside casting a long shadow behind him. Behind him, Vivian revealed a long-lost smile. The Duke of Campbell's will could not be easily changed, leaving no room for negotiation, even if it was his daughter. Yet at least she had managed to gain more time, which Vivian had never anticipated. After Milmes and Vivian quietly left the tea room, Itis gazed at the sky tinged red by the sunset, remaining silent. No one knew what kind of scenery this old father saw in his eyes. After leaving the tea room, Milmes and Wei Wei arrived in the corridor, which was still some distance from the pentagram room. Because the atmosphere earlier had been tense, Milmes only now inquired, "What is the curse your father mentioned?" Wei Wei paused and took out a damaged black flip phone from a small pocket. This was a flip phone, simple in design, without any excessive decorations, but the scratches remaining on it seemed to indicate its condition. Wei Wei explained, "I found this in the forest earlier, and I brought it home because I thought it was interesting. However, when my father saw it, he became very angry and ordered me to throw it away. I pretended to comply, but secretly hid it away. Since I was cursed, any technological product I touch will easily malfunction. Just like this phone." Wei Wei flipped open the phone, and the screen was completely dark, as if it were lifeless. As she spoke, Wei Wei rested her right hand against her chin and said gloomily, "Strangely enough, Yuta mentioned she had never seen this style of phone and that it could not be fixed at the store." Although Milmes seemed to be quietly listening to Wei Wei's lament, she understood the underlying reason. The phone in Wei Wei's hand was not a product of Earth, but rather a technological item from Freudstar. For various reasons, Milmes naturally could not disclose this to Wei Wei. Even if Wei Wei were willing to give the phone to Milmes, she wouldn't be able to fix it, as she was merely a domestic robot, not a repair robot. After listening to Wei Wei's words, Milmes secretly activated her self-check system. Fortunately, no malfunctions were detected in her body. Unfortunately, the self-check system cannot examine the system itself. For a more detailed inspection, she would likely have to wait until she got home to disassemble herself. At this moment, Milmes recalled a phrase Yuta had said when they were at the zoo, when she wanted Yuta to call Wei Wei, and she's an electronic killer, of phones don't last long in her hands. Milmes had not paid much attention at the time, but now it seemed that it was not just a personal issue with Wei Wei. Reflecting on their previous interactions, she had deliberately avoided any electronic products they encountered on the road. During the celebration banquet organized by Wei Wei and hadn't even touched the TV remote. Milmes asked curiously, "Have you mentioned this curse to Yuta?" Wei Wei shook her head. "No, I don't want her to worry too much." Wei Wei scratched her head and said, a bit embarrassed, "Actually, my father came to the mortal realm once before. Thanks to Yuta, I wasn't taken back by him." From Wei Wei's words, it was apparent that she held a deep gratitude towards Yuta for rescuing her. However, this past event raised some doubts for Milmes, prompting her to ask directly, "Can your father find you through divination?" Milmes had seen Wei Wei use divination powers herself, and her divination was very accurate. As a fellow mage, Wei Wei's father could surely do the same. Hearing this question, Wei Wei smiled and took out a small amulet hidden in her clothing. The amulet seemed to be made of some special metallic material shaped like Wei Wei's eyes, resembling a four-pointed star. "I carry a counter-divination talisman, he can't find me." After saying this, Wei Wei hid the amulet back under her collar. Milmes was even more confused. If magic couldn't find Wei Wei, could it be that her father had placed a locator on her? To clarify the truth, Milmes pressed on, "Then how did your father find you before?" Wei Wei rolled her eyes and replied uncertainly, "I'm not very sure. Maybe he used a magic detection orb to find me." "What is that?" Wei Wei gestured with her hands to form a rough circle and explained it's a magical device invented by a mage that can detect magic sources within a certain range. However, it has been deemed one of the most useless inventions in history. Wei Wei shrugged helplessly. Milmes was puzzled. How could something that sounded so powerful be labeled as the most useless? Perplexed, Milmes continued to ask why. Wei Wei sighed and said, "Because in the Shadow Realm, there are magic sources everywhere." Wei Wei looked out the window where a few deer were running across the distant lawn. Monsters, creatures, magic races, elves, and so on. By gathering her focus and channeling the magic within her body, Wei Wei could see these vibrant animals radiating a faint white glow. Unfortunately, this state didn't last long, and Wei Wei soon became out of breath. Wei Wei shook her head and said, "The detection orb can find magic sources, but it cannot distinguish between them. To it, magic races and humans are the same." Perhaps due to her being a robot, Milmes first thought of the image of a radar filled with red dots. Following that line of thought, it indeed seemed utterly useless. Suddenly, Wei Wei changed the subject and said with a hint of fear, "But it's different in the mortal realm. There are very few people who can use magic." "I see." Milmes nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the two arrived at the door of the pentagram room. Wei Wei opened the door, and the magic circle was indeed left intact. Wei Wei exclaimed with joy, "Great. Father didn't erase it." Milmes asked nervously, "If he had erased it, would we not be able to go back?" No, it's just that drawing it is really complicated. It took me 2 weeks to finish. At this point, Wei Wei and seemed to recall the painstaking efforts she had put into drawing on the ground and became a bit teary-eyed. After reminiscing, she stood in the center of the magic circle and began to chant the incantation. Once the incantation was completed, the magic circle emitted a blinding blue light that engulfed the two. Soon after, Milmes and Wei Wei reappeared beside the cabin in the forest, successfully returning to the mortal realm. Upon returning to the mortal realm, the first sound Milmes heard was the notification sound of a message coming through her phone. She quickly took out her phone to check the received messages. The first message read, "Peerless Immortal King, you have been moved to the Dark Management Group. Daily salary 648, recharge card, activate SVIP 333, beware of leaks, unsubscribe by replying T." The second message said, "National Anti-Fraud Center reminder, when recharging or trading online game accounts, be vigilant. Scammers will lure you into trading through fake links by offering low prices for recharges and high prices for buybacks. Remember, for buying and selling game currency, game accounts, and other game products, please operate through legitimate websites. All private transactions carry the risk of being scammed." The third message read, "Cannot display yellow message." Although the harassment prevention mode was activated, the virtual walls of the online world were as solid as the Maginot Line. Milmes felt a bit helpless. The information on Earth was too chaotic, causing her head to buzz. However, the last message seemed a bit different. The fourth message read, "You have 15 missed calls during the period of being powered off, not in service area." No response. Milmes clicked into the calls tab and indeed saw two names highlighted in red. One was Yu and the other was the pet shop owner Asker, with 12 of the calls being from Yu. Milmes immediately returned the call to Yu but received no answer. Perhaps Yu was in class and couldn't reply promptly, Milmes thought to herself. She then called Asker and the call was quickly answered. "Hello, this is Milmes. Did something happen today? Why didn't you come to work?" Although Milmes wasn't very sensitive to time, she clearly remembered that 3 days had passed since Wei Wei and took her to the Shadow Realm, and today was Monday. No wonder Asker would call. It was quite rare to find an employee, and suddenly they went missing without explanation. Milmes' processor quickly operated swiftly, concocting an excuse. "I accidentally took the wrong bus this morning, or it took me to the outskirts, and I just got back." Although the excuse was fabricated, its effectiveness depended on luck. Asker was silent for a moment, then spoke with a somewhat cold tone. "I see." Did Asker think this excuse was poorly made? A drop of condensation slid across Milmes' cheek. She wasn't good at lying and didn't like to fabricate stories. "I've made that mistake before too. I accidentally ended up at the terminal station," Asker said with a smile. "Next time, be careful and make sure to check the station signs before boarding." Asker began to educate Milmes in a fatherly tone. "Okay." Milmes nodded as if she was very attentive, looking quite earnest. "Today isn't too busy. You can just go home for now. Consider it a sick leave." Asker's attitude was very friendly, showing no signs of reprimand. "All right." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Asker hung up the phone. Milmes was somewhat astonished. This ether stone was an extremely rare energy mineral. If it were to appear at an auction, the price would undoubtedly start in the thousands. Moreover, the ether stone, magic energy stone, in Vivian's hand was quite heavy yet small in size, boasting high purity and a brilliant luster, with a selling price that was quite substantial. Seeing Milmes' astonished expression, Vivian smiled lightly and said, "This is a token of gratitude for accompanying me back to the Shadow Realm." Vivian awkwardly turned her head away, shyly saying, "I received the note you wrote, but I didn't know how to respond." As she spoke, a note appeared in Vivian's hand, the handwriting unmistakably belonging to Milmes. This note had originally been pressed under a small turtle statue and was later collected and put away by Vivian. "I hope this magic energy stone can represent a small token of my appreciation." Vivian politely presented the ether stone with both hands. "You are giving me such a valuable item, just like this." Milmes hesitated. This item was likely very expensive and rare. Could it really be accepted so casually? In contrast to Milmes, Vivian appeared quite at ease, responding, "It's not something particularly precious. It contains a month's worth of my magical energy, so it should last for a while." Although Vivian was unclear why Milmes wanted the magic energy stone, she trusted that Milmes would not use the magic for nefarious purposes, allowing her to feel secure in handing it over. Magic energy. Milmes took the ether stone and placed it into her pocket. The weight was undeniably genuine. Vivian nodded and said, "Yes, magic energy stones are crafted from vast amounts of magical energy. The larger the magic energy stone, the more magical energy is required, making the stone clearer and more radiant." Suddenly, Vivian lowered her head, feeling quite guilty as she said, "I am truly sorry. I presumed you to be someone from the Shadow Realm and inadvertently involved you in this incident." Vivian felt quite ashamed about this matter. She knew her judgment had been inaccurate, leading to this misunderstanding. The only thing she was grateful for was that Milmes' strength had been sufficient to prevent her from getting hurt. However, Milmes did not mind and generously stated, "It's all right, I came along because I wanted to see what the Shadow Realm you mentioned was like." Hearing Milmes say this, Vivian's anxious heart finally relaxed and her expression became lighter. Vivian asked with a hint of anticipation, so how did it feel? Milmes rubbed her chin half in thought and half in recollection, saying it's completely different from Chinmu Town, it has a classical feel to it. Vivian seemed to have guessed her response and smiled, saying after all the Shadow Realm has been disconnected from the present realm for a long time, so the stylistic differences are bound to be significant. At that moment Milmes posed a question that had been on her mind. Actually, I wanted to ask before, what exactly are the Shadow Realm and the present realm? Are they very far apart? Vivian was suddenly caught off guard, stunned in place. Before Milmes pressed the matter, she hadn't thought much about it, and now needed to gather her thoughts to explain. Vivian pondered hard, striving to find a simple and understandable way to explain, until she finally spoke a few minutes later. Actually, the Shadow Realm and the present realm are two separate worlds. Milmes tilted her head slightly and asked, 2 worlds? Different planets? Vivian quickly shook her head, saying no, it's not like that. It's more like 2 separate boxes placed on the same table. The place we are in now is the present realm, while my father is in the Shadow Realm. Vivian spread her hands as if balancing a scale. The 2 worlds have almost no communication or overlap, so their civilizations have developed quite differently. In the present realm, the focus is on technological development. Vivian's left hand produced a broken black phone. In the Shadow Realm, the focus is on magical research. On Vivian's right hand appeared a small drawing of a magic potion-making cauldron. I understand now, Milmes nodded, roughly grasping Vivian's meaning. After explaining, Vivian looked at Milmes with envy, praising, but you are truly amazing, you broke the barrier with just your fists. That must be what they call martial arts, right? As she spoke, Vivian mimicked the motion of throwing punches with both hands. Milmes scratched her head and said, actually it's combat. But that's quite impressive, and no matter what it actually is, it's a powerful force. Milmes squinted her eyes and smiled without saying much more. However, Vivian noticed a fleeting hint of disappointment in her eyes. Perhaps Milmes had a different perspective on the concept of strength. As she prepared to leave, Milmes noticed that she hadn't changed her clothes yet. Just as she placed her hand on the hem, Vivian shouted like a startled rabbit, wait. Wait. Milmes stopped her actions, looking at Vivian in confusion. Vivian took a breath and shyly said, I think it's best not to change clothes in front of others, it's not very appropriate. Milmes was even more puzzled, asking what influence. Vivian covered her chest, pained, and said, on my heart, and perhaps on others as well. Milmes nodded, saying, I will be mindful of that in the future. So it turns out that people from Earth are very concerned about the bodies of their kind. Until Vivian reminded her Milmes had not considered this issue. Then Vivian tugged at Milmes' shirt hem and softly pleaded, also, can you not tell anyone else about this? Are you referring to about the Shadow Realm and the curse on me? Vivian's expression was very serious. She hoped Milmes would take this matter seriously and not treat it like a mere sightseeing trip. Milmes immediately agreed, saying, okay. Thank you. Although it was just a simple exchange, it contained not only gratitude, but also trust. After bidding farewell to Vivian, Milmes left the back mountain and returned home. In the evening, Yiyu was walking home. Feeling bored, she casually took out her phone, and as the screen lit up, she noticed a striking missed call notification from Milmes. Seeing this missed call reminder, Yiyu let out a sigh of relief. Her previously drooping head lifted, and her steps seemed lighter, becoming much more cheerful. Yiyu murmured to herself, Milmes must be cooking by now. I wonder what we'll eat today. But thinking about it, Milmes won't get paid until next month, so today, we'll probably just have some vegetables and radishes. Although these vegetables are very healthy, they are rather bland, and eating them every day can become tiresome. However, considering the family's financial situation, she could only endure it for now. Yiyu arrived at her doorstep, seeing the lights on inside, further confirming that Milmes had gotten home before her. However, what appeared before her was a scene of gore. Milmes' head was placed on the table, her body disemboweled with its insides clearly visible and many parts scattered on the ground. Yiyu was stunned for a few seconds, then walked into the room in a daze and closed the door. Yiyu approached Milmes and looked at the scattered parts, exclaiming, what is going on here? It's a malfunction check. Milmes' head answered Yiyu's question while her hands were busy disassembling her own body with maintenance tools. Yiyu scratched his head and said, isn't there a self-check function? Opening yourself up for inspection is a bit terrifying. Even though Yiyu knew that Milmes was a robot, her appearance was very close to that of a human, and such a scene was still quite shocking for him. Milmes explained the self-diagnostic system might also be malfunctioning. Yiyu ran his fingers through his hair, feeling frustrated as he said, that sounds so troublesome. Yiyu stood aside, watching Milmes disassemble some small components. However, he didn't understand what these components were for. He only knew that none of them could be discarded. After watching for a while, Yiyu suddenly thought of something and knocked on his left hand with his right fist, saying, right, since you can take your head off, you should be able to repair that flying system directly, right? Is it lacking parts? Milmes attempted to shake her head, but without a neck, she could only speak. No, the flight propulsion system is too close to the energy core, and my maintenance skills aren't good enough to fix it. Yiyu sighed regretfully, saying, I see. Indeed, if it could be repaired so easily, Milmes wouldn't be troubled by being stuck on Earth. I truly asked a foolish question. At this moment, Yiyu noticed several items next to Milmes' head and inquired, what are these? These are some items that were originally stored within me. Milmes had a certain storage space inside her body, and these were the items she carried. Yiyu pointed at a pink fabric bag and asked, "What is this?" "This is a talisman given to me by Maine. A light pink handmade talisman adorned with several musical notes. Perhaps its creator was fond of music." Yiyu then pointed to a white slab. "This is a souvenir given to me by Kong Lin. A milky white quartz with what seemed to be some inscribed symbols. Perhaps these symbols held some special significance." Yiyu also discovered a small cube. "This is a Rubik's Cube given to me by AI and I. A perfect one-layer Rubik's Cube, but can anyone actually twist it?" Yiyu eagerly asked Milmes about each item on the table, and Milmes answered her one by one. After looking around, Yiyu casually asked, "Are these all gifts from your friends on Floyd Star?" "Some are, while others are from friends on different planets. Maine is from the Muling Star, and Kong Lin is from the Taco Star." These were all planets Yiyu had never heard of, and he couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Milmes, saying, "I didn't expect you to have been to so many places and to have such good connections. I wish I could visit those places too. They must be very interesting planets." Yi's words revealed his curiosity and anticipation for new experiences. Indeed, Milmes, who had actually been there, agreed, stating that each planet has its own unique culture and scenery, leaving her with many memories. Suddenly, Yiyu noticed a charred chip, which stood out starkly among the other well-preserved gifts. Driven by curiosity, Yiyu asked, "Who gave you this damaged chip?" Milmes fell silent for a few seconds before responding in a seemingly calm tone, "That was my sister." Upon hearing this answer, Yiyu felt a sudden rush of anxiety and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry." Milmes simply replied, "It's okay, it's been a long time." Even though Milmes said this, Yiyu felt that her mood must be quite complicated, and an inexplicable sense of guilt surged in his heart. The atmosphere suddenly became much heavier, and Yiyu had no choice but to quickly change the subject to alleviate the oppressive mood in the house. "By the way, where have you been these past few days? Why didn't you return my calls?" The moment he asked this question, Yiyu regretted it, as it felt like his mom interrogating him about where he had been. Yiyu wished he could slap himself, or why was he so bad at choosing topics? In response to this question, Milmes calmly replied, "That's a secret." Hearing this answer, Yiyu felt even more upset, puffing out his cheeks and saying angrily, "Why make it so mysterious? It's quite intriguing." Originally, Yiyu didn't care much, but after being brushed off like that, he became very concerned. Disappearing for 3 days without telling him anything upon returning, anyone would feel a bit annoyed. "Although I'm sorry for making you worry, I made an appointment with someone else and can't say anything." Milmes' attitude was very sincere, completely unlike someone who was lying. Yiyu could only sigh and silently accept it. "All right, as long as you weren't hurt, I won't hold it against you too much." After Milmes conducted a thorough internal check and confirmed everything was fine, she began the reassembly process. Watching Milmes as she reassembled herself, Yiyu fell into thought. "If I think about it carefully, I seem to know nothing about Milmes, as she never talks to me about her past. She's met and parted with so many people, and I guess I'm just the most inconspicuous one among them. If Milmes leaves Earth, will she still remember me?" Yi's expression suddenly turned sharp at this thought. "No, she's a robot if she won't forget things." But soon he sighed again. "I guess I will be stored in her seldom-used D or E drive." Yiyu shrugged and said nothing. Milmes attached her head back onto her neck, completing the assembly work. At that moment, Milmes noticed Yi's gaze lingering on her and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Yiyu smiled and said, "I just find the assembly process quite interesting." Yiyu seemed to have shaken off the negative emotions from before returning to his usual self. "Forget it, thinking too much is pointless. No one can predict the future." Yiyu comforted himself in his heart. Just as Yiyu was about to turn around and head back to his room gracefully, he suddenly stepped on something hard, losing his balance and colliding intimately with the floor. "Ouch, that hurts." Yiyu covered his nose, which had been knocked down, with a distressed expression. Milmes leaned over and asked concernedly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a bit painful." At that moment, Yiyu noticed a shiny object at his feet. He leaned closer and picked it up to find it was a uniquely shaped screw. Yiyu looked at the screw and then at Milmes, awkwardly asking, "Is this yours?" Milmes' expression showed rare tension as a few droplets of condensation leaked out. "Looks like it." Milmes had no choice but to disassemble herself again and carefully reassemble. "Look, she has been standing there for a long time without moving." "Is there something wrong?" said the man in a yellow uniform softly. "I think she seems off too. She doesn't look like a good person." The woman in the same uniform rubbed her chin with a suspicious look. Milmes did not notice the gazes of the two. Her focus was entirely on the fuel-filled gas pump. Her eyes were filled with longing, as if she were gazing at a delicious feast. The scent of gasoline wafted through the air constantly, enticing Milmes to linger here. Compared to the blandness of electricity, Milmes preferred the taste of fuel. However, its price was daunting, especially in such dire economic circumstances. In the end, Milmes had no choice but to leave the gas station, leaving with a sense of regret. The employees at the gas station, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Milmes arrived at the commercial street, bustling with people. Besides students just out of class, there were housewives worried about their families, not to mention the enthusiastic shop owners. Milmes stopped in front of a fruit store, selected a few inexpensive vegetables, and went to the counter to pay. That will be 21.6 yuan. After completing her payment, Milmes noticed the cashier handed her an orange lottery ticket along with the receipt. Seeing Milmes looking puzzled, the cashier quickly explained, "Our shopping street is currently running an event. If a single payment reaches 20 yuan, you get a chance to enter a lottery. If you spend 100 yuan, you will receive 5 tickets." After saying this, the cashier pointed to the already queued lottery booth and said, "You can use the ticket to enter the lottery, 1 draw per ticket." Following the cashier's guidance, Milmes approached the lottery booth, lining up with the crowd. While waiting, she casually glanced at the prizes listed on the board. Grand prize 2-day trip to Falling Maple Snow Mountain. First prize, a brand new laptop. Second prize, a skincare set. Third prize, a box of self-heating rice. Fourth prize, a set of 6 bottles of soy sauce. Consolation prize, a pack of tissues. Most of those who came to draw seemed to take winning or losing lightly. Even if they drew a consolation prize, there was not much emotional fluctuation. They just accepted their prizes and hurried away. Occasionally, a few people filled with anticipation for the results entered excitedly, but left feeling utterly disappointed. After about 10 minutes, it was finally Milmes' turn. Milmes handed over her lone lottery ticket to the staff, who confirmed, 1 draw right. Yes, Milmes nodded. Then please pick a card from this box. Milmes reached into the box and randomly took out a card. As she pulled her hand out of the box, the staff's expression changed. With a smile, they clapped happily and congratulated, "Congratulations to this young lady for winning the grand prize." Those waiting behind her were initially surprised, but soon began to clap as well. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Milmes left with 4 travel vouchers. Upon entering the house, she saw Yiyu sitting on the sofa watching TV. Hearing Milmes open the door, Yiyu turned and asked, "Why are you back so late today?" "I participated in the shopping street lottery event." Milmes casually closed the door and placed the ingredients she had bought on the table. "Oh, did you win?" "I won the grand prize." After a brief moment of silence, Yiyu squinted skeptically and tilted her head in disbelief. "What?" Milmes displayed the 4 travel vouchers in her hand. Upon seeing them, Yiyu's expression shifted from surprise to sheer excitement. Yiyu leapt up from the sofa, raising her hands in joy, and exclaimed, "Yay, I can finally see the snow." Milmes rested her chin on her right hand and said, "We have 4 vouchers, the remaining 2 can invite Yuta and Wei on. I'll ask Yuta tomorrow if she definitely won't refuse." Yiyu said with excitement, her eyes filled with anticipation. The next day in the school cafeteria, Yiyu and Yuta sat at the same table enjoying their lunch. Halfway through, Yiyu coughed deliberately and said, "Ahem, I have something important to tell you." Yuta paused her chopsticks, resting her chin on her hand with interest, and asked, "Oh, is it that your deadline is approaching or that you lost your wallet?" Yuta's expression was one of amusement at the drama, making Yiyu feel somewhat embarrassed. Yiyu angrily retorted, "It's not any of those things." After calming down, Yiyu proudly said, "Hee, I'm going to shock you with this. Jiang, it's a travel voucher for the 2-day trip to the Snow Mountain." Yiyu showcased the travel voucher she had just hidden in her palm. "Oh." Yuta's reaction was unexpectedly cold, as if she had known about this the moment she met Yiyu in the morning. Yiyu pouted in dissatisfaction. "Can't you pretend to be more surprised?" Yuta thought for a moment, her expression serious, as she pondered, "Now that I think about it, it is indeed surprising. Right?" Yiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The grand prize of the lottery actually exists, which is indeed surprising," Yuta analyzed calmly. Yiyu felt like a candle snuffed out, saying awkwardly, "Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing?" Yuta elegantly sipped her yogurt drink and retorted, "What do you want to say? This travel voucher is for 4 people, and Milmes asked me to invite you and Wei on to go together." While speaking, Yiyu handed 2 of the travel vouchers to Yuta, but Yuta did not immediately take them. Yuta's expression did not reveal any joy, and instead, she looked a bit conflicted and worried. Yiyu scratched her head and asked, "Don't you want to go?" Yuta shook her head and said, "It's not that I don't want to go, but I'm not sure if Wei on will agree." "Then you should ask her." "All right." After school in the afternoon, Yuta arrived near the small turtle statue in the forest behind the mountain. Following her usual routine, Yuta placed her hand over the white magic stone and shouted, "Green bean, open the door." However, this time there seemed to be a problem. The barrier did not disappear and the path did not appear. Yuta's face broke into a cold sweat. This was the first time the door-opening command had failed. Yuta leaned down, bringing her mouth close to the white magic stone, tentatively, saying, Wei on. There was no response. Feeling uneasy, Yuta stood up and shouted into the depths of the forest, Wei on, are you there? Please answer me." Yuta's brows knitted tighter, her voice increasingly anxious, feeling desperate, but not knowing what to do. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the turtle statue. "Is that you, Yuta?" Hearing Wei Wan's voice, Yuta's tense expression relaxed somewhat, but she quickly sensed something was off. Wei Wan's voice sounded a bit hoarse and was filled with fatigue. Yuta immediately asked with concern what happened. You sound unwell. I'm fine really. Although Wei Wan tried to make her voice sound energetic, it could not hide her weakness. Yuta considered a very bad, or rather the worst scenario. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, did your father come? The night before departure, Milmes was playing with her pet Limi. She held Limi in her hands, watching it curl up into a small white ball. Milmes gently stroked Limi's head and said, tomorrow we're going on a trip, so I won't be able to take care of you. Upon hearing this, Limi seemed a bit frightened, tightly hugging Milmes' fingers with its front paws. Milmes patted its fur gently and spoke softly, but you don't have to be afraid. Manager Ask has promised to take care of you. We will be back soon. Limi nudged Milmes' palm with its nose, appearing quite happy. Meanwhile, Yiyu was downstairs packing her luggage, including daily necessities and a change of clothes. After organizing her things, Yiyu lay on her bed, turned off the lights, and prepared to fall asleep. Tomorrow I can go play in the snow-capped mountains with everyone. I'm so looking forward to it. Yiyu tucked her hands under the blanket and pulled it up a bit. She closed her eyes, continuously imagining scenes of play. Once at the snow-capped mountains, she could have snowball fights, build snowmen, ski, and do various things, or just thinking about it made her incredibly excited. Yet as Yiyu tried to fall asleep, she realized the seriousness of the situation. She couldn't sleep at all and had no desire to do so. Yiyu tried hard to close her eyes, attempting to drift into slumber, but the anticipation of the trip to the snow-capped mountains left her mind overly stimulated, making it difficult to fall asleep. Yiyu initially thought of trying to clear her mind, but it didn't help much. Instead, it made her more awake. She tossed and turned in bed, trying to find a comfortable sleeping position, but no matter how she changed her posture, sleep eluded her. The room was pitch black and eerily quiet, a perfect place for sleep, yet Yiyu could only stare wide-eyed at the ceiling, lost in thought. Alright, it seems like Earthlings have a method for falling asleep, called counting sheep. Although Yiyu wasn't exactly sure how this method worked, it was worth a try. So Yiyu closed her eyes again and envisioned a pasture with a fence in the middle as a flock of sheep approached from the right, leaping over the fence one by one. 1, 2, 3. As she counted, Yiyu noticed that her imagined scene began to feel a bit off. The sheep were jumping over the fence too quickly. The first one would jump and hadn't even stood up before being piled on by those following behind. Gradually, these sheep began to stack up, forming a small hill that looked like cotton candy. It seemed quite delicious. Thinking of this, Yi's stomach rumbled. Perhaps she should go eat something to settle her stomach. Being too hungry made it harder to sleep. With this thought, Yiyu headed to the kitchen. There wasn't much in the fridge, just some vegetables and bread. Yiyu casually took a piece of bread and sat on the sofa to nibble on it. Suddenly, Yiyu heard some noise seemingly coming from upstairs. She huddled behind the sofa, cautiously staring towards the staircase where a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was Milmes. After confirming the identity of the visitor, Yiyu let out a sigh of relief. She vaguely remembered that there was a third person living in this residence. Upon meeting, it was Milmes, who curiously asked, I thought you should be asleep by now. Yiyu sighed and replied, I'm a bit insomnia-prone. She initially thought that only elementary school students could be too excited to sleep the night before a spring outing, but unexpectedly this had happened to her. Such a reason was something Yiyu could never bring herself to say. Milmes pondered for a moment, seemingly coming up with something, and said, I know a very convenient method for falling asleep. Hearing this, Yiyu perked up and quickly asked, Really? What is it? Milmes raised her right hand and said in a very calm tone, It seems that if you hit someone on the neck, they will fall asleep. As she spoke, Milmes slowly moved closer to Yiyu, an inexplicable aura of pressure radiating from her. Sensing the impending danger, Yiyu hurriedly waved her hand, saying, Stop, stop, stop. Do you know the exact force needed? Milmes paused for a moment, somewhat uncertain, and replied, Not really, but it should be between the force used to split a tomato and that of splitting wood. Want to give it a try? Milmes' expression was quite innocent, seemingly looking forward to helping Yiyu. Yiyu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and nervously said, No, that would be harmful to the body. With Milmes' strength, I might end up lying in a hospital bed tomorrow. After finishing the bread, Yiyu returned to her room, lying on her bed, continuing to stare blankly at the dim ceiling. Suddenly, Yiyu had a flash of inspiration. She figured out the key to the problem. The sheep must not be jumping fast enough to stack up like that. It would be better to replace them with something faster and stronger. Milmes. Upon careful thought, sheep are white, and Milmes is also white. Rounding off, the effect should be similar. Thus Yi's imagination began. In a vast pasture there was a wooden fence, and Milmes came running from the right. Bang! Milmes broke through the fence as if it didn't exist at all. The Milmeses behind followed, the first one rushing straight through the broken fence. Ah, don't break the fence. After a fierce internal struggle, Yiyu stepped further away from falling asleep. On the morning of departure, Milmes and Yiyu sat together on a bench at the bus stop waiting for Yoda and Vivian. After a while, only Yoda appeared, walking over with her backpack. Yiyu curiously asked, Where's Vivian? Clearly Vivian had agreed a few days ago to go on the trip to the snow-capped mountains, yet today she was absent, which made Yiyu uneasy. In contrast, Yoda's reaction was quite calm. She immediately explained, I left with Vivian this morning, but she had something urgent to attend to, and it might take a while, so she told us three to leave first while she would take a taxi over herself. This whole explanation seemed to have been concocted by Yoda just moments ago, yet she didn't hesitate at all as she spoke. Yiyu didn't think much of it, and immediately believed Yoda's words. In her impression, Vivian wasn't someone who was late. At this point, Yoda noticed that the area around Yi's eyes had darkened, resembling a panda. Did you not sleep well last night because you were too excited? Yiyu scratched her head, feeling a bit shy, and said, "Hee hee, you caught me." As the two chatted, the bus arrived from a distance, and Milmes patted Yi's shoulder, saying, "The bus is here." The three of them boarded the bus in succession, choosing seats in the last row. Milmes, who loved to see the scenery, chose the window seat with Yiyu sitting right next to her and Yoda on the outside. Drowsy Yiyu nodded off intermittently, like reeds swaying in the wind. Suddenly, as the bus turned a corner, Yi's body leaned towards Milmes, resting her head on Milmes' shoulder and falling into a deep sleep. Milmes glanced back, but said nothing more, continuing to gaze out the window. Yiyu was asleep, Milmes was enjoying the scenery, and Yoda was scrolling through her phone alone. Yoda stole a glance at Yiyu, who wore a smile on her face, seemingly dreaming of something happy. After the bus had traveled for a while, it stopped at the station, and two young people carrying travel bags got on casually, finding two seats up front. The young man in a black jacket asked suspiciously, "Is there really a snow monster there?" The young man wearing a beige knitted hat replied leisurely, "Let's go see, maybe we'll encounter one." The jacket-wearing youth's eyebrows twitched slightly. After thinking for a moment, he asked seriously, "What if it's one of those monsters with a huge mouth that likes to eat people?" Upon hearing this, the young man in the knitted hat couldn't help but laugh, scoffing. If there were really such monsters, there would have been numerous missing person cases reported by now, and the inns there wouldn't be able to stay open. "Are you scared?" the young man in the knitted hat provocatively asked. Like a tiger whose tail had been stepped on, the jacket-wearing youth shouted angrily, "Who's scared?" He then crossed his arms and said seriously, "I just think the credibility of these rumors is too low. What if we go there for nothing? If it turns out to be nothing, he'll treat you to a hot pot. How about that?" "Deal." The two then began chatting about games and photography, completely shifting away from their original topic. Several hours later, the bus arrived at its destination, Luofeng Snow Mountain Station. Yoda pinched Yi's face, pulling her from her sweet dreams. Half awake, Yiyu got off the bus in a daze. However, just as they left the bus, a noticeable cold wave swept over, instantly waking Yiyu up. "So cold." Yiyu rubbed her hands together to keep warm. "Put on your coat," Milmes said, having taken out a down jacket from her bag and handed it to Yiyu. After putting on the thick clothing, Yiyu felt much better. She looked around, and in front of them stood a towering snow-capped mountain. The towering peak soared into the clouds, shrouded in a blanket of white mist. Thick snow covered its true form, leaving only the biting cold wind sweeping across the mountain base. After admiring the scenery for a short while, the three of them headed towards the mountain lodge. Not long after they departed, another bus arrived at Luofeng Snow Mountain Station. From the bus, a familiar figure stepped off, a girl with fiery red hair, standing out prominently against the white backdrop. Pavia raised a piece of paper in her hand, which depicted a fluffy creature resembling a fuzzy yarn ball, complete with limbs and a tail. In the creature's hand, there was a peculiar plant shaped somewhat like a lotus. On the way to the inn, the three walked casually. At that moment, Yuta checked her pants pocket, finding it utterly empty. She stopped in her tracks and began to rummage through her belongings. Yiyu and Milmes also paused to look back, with Milmes asking, "Did you lose something?" Yuta nodded, expressing some regret, as she said, "It seems I dropped my house key." Yiyu exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that terrible? We should hurry back to find it." Having suffered due to forgetting her own keys before, Yiyu deeply empathized with the feeling of being locked out. Yuta shook her head with a smile, saying, "It's fine, I can go by myself. You're so afraid of the cold, you should hurry to the inn and stay warm." Milmes glanced at the road ahead. The inn was quite close and the path was broad, so Yiyu should be fine going alone. Milmes suggested, "Let me go with you, it's faster to search with two people." Yuta sighed, pointing at Yiyu with a tone of regret, saying, "That's not possible. Yiyu is so small and vulnerable, it would be dangerous for her to go alone." Hearing this, Yiyu immediately retorted with dissatisfaction, "You are the one who's small." But halfway through, she lost her confidence and mumbled, "I'm just a bit weak." Yuta patted Milmes' shoulder, speaking earnestly like a concerned mother, "Don't be fooled by Yi's small stature. Her courage is even smaller. I'm afraid she'll feel lonely alone, so it's better for you to accompany her." Yiyu wanted to say something more, but found herself unable to argue, finally managing to utter fine. Yuta hurriedly ran off. After Yuta left, Milmes extended her hand towards Yiyu. Seeing this, Yiyu felt somewhat displeased and reluctantly said, "I'm not a child, don't hold my hand." Realizing Yiyu misunderstood Milmes, explained, "My hand can generate warmth, it will keep you warm." As she spoke, white steam began to emanate from her hand, resembling a steaming hot sweet potato. Yiyu looked astonished, saying, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" If Milmes had told her earlier, she wouldn't have shivered all the way. Milmes glanced in Yuta's direction, expressing some concern Yuta might notice that my hand is unusually warm and become suspicious. In the icy weather, people are much more sensitive to heat sources, especially since the distance between the three of them was not great, making it easier to detect. After hearing me sis explanation, Yiyu nodded in agreement, saying that's true. Yuta always pays attention to odd little details. Yiyu stared at me sis hand for a moment, then looked towards the direction where Yuta had left, confirming that she wouldn't see them before finally taking hold of me sis hand. The moment Yiyu grasped her hand, she immediately felt a surge of warmth. Before Yi's mind could register it, her body lunged towards me tightly hugging her right arm and refusing to let go. With a blissful expression, Yiyu said, "It's so warm, I don't want to let go of this hand for the rest of my life." Yuta ran to a secluded alley, looking around to ensure no one was nearby, and then took out a brightly colored stone from a pocket in her clothing. The stone was completely transparent, resembling crystal containing mysterious power. Yuta placed the positioning crystal given to her by Wei on the ground, and then picked up a brick from the roadside, smashing it down forcefully. With a cracking sound, the positioning crystal shattered completely, releasing wisps of purple mist, as if announcing the end of a soul. Yuta moved slightly away from the spot where the crystal was smashed to avoid overlapping with Wei's arrival, preventing any incidents similar to getting stuck in the wall. What Yuta did not expect was that Wei did not appear where the crystal shattered. Instead, she accidentally teleported directly above her. Whoa! Wei fell from above, landing on Yuta. Oof! Yuta was struck by the sudden falling object, making intimate contact with the ground. Regaining her senses, Wei immediately noticed that she had landed on Yuta, quickly getting up and bending down to ask anxiously, "Yuta, are you okay?" Yuta lifted her head and smiled, saying, "I'm fine, really." Wei bent down, feeling guilty, as she said, "I'm so sorry, my magic skills are still not mature enough." Yuta got up from the ground, brushing off the dust, and said casually, "It's fine, don't be too hard on yourself. Failure is the mother of success." Yuta placed her hand on Wei's shoulder, looking at her with a determined gaze, saying, "As long as you practice more, you'll definitely be able to teleport accurately in the future." Wei nodded shyly, then quietly averted her gaze. Yuta took Wei into the Snow Mountain Inn, and as soon as they entered, they could clearly feel the temperature rising significantly, likely due to the heating. After showing the travel voucher to the clerk at the entrance, the clerk led the two to their room. Yuta casually admired the decor along the way. Overall, it was a rather simple decoration, seemingly intentionally designed in an ancient style, standing out uniquely among the grandeur of other inns. Unlike the composed Yuta, Wei was quite excited, like a curious child looking around everywhere. Especially the movable snowman statue placed in the center of the lobby, which deeply captivated Wei's attention. She really wanted to take it apart and carefully study its internal structure and principles. After escorting them to the door of their room, the clerk excused himself to attend to other matters. Yuta knocked on the door and received a response from me. As soon as the door opened, they saw Yiyu tightly hugging me.'s right arm, appearing quite entranced. "I hope to be with you forever," Yiyu said, while rubbing against me.'s arm like a cat on a scratching post. Suddenly, Yiyu opened her eyes and saw Yuta and Wei standing at the door. Yiyu locked eyes with Yuta, and the atmosphere instantly froze, as if the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Seeing this scene, Yuta tried hard to cover her mouth, attempting not to laugh too obviously, while Wei behind her displayed a polite smile. Yi's face turned as red as an apple, and now she couldn't argue back. Her brain froze, leaving her speechless. Yiyu had no choice but to place her hope on me, casting a pitiful glance her way. "Please say something to ease the tension." Me was slightly taken aback, as if sensing something. Calmly, she said, "It's not what you two think." "Yes, although the truth is just that I believe me can provide another explanation." Yi's eyes were filled with anticipation, as if a miracle might truly happen. Yuta had an expression as if she was watching a play, seemingly looking forward to me's explanation. In contrast, Wei almost ignored everything that had just happened, silently bringing her luggage into the room, then taking out warm clothes from her bag to change in the bathroom. Me said earnestly, "I am Yi's family. I would never do anything that crosses that line." "Why would you even think of that? Isn't this just making it worse?" Yi's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts, and at that moment, she just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Recently, me had been watching some anime with Yiyu where misunderstandings frequently occurred, such as side characters walking in at the moment the protagonists were engaging in ambiguous behavior, leading to an inevitable misunderstanding. Although the current situation was somewhat different, it could be assured that a misunderstanding had occurred, otherwise you wouldn't be sending out a distress signal out of nowhere. Upon hearing this, Yuta finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "Ha, Yiyu, your cousin is truly an interesting person." Yuta laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close, and a few tears of joy formed at the corners of her eyes. Yiyu puffed out her cheeks and said unhappily, all right, stop laughing. Is it wrong to be afraid of loneliness?" Yiyu felt quite regretful. If she had known, she wouldn't have let me explain, almost losing control of the situation. Yuta wiped away the tears from her eyes and patted Yi's shoulder, smiling widely. "It's good to be self-aware." However, when Yuta turned her back, her expression instantly shifted from joyous laughter to serious coldness. Fate is in your own hands. If you casually hand it over to others, you'll only regret it. After Yu and Yuta had teased each other for a while, Wei Wei and emerged from the bathroom now, wearing a very thick outfit, completely bundled up. Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that a bit over the top? I'm a bit afraid of the cold, so I brought a little extra." Wei Wei and replied, her voice somewhat muffled by the scarf. In addition to a regular down jacket, Wei Wei and was wearing a wool hat, earmuffs, a scarf, and gloves, among other warm items. If Wei Wei and hadn't spoken, the people present might not even recognize her. At this moment, Wei Wei and noticed that Mi was dressed almost the same as usual and curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid of the cold, Mi?" Mi shook her hand, her palm, maintaining a temperature slightly above normal human body temperature, before turning to say, "I usually exercise, so am not really afraid of the cold." With a mindset to try, Wei Wei and took hold of Mi's hand, and indeed it was warm. Thus she also succumbed, hugging Mi's left arm, sinking into the warmth along with Yu. After putting on warm clothing, everyone gathered outside the inn where light snow was falling and snowflakes danced down from the sky like playful little sprites. Yu reached out her hand to catch a snowflake, wanting to examine it closely, but before she could clearly see its shape, it melted in her palm. In the open space outside, there were a few snowmen, their faces slightly askew, yet they still managed to convey a smile. Upon seeing the snowman, Yu became excited and eagerly started rolling snowballs to form the body of a snowman. Vivian soon joined in the fun of making snowmen, gathering a few branches and stones nearby to use as decorations. Yoda seemed disinterested, glancing a few times before heading back to the inn. Yu's snowball grew larger and larger, quickly surpassing her waist height, until it became immovable. Fortunately, Milmes was there to help Yu push the snowball into position. Then it was time to assemble. After Milmes placed the head on top, Vivian prepared to give the snowman its arms and eyes. At that moment, Yoda's voice came from behind the three. "Hey, did you forget something?" Milmes turned around first and saw Yoda holding a metal bucket with a red cloth hanging from the edge. Yoda jumped down from the wooden stairs, walked over to the snowman with the bucket, and took out half a carrot, inserting it into the center of the snowman's head like a pointy nose. "How is it supposed to breathe without a nose?" Yoda joked. Upon seeing this, Yu was a bit surprised and said, "I thought you weren't interested in making snowmen." "Now that we're here, we might as well enjoy it," Yoda said as she tied the somewhat dirty red cloth around the snowman's neck and placed the bucket upside down on its head. Vivian curiously asked Yoda, "How did you find these?" "Old bucket rag and leftover carrot. Borrowed from the inn's kitchen," Yoda replied casually. "All right, now, let's put on the eyes and arms," Yoda said as she patted Vivian on the shoulder, as if passing on a task. Vivian's movements were somewhat clumsy, perhaps due to the cold weather, but she eventually managed to attach all the parts. Looking at the chubby little figure, Yu cradled her face in her hands and exclaimed, "Wow, so cute." Vivian smiled proudly and said, "This is our snowman that we all made together. How about giving it a name?" Yoda suggested, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Milmes pondered for a few seconds and then said, "Snowball." Yu scratched her head. While the name was simple and easy to remember, it didn't seem quite suitable for a snowman. With that question in mind, Yu asked, "Why did you think of that name?" Milmes answered directly, "Because its body and head are all made of snowballs." Although Milmes made a valid point, the others seemed less than accepting of the name, and the atmosphere suddenly grew silent. Vivian pondered for a moment, suddenly struck with an idea. She carefully raised her right hand and said, "How about calling it Momo?" Yoda immediately asked, "Momo, how did you come up with that?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Vivian felt a bit uneasy. She rubbed her fingers together and quietly said, "Because it's very quiet and doesn't like to talk much." Hearing this name, Yu clapped her hands and said, "That sounds great." Not only did it reflect the snowman's natural characteristic, but it also described its personality. Yu patted the snowman's shoulder and declared, "From today on, your name is Momo." The snowman remained silent, smiling slightly, seemingly quite satisfied. At that moment, a family of three dressed in ski gear walked past Yu. The little girl held her parents' hands and looked up, asking, "Dad, how do you ski?" "Will I fall?" The middle-aged man affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair and gently said, "Don't be afraid, Dad will hold you." The middle-aged woman chimed in with a smile, "Yes, Dad is very capable. Nothing can defeat him." As their voices gradually faded away, Yu found herself unable to look away, staring blankly at the family's retreating figures, her expression complex. A few stones on the snowman's face slid down slightly, and the once upward-turned corners of its mouth drooped a bit, resembling a crying face. A little girl with leaves on her head tugged at the corner of a man who was watching TV and said excitedly, "Daddy, I want to go play in the snow mountain." "All right, but we have to wait until Daddy is off work, maybe next weekend," the man with leaves on his head replied, his voice slightly tired. The now-grown girl, full of anger, questioned, "Why can't we go? Didn't you promise to take me?" The weariness on the man's face made him look quite haggard. He scratched his head helplessly and said, "I have to work overtime unexpectedly, I'm sorry." The woman stroked the girl's head to console her, saying, "Yu, please understand your father. He is very busy with work." The girl silently lowered her head. "Yu, about the snow mountain." The man stood at the doorway, his expression filled with guilt. "It's fine, I know you're busy," the girl said, lying on the bed and waving her hands, seemingly indifferent. She turned her back to the door while tears quietly streamed down her cheeks. Yiyu said nothing more. She simply watched the little girl, admiring her happy smile. The three beside her sensed the subtle change in the atmosphere to varying degrees. Due to her ability to read minds, Yoda had grasped Yi's situation on the day they first met, and she had shared these matters with Vivian. Vivian wanted to comfort Yiyu, but not being able to empathize, she struggled to find the right words to soothe her. Yoda, however, seemed little affected, instead staring coldly at the backs of the couple. Suddenly, Milmes poked the dazed Yiyu and pointed to a nearby rental shop, saying, "If you want to ski, you can go rent some equipment." Yiyu looked at Milmes, feeling only confusion. "Didn't you say before that you wanted to ski together?" Yiyu felt a haze in her memory, as she couldn't recall when she had said that. But Milmes' tone was firm, shaking Yi's doubts. Yiyu could only shyly murmur, "But I can't ski." "I'll be right beside you, I'll teach you," Milmes assured. "Thank you." Yiyu grasped Milmes' hand tightly. But noticing Yoda and Vivian beside her, Yiyu quickly changed her words, saying, "But I want to try it by myself first, who knows, I might be a skiing prodigy." As Yiyu tried to make light of the situation, Yoda jumped into the conversation with a playful tone, saying, "Oh, you think you can do it now?" The half-provocative attitude further fueled Yi's desire to prove herself. She replied with determination, "How can I know if I don't try?" The group walked together to the rental shop, and only when they entered did Yiyu finally release her tight grip on Milmes' hand. After renting skiing gear, the four entered the ski resort. Milmes skied smoothly like a professional athlete. Yoda was decent too, at least at the level of an average person. But unsurprisingly, Yiyu was struggling, continuously falling. Vivian did not participate in skiing, but watched from the side. As she saw Yiyu repeatedly making intimate contact with the ground, her brows furrowed in worry. However, every time Vivian tried to help Yiyu up, she was gently refused. After several falls, Yiyu finally decided to ask for assistance from the sidelines. Milmes supported Yiyu and guided her through the skiing movements. With Milmes' help, Yiyu managed to stand steadily on the snow. "Just move forward slowly," Milmes carefully supported Yiyu, applying just the right amount of pressure. "Okay." Yiyu slowly pushed with her ski pole, her body shifting slightly forward. "Now apply a bit more force." "All right." Yiyu added a bit more strength, and this time, she moved further than before, leaving distinct marks in the snow. "Yay, I can ski now!" Yiyu exclaimed joyfully, raising her hands high. "Now practice slowly, don't ski too fast," Milmes advised. Yiyu waved her hand, signaling Milmes not to worry. "I know." Just as she spoke, she felt the snow beneath her feet shift. Before Yiyu could react, in the next second, her skis began to slide quickly. "Yiyu." Milmes stretched her hand, but it was too late to stop Yi's wild rush. "Ah!" Yiyu screamed as she rushed down the slope. Seeing the situation turn dire, Milmes immediately shouted, "Vivian, toss me the ski pole." Panicked Vivian quickly threw the ski pole to Milmes, who immediately chased after Yiyu. Milmes pushed herself to run faster, but still couldn't catch up. She then changed her strategy and shouted, "Slow down. Use the ski pole to brake." Yiyu heard the instruction and followed it, but she couldn't stab the ski pole into the ground. It merely skimmed across the snow. "Oh, I can't hold on." Yi's ski pole slipped from her hands like it was greased and scattered on the ground. Without the constraint of the ski pole, Yi's skis flew even faster down the slope, straight toward a massive and bottomless icy lake waiting at the foot of the mountain. At the falling Maple Snow Mountain, a high-altitude range that experiences snowfall year-round, the unique ecological environment and bizarre legends of snow monsters attract numerous visitors. The scenery here is beautiful and the environment pleasant, making it an ideal place for families to enjoy a trip together or for friends and couples to create wonderful memories. However, today's visitors might not want to come here a second time, as one of them is screaming while hurtling down the snowy slope, flailing like a fish about to plunge into a boiling pot. "Ah!" Yi's eyes brimmed with tears, but due to the cold weather, the tears froze at the corners of her eyes. Seeing that she was getting closer to the icy lake, Yiyu, feeling powerless, chose to cover her eyes. Suddenly, everything went dark, and all she could hear was the piercing sound of the wind rushing past her ears. Suddenly, Yiyu heard a different sound, as if shoes were crunching sharply against the snow, and it was getting closer. Before Yiyu could open her eyes, she felt her body suddenly lose balance, hovering for a moment in midair before crashing down hard. When Yiyu regained consciousness, she found herself lying in the snow. Although she was covered in some snow and mud, her black down jacket remained dry. "Are you okay?" A mature and steady male voice came from beside her. Yiyu looked over to see a man wearing a gray cap and a pure black coat. "I'm fine," Yiyu replied, holding her head. She still felt a bit dizzy, perhaps due to the terrifying experience of sliding down the slope. After the man helped Yiyu up from the snow, she took a moment to observe him again. The man had short hair, deep-set eyes, and a thin brown beard. The patches on his clothing added a touch of weariness, exuding an air of maturity. He looked like a very reliable uncle, Yiyu thought to herself. She glanced at the spot where she had fallen, which now had a noticeable dent alongside, which were traces of friction. Though she saw this scene, Yiyu still couldn't quite imagine what had happened earlier. What exactly occurred just now? Feeling confused, Yiyu scratched her head and softly asked, Did you save me just now, uncle? The uncle nodded, saying, yes, you came rushing down the slope, and I ran over and tackled you to finally stop you. Returning to a few minutes ago, the uncle was walking near the icy lake at the foot of the mountain. He seemed to have something on his mind, and his steps were not very steady, as if he was lost in thought. At that moment, he heard a sharp scream coming from the mountain, so he quickly looked up and saw Yiyu. Though he was getting older, his eyesight hadn't diminished much. He quickly realized that the rapidly approaching figure was a young girl and a novice at skiing. Seeing that the girl was rushing down uncontrollably, the uncle thought to himself, while also quickly observing her path, that he had to stop her before she reached the bottom. It would be very difficult and risky to intercept Yiyu hidden as she sped down, so the uncle chose to approach from the side. Fortunately, he was agile and acted quickly, successfully intercepting Yiyu in the buffer zone. Now back to the present. After hearing the uncle's description, Yiyu understood the situation. She bent down and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, uncle, for saving me. The uncle seemed a bit taken aback by her formality, shyly waving his hand. No need to be so polite, it was just a small effort. At this moment, the uncle noticed something was off, though it seemed that the girl was missing something essential for skiing. After pondering for a moment, the uncle remembered the name of the item and asked, where is your ski pole? This isn't a skiing area. How did you end up here? The uncle looked around. If the ski pole had come down with the girl, it should have fallen nearby, but there was nothing but white snow around. Yi's cheeks turned slightly red, and she averted her gaze a bit, feeling embarrassed as she said, it's a bit funny, I accidentally ended up here and lost my ski pole along the way. Clearly Yi was not lying. Who would risk their life just to deceive a stranger? The uncle had no doubt about her words and quickly believed her, but he still felt uneasy and advised, in that case, be more careful next time. The snowy mountains are not just peaceful on the surface, they also hide dangers within. Yi nodded. Although she was aware of these principles, hearing them from the uncle made them seem more credible. During their conversation, the uncle casually observed Yi's appearance. With her dark green hair, deep green eyes, and a small leaf hairpin, she resembled the embodiment of a nature spirit. Just looking at her evokes thoughts of a tranquil green forest, instilling a sense of inner peace. By the looks of you must not be a local, the uncle deduced. The local residents of Falling Maple Snow Mountain do not have such vibrant green hair or delicate skin. They are usually more tanned. Yes, I came here with my friends, Yi said, scratching her head shyly. But because of the earlier incident, I got separated from them. As expected, she was a tourist. However, the uncle felt a small curiosity bubbling up inside him, prompting him to ask a small question. But why would you choose to come to such a cold place? In the uncle's impression, young girls should be more inclined towards sunny beaches rather than this frigid white world. Actually, it's because Milmes won a travel voucher that we got the chance to come here. Yi said, her tone tinged with a hint of pride and satisfaction. Upon hearing Yi's words, the uncle's expression became somewhat subtle as he enviously remarked, I see. That's great. I wish I could win a few million too. The uncle nodded and shook his head at the same time, which looked quite odd. Do you also want to travel, uncle? Yi asked, puzzled. The uncle's mood seemed to drop significantly, but Yi had no idea why. After thinking for a moment, Yi realized she hadn't introduced herself, so she stammered, my name is Yi. The uncle rubbed his chin and complimented, that's a really nice name. It truly fits you and is quite memorable. If the uncle were a teacher, Yi would certainly be the first student he remembered in his class. After Yi introduced herself, it was naturally the uncle's turn. He pointed to himself with his thumb and said, just call me Uncle Hank. While Yi was chatting with Uncle Hank, Milmes hurriedly skied down from the slope, anxiously asking, Yi, are you okay? In stark contrast to Milmes' anxious tone, Yi seemed relaxed, explaining, I'm fine, Uncle Hank saved me. As she spoke, she moved aside to reveal Hank's figure to Milmes. Thank you for saving Yi. I'm her cousin Milmes. You're welcome, I just did a little bit to help, Hank said humbly. Unlike Yi, the girl named Milmes left an impression on Hank like the snow mountain itself. Pure white and cold, seemingly not very approachable. But perhaps beneath her seemingly indifferent exterior lies a passionate heart. Yi glanced behind Milmes, but saw no sign of Utah or Wei Weian and asked, where are Utah and Wei Weian? They're still up on the mountain. I just came down alone, Milmes said, pointing at two tiny black figures on the mountain. Due to the distance, human shapes were no longer visible. Then I'll give the class monitor a call, Yi said as she reached for her pocket. Fortunately, thanks to the robust modern industrial technology, her phone had not been damaged in the earlier impact and was still functioning properly. Yi dialed Utah's number and held the phone to her ear. However, the voice that came from the other end was both strange and familiar. Sorry, the user you were trying to reach is not in the service area. Please try again later. What's going on? Yi exclaimed in annoyance, tapping the phone screen. Uncle Hank chuckled and said, because this is a snowy mountain, there's not much signal here. As a local resident, this was common knowledge to him, and seeing Yi's puzzled expression made him want to laugh. It was somewhat amusing, like a city dweller seeing someone from the countryside not understanding traffic lights. After saying goodbye to Uncle Hank, Milmes led Yi to find the ski pole she had dropped, and then reunited with Utah and Wei Weian. This time, Yiyu firmly gripped her ski pole and paid more attention to the snow underfoot and the speed at which she moved her ski pole, preventing the earlier incident from repeating. After a fun outing, the four prepared to return to the mountain lodge as it was getting dark and the snowy mountain at night would only be more dangerous. Nearby staff and law enforcement urged visitors to return to their accommodations. Along the way, Milmes noticed other shops. Besides the most common specialty food stores and souvenir shops in the tourist area, there was a particularly intriguing shop that caught her eye, a mineral shop. This shop seemed like a small bump protruding from the flat ground, out of place with the other stores, yet unforgettable. The only problem was that there was a sign hanging at the entrance that read "Not open for business," so entry was not permitted. The street was filled with various aromas that tantalized the senses of the visitors, drawing them in to buy, with several tourists gathered in front of many shops. Having rarely enjoyed good food, Yi's stomach growled in agreement as she immediately became interested. "It smells so good, should we buy something to eat?" Yi's mouth watered uncontrollably, and her eyes seemed to sparkle. Seeing how easily Yiyu was tempted, Yuta lightly tapped Yiyu on the head. "The lodge offers a luxurious dinner. Save some appetite," Yuta advised. "Is that so?" Yiyu said, feeling a bit confused. Yuta sighed as if she were the mother of a disobedient child, saying, "You didn't even pay attention to what was written on the travel voucher, did you?" To this, Yiyu honestly admitted, "I was just focusing on coming to the snowy mountain and didn't think much about anything else." She scratched her head, squinting, her eyes looking quite naive. Perhaps the snowy mountain adventure had made Yiyu very happy, as she unusually refrained from arguing with Yuta. However, Yuta seemed unsatisfied with Yi's response and added, "It's evident considering your head is as empty and flat as your wallet." Upon hearing this, a dark line appeared on Yi's face, and her earlier good mood vanished, replaced by an indescribable anger. Feeling bold, she clenched her fists, suddenly feeling an urge to hit someone. Yuta immediately sensed Yi's intentions and turned to run before she could lift her foot. "Damn it, class monitor. Don't run." Yiyu cursed as she chased after her. "Ha ha." Yuta laughed heartily, weaving between shops and tourists, leaving Yiyu behind. Vivian, unable to stop them, could only shout from behind, "You two be careful, there are other tourists around here." Amidst their playful antics, the four returned near the lodge. While Yiyu and Yuta were still bickering, Vivian noticed that the snowman they had all built earlier had completely collapsed, seemingly destroyed. A flicker of unease passed through Vivian's heart. This could be a sign of something ominous. As a magician, Vivian's ability to sense was stronger than that of ordinary people, and she was more sensitive to the meanings and omens represented by her surroundings. This feeling could not simply be dismissed as superstition. The snowman Momo was a creation completed by the four people present, and though it was not a living being, it embodied their pure and simple hopes. Now it had been completely destroyed, resembling a crushed soda, and that was hard to look at. Witnessing this scene, a shadow of gloom enveloped Vivian's heart, and she frowned slightly, remaining silent. Before the others could notice the snowman's unusual state, the sound of a dispute coming from near the inn quickly captured their attention. The parties involved in the dispute were two staff members from the inn, a man and a woman, along with a middle-aged stranger. The middle-aged man's attire was very similar to that of Uncle Hank, who had just rescued Yiyu, both wearing duck-billed caps and thick overcoats, with the main difference being the color. This unfamiliar uncle wore a brown duck-billed cap, and his coat was a light grayish-white, seemingly more in tune with the colors of the snowy forest. The atmosphere between the inn's employees and the stranger was extremely tense, glaring at each other, as if they wished to kill one another with their eyes. "My trap has been destroyed by someone. It must have been you bunch of dogs," the stranger cursed loudly. The female employee was more polite and calmly asked, "What evidence do you have to support your claim?" The male employee, however, was unwilling to engage further and shot back, "Why would we have nothing better to do than to go to the forest?" The stranger crossed his arms and disdainfully retorted, "Are you saying that tourists are all fools?" Seeing the sign near the forest that read, "No trespassing for unauthorized personnel," would they still dare to break in? With this thought, the stranger's face twisted even more as he indignantly shouted, "And how could tourists possibly carry sharp tools to cut my traps? It must have been you." While speaking, the stranger pulled out a damaged animal trap net from behind him with a clear break, showing it had been cut with great precision. "You people not only scared away my prey, but now you even have to destroy my traps." The stranger's emotions grew increasingly agitated, and he kicked the stairs fiercely. "Calm down, there was no need for us to deliberately destroy your trap, right?" The female employee attempted to dissuade the stranger, but he showed no willingness to listen and instead pushed her away. The male employee caught the female employee in time, preventing her from falling. Confirming his colleague was okay, he turned his head, glaring at the stranger with disgust. If it weren't for the manager's warning not to provoke trouble, the male employee would have wanted to rush up and slap the stranger, even though this stranger was much sturdier than him. The stranger, however, was completely unfazed by the male employee's glare, confidently stating, "Of course, it's to steal my prey. It hadn't been destroyed before, because it was set for wild rabbits and the like. This time it must have been set for the snow monster, which is why you took it from me." When it comes to hunters, having their prey stolen is a great humiliation and provocation. It's like dancing on their face. The male employee had no intention of discussing further, gripping the stranger's collar and shouting, "You're completely spouting nonsense. Snow monsters don't even exist." The male employee raised his other hand high, forming a solid fist ready to give the stranger a good punch. However, the female employee quickly stopped him. The male employee was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at her only to see her shaking her head, signaling him not to be too impulsive. The male employee looked back at the stranger's face, which wore an arrogant expression, showing no signs of fear, not the sort of person who would back down after a single punch. It was evident that even if he landed that punch, nothing would change. Instead, he might even end up being called to the police station for questioning. After much consideration, the male employee finally released his grip and let the stranger leave. The stranger patted his chest and sneered, "Humph, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it, I will eventually gather the evidence." After dropping this line, the stranger turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the forest. Once they confirmed that the stranger had completely vanished, the employees noticed the tourists who had been standing aside for quite a while. The male employee immediately retracted his previous aggressive stance, returning to his usually honest demeanor. The female employee scratched her head and said, "Sorry for making you laugh at us." Curious, the inquisitive Milmes was the first to ask, "Who was that just now?" The person didn't seem like a thug looking for trouble. Their attire was quite tidy, though their temper was indeed lacking. The female employee replied, "That's Bluto, a hunter living in the nearby forest." The male employee replied irritably, "That guy has lived here for quite a while. He was strongly opposed to building a tourist area here before." The male employee stomped his foot in annoyance, indicating that this was not his first time dealing with that hunter. Yu asked, "Is it because tourists would interfere with his hunting? Animals fear humans. The more people there are, the fewer animals willing to venture out." The female employee shook her head, sighing, "That's partly true, but the most important thing for him is the snow monster." Milmes pressed on, asking, "Snow monster?" The male employee shrugged his arms and said, "It's the legend of the falling maple snow mountain here. It is said that there exists a strange creature living on this snow mountain covered in pure white fur, hence it is called the snow monster." The female employee added, "Moreover, there are rumors that where the snow monsters live there grows a special frost crystal snow lotus that can cure any disease." Hearing about such miraculous properties, Yu was startled and exclaimed, "Is that really so?" Suddenly, she froze for a moment, thinking to herself that this effect sounded somewhat familiar. Wait a minute, isn't that me? To think such a miraculous plant exists in such a remote place on Earth. Yu suddenly became very interested in meeting this fellow. Additionally, the mention of the snow monster by the employees intrigued Yu. It must feel very pleasant to touch the fluffy white fur, right? However, the male employee quickly doused her enthusiasm. "It's obvious that it's a scam. I've worked here for several years and haven't seen any wealthy individuals suffering from serious illnesses hiring people to look for this thing." The female employee laughed softly, covering her mouth. "If that snow lotus really existed, our place would be busier than the city, wouldn't it? Although this kind of hustle and bustle would not be the kind that the general public would enjoy, it could even be said that no one would want to see it. A panacea that cures all ailments, if it truly existed and was widely known, could potentially ignite fierce competition on a global scale. No, it wouldn't be something as simple as competition. Such a thing would inevitably spark numerous conflicts, possibly escalating to the scale of a world war. Yet currently there was no news related to this, nor had they seen any suspicious figures in black in the snow mountain, only the occasional curious tourists wandering about. Therefore, the most reasonable assumption is to assert that the snow lotus does not exist at all. After all, once intelligent life forms have obtained wealth, power, and all other forces, their ultimate pursuit is immortality. They cannot bear the erosion of pain and yearn for longer life, unwilling to be trapped in a cramped hospital room, craving freedom for their bodies. Their greedy desires would never be satiated. For them, longevity and immortality represent an almost twisted obsession. With this thought, Milmes subconsciously looked at Yu. Although the evidence was not conclusive, Yu should possess the power to heal all diseases, the source of life. In other words, Yu's existence was quite similar to the frost crystal snow lotus, something many would covet. For that reason, it was Milmes' primary task to ensure that Yu's identity remained a secret from others. Otherwise, maintaining the current stable life would be a luxury, let alone preserving Yu's life. Even if Milmes was confident in her abilities, she could not possibly go against all intelligent life forms in the universe. However, Yu was not accustomed to being looked at in such a manner, so she confusedly stared at Milmes and asked, "Is there mud on my face?" Milmes shook her head and replied, "It's nothing." Yu looked bewildered, feeling a kind of subtle sensation. Why does she look at me as if I'm some protected animal? Am I a panda? Suddenly, the male employee recalled something and casually said, "Speaking of which, this morning a red-haired girl came here asking about the snow monster and the snow lotus. She even had a piece of paper in her hand. Instead of talking about these trivial matters, why not hurry up and get to work? I'm paying you to chat here, not to slack off." The male employee's voice was abruptly interrupted as a hand gripped his shoulder. A figure slowly emerged behind him. It was the manager of the inn. The manager emanated a terrifying pressure seemingly more intimidating than a hungry brown bear. The male employee was sweating profusely, his voice trembling as he said, "Yes, yes, well, go right away." As soon as he finished speaking, the male employee rushed into the inn, slamming the door loudly. The female employee did not slack off either and followed him inside. Once the two returned to work, the manager resumed his usual amiable demeanor, appearing very kind. What left the deepest impression of the manager was his squinty eyes, which exuded a strangely endearing quality, closing the distance between him and others. Please do not take those rumors to heart. Many travelers have previously come here full of enthusiasm after hearing these stories, only to get lost in the snow-covered mountains and meet unfortunate ends. The manager's gaze gradually shifted to the snow mountain. Oh, perhaps in his view the snow mountain was not just a tourist attraction, but also a perilous maze. As a local who had grown up here, he had witnessed many lives lost in vain, all in pursuit of that distant, elusive fantasy. After listening to the manager's advice, the four returned to their room in the inn, which was very tidy and comfortable, and warm air enveloped them the moment they stepped inside. "It's better to stay in the room," Yiyu exclaimed as she collapsed onto the bedding, sinking into the bed, wishing she could merge with it. If the bed were a prison, a warm bed would undoubtedly be a deadly prison, so enchanting that one would never want to leave, and countless people have succumbed to its temptations. Fortunately, that uncle saved Yiyu, otherwise she might be lying in a hospital right now, Vivian said with a sense of relief as she looked at Yiyu. Regarding Uncle Hanky, you shared the story with the others on the way and vividly portrayed the scene at that moment using gestures. After hearing this, the reactions of the three were completely different. Milmes maintained her usual indifferent and somewhat cold expression, leaving her true thoughts unreadable. Vivian frowned slightly, showing a worried expression, and only relaxed when Yiyu assured her that she was unharmed. Yuda's reaction was the strangest, as she seemed not to have listened carefully, lost in thought, and unusually quiet without rebuffing Yiyu, which made Yiyu feel somewhat uncomfortable. Normally, if things went as Yiyu expected, Yuda would start scolding her after she accidentally slipped down the mountain, followed by their usual cycle of mutual hurt. Although this was fine, it felt like something was missing, leaving her feeling uneasy. Just as Yiyu thought this, a strong hand suddenly struck her on the head. Yiyu winced in pain and lifted her head angrily, only to see Yuda standing there with her arms crossed, wearing a disdainful expression. "Get up, you lazy bug. How long are you going to lie there?" As she spoke, Yuda tugged at the blanket beneath Yiyu, who naturally fought back, trying to pull the blanket back. "What do you mean? I just like the bed. Is that a problem?" Yiyu clung tightly to the blanket, vowing to share its fate. At that moment, a soft and warm hand poked Yi's back. Feeling a bit ticklish, she quickly reacted and turned around, finding it was Vivian's doing. Vivian asked quietly, Do you want to go soak in the hot springs together?" Milmes, sitting on the edge of the bed, was flipping through a travel brochure she found on the table and had just turned to a page featuring hot springs. Natural hot springs relax and unwind. The brochure prominently displayed in large letters, filled with an enticing invitation. Although her mechanical body did not require rest, allowing the components to receive maintenance was still a fortunate circumstance. Especially the bionic skin covering the outer layer, which required some care. Even if it could not be determined whether the hot springs effects would be beneficial, it was worth a try. Hot springs. Of course I want to go. Hearing the words hot springs, Yiyu instantly perked up and quickly climbed out of bed. Then Yiyu asked, "Do you guys know where it is?" Yuda rolled her eyes at Yiyu and said, "Just ask the inn staff, it's not hard." Soon after, the four arrived at the hot springs changing room. The changing room was also very clean, with the tiles on the floor specially treated to prevent clear reflections of people. Vivian looked around the changing room and noticed that besides the four of them, there were no other guests, as if they had booked the entire place. Vivian scratched her head in confusion and said, "Why is there no one else here?" Yuda, while taking off her outerwear, replied, "Maybe it's because we didn't come during the peak season. If it were during the holidays, there would be many more people." At this moment, Milmes noticed that Yi's movements were quite unnatural. Her face was slightly flushed, and she seemed timid and hesitant, as if she was facing some trouble. If a friend is in trouble, of course one should help her. With this thought in mind, Milmes kindly asked, "Do you need help?" "No, no need," Yi replied, shaking her hands in strong refusal, even taking a few steps back. You guys go ahead, I suddenly need to go to the restroom." Before Milmes could say anything, Yi had already dashed off and disappeared. "But the restroom is in the other direction." Milmes stood frozen in place, somewhat worried about Yi's condition. Meanwhile, Yuda and Vivian had already removed their clothes and wrapped themselves in towels. Coming from an aristocratic family, Vivian was used to being taken care of. During her bathing and changing, she was attended to by numerous servants, so she wasn't afraid of being seen. However, this did not mean that Vivian was accustomed to seeing others' bodies, so she kept her back towards Yuda while she changed. Yuda, on the other hand, was more indifferent, as all the people present were women, so there was nothing to worry about. After changing her clothes, first the two headed towards the hot springs. After waiting a while, Milmes also took off her clothes and walked straight toward the hot springs. After a long time, a small leaf peeked out from the door of the changing room, and Yiyu gradually poked her head out. She carefully scanned the changing room and, confirming that no one was inside, walked in. Yu sighed and muttered, undressing in front of others is so embarrassing. Milmes is fine, but why are Yuta and Vivian so calm about it? As Yu complained, she changed into a towel. Although Yu was a Vitia alien, her basic sense of shame was not much different from that of an average Earthling. In essence, she was no different from a 16-year-old girl on Earth. Even with familiar faces around, she still felt shy about exposing her body to others. Yu had never been to a swimming pool before, so she naturally did not know that public changing rooms could be so open, thinking they were like individual stalls in a shopping mall. After spending some time mentally preparing herself, Yu finally moved towards the direction of the hot springs. A wave of steamy white mist rushed towards her, and as the mist cleared, she immediately spotted Milmes waving at her. Just as Yu was about to step into the hot springs, Yuta stopped her. "Wait, you haven't showered yet," Yuta said, making a large X with her hands to prevent Yu from taking another step. Yu froze instantly, standing there. "Shower? Oh right, there seems to be a step for that." Being reminded by Yuta, Yu recalled that there was indeed an important step before soaking in the hot springs, as she often saw characters showering beside the bath in hot spring episodes of anime. Suddenly a chill ran over Yu, creeping up her spine. When she turned to look, Yuta was staring at her with a disdainful expression, a smile that never boded well. If she showered, she would still be seen by others. And if she was unlucky, other female guests coming to soak in the hot springs might see her. Feeling shy about being seen by acquaintances, Yu imagined how her face would turn redder than a tomato if a stranger saw her. She might even faint. Realizing this, Yu found herself in a dilemma. Either she would be seen naked while showering, or she would have to painfully give up the opportunity to soak in the hot springs. Either choice was one she did not want to make. Yuta clearly saw through this, which was why she wore that look of someone who enjoyed watching the drama unfold. Just as Yu hesitated, Milmes rose from the hot springs and walked over to her, saying, "If you're feeling unwell, I can accompany you back to the room." Faced with Milmes's kindness, Yu felt a bit caught off guard, unsure of what to do. After struggling internally for a while, Yu bent her arm, signaling Milmes to lean in closer, and then whispered something to her. After hearing this, Milmes immediately nodded in agreement and accompanied the grateful Yu to the shower area. A few minutes later, Yu returned brimming with excitement and happily soaked in the hot springs. Yu's request of Milmes was simple: to act as a guard while she showered, helping her keep an eye out for any sudden appearances of strangers. During the guarding process, Milmes' gaze was naturally fixed on the external entrance, so she wouldn't see Yu's body. Ah, so comfortable. Yu leaned against the stone, stretching her arms, basking in the warmth of the hot springs. The emerald green spring water rippled gently, its smooth texture refreshing, as all the pressures and troubles of life seemed to dissolve within the hot spring. The fatigue from the journey originally weighing on her completely disintegrated in this tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, leaving her feeling utterly at ease. Everyone was immersed in the healing nature of the hot springs, no longer speaking. The room was filled only with the soft sound of flowing water. "Do you believe in the existence of snow monsters?" "Not really," Yuta replied, shaking her head with some doubt. "If given the chance, I hope to encounter one." "Based on the information we currently have, no conclusions can be drawn," Milmes responded somewhat coldly, but her answer was very logical. "What about you?" Yuta countered. "I don't know either. It might exist." Yu scratched her head, as she had not thought much when bringing up the topic, simply asking casually. However, with so many rumors existing on Earth, most of them turned out to be false, either disproven by science or completely fading away. This rumor about snow monsters was probably no different. Meanwhile, in the dark forest outside the inn, a male figure moved swiftly, the moonlight faintly illuminating his face. It was Bruto, the hunter, who had caused trouble at the inn's entrance. Bruto wore a stern expression, exuding a fierce aura. He held a black leather bag in his hand and walked slowly toward the Snow Mountain Inn with heavy, deliberate steps. After enjoying the healing warmth of the hot springs, the skin of the three people, excluding Meyer Misai, became noticeably smoother and more radiant, their faces glowing with smiles of happiness. Not long after returning to the room, one of the staff came to inform them to head to the restaurant's private room to enjoy the luxurious dinner included with their travel voucher. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Yu. Since that fire incident, she had been living a life of monk-like poverty, consuming only vegetarian food, much like a rabbit, though a wealthy family's pet rabbit might be living a better life than hers. So when she saw the waiter bringing a large platter of barbecued meat, Yu's eyes widened, her gaze seeming to want to dive straight into the meat. After a hearty meal, Yu's belly swelled, resembling a balloon, much like someone who hadn't eaten for 3 days, and then entered a buffet. This was the most satisfying meal Yu had had in a long time, but as a consequence, she had no desire to eat anything else for the time being. "Ugh, I can't take it anymore." Yu collapsed onto the bed, unable to rise again. Lying flat, her stomach protruded high, resembling a small hill. Yuta glanced sideways at Yu and said, "After eating, just lie down carefully, you might get gastroenteritis." Upon hearing this, Yu was completely unfazed, even arrogantly retorting, "You don't need to worry about that. I won't get that kind of illness." Yu kicked her legs back and forth on the bed, full of pride. If it weren't for Yu needing to hide her identity, she could have added a very cocky remark at this moment. Sorry, aliens can do whatever they want. However, Yuta was not angered by this as she concealed her emotions well and merely replied, "Oh," then sat down on another bed as if nothing had happened. Under normal circumstances, Yu might have quibbled about it, but now that she was so stuffed, she let it go. With the bickering between Yu and Yuta gone, the room fell into silence. This was unavoidable. Wei Weian was relatively introverted and Meyer Misai was not particularly talkative either, so one could not expect these two to take the initiative to start a conversation. Wei Weian quietly began reading a scientific magazine within the hotel, which contained some interesting scientific knowledge. It was a piece of trivia that this magazine had originally been buried under a pile of gossip magazines lying at the very bottom. On the other side, Meyer Misai sat at the foot of the bed, seemingly concentrating on thinking about something, her eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Although a long time had passed, Meyer Misai had not forgotten her original intention, which was to make contact with Freudian Star and to find a way back to Freudian Star. The altitude of the snowy mountains was relatively high, objectively speaking, closer to the universe, so the signal would be better and the probability of communication would be higher. However, regrettably, communication still failed. Just like the results tried in other places before, the connection was unable to be established due to unknown reasons. Perhaps until this unknown reason was discovered, it would be unlikely to contact Freudian Star. Moreover, for some unknown reason, there was a constant noise in her ears during this attempt to communicate. Was it a malfunction of the sound reception system? Meyer Misai patted her ears, and it improved slightly, but there was still a faint noise interference, perhaps due to the magnetic field of the snowy mountains. As for a way to leave Earth, Meyer Misai had some ideas. One was to have Wei Weian use flying magic to send her away. The other was to quietly sneak on board when humans were preparing to launch a rocket into space. The first option seemed rather remote, as Wei Weian was currently still entangled with the curse, and it would be difficult to explain the desire to fly into space. The second option was purely a matter of luck. If fortunate, it could take a few days or weeks, but if unlucky, it might take several years. Fortunately, Meyer Misai had plenty of time. Waiting was not a difficult task for her. On the other side of the room, the bored Yuta casually glanced at the bedside and happened to see the television remote lying on the bed, so she picked it up and turned it on. After all, with such a big screen, why not use it? Upon clicking in, she found a lot of content, including movies, shows, animations, and children's programs, all categorized. Yuta intended to select a popular movie to watch, but after 6 minutes, she discovered that she needed VIP access to continue watching. It's all a scam, a scheme filled with deceptive, money-grabbing tricks everywhere. There's nothing to be done in this day and age. Capital rules and money is paramount. Without money, one can't get far. Even Yu, this alien, needed to find ways to earn money to live on Earth. If it weren't for the lucky win of the travel voucher, they might have spent several thousand on this trip. Yuta sighed to herself and prepared to turn off the television when suddenly a loud noise erupted from the screen, and the previously colorful display showed black and white static. Meyer Misai was attracted by the noise of the television and looked over. The screen flickered strangely a few times before returning to normal, seemingly just a connection issue. After seeing this scene, Yuta instinctively glanced towards Wei Weian. However, suspecting Wei Weian so quickly seemed inappropriate, so Yuta searched her memory again. In her impression, Wei Weian had mostly stayed with her, and she clearly remembered that Wei Weian had not touched any of the electronic devices in the hotel, not even the switch for the wall lamp on the ceiling. Then it seemed that it was not caused by a curse, but rather just an incidental malfunction. Yuta reassured herself in her mind. Meyer Misai. Yu tugged at Meyer Misai's sleeve, seemingly in need of help. Moi, could you help me find some digestive tablets? I feel like I won't be able to sleep well tonight. Although she wasn't afraid of getting sick, being overly stuffed was quite uncomfortable. Meyer Misai nodded in agreement and then got up to leave the room. The moment Meyer Misai left the room and closed the door, the faint noise in her ears suddenly vanished. Meyer Misai froze at the door, and a terrible hypothesis suddenly arose in her mind. Wei Weian's curse had become more severe. Previously, a touch would cause technological products to malfunction, but now merely being close could produce noise. She couldn't imagine what would happen in the future. The worst-case scenario was that a momentary touch could lead to the disintegration or complete destruction of mechanical devices. Regardless, it would be better to keep a distance from Wei Weian until the curse was lifted. From the looks of it, asking Wei Weian to use flying magic to go to space seemed unlikely to be realized. Perhaps there was inherently some sort of barrier between technology and magic, which is why Meyer Misai, representing the technological side, could not achieve her goal using magical power. However, pondering so much was of no use. She should first complete the tasks at hand. After inquiring about the digestive tablets from the counter staff, the other party led her to the kitchen, where she successfully found the medicine. Meyer Misai returned to the room with the medicine and a cup of warm water. Seeing Meyer Misai come back, Yu struggled to sit up from the bed. Yu gulped down the warm water, and the tablet followed into her body. After drinking, she said with relief, I feel so much better. Yi's condition improved significantly, and she seemed like she had come back to life. After resolving Yi's issue, Meyer Misai prepared to verify her hypothesis. Meyer Misai, while discarding a disposable cup, casually approached Wei Weian, pretending to be very interested in the magazine she was reading, and said, "What are you reading?" Wei Weian showed a bit of surprise at Meyer Misai's sudden appearance, but quickly regained her composure and smiled as she replied, "It's a magazine that discusses a lot of interesting scientific knowledge. For example, Wei Weian was momentarily at a loss for words and lowered her head in silence for a few seconds. Then Wei Weian seemed to think of something, quickly flipped a few pages, and nodded, as if she had found something satisfactory. Wei Weian asked, "Why does ice cream emit vapor?" Meyer Misai answered, "Because there is a lot of invisible water vapor in the air. When they come close to the lower temperature of the ice cream, they liquefy and form mist droplets around it, thus appearing to emit vapor." Wei Weian flipped through the magazine again, and then asked, "Why is saline-alkali land not conducive to plant growth?" "Because..." Meyer Misai was just about to speak when she was suddenly interrupted by Yiyu. "I know this one. It's because the salt content in the soil is too high, preventing plants from absorbing the nutrients, and they might even dehydrate and die." Yiyu excitedly raised her hand to answer, as she understood this topic very well. No one knew more about plants than she did. "It should be similar to what Yiyu said, but the terms used in this magazine are more specialized," Wei Weian added. After that, Wei Weian continued to ask several questions, and Meyer Misai not only answered fluently, but also showed no hesitation during the process, as if she had memorized all the standard answers. Meyer Misai is so knowledgeable, knowing so much. Wei Weian looked at Meyer Misai with admiration mixed with a hint of envy. Meyer Misai humbly replied, "It's just that my memory is quite good. I wish I had such a good memory too," Wei Weian said, feeling a bit disappointed in addition to her admiration. After finishing the conversation with Wei Weian, Meyer Misai returned to the side of the bed. Indeed, her previous hypothesis was correct. The source of the noise was Wei Weian. The closer Meyer Misai got to Wei Weian, the more pronounced the noise in her ears became. The opposite was true when she moved away. This also indirectly confirmed the fact that Wei Weian's curse was deepening. There had never been any anomalies during close contact before, but now merely standing beside her could feel the interference. Wei Weian's father was indeed ruthless. If this curse was not lifted, Wei Weian would never be able to do what she wanted in her life. Fortunately for Meyer Misai, the current impact was minimal. It was just a bit of noise that could be filtered out. The night was deep, with a bright moon hanging in the pitch-black sky, resembling a dazzling pearl in the abyss of darkness. Under this pale illumination, everything seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, unusually quiet. After a busy day, the snow mountain and gradually returned to silence, and the staff, who had been bustling around inside, began to retreat into their warm beds. At the moment when almost everyone had fallen into dreams, only Meyer Misai remained awake in the entire and staring blankly at the empty ceiling without any purpose. On the adjacent bed, Wei Weian tightly hugged Yuta, as if embracing a warm giant toy, refusing to let go. Yuta's sleeping face was quite ordinary, merely squinting her eyes, her chest rising and falling gently as she breathed her sleep, entirely unaffected by the environment, much like being at home. Lying beside Meyer Misai, Yiyu faced the ceiling, sleeping soundly with drool at the corner of her mouth, seemingly smiling happily. Recalling the first time Meyer Misai shared a bed with Yiyu, she would wake from nightmares startled, like a frightened kitten, helpless and fragile. But now Yiyu would even laugh in her dreams, completely different from the first time Meyer Misai met her. Thinking of this, Meyer Misai couldn't help but smile slightly, as if a certain emptiness in her heart had been filled. Suddenly a strange sound came through, resembling the clinking of metal objects colliding, and it was coming from not far away. Meyer Misai quickly got out of bed, her gaze sharp, fully prepared for battle. Humans sneaking around at this late hour are mostly thieves, but there is also the possibility of more dangerous criminals who specifically target women. No matter who the intruder was or what their intent, the priority now was to locate them and subdue them. Meyer Misai quietly pushed open the door, her movements soft and soundless. She slowly poked her head out, glancing left and right. The corridor lights were still bright, and there was no sign of anyone else. Tiptoeing out of the room, Meyer Misai closed the door behind her and stealthily proceeded toward the eastern corridor. Not all parts of the corridor were illuminated. After walking a short distance, she arrived near the dim kitchen. As she got closer, she could clearly hear the sound of someone rummaging through the kitchen, and she could even faintly see a shadow, indicating that the person was definitely inside. To avoid alarming the intruder, Meyer Misai decided not to turn on the lights. Fortunately, she possessed night vision, allowing her to see clearly even in the dark. Pressing against the wall, Meyer Misai peered in, and indeed saw a figure crouched in the kitchen, trying to pull something out of a cabinet. The person had their back to Meyer Misai, making it the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Though ambushing was rather underhanded, there was no virtue in discussing martial ethics with a thief. Meyer Misai silently approached the person and swiftly pinned them to the ground, rubbing their face against the floor. This position made it difficult for the person to exert force and escape Meyer Misai's grip. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts," the person screamed. Their voice sounded extremely familiar, causing Meyer Misai to involuntarily ease her grip. Meyer Misai hesitantly asked, Is that you, manager? Yes, it's me, the manager. The manager's voice sounded as if he was begging for mercy, and at that moment he desired nothing more than for the person pinning him down to let him go. After comparing the manager's voice with that of the person beneath her, Milmes confirmed that it was indeed the same person. Once the identity was confirmed, Milmes finally relaxed her grip and helped the manager, whose face was slightly bruised, to his feet. Why are you here, manager? I wanted to ask you that question too. After both Milmes and the manager understood the situation, the manager said with a wry smile, You mistook me for a thief. Milmes sincerely lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you were just hungry and looking for cookies in the middle of the night. The two of them had simple motives, yet it resulted in an unexpectedly comical situation. Milmes asked, Why didn't you turn on the lights? If the lights had been on, Milmes could have recognized the manager's appearance and avoided the delicate misunderstanding. The manager scratched his head and replied somewhat sulkily, I don't know what happened, the light switch suddenly malfunctioned. It couldn't have broken earlier or later, but it had to fail in the middle of the night. The manager silently cursed his bad luck. However, out of professional ethics, he controlled his emotions while quickly regaining his calm and suggested escorting Milmes back to her room. As they walked and chatted in the brightly lit corridor, the manager expressed some admiration, saying, I didn't expect you to be so proactive, coming all the way to catch a thief. But halfway through, the manager's tone turned instructive. However, what you did is dangerous. I have a weak constitution and could easily be subdued by you, but if you encounter a real thief, you might end up being overpowered. As a senior figure, the manager seemed to enjoy educating the younger generation more than usual. Milmes did not show any signs of annoyance. Instead, she quietly listened, further encouraging him to continue speaking. While the manager was feeling quite pleased with himself, he suddenly felt a jab to his abdomen. Looking down, he saw that Milmes' hand was blocking his path. At the corner of the brightly lit corridor, a middle-aged man in a gray and white coat with stubble tiptoed into the inn, holding shoes in his hands. This man was Bruto, the hunter who had clashed with the staff earlier that afternoon. At this moment, he had clearly noticed the two opposite him, his expression suddenly becoming tense, sweat pouring down uncontrollably. After staring blankly for less than a second without thinking, he immediately turned and ran, but within 2 seconds, he was intimately acquainted with the floor. Milmes firmly subdued Bruto, leaving him with no room to struggle, not even able to utter a sound. Seeing this scene, the manager was completely dumbfounded, muttering to himself, Was my earlier worry overly redundant? At this moment, the manager felt like an adult explaining a math problem to an elementary school student, only to see them complete advanced mathematics in return. Aside from shock, there was embarrassment. He wished he could shove his past self into a cellar. Bruto attempted to resist, but the pressure from Milmes was overwhelmingly strong. At that moment, he could hardly move a finger, let alone his tongue, and could only produce a faint sound of protest. Manager, how should we deal with him? Milmes' voice was very relaxed, and subduing Bruto seemed to have cost her little effort. The manager fell silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly, saying, Bruto, since we are old classmates, I won't hold this against you today. The manager seemed quite disappointed in Bruto, harboring a sense of regret that he couldn't live up to expectations. Please let him go, the manager requested of Milmes. After all, this was the manager's inn, and since the manager did not intend to pursue the matter, Milmes naturally had no reason to cling to it. Milmes released her grip and stepped away from Bruto. Once freed from Milmes' restraint, Bruto instantly felt his breathing ease considerably. The recent experience felt like having his head forcibly submerged underwater. Huff, huff. Bruto seized the opportunity to take several deep breaths of oxygen, recovering from the state of suffocation. Bruto got up from the floor, his head bowed and unwilling to meet the manager's gaze. The manager looked at him silently, yet his eyes revealed a hint of exhaustion. Bruto's voice was weak and lacked conviction. The manager spoke sternly. I know why you came in, but there is truly nothing here that you are looking for. Bruto hesitated, his mouth opening and closing, but knowing he was in the wrong, he didn't dare to say much more. After a moment of silence, he finally squeezed out 2 words, all right. Bruto silently picked up the lockpicking tools scattered by the door, stuffing them into his bag, and then left looking like a chastened dog, his back filled with regret. The manager closed the inn's door and locked it again. Milmes asked, was he trying to find the snow monster? Upon hearing the words snow monster, the manager seemed to recall something nostalgic and replied with a hint of sentimentality, yes, the snow monster. Would you like to hear me tell some old stories? Please do, Milmes replied. Bruto used to be somewhat invisible in class as he lacked presence, making him both insecure and introverted. But one day he excitedly ran into class and stood on the podium announcing to everyone that he had seen a real snow monster. The class fell silent for a moment, then erupted into laughter. No one believed what he said. I still remember how he looked back, then his face flushed, fists clenched, filled with frustration and shame. Since then he seemed to go mad, vowing to find evidence of the snow monster's existence. Fewer and fewer people remained in the village, yet Bruto persistently stayed behind, searching for traces of the snow monster. Even now, as the village underwent major development transforming into a tourist area, he has never given up. The manager shook his head with a hint of regret, but we all know that's just a legend. No matter how hard he tries, he can't find something that doesn't exist. Perhaps in a few years he will come to terms with reality. After sharing these past events, the manager seemed to feel much lighter, smiling as he said, "Well, it's getting late. You should go to sleep now." MHM. The two had already arrived at the door of the guest room, only slightly delayed due to the incident with Bruto. Meyer Misai entered the room and closed the door with a click. The next day in the morning, due to the effective blackout curtains in the hotel, even though it was a sunny morning at 8 o'clock, the room was still shrouded in darkness, creating a comfortably cozy, sleeping environment akin to a rainy day with the occasional sound of wind from outside. Thanks to such a perfect resting place, everyone had a good night's sleep and woke up full of energy, ready to have a great time today. Having already built a snowman and slid on the snow yesterday, today they wanted to do something different. Naturally, a 2v2 snowball fight, a tense and thrilling competitive game that could fully engage their enthusiasm for fun. With this thought in mind, Yu enthusiastically shouted, "Let's have a snowball fight." "Are you an idiot?" Before Yu could say another word, Yuta immediately doused her with a bucket of ice water. "While I'm not clever, you can't just insult me for no reason," Yu retorted immediately. Yuta pointed towards the nearby crowd with a look of disdain and said, "Look around, there are tourists and staff nearby. Aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting them?" Yu glanced around and indeed saw quite a few people. If they accidentally hurt someone during their battle, it would likely cause quite a bit of trouble. Yu scratched her head, feeling awkward, and said, "You have a point. But how could they let the snowball fight not happen when they had come all the way to the snowy mountains? It was like eating dumplings without vinegar or having hot pot with just plain broth, lacking in soul. Is there a good place with less people and more snow where we can have a snowball fight?" Yu rested her right hand on her chin, deep in thought, carefully recalling if there was a place in this tourist area that perfectly met those conditions. After pondering for a while, Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted, "Got it, let's go to the ice lake." Milmes asked, somewhat confused, "Are we changing our minds to go fishing?" "No way, I don't want to sit there like a fool getting blown by the cold wind for 2 hours." Yu waved her hands in refusal. She could even imagine herself sitting there all day and turning into an ice sculpture. Yu continued, "Even though I almost fell into the ice lake yesterday, I remember that the terrain around there is just right for a snowball fight, and there are hardly any tourists over there." Although the reason was unclear, it seemed that most tourists were not very interested in the ice lake, possibly due to its remote location. Moreover, the terrain near the ice lake was flat with thick snow, making it an ideal battlefield for a snowball fight. "Sounds like a great choice." Yuta nodded in agreement with Yi's idea. Even though Yuta had never really been to the ice lake, she could glean relevant information from Yi's thoughts. Although Yi's ideas were often unreliable, at least her thoughts were simple and easy to understand, which could be considered a good point. With their destination confirmed, Yu was filled with enthusiasm, like a captain urging her crew to charge, pointing towards the direction of the ice lake and shouting, "All right, let's go." Although the ice lake was also located at the foot of the snowy mountain, it was at a slightly higher elevation than the hotel, requiring them to climb to reach it. The snowy mountain today was still as cold as ever, with a biting wind blowing straight at them, hitting them hard. The mountain was covered in thick, pure white snow resembling overflowing beer foam, with a light dusting of snow sliding down from the high slopes. Against the backdrop of the entire maple snow mountain, the figures of the four advancing seemed quite small, just a few black dots. "Don't you think today's weather is even colder than yesterday?" Yu said while tightening her dark green down jacket. "It seems the wind is stronger than yesterday," Vivian remarked. Yu showed a somewhat awkward expression and said, "How about we go back? There should be a game console we can borrow in the hotel. In such freezing weather, one should stay in a warm room. Why venture out into the cold?" Yu now regretted her earlier self, wishing she could slap herself from a few minutes ago. At the very least, she should give herself a few slaps. Yuta also had a face full of resentment, complaining, "Isn't it a bit too late to change your mind now that we've come this far?" "At least I didn't change my mind right at the destination," Yu laughed, trying to brush it off. Suddenly, Yu felt the ground shaking, and it was becoming more intense. "An earthquake," Yu instinctively said. Before Yu could react, Milmes' experience made her immediately look up, and indeed a wave of snow like a fierce beast was rushing towards them from not far away. "Avalanche." Before she could even speak, Milmes' body had already moved, running in Yi's direction. But the wrath of nature is hard to quell and extremely violent. The massive wave of snow surged like a tsunami, swiftly engulfing the group as if they were fragile leaves in a torrent, scattered mercilessly and swept away. They must find a way to save them. This was the only thought in Milmes' mind at that moment. With the immense pressure of the snow and the continuous downward force, Milmes found it difficult to even extricate herself, let alone traverse the distance to save her friends. But if the flight propulsion system could be activated successfully, everything would be different. Although this would expose Milmes' identity in a crisis, there was no time to consider such matters. "Activate flight propulsion system." A light blue transparent font appeared before Milmes, a digital character visible only to her. "System malfunction, unable to start." A large block of red text with an exclamation mark popped up, accompanied by a harsh alarm sound. Why was only the flight propulsion system malfunctioning? Milmes frowned slightly and tried to start it again. Activate flight propulsion system. System malfunction, unable to start. No matter how many times she tried, the result remained unchanged. Her mechanical body was inflexible. However, Milmes was not willing to give up. She adjusted her position and floated on the snow stream, like swimming, then vigorously pushed forward. Milmes first reached Vivian, who was closest to her, grabbed her hand, and pulled her close. At such times, ensuring that people do not scatter as much as possible is crucial for maximizing life safety. The biggest trouble with snow disasters is not the avalanche itself, but rescuing those buried after being covered. The farther they spread, the harder it is for rescue teams to find them. Hold on tight to me, Milmes signaled for Vivian to hold onto her waist. Okay. Vivian clung tightly to Milmes as if grasping a lifeline. Milmes used one arm to embrace Vivian while pushing forward towards Yuta. But on their way, the snow stream became more intense, with waves of snow pounding against Milmes, trying to bury her in the snow. Fortunately, Yuta was not too far away. She ultimately grabbed Milmes' hand and was pulled close. Watch out ahead, Yuta shouted. Focusing on saving people, Milmes completely failed to notice that they were being swept towards a pine tree. When Milmes realized the presence of the pine tree, she immediately turned her back, shielding Vivian and Yuta, absorbing the force of the impact with her body. Although it was a mechanical body, it still retained some sense of pain, but Milmes merely frowned slightly, without uttering a sound of agony. You hold on to this tree, I will go save you. The two immediately complied, gripping the pine tree tightly. It shook violently under the fierce impact of the snow flow, but its resilience stood firm, not yielding to nature's intimidation. Milmes struggled to move closer to Yu, who was the farthest from her, with half of her body buried in the snow, almost unable to move. Yu could only stretch out her left hand as far as possible, trying to shorten the distance between her and Milmes. Just as Milmes was about to grasp Yu's left hand, Yu suddenly withdrew her hand. Milmes quickly noticed a large stone lying between them and swiftly retracted her hand. The boulder brushed past them, and the surging snow flow pushed Yu even further away. Milmes could only continue to swim in the snow, striving to get closer to Yu. The distance between them was getting shorter, 3 meters to 4 to 1. Though it was within reach, the current situation stretched this brief distance as if it were an unreachable end. Yu held her left hand as high as she could, but due to lack of strength it began to sway up and down. Waves of snow surged in, yet none made Yu lower her left hand. Yu's hand was so close, just a little more, and she could grasp it. But suddenly a massive wave of white snow surged over, completely covering Milmes' vision and person. Even the sounds around her gradually faded away. Uncertain how long it had been, Milmes finally heard the alert indicating safety. Surrounding environment stabilized. Light green transparent letters appeared, confirming that this avalanche had not caused Milmes significant harm. After confirming her bodily functions were normal, Milmes began to dig through the snow above her and crawled out. Yu must also be buried in the snow. To quickly find Yu's whereabouts, Milmes scanned for nearby life signs, surprisingly detecting several likely tourists who had encountered difficulties. Even though they were strangers, Milmes would dig them out one by one. Saving one more was worth it. One woman with wavy hair, one man with straight brows, one bald man, and a young guy. Many people, but Yu was nowhere to be found. The nearby individuals were quickly rescued from the snow by Milmes, leaving only one last person still buried. This should be Yu. Milmes quickly dug through the snow, gradually revealing a human figure. The green hair was the first to emerge, but as more snow was removed, the face revealed was completely different. This was just another woman with green hair, not Yu. After rescuing this stranger from the snow, some of those previously saved had already regained consciousness and hurried over to thank Milmes for her rescue, expressing their sincerest gratitude. However, what they saw on the face of this life-saving benefactor was devoid of any smile. This white-haired girl seemed not to see them at all, repeatedly pacing back and forth in the snow, appearing quite anxious. Milmes continuously scanned, repeatedly expanding the search range, but she did not detect any more life responses from humanoid entities. After the avalanche, the snow-covered mountain lay in disarray, with thick layers of accumulated snow weighing down at its base, making it appear like a giant ice cream that had suddenly fallen to the ground, quite pitiful. Once the snow mountain settled, waves of rescue personnel began arriving at the foot of the mountain, commencing their search and rescue operations. The rescue team members each took on their roles, with some searching for tourists buried in the snow, others treating the injured, and yet more confirming whether a secondary avalanche might occur. Under the guidance of the rescuers, Milmes returned to the inn, which felt cozier compared to the icy world outside. However, due to the recent disaster, the inn staff were also extremely busy, needing to assist in confirming the identities of tourists, while also serving as a temporary shelter for the injured. The once spacious hallway had suddenly become crowded, and on the way to her room, Milmes could see several tourists wrapped in blankets, sipping hot water while shivering. Upon closer inspection, she noticed some tourists had pale faces and limbs lacking color, likely due to a severe drop in body temperature from being buried in the snow, resulting in their sickly appearance. Although low temperatures also affected machinery, it was not as pronounced as in human flesh and blood. Milmes walked through the corridor and arrived at the door of their original room, only to discover that Yuta and Vivian had returned before her. Yuta had scraped her knee, and Vivian was helping her bandage it. Noticing Milmes had returned, Yuta raised her head and asked, "Is Yu not with you?" Milmes shook her head, and silence replaced her answer. Although her expression was not much different from usual, Yuta could still vaguely discern the reluctance hidden in her gaze. Yuta immediately understood what had happened. Clearly Yu had gotten separated from Milmes during the snow disaster, and had lost contact, which was why Milmes displayed such an expression. After helping Yuta bandage her wound, Vivian stood up and comforted her, saying, "Yu will be fine." Milmes nodded, and then said, "Can you help divine Yi's location?" Having witnessed Vivian's divination abilities before, Milmes believed that locating Yi would be a piece of cake for her. However, Vivian appeared troubled and lowered her head, stammering, "I'm sorry, I didn't bring the divination tools." Milmes rested her chin on her hand and pondered, "Without the divination tools, there's no way to divine, right?" Vivian, eyes closed and filled with regret, replied, "Yes. If I hadn't been overly excited about traveling with my friends." Seeing that Vivian was starting to blame herself again, Yuta interrupted her in a timely manner, patting her shoulder and saying, "Thinking about that now, want help, and no one knew this would happen." Milmes also comforted her, saying, "Please don't feel too guilty, this is not your fault." After hearing their words, Vivian seemed to calm down significantly and no longer continued to blame herself. Yuta looked out the window, gazing at the vast expanse of snow, and said, "We can only hope that the Snow Mountain rescue team can find Yu soon." On the other side of the snow mountain, on a slope with denser vegetation, there was a small mound of snow. The snow mound quivered slightly, gradually developing cracks, as if something was trying to push its way out from beneath. The cracks on the snow mound widened, and falling snow chunks slid down, revealing a green round head struggling to rise from the snow with a small leaf sprout on top, like a new bud breaking through the soil. "Wow." Yi's head finally broke through the snow, taking a deep breath of fresh air. "Phew, I almost thought I would suffocate in there." As she spoke, Yi's right hand emerged from the snow, and she began to dig herself out from the surrounding snow mound bit by bit. Once she had dug out a fair amount, Yi's left hand was also freed from the snow, and she gradually crawled out of the mound using both hands. "Fortunately, the snow on my head isn't too thick. I was able to get out after pushing a few times." Yu brushed the snow off her head, and then shook off all the snow clinging to her body. Yu looked around and saw only vast expanses of snow accompanied by dark green pine trees, which made her feel a little chill run down her spine. The overly silent environment gave an oppressive feeling that made it hard to breathe, causing Yu to feel an unsettling anxiety. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, then started to call out loudly. "Milmes, Yuta, Vivian, is anyone there? Anyone will do." No one responded. In the vast snowfield, not a single shadow could be seen, and only Yi's voice echoed desolately. Although she had escaped the snow disaster, there was no joy of survival on Yi's face. Small tears were welling up in her eyes. "Am I left all alone again?" An indescribable sadness enveloped Yu. But just after a brief moment of despair, Yu quickly pulled herself together, wiping away her tears and resolutely stating, "No, they will definitely come to find me." The images of her three friends surfaced in Yi's mind, all smiling and waving friendly. "Yes, I just need to wait here patiently." Yu sat down, hugging her knees, forming a little ball that looked quite innocent. The cold wind blew past, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. After silently contemplating for a few seconds, Yu blurted out, "I should build a snow house for warmth." She thought that if she didn't take additional insulation measures by the time Milmes and the others arrived, she might already be frozen. Without further ado, Yu immediately began collecting the nearby snow, shaping it into rectangular snow bricks and stacking them one by one. Although this was the first time Yu had the opportunity to see and touch real snow, she had seen it many times in animations, especially the structure of a snow house, which she could understand at a glance. With such confidence, Yu began to work diligently. After about 10 minutes, she had built one wall of the snow house. Although it wasn't perfectly seamless, it was at least better than having nothing to shield her. After building the snow house for a while, although Yi's body had warmed up, the temperature of her palms had dropped significantly. She blew hot air into her hands several times and rubbed them together. Just as Yu was pondering how to proceed with the next step, she heard faint sounds coming from the nearby bushes. Driven by curiosity, she approached and was met with a surprising sight. A creature resembling a white yarn ball lay in the blood-stained snow, surrounded by its footprints and splotches of blood. It was not particularly large, slightly bigger than an adult rabbit, with slightly darker fur on its limbs and a short curly tail. This white creature seemed to be injured, having escaped here, but ultimately succumbing to its wounds. Yu approached immediately to check on the creature's condition, placing her hand on it to feel its pulse and body temperature. Its body temperature was very low, and its pulse was slow, nearing death, to the extent that it showed no resistance when Yu touched it. Yu glanced towards the direction of the snow, a vast white expanse, then looked towards the forest, dark green and silent. There was no one nearby. No one should see. After confirming that no one was around, Yu boldly began to treat the wounds of the white creature. Focusing her attention, Yu gathered her strength in her palms, slowly channeling it into the white creature's body as a gentle green light enveloped it, gradually healing its wounds. Yu could feel that the white creature's body temperature was gradually rising and its pulse was quickening. Its condition had improved significantly. However, as the treatment continued, Yu herself began to feel extremely fatigued, as if her shoulders were weighed down by 1,000 pounds dragging her down. Even so, Yu remained focused, determined to continue the treatment. Since she had decided to do it, she had to see it through. Slowly, the wounds on the white creature's feet began to heal, and before they fully closed, a deformed shell casing fell out of the wound, landing in the snow. The green light faded, and the treatment was complete. Yu propped herself up, nearly toppling over, and exhaled heavily several times, as she felt as if she had just run an exhausting 800 meters, her whole body feeling scorched. But it was worth it, at least that's how Yu felt. After recovering a bit, she turned her head and noticed that the white creature was actually gone. Yu was puzzled, and just as she was wondering, a cute voice like a sprite came from the other side. Yu instinctively turned around, but only saw 2 shallow footprints left in the white snow. This time the voice came from above her head, and Yu sensed something suddenly appeared over her head, as if it had jumped up. Yu immediately reached up to grab it, but missed. Due to her lack of strength, her body suddenly lost balance, and she tumbled into the snow with a thud. Yu lay still, giving up the struggle and turning into a salted fish. The white creature jumped down from above and landed in front of Yu, bouncing a few times as if to deliberately entice her to catch it. It tentatively poked Yu, but received no response, as she was as still as a rock. Suddenly, the white creature realized something and hugged Yu's head, starting to cry, making small whimpering sounds. Just as the white creature was immersed in its sorrow, a pair of hands swiftly approached from either side and firmly grabbed it. "Haha, I've caught you." Yu sprang up, laughing wildly as her plan had succeeded. The white creature, sensing something was off, began to struggle desperately, trying to escape from Yu's grip. Although it was agile, it lacked the strength to break free no matter how hard it tried. Yu petted the white creature, feeling its wonderful softness and warmth. She released one hand and began to scratch its soft belly, causing it to laugh heartily. Yu only stopped when the white creature laughed to the point of gasping for breath, and she proudly said, "Now you know how powerful I am, right?" The white creature seemed to understand Yu's words, obediently nodding, then nuzzled against her hand, seemingly as a display of goodwill. Once calmed down, Yu noticed that the white creature in front of her seemed to be the legendary snow monster. She had been so focused on healing it that she hadn't paid much attention to its species. Yu had never seen a creature like this in books. It had completely different physical characteristics and mannerisms compared to other beings, intelligent yet mischievous. Most importantly, it lived in the snow mountains. It must be the snow monster. At that moment, Yu suddenly heard the sound of branches snapping. Upon seeing that figure, Yu couldn't help but tense up. The person was likely Bruto the hunter, causing trouble near the inn. One thing Yu remembered clearly about him was his intense obsession with the snow monster, to the point where he almost fought with the inn staff. Cold sweat trickled down Yu's forehead as she instinctively glanced at the snow monster beside her. This little creature was very likely Bruto's target, and the severe injury it had previously sustained was probably inflicted by him. If Bruto discovered the snow monster's whereabouts, its life would be in jeopardy. Suddenly, it seemed that he sensed Yu's presence and accelerated toward her direction. Noticing the movement behind her, Yu didn't think much and immediately began to run, as if a flood or a beast were chasing her. The snow monster in Yu's arms was bewildered and found itself being carried along without understanding the situation. It made a confused sound. Panicking, and with no clear path, Yu dashed up a snow-covered slope, the pale sunlight casting a cold glow on her. The biting cold wind hit Yu's face, and the deep snow impeded her forward movement, but her steps never faltered as she kept running straight away from the forest. The person behind her seemed to be shouting something, but the sharp wind filled Yu's ears, making it impossible to hear, nor did she wish to. All Yu knew was that the voice behind her was getting closer, and soon it would catch up to her. Originally, their tug-of-war would have continued for a while, but a sudden loss of balance caused Yu to fall into the snow like a dog digging in the mud. The culprit behind it all was merely an ordinary stone, commonplace and unnoticed. Lying in the snow, Yu's heart raced as she thought of how to turn the situation around. Yu knew she was powerless, so she definitely couldn't confront him head-on. At this point, there was only one move left to make. Yu lay in the snow, seemingly giving up resistance like a dried fish, completely motionless. The person chasing her also gradually stopped standing beside her and reached out his right hand, seemingly intending to pat her back. In that moment, when he crouched down, a handful of snow and mud suddenly splashed toward him, blinding him. He hurriedly covered his eyes with his right hand and rushed to clear the snow and mud. Taking advantage of his blindness, Yu immediately got up from the snow and delivered a fierce kick to his vital area. The snow monster, which had just been pressed beneath Yu, trembled at this sight, unable to bear it, and covering its eyes. The effect was immediate. After taking the kick, the man indeed groaned in pain, covering his groin, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground, his hunting rifle clattering to the ground. Confirming that he wouldn't be able to chase her for the time being, Yiyu grabbed the snow monster and prepared to continue running. Just as she took 2 or 3 steps, she heard him say, "Yiyu, wait. I am Hank." Yiyu turned back in disbelief, and after he wiped the snow and mud from his face, she saw a familiar visage. It was indeed Uncle Hank, his thin brown mustache confirming his identity. Realizing something was amiss, Yiyu froze in embarrassment. During the time Hank was recovering from his paralyzed state, Yiyu recounted her encounter with the avalanche and how she had become separated from her friends. Hank nodded after listening, seemingly sympathetic to her plight. At this moment, Hank noticed a small white creature hiding behind Yiyu, its presence faintly visible. It appeared to be very shy, completely unwilling to approach Hank. "What kind of animal is that behind you?" Hank asked, curiously pointing at the white creature. "Oh, that." Yiyu turned her head, patted the timid snow monster, and casually said, "It's probably a snow monster." "A snow monster? Isn't that a legend from the old generation?" Hank looked incredulous, even beginning to doubt whether Yiyu had hit her head during the avalanche. Such a reaction was within Yiyu's expectations. If not seen with their own eyes, few would believe that legendary creatures were real. Thus Yiyu picked up the snow monster and presented it to Hank. "So, Uncle Hank, do you recognize this creature?" Hank scrutinized the white creature carefully. It certainly did not resemble any creature he had seen before. Even disregarding the snowy mountain region, he had never encountered a creature like this. With its thick white fur, short front limbs, broad paws, and curled tail, it had 2 long tufted hairs resembling decorations on its head. Its eyes and ears could not be seen from the outside, likely hidden within its long fur. However, what caught Hank's attention was a dark red mark on the creature's foot, which seemed to be dried blood. So it really does exist. Hank was momentarily taken aback, his expression gradually shifting from shock to joy. "I can't believe I'm fortunate enough to see such a rare creature. My luck is truly extraordinary." Hank laughed heartily as if he had just won the lottery. Seeing Hank so happy, Yiyu couldn't help but laugh along, completely oblivious to the fact that the snow monster had escaped from her hands and hidden behind her again. After the laughter subsided, Yiyu asked, "Uncle Hank, you should remember the way back, right?" Upon hearing this, Hank silently averted his gaze, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Well, actually, I was also brought here accidentally by the avalanche." Yiyu was greatly disappointed, dejectedly saying, "I can't believe I was so happy just now." Yi's mood plummeted like a roller coaster, from the peak of joy to the depths of sorrow, originally thinking she had encountered a savior, only to find that he was just as much a victim. But at least Yi was no longer alone, as she had a cute and warm snow monster by her side and a friendly and kind uncle. If they just waited in place, rescue should come soon. At that moment, Yi remembered something important and sprang to her feet. "Right? I was just making a snow house. Oh, let's finish it together." "That's also a good choice." Hank nodded, intending to follow Yi. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled past, seemingly stronger than the previous winds, causing the snow monster's fur to stand on end. The snow monster looked up at the sky, where gray clouds gathered above the mountains, giving a sense of foreboding. "Uncle Hank, do you have a lighter?" Yi asked. "Sorry, I don't smoke." Hank shook his head helplessly. "What a pity." As she spoke, Yi suddenly felt a slight tug at her pant leg and looked down to see the snow monster pulling at her pants. The snow monster struggled to pull Yi's pant leg toward the northwest, but its strength was insufficient. Yi didn't move an inch, while it was left panting heavily. "What's wrong?" Yi asked, puzzled, as the snow monster, having caught her attention, bounced toward the northwest, stopping after a few hops and waving its hands as if trying to guide them in that direction. Yi was unsure, so she turned to look at Hank, who was simply smiling, kindly seeming to agree with the idea of following it. Yi and Hank followed the snow monster along a rugged path characterized by its rough terrain and lack of human presence, without a single figure in sight. The cold wind howled, piercing through Yi like a dagger, prompting her to instinctively raise her hands to shield herself. Suddenly, she noticed the wind had lessened significantly. It was Hank who had stepped in front of her, using his broad frame to block the fierce gusts. "Thank you, Uncle Hank." "It's nothing." After climbing the steep slope, a peculiar mountain path appeared before the two. On the inner side of the path lay many small stones, all piled closely together, as if they had once formed a single entity. "I remember there used to be a large stone blocking the way here. We shouldn't have been able to pass through," Hank said while touching the stone wall. Hank carefully examined the rock walls on both sides of the path, noticing marked signs. On a large area of weathered rock, a fresh fracture had appeared, seemingly formed just in the last few days. Could it have been shattered by an avalanche? The ground shook so violently at that time that it must have broken apart, right? Yi speculated. Hank picked up one of the large rock fragments. Its edges were remarkably sharp, indicating that it had been shattered by an immense force in an instant. It's likely that years of wind and rain combined with today's avalanche caused that massive stone to break apart. Hank rested his chin on his right hand, resembling a detective. Otherwise, only a drilling machine could have broken it, but with the path this steep, no machine could make it up here. As the two paused, the snow monster bounced around in place, waving its arms vigorously, anxious that they might not notice it. We're coming right away. Yiyu quickened her pace towards the snow monster, and Hank followed suit without hesitation. The path was somewhat narrow, but not so much that one couldn't pass unless Yiyu gained a few dozen extra pounds, in which case her little belly might get stuck in the middle. In contrast, Hank's passage through the path was much more arduous, occasionally encountering protruding rocks that scraped against him. Huff, huff. Are we there yet? Where on earth are we going? Yiyu was panting heavily, having trekked uphill for over 10 minutes, without pause, her legs feeling as heavy as lead as she didn't want to take another step. As a regular in the snowy mountains, Hank appeared unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue. Don't worry, my instincts tell me we'll arrive soon. I hope so. Just after Yiyu spoke, both of them heard a howling sound approaching from not far away, reminiscent of a lion's roar. Having lived in the snowy mountains for so long, Hank quickly realized what the sounds meant. A blizzard was imminent. Run, run. Hank grabbed Yiyu's hand and dashed ahead. The blizzard closed in behind them like a white reaper chasing the two, the wind's howl sounding like a scythe slicing through the air, making it hard to breathe. A blizzard not only signifies extremely low temperatures and biting winds, but more importantly nearly obliterates visibility, leading to disorientation and ultimately trapping one in an endless storm. Fortunately, a dark cave appeared not far away. If they could just get inside, they would weather the blizzard safely. The snow monster stood in the cave, shouting with all its might and vigorously waving its limbs, seemingly cheering for the two. Eventually, the two made it safely into the cave. Huff, huff. Yiyu sat down in the snow, gasping for breath. The exertion of the day felt equal to half a year's worth of activity, leaving her parched and exhausted. The snow monster happily hugged Yiyu's wrist. Yiyu patted the snow monster's head and smiled, saying, "You sensed the blizzard was coming, didn't you?" The snow monster nodded vigorously, resembling a child awaiting praise from its parents. Even with its fur covering it, Yiyu seemed to see its eyes shine like a rainbow arch. Yiyu embraced the snow monster, rubbing her face against it, saying, "Thank you. Otherwise Uncle Hank and I might have frozen to death." Hank, showing no intention of thanking the snow monster, strode deeper into the cave. About 2 meters from the cave entrance, there were some low green plants, but what caught Hank's attention was a brown dirt pit in the center. This pit had been recently dug up with some plant roots still remaining in the soil, indicating that vegetation had once been planted there. Hank glanced at the nearby plants, which were common green gentian. They weren't particularly large, but all had flower buds that would likely bloom in a few days. But what about the snow lotus? A significant question emerged in Hank's mind. Both are legendary entities, yet the snow monster existed right before his eyes. So where was the miraculous snow lotus that could cure all ailments? It should be within the snow monster's lair, right in this excavated pit. Someone had beaten Hank to it, stealing his target. Hank clenched his fists in anger and slammed them into the snow. But this was clearly just Hank's impotent rage. He had to acknowledge this fact now. Stay calm, I need to stay calm. There must still be some way to remedy this. Hank forced himself to swallow a mouthful of snow, gradually calming down as he turned his gaze towards the little white snow monster beside Yiyu. Hank approached Yiyu and poked the snow monster's back, causing it to become alert and shrink near Yiyu's down jacket pocket. "Uncle Hank, you scared it," Yiyu said with a hint of reproach. Hank immediately put on a smile, saying, Sorry, I just have a question for it." Yiyu was astonished that Uncle Hank wanted to ask the snow monster a question, but she couldn't help but be curious about what it could be. "But it can't talk, can it?" "But it can understand us." Hank bent down, leaning close to the snow monster, speaking in the gentlest tone. "Little snow monster, would you be willing to answer my question?" The snow monster clung tightly to Yiyu's jacket, unwilling to budge. Hank clasped his hands together and pleaded, "Please, just for a moment. I really only want to ask one question." The snow monster looked at Yiyu, who gently nodded. Slowly, it let go of the edge of the jacket and took a few steps towards Hank. Hank opened his palms, signaling the snow monster to come onto his hand. After a moment of hesitation, it stepped into his palm. Hank brought the snow monster back to the spot where the green gentian grew, then pointed at the dirt pit, saying, "Are there more of these plants?" The snow monster scratched its head, seeming not to quite understand Hank's meaning. Hank was losing patience, but still held back the anger about to erupt, stating slowly, "In this pit, the same as before, plants." Hank emphasized the word plants at the end. After contemplating for a moment, the snow monster leaped from Hank's hand and jumped towards the cave entrance, vanishing into the blizzard in an instant, completely engulfed by the snowstorm within a second. "Don't go out. It's very dangerous outside right now." Yiyu's words were finished, but before she could speak again, the snow monster's figure had already disappeared. Seeing the snow monster gone, Yiyu turned back, puzzled, and asked, "Uncle Hank, aren't there plants all around? Why is it that specific one from the pit that matters?" "You'll know when the snow monster returns," Hank said with a confident smile. Indeed, one should never give up easily. As long as one perseveres, hope and opportunity will always arise. Hank believed that in a little while the snow monster would return to the cave with the snow lotus and hand it over to him. And that snow lotus would become a turning point in Hank's life. After waiting in the cave for 5 minutes, the snow monster had not returned, and Yiyu and Hank sat silently in the snow, resembling two stone statues. Due to their significant age and experience gap, there were hardly any common topics to discuss, making their shared silence particularly awkward. Yiyu silently gazed outside the cave, but apart from the swirling snow there was nothing else to see, as if she were foolishly staring at a malfunctioning snowflake television, hoping it would restore its color any moment. Suddenly Hank spoke up and asked a rather abrupt question. Yiyu, do you think your life is happy? This unexpected question caught Yiyu off guard, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Yiyu scratched her head, but said with a hint of contentment, I don't know how to describe it, but I feel quite happy with my life now. Compared to when she first arrived on Earth all alone, Yiyu now had a home, friends, and family who could accompany her. Although her life was not particularly affluent, it was already sufficient. After hearing Yi's response, Hank did not show much change in expression, as if he already knew what she would say. Hank pointed at himself and forced a smile as he asked, So do you think I am happy? Yi was no fool. Upon hearing Uncle Hank's question, she felt a sense of foreboding. Uncle Hank, have you encountered some difficulties? Hank sighed, saying, Yes, difficulties have found me. Though Hank did not smoke, Yi felt that he desperately wanted to pull out a cigarette or a bottle of alcohol. The sorrow on his face could no longer be concealed. Hank began to recount his past. I went bankrupt because of business failures a few years ago, accumulating a mountain of debt that I will never be able to repay. Now there are people calling me every day to collect debts, and my wife left me because of this, taking our son with her. Now I have nothing left. Hank smiled bitterly. His expression was more sorrowful than crying, yet not a single tear fell from his eyes. Hearing about such misfortune, Yi felt deep sympathy for Hank. Such a life must be very hard. Hank swallowed hard and continued in his deep voice. It is indeed very painful, so after enduring years of torment, I contemplated ending my life, which is why I was near the frozen lake yesterday. Yi was extraordinarily shocked, staring at Hank in disbelief. The overwhelming reality left her speechless. Hank chuckled like a mischievous child who had successfully pulled off a prank. Don't worry, I no longer have such thoughts. Hank revealed a bright smile resembling a cheerful young man, as if he had let go of everything. Really? Yi responded incredulously. Indeed, Hank replied without hesitation. That's great. Yi let out a long breath, feeling relieved. However, Hank's next words left Yi even more puzzled. So, I want to thank you, Yi, you saved me. Edge. Yi could not comprehend the connection between these two things, feeling it was nonsensical. Could it be that Uncle Hank's brain was damaged yesterday? Is he already rambling? Hank did not notice the subtle change in Yi's expression as he continued to explain his reasoning. At that time I saw you in danger, and my body moved instinctively to rush over and save you. After saving you, I received your and your sister's sincere gratitude, and I felt like a useful person. Suddenly, I thought that maybe life isn't so bad, or at least I can still contribute something to society. Although Yi did not fully understand Hank's meaning, she felt a sense of comfort seeing him regain his passion for life, quietly listening to his story. Moreover, you are like the goddess of fortune, bringing me good luck. Hank was excited, and his gaze towards Yi changed, as if he were looking at a deity of wealth. Yi was startled by Hank's sudden shift, and asked blankly, I don't quite understand, Uncle Hank. I didn't do anything, did I? You gave me the chance to encounter the snow monster, and followed it to its lair. And now the snow monster went to help me find the snow lotus. Hank gazed at the white expanse of the cave entrance, where he envisioned not a raging blizzard, but a pile of glittering gold coins. As long as I sell the snow lotus to those wealthy individuals, not only can I wipe out my debts, but I can also live very freely for the rest of my life, Hank said confidently. Then Hank turned to Yi, patting her shoulder like a good brother, saying, Don't worry, I will share half of the money from the sale with you. After all, it was you who gave me the opportunity to obtain the snow lotus. Facing Hank's grand ambitions, Yi did not feel particularly joyful or approving. Instead, she appeared somewhat reserved. Thank you, but I don't know if I really need that much money. That's all right, I will keep that half for you. You can come to me whenever you want to take it. I will remember that. Compared to the incomparable wealth Hank spoke of, Yi was more concerned about the snow monster wandering in the blizzard. Compared to this surging nature, its body seemed so small, as if it could be torn apart like a piece of paper at any moment. Meanwhile, Hank was completely unconcerned about the snow monster's safety, already starting to envision a happy future. A house, a car, beautiful women, fame, status. These things would all be within his grasp. In a daze, Hank envisioned countless servants lining up to serve him, numerous employees singing his praises, and a multitude of followers lauding his successful feats. The life he had always dreamed of was within reach. 10 minutes after their conversation ended, the snow monster still had not returned, causing Yi to feel increasingly anxious. Even if the snow monster was a creature of the snowy mountains, it should not stay in the extreme cold of the blizzard for too long. Amidst her anxiety and unease, Yi anxiously tapped her fingers back and forth on her knee. Would the snow monster be swept away by the blizzard? Would it accidentally fall off a cliff? Would it be captured by Pluto? Various speculations swirled in Yi's mind, making her even more restless. A familiar call echoed through the blizzard. The snow monster had returned. Upon hearing the call, Yi shook off her previous gloom and immediately stood up, brushing the cold snow off the snow monster that had just returned from the storm. I'm glad you're okay. Yiyu finally relaxed her worried heart, saying with relief. The snow monster seemed proud. It appeared to be hiding something behind it, not allowing Yiyu to see easily. Did you get it, eh? Hank pushed Yiyu aside and excitedly leaned towards the snow monster. But the snow monster ignored Hank's question and instead dropped what it was holding and jumped towards Yiyu. Hank picked up the item the snow monster had dropped and examined it closely. It was a blooming flower with glistening frost on its petals, beautifully resembling an ice sculpture. This was a creation of nature's miraculous craftsmanship. However, it was not what Hank wanted. Hank threw the flower to the ground, stomping on it several times, crushing it completely. He could not quell the anger in his heart without utterly destroying this worthless thing. Snow lotus. I wanted the snow lotus. The snow lotus that can cure all diseases. Hank screamed hysterically as if he were watching a winning lottery ticket worth billions being torn apart before his eyes. Uncle Hank, please calm down. Yiyu tried to persuade Hank, but before she could say anything else, Hank raised his rifle and shot the snow monster without any hesitation. The snow monster instantly collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. In the next moment, the gun was aimed at Yiyu. Since arriving on Earth, Yiyu had always known one truth. Earth was an exceedingly perilous place. She never imagined her life would come to an end in such a manner. The black muzzle of the gun was leveled at Yiyu's chest. In Hanke's eyes there was no mercy, only bitter resentment and loathing. At last Yiyu decided to close her eyes and conjure the faces that had accompanied and worried for her through the years. Father, mother, sister, I can come to be with you now. In a daze, Yiyu's consciousness was veiled by an invisible white mist. From that mist, many hands reached out, drawing her toward a world without end. At the exact instant Hanku squeezed the trigger, a hand clamped down on the black hunting rifle. The shot veered off, a bullet embedded itself in the snow. Mr. Hanku, Yiyu is not your prey. Hanku stared in stupefaction at the white-clad girl who had surged from the blizzard. He remembered her name, Milmes. Though you once saved Yiyu, harming her is another matter entirely. Milmes gripped the rifle with fierce force. The metal twisted and began to fracture under her hands. How did you get here? Hanku released the rifle and took several hurried steps backward, creating distance between himself and Milmes. His instincts warned him that this girl was far more dangerous than a black bear roused from hibernation. Milmes flung the now useless rifle to the ground, and her gaze icy said, I have no need to explain this to you. She did not wish to waste words on a potential murderer. Moving with a speed ordinary people could scarcely perceive, she closed in and delivered a single blow that slammed him against the rock face. The impact robbed Hanku of consciousness. He fell into a deep swoon and would not awaken for some time. Yiyu, are you all right? Before Milmes could finish, Yiyu leapt forward and clung to her tightly. You finally came. I was so frightened. I thought I was going to die. Yiyu's voice trembled, small tears glinted at the corners of her eyes. Milmes embraced Yiyu gently, and with a trace of embarrassment said, sorry, the blizzard slowed me down. Yiyu settled against Milmes' chest, relieved and grateful. It doesn't matter. I'm so glad you came. After thanking her, Yiyu turned her attention to the small snow creature nearby. The snow creature lay silent on the ground as if fused with the ice and snow. Without a careful look, one might mistake it for a lump of drifted snow. Yiyu approached and, trembling, placed her hand upon it. Only when her palm met its body did a sense of calm wash over her. The creature's body was warm. Its pulse beat a little slower than before, but there was a faint rise and fall of the belly. It appeared merely asleep. Thank goodness, it's not dead, Yiyu said with deep relief. Having confirmed the creature's safety, curiosity about how Milmes had arrived began to stir within her. How did you find this place? The heavy snow should have buried any tracks. Yiyu moved beside Milmes and brushed the snow from her clothes and hair. A kind person helped to divine the location. Milmes began to describe what had happened earlier at the mountain inn. Some 10 minutes earlier. At the mountain inn, Milmes had stood silently near the front desk, motionless as a statue. The front desk was unmanned. The staff had gone to attend to the inn's affairs. After the mountain rescue team departed, many stranded guests were brought back to the inn, but Yiyu still remained missing. Ambulances could not reach the mountain because of the avalanche. The visitors could not descend. Everyone was temporarily housed in the small inn. Suddenly, the front door was flung open with a crash. A gust laced with fine snow barreled inward, whipping Milmes' hair into disarray. At the doorway stood members of the mountain rescue team in uniform, their steps unsteady as they stumbled into the inn. The team members were drenched in snow. Their faces were ashen, some tinged purple with cold. Damn it! Why a blizzard today of all days? One of them cursed, hitting the floor in frustration. We can only pray those not yet found can endure the storm, another replied in consolation. There was little choice. The rescue team could not risk pressing the search in such brutal conditions. To continue would endanger more lives, without guarantee of success. As Milmes left the front desk to return to the rooms, she overheard a conversation between Yuta and Waiwayan in one of the rooms. If only ID brought tarot cards or a crystal ball, Waiwayan said, frustrated. Waiwayan possessed the ability to locate Yu, but lacking the proper divination tools, she was reduced to anxious helplessness. Upon hearing this, Utah suddenly had an idea and tentatively asked, would any kind of cards do? Waiwayan answered puzzled. Utah explained immediately, how about a deck of playing cards? They aren't professional divination tools, but it might be worth a try. Did you bring any? Utah shook her head. No, but almost everyone has them in a drawer. Just check. With that, she crouched and rummaged through the drawer. Inside were classic board games like Monopoly and Ludo, and of course a common deck of playing cards. Utah produced a brand new deck and showed it to Waiwayan. Here. She tore open the packaging and handed the cards over. Give it a try. All right. Waiwayan fanned the 52 cards, examined their faces, then gathered them back together. She then shuffled the deck in a practiced rhythm, closed her eyes, and drew 3 cards at random. The 3 cards were Spade 6 Heart 10 Club 3. Yu is 325. 1 meters northwest of the inn, Waiwayan pronounced. I don't understand it, but I am deeply astonished, Utah said quietly, applauding at the side. She could not fathom how Waiwayan had used ordinary playing cards for divination. Utah remained at a loss to explain the method. If she had not known Waiwayan was a mage, she might have thought it performance art. A creak sounded at the door. Utah darted to the entrance and saw only a flash of a white figure as it slipped past. Utah gave chase. Rounding a corner, she discovered the inn's side door wide open and deep footprints pressed into the snow beside it. Was that me see? She must have heard Waiwayan's divination right. Taking various factors into account, Utah could only reach that conclusion. Utah stood in the whitened wind for 3 seconds, then went to the door and shut it firmly. Do as you will, she said. Leaving those words unanswered, Utah turned and walked away. There are such remarkable people in the inn. Yu felt somewhat incredulous and exclaimed repeatedly. Is there a divination stall near the school, eh? Milmes asked curiously. Yes, but it doesn't come often. You might encounter it 2 or 3 times a month, and there are always many students lining up each time. I always thought it was just feudal superstition, never expecting that some people truly practice divination. After a brief bout of despondency, Yu suddenly heard a familiar voice. The snow monster woke up, clutching its head with its hands, dazedly climbing up from the ground, its steps still a bit wobbly. You're awake. Yu poked the snow monster's body. The snow monster turned its head, seeing Yu and Milmes, tilting its head as if it didn't quite understand what had just happened. The snow monster slowly turned around and saw Hank collapsed nearby, and the unusable hunting rifle, becoming even more confused. Oh right, you were asleep just now, so you didn't know what happened. Yu chuckled and told the snow monster about Hank shooting at it, trying to attack himself, and how Milmes timely intervened. Although the snow monster didn't fully understand, it grasped one thing: Milmes had also saved its life. The snow monster hopped over to the green gentian, selecting the 2 healthiest plants among the budding ones, then dug up the earth and pulled out the plants as intact as possible, finally bouncing back to present them to the 2. One for Yu and one for Milmes. Thank you, Yu said with a smile. The snow monster happily jumped in place a few times as if to say you're welcome. Milmes, can you tell what plant this is? It needs to compare with the database. After saying that, Milmes scanned the plant in hand, comparing its leaves and stems with other plants in the database. After 2 seconds, Milmes provided the answer. It's green gentian, an ornamental plant in the poppy family. Just as Milmes intended to continue reading more specific information, Yu interrupted her in time. There's no need to mention the more detailed classifications like phylum, order, and class. Oh yeah, I can't remember that. Yu continued to ask. It doesn't have the effect of curing all ailments, does it? No. What about the plants in that soil pit? Yu pointed at the pit that had been there since she entered the cave. Milmes shook her head, saying, without the physical specimen, I cannot identify it. I see. Until the end, Yu still didn't know what the legendary snow lotus looked like, or if it ever truly existed. However, these were not important to Yu. What concerned her more was the seemingly weak and helpless snow monster at her feet. You look very worried. Why? I was thinking about what would happen if someone else discovered the snow monster after we leave. Hank must have knocked out the snow monster with the intent to sell it. Selling precious animals at high prices is not uncommon on Earth and other planets inhabited by intelligent beings. As for Hank's reason for wanting to kill Yu, it was quite evident. The fewer people who know about the snow monster's existence, the better. It would allow for a monopoly on information, thus gaining more profit. This little guy, though agile, would be easily captured by a swarm of hunters if its existence were discovered. Based on human behavior, the probability of this happening is 99.7. What's the difference between 99.7 and 100? You are missing 0.3. Milmes replied seriously. Yu slapped her face in frustration, saying, forget it, I shouldn't discuss numerical probabilities with you. Arguing numbers with Milmes, who thinks like a computer, is certainly not a wise choice. Realizing this, Yu didn't dwell on it further, but her troubling concerns remained unchanged. Yu hoped to protect the snow monster and didn't want it to be captured by other hunters. For that, she had to come up with a way to prevent the arrival of other hunters. Yu racked her brains, desperately thinking. Just then a flash of inspiration struck her, and she thought of an idea. Yi Yu excitedly tugged at Milmes' hand saying, "Quick, hurt me, make some wounds on my body." Milmes' CPU crashed. After 2 seconds, Milmes finally regained her composure, supported Yi Yu's shoulders, and said earnestly, "Yi Yu, self-harm is an undesirable behavior. You should cherish your own life." Yi Yu pushed Milmes' hand away indignantly saying, "What are you talking about? I'm not a masochist, Yu. I have no interest in that. I want you to create some claw marks similar to those of a wild beast on my body." Yi Yu pointed to her shoulder and abdomen, indicating to Milmes to leave the wounds in those 2 places. "Why?" Milmes tilted her head, puzzled. "Of course it's to scare away those bad people who might come hunting the snow monster." Yi Yu said passionately, somewhat indignantly. "If the snow monster were a giant and ferocious creature like a bear, no one would foolishly come looking for it." Just as Yi Yu was feeling pleased with her idea, Milmes gave her a ruthless response. "Actually, that would be even more dangerous. Edge, this area is a tourist zone, and there will be many visitors. What do you think would happen if people knew that dangerous animals were roaming nearby?" Milmes did not directly answer Yi Yu's confusion, but instead posed her a question. Yi Yu thought for a moment, and then said, "They would stop coming here to play. No, they would eliminate the threat." Milmes picked up a stone and crushed it. "As long as they can ensure the safety of visitors and the prosperity of the scenic area, humans will spare no effort in their methods, whether it be hunting or capturing." According to the data collected by Milmes, humans have encroached upon most territories that originally belonged to animals, leading to a sharp decline in the populations of many species. Although they have begun to take steps to protect these endangered animals, it is ultimately a superficial solution. Hearing this, Yi Yu panicked, anxiously tugging at Milmes' right arm, asking, "Then what should we do? I really want to protect the snow monster." "There is a way." Milmes held up one finger. Yi Yu, like a person grasping a lifeline, excitedly shouted, "Quick, tell me." "As long as the snow monster does not exist, no one will covet it." Inside the shop, an elderly man with white hair was savoring a cup of oolong tea. In this cold weather, a hot cup of tea undoubtedly serves as the most comforting presence. As the old man was adjusting the lid of his cup, an unexpected guest arrived. The old man glanced at the newcomer, who was dressed appropriately and had a tidy appearance. Clearly a well-mannered young man of the new era. There was no need for excessive caution with such a customer. After all, there wasn't much of value in the shop. The young man wandered around the shop, his gaze sweeping over the display case as if searching for something. Finally, he approached the counter and said to the owner, "Please give me a piece of pyrite." The old man used a key to unlock the glass display case, and then inquired, "Young man, which piece do you want?" The young man pointed to a piece of pyrite that looked quite ordinary and appeared rather old. The old man took the designated pyrite from the cabinet and weighed it on the scale. 14.02 grams, 5 yuan. The young man paid in cash and then left with the mineral. After leaving the shop and walking a short distance, the young man arrived at a secluded alley where Yi Yu was waiting. Beside her was Hank, who was in a state of unconsciousness and tightly bound. Once he entered the alley, the young man's appearance gradually blurred and then transformed into that of Milmes. "This is the camouflage mode effect you mentioned, right?" Milmes nodded and replied, "Yes." The camouflage mode can project a holographic image around Milmes, causing anyone who sees him during this time to only perceive the image. It sounded like a very convenient feature, but the drawback was also quite obvious. It demanded a high amount of energy and could not be used frequently. Then Milmes placed the pyrite on the ground and activated a hidden cooling fan in his hand to accelerate the weathering process of the pyrite, making it appear even older. He then splashed some cooling liquid on the pyrite, lowering its overall temperature. Yi Yu touched the pyrite and felt an extreme cold creeping up her hand, forcing her to retract it immediately. This mineral was now colder than frozen fish in a refrigeration unit. "So this can conceal the existence of the snow monster?" Yi Yu asked. "We need to hand Hank over to the police, but he must have a reason to shoot." Milmes slowly explained to Yi Yu, "We certainly cannot tell them it's because of the snow monster." Milmes picked up the pyrite and said, "So I will disguise this mineral as gold. Then tell the police that you and Hank took refuge in a cave due to the blizzard and accidentally discovered this piece of gold. Hank wanted to keep it for himself, so he planned to kill you." Milmes even thoughtfully organized a testimony for Yi Yu. "But there's no evidence showing he wanted to kill me, right?" "There is." Milmes took out his phone, which prominently displayed an image of Hank aiming a gun at Yi Yu. "Huh, how did you capture that?" Yi Yu exclaimed in surprise as she leaned closer to the phone. Given the urgency of the situation, how could Milmes have found the leisure to take a picture for evidence? "I saw it and extracted this scene from my database, converted it into a photo, and then uploaded it to my phone." Truly the eyes of a robot, Yi Yu applauded in admiration. Afterwards, Milmes took Yi Yu and Hank back to the Snow Mountain Lodge and informed the manager, who immediately called the police. Due to the ample evidence, the police took Hank away along with the gold for appraisal. Naturally, it was identified as fake gold, but this did not change the fact that Hank attempted murder. Milmes was reprimanded by the police for his reckless behavior of going out during a blizzard. The police escorted Hank into the patrol car with one officer sitting in the back seat alongside Hank. The officer glanced at the damaged hunting rifle and said, "If we find out that the girl was shot, the hunters will be the prime suspects, and you won't be able to escape." Hank sneered, I have only left in this gun. Once she faints, I'll bury her in the snow seamless. The officer thought he could intimidate Hank, but Hank's response was entirely unexpected. I didn't expect you to look honest on the outside, but be so malicious inside. Hank showed no signs of reflection, instead sarcastically said, isn't your duty to catch people like me? Meanwhile, Hank's mind drifted back to an earlier event that had occurred before the avalanche. Hank was searching for prey alone in the forest when he spotted a small white creature bouncing in the bushes. He mistook it for a wild rabbit and shot at it. However, the prey escaped quickly. Hank thought he had missed and fired several more shots. It wasn't until he saw blood in the grass that he realized the prey had been injured. Hank followed the blood trail out of the forest and then saw a large patch of red blood in the snow with a bullet casing lying in the middle. Hank picked up the casing, carefully compared it, and confirmed it was his own ammunition. He was puzzled as to what kind of creature could possess such a terrifying self-healing ability, even expelling bullets from its body. With this question in mind, Hank encountered the snow monster beside Yu, and everything became clear. The snow monster's lair was filled with snow lotus flowers which could cure all ailments, including wounds. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the snow monster, closely associated with snow lotus flowers, to possess such high self-healing capabilities. The snow lotus flowers must exist, Hank was very certain. Unfortunately, the snow monster was ungrateful and tossed him a worthless trinket. As Hank thought of this, he felt a deep resentment, wishing to skin the snow monster and sell its pelt for a high price on the black market. Just then, the police car's siren sounded, taking Hank away. Watching the police car drive away, Vivian's expression was somewhat complicated. Mr. Hank saved you just yesterday, but today he is prepared to kill her over fake gold. Perhaps what my father said is right. It might be better for me to return to the Shadow Realm. With this thought, Vivian's previously held beliefs began to waver, and she started to question whether being sincere to others was the right approach. At that moment, Yuta came to Vivian's side. Actually, people from any world are like this. Yuta leaned against the wooden railing, gazing at the white mountains and fields. Your father only told you that people in this world would act this way because he wanted to protect you. He hoped to keep you by his side in this manner, and I can understand his intentions. Yuta turned to look at Vivian, a girl with golden hair resembling a delicate doll. However, you need not be so disappointed because of Hank's change. Not everyone will choose to fall into depravity when faced with temptation. I can assure you that no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. Yuta's gaze was very firm, devoid of any insincerity. After hearing this, Vivian shyly lowered her head and quietly leaned on Yuta's shoulder, together gazing into the distance. The pure white snow scenery, the colorful sunlight, and the emerald forest on one side of the mountain combined to create a breathtaking view. Meanwhile, not far away, Yu, enjoying hot cocoa, caught sight of the sweet silhouette of the two, feeling a bit melancholic. It feels like the atmosphere over there is incredibly good. What happened while I wasn't around? Milmes shook his head. I don't know. I was waiting for your news at the front desk. Sometimes a casual choice made by one person can change many destinies. The connections between people intertwine, influencing each other. On the first day of Milmes and the other's arrival at falling Maple Snow Mountain. In the forest, Pavia was hurriedly traversing the woods with a piece of paper depicting the snow monster and snow lotus. She completely ignored the sign outside the forest that read no trespassing. The animals in the woods fled as if they had seen a fierce tiger upon noticing Pavia's presence. Pavia carefully observed her surroundings, leaving no stone unturned. Besides animals and plants, the forest also concealed some man-made traps, animal traps, and various capture devices. These must be traps set by hunters. Though the traps were well hidden, almost blending into the forest, Pavia easily navigated around all of them by moving among the branches. Unexpectedly, Pavia's luck was much better than she anticipated. When she jumped onto one of the trees, she happened to see a white snow monster caught in a net. Upon seeing Pavia, the snow monster immediately curled into a ball, trembling within the net, praying like an ostrich that Pavia wouldn't notice its presence. Pavia grabbed the lower half of the net with her left hand, her right hand forming a sharp blade, and then sliced through the net. The carbon fiber net was cut through easily, leaving a clear opening. Pavia jumped down from the tree with the snow monster in the net and set it free. When the snow monster hugged Pavia's pants, rubbed against them, and then tugged at them as if wanting to take Pavia somewhere. After following the snow monster along a rugged mountain path, a huge boulder blocked Pavia's way. The snow monster easily jumped over the boulder and reached the other side, but noticed Pavia hadn't followed, so it jumped back out. Then the snow monster witnessed a scene that would shock it for life. Pavia took a stance, clenched her right fist, flames igniting at the edge of her fist, and then struck the boulder. After taking the hit, a deep dent appeared on the boulder, followed by cracks spreading from the dent, which gradually widened, ultimately shattering the entire boulder. The boulder crumbled into pieces. Pavia stepped over the fragments and followed the snow monster into its cave. The snow monster presented Pavia with a fully blossomed green velvet herb from the center, leaving behind a brown dirt pit in its place. The flowering green velvet herb was adorned with tiny ice crystals, making the entire flower appear even more vibrant. Pavia took out a prepared flower pot, scooped some soil into it, and then placed the green velvet herb inside. As Pavia prepared to leave, the snow monster waved goodbye to her with reluctance. The next day, Pavia was getting ready to go home. While waiting for the bus at the bus stop, she encountered a middle-aged man dressed like a hunter. He seemed to be drunk, looking disheveled, leaning against a utility pole and shouting, "Just wait, snow monster, I will find you one day. I will show those idiots how strong I Bruto am." After cursing at the utility pole for a while, the middle-aged man staggered away. Will he find the snow monster? No one knows. Soon the return bus arrived, and Pavia boarded it, leaving falling maple snow mountain. In the sky, snowflakes began to fall, burying everything beneath a cold white blanket.